Chapter 1: Exile. A journey to the land of curses. Field wore a radiant smile as he awaited the pronouncement from his father, the Earl of Cottbur. Originally named Cheen Hao, he had traversed from the realm of Blue Star and had only been in this world for a mere 3 days. The good news: he was a descendant of the Earl. The bad news: he was profoundly unwelcome. Field, you have reached adulthood like a mature lion. It is time for you to forge your own path. The elegantly dressed, middle-aged man spoke with an air of inspiration. Yet the Earl's tone was lackluster, his demeanor languid, rendering his words almost farcical. The eyes of all present were filled with mockery. The Earl paused momentarily, his attention waning, and when he regained his focus, he surprisingly forgot where he had left off. The original owner of this body was an exceptionally kind individual who had selflessly relinquished the potion for awakening combat energy to his younger brother and offered the opportunity to attend the Mage Academy to his sister. He was even capable of treating any servant with kindness. Logically, such a virtuous person should be deserving of respect. Alas, he was a noble, and from the perspective of the aristocracy, the original owner was merely a weak and inept fool. Beside the Earl sat the mature woman, Field's stepmother. A voluptuous beauty, she perched elegantly in the secondary seat of the Lord, delicately raised a teacup to her lips for a sip, then set it down. Her alluring eyes, framed by the sunlight, accentuated her prominent nose as she haughtily tilted her chin towards Field, declaring, "The vast Nightshade Duchy of the Northern Territory shall be your barony, ample enough for you to showcase your talents." Indeed, despite my efforts to please everyone, I remain unable to escape the fate of exile. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Field reflected on how the original owner perished under the torment of others, leaving him to inherit this dismal predicament. He bit his lip firmly, striving to steady his thoughts. Then, with a cold smirk, Field thought how foolish the original owner had been to believe that kindness would ensure his survival among the nobles. His stepmother cast a casual glance downward, her gaze condescending. "Do you have any objections?" "Huh." With a forceful exhalation, Field suppressed the turmoil within, retracting his smile and responding in a neutral tone, "As you wish, my father." His stepfather had already been drained by his stepmother, obediently following her every command. What a fool. A relative's laughter pierced the air, mingled with a sharp insult. The Northern Territory was inhabited by both humans and orcs, steeped in bloodshed, violence, and savagery. A decade prior, the Holy Griffin Empire had unleashed a miasma of corruption, slaughtering 300,000 orc soldiers, leaving the land teeming with filthy goblins and trolls. Indeed, the current state of the Northern Territory was even worse. The 300,000 orc soldiers, along with all humans and beasts in the north, had transformed into corrupted beings, dwelling perpetually within the shroud of death, epitomizing a hell on earth. The royal family had attempted 3 reclamation campaigns, all ending in total annihilation. The territories of the north, both large and small, existed solely in name, unworthy even of a dog's attention. Most of the time, no one dared to mention them. That place is a cursed land. Even worse, as not even fleeing serfs or criminals would choose to venture towards the realm of darkness. Never mind. I still have my connections, Field silently reassured himself, and with a thought, a transparent map materialized, marked by a slowly moving green. "Prepare yourself." The Count appeared weary, his complexion pale. Beside him, his stepmother supported the Count, her almost translucent silk nightgown lending a semblance of vitality to his withered form. Field pursed his lips. His siblings had been granted prosperous territories while this old man merely uttered a few trivial words to dismiss him. Field would not acquiesce and promptly articulated his demands. "Father, I require your support. Venturing into the realm of darkness is no easy task." The stepmother's soft flesh pressed against the Count's arm as she narrowed her eyes seductively. "Greed is not a virtue of nobility, Field. You have already received ample gifts," the Count stated without hesitation. Family members nearby cast scornful glances without reserve. To venture out with black hair and dark eyes is a disgrace to the Ross family. A mere mongrel. In the wake of the Eastern nomadic invasions and the fall of ancient realms by the Inner Sea, black hair and dark eyes no longer symbolized ancient nobility. Field's displeasure boiled over, his eyes igniting with fury. The original sin of his existence was wrought by the Count himself. Why must he make his life difficult? His mother, a maid from the castle, hailed from a distant eastern land, sold into servitude by nomadic merchants as a rare slave. The Count's drunken night had resulted in the birth of the original soul. With a lowly status, devoid of maternal family power, he had inherited certain traits from his mother's appearance. This was another reason for Field's ostracism and disdain. 500 gold coins, and you may bring a personal servant. I treat each child equally, the Count declared before being hurriedly assisted by his stepmother back to his chamber. Field felt an overwhelming frustration. 500 gold coins sounded substantial, yet it was but a mere drop in the bucket for expanding his territory, akin to stirring a vast cauldron with a toothpick, merely creating a ripple. But it was better than nothing. Hey, Field, the realm of darkness is a splendid place, perpetually shrouded from the sun, a dark and fetid land that suits your demonic eyes perfectly, his half-brother chimed in, grinning broadly and adopting an exaggerated tone. My territory isn't nearly as fortunate. Poor Falon City is known only for its beer and goats. A fierce anger surged within Field, his heart sizzling with resentment. The state of his territory was lamentable, yet as a time traveler, he would ultimately find a way. However, the direct mockery of his appearance ignited a desire to erase his brother's lineage from existence. Moreover, this little fellow only possessed his fighting spirit due to Field's kindness. When his brother's talents were dismal, and he hid in a corner, weeping while facing ridicule from others, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get away, Field retorted, offering him no semblance of kindness. Oh, you remember the girl with the flaxen hair? The younger brother, unfazed by Field's expression, leaned in with an eerie grin, whispering into his ear. Field narrowed his eyes, a familiar smile surfacing in his mind. It belonged to a girl cherished by the original owner, whose lifeless body was later discovered in the alley behind a tavern. Overcome with grief and rage, the original owner succumbed to illness and passed away, allowing Field to traverse into this realm. The younger brother smirked, licking his lips. It was I who did it. Her struggles were simply exhilarating. Field's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of shock seizing his heart. How could his brother, who was also newly of age, commit such a heinous act? Although the girl was merely a stranger to him as a traveler, the casual disregard for another's life filled Field with an unprecedented sense of revulsion. Chapter 2. A Brutal Assault. The younger brother, his face contorted with malice, sneered, "Once you venture into that accursed land, there will be no return. If I do not savor your expression now, I shall regret it." Field's nails dug deeply into his flesh, his fists cracking with tension as he coldly inquired, "I have not wronged you. Why do you target me?" "Because of the wretched potion you bestowed upon me, the damned elixir of combat. After consuming it, I found myself utterly incapable of transcending to a first-tier knight. Everyone behind my back calls me worthless. This is all your fault. You must have poisoned me." Field felt a wave of disgust wash over him. "That is merely a reflection of your own inadequate talent. If you ever find a beloved, I shall seize her and let countless vagabonds ravage her. Alas, you shall have no future, you bastard." The younger brother made a triumphant grimace. "Damn you, scoundrel." Field's fury reached its zenith. The original owner of this body had been a fool, perpetually kind-hearted. Indeed, doing good deeds only seemed to breed enmity. It was a grim reality. Such shameless wretches deserve to be taught a lesson with fists. "You're asking for death." A fierce knee strike sent him hurtling backward. Field, in a sudden surge of rage, lunged forward and landed another kick squarely on his adversary's face, splattering blood across the grotesque visage. The onlookers were left astounded. The typically mild-mannered Field displayed an unexpected brutality. "I abhor being threatened." Taking advantage of the guard's momentary confusion, Field seized the younger brother's golden curls, intending to slam him to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his neck, lifting him high into the air. In an instant, the agonizing sensation of suffocation enveloped him, making him acutely aware that death was drawing near. "What do you think you are doing to my lord?" The one restraining Field was a strikingly beautiful woman, her long, wine-red hair cascading down, with a mysterious rune emblazoned upon her forehead. A chosen one? Field was taken aback. In this world of extraordinary powers, the key lay in the chosen ones, beings of remarkable distinction who transcended both combat and magic, wielding incomprehensible abilities across various domains, including warfare, support, and construction. It was infuriating that only women could become chosen ones. Perhaps the deities of this world were all women. Just as Field felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, followed by a sharp pain as he was hurled against the wall. Huh, I knew you lacked the resolve to kill. I will kill you. The younger brother coughed loudly, drawing a blade from his waist. Field wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing he was no match for the chosen one. He decided against further confrontation, enduring the pain as he turned to leave swiftly. To his dismay, the uninitiated younger brother already possessed the protection of a chosen one, amplifying Field's sense of peril. With no luxury of idleness and having incurred the younger brother's ire, Field recognized that he must act decisively. Otherwise, he risked being captured and subjected to unthinkable torment that very night. Once I develop my strength, I shall return and obliterate you all, Field thought, his gaze lowered. Fury unmasked in his eyes. Under 9 years of compulsory education, there are no cowards. What, then, is this irksome green dot that resembles a bothersome fly? Field pondered over the map, visible solely to himself, which had manifested on the day of his transmigration, perhaps linked to the lordly abilities. Where there is shadow, there must be light. The counterpart to the chosen one is the Lord. By forging a contract with the chosen one, mutual feedback and growth can be achieved. The Lord possesses unique talents that are often intertwined with the chosen one and their domain. However, there exists the rare phenomenon of innate talents, those who possess abilities without any domain or chosen one contract. The original owner lacked such talents, yet Field, the transmigrant, possessed this exceptional gift. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of floaters or cataracts. Clarity would only come after a thorough examination. But the destination, Golden Eagle City, was not far off. After a brief packing of his belongings, the steward had already collected the gold coins and awaited Field, accompanied by the servants. With a visage of despair, upon learning of the journey to the cursed land, the steward felt a deep urge to hang himself. Yet he realized that suicide would not grant him passage to paradise. Thus, he reluctantly steeled himself for the impending doom. Let us proceed, Field thought, burdened with his own concerns and lacking the inclination to comfort his steward. As he opened the manor gate, a troop of cavalry clad in disheveled armor came into view. From their ranks emerged a man draped in a crimson cloak, bearing a long lance. Esteemed Baron Field, I am Captain Connor, appointed as your escort. I trust our journey will be a pleasant one. Then I shall rely on you, Connor, Field responded courteously, though alarm bells rang within his mind. Despite being designated as an escort, the brigand-like expressions on the faces of the cavalry offered no sense of security. Field harbored suspicions that he might be waylaid and robbed upon departure. However, such a scenario was unlikely, as registered knights typically would not engage in the murder of a noble, a folly that would ruin their futures. Field shrugged, considering, perhaps they are merely here to supervise my journey to the gallows. Their first stop would be Golden Eagle City, essential for procuring abundant supplies for the Nightfall territory. Field was eager to ascertain the nature of that green dot. Golden Eagle City, the second largest city within the Rose family domain, boasted unparalleled commercial prowess and had been granted to Field's elder sister. It was rumored that the annual tax revenue reached an astonishing 600,000 gold coins, a stark contrast to Field's meager 500 coins, which was particularly glaring. Traveling by carriage, Field spent the entire morning reaching the sprawling city, covering an area of 40 square kilometers. Unlike modernity, the soldiers guarding the city gates lounged against the walls, exchanging lewd jokes or hurling insults at the lower classes entering the city, demanding exorbitant entrance fees. It was only when they spotted the cavalry clearing a path ahead of Field that an officer abruptly rose from his seat. Clear those wretches from the way. A noble approaches. Open your eyes, you fools. The lethargic soldiers immediately straightened up, barking insults while shoving the commoners and merchants aside to ensure a clear passage for the noble. With sycophantic expressions, they bowed to Field as he passed. Though Field was not favored, he was still of noble blood, and the common folk dared not offend him. Slowing his horse, Field cautiously approached the vicinity of the green dot, following its elusive direction. The officer at the city gate let out a sigh of relief. As long as trouble did not find him, it was yet another splendid day. He continued to collect taxes with his subordinates while indulging in a couple of hearty swigs of olive liquor, basking in the sunlight from his chair. Guided by the verdant marker, Field arrived at the northern slave market of the city. Oh, the wretched, nauseating stench of pigweed mingled with excrement assaulted his nostrils. Captain Connor furrowed his brow, incessantly fanning the air before him. yet to no avail. The foul odor still penetrated his senses. Chapter 3. The Slaves. Locating the green spot, Field was tormented by the foul stench of the slave market, which made his nose recoil in disgust. The miserly merchants resembled vampires, unwilling to part with even a copper coin to afford the slaves a bath. 5 or 6 slaves were crammed into a cramped cage, where they were forced to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep, all within the confines of that small space. There was no privacy, no dignity, and due to their upbringing, they were even deprived of the right to end their own suffering. Outside, in the larger cages, many female slaves were bare, without even a rag to cover themselves. Their soft flesh exposed for passers-by to gawk at, a marketing tactic that proved disturbingly effective, as every day, toothless old bachelors would come to admire the sight. Sir, are you interested in purchasing a slave? Essential for any estate, they are all diligent workers. Rare elven slaves available for just 1,000 gold coins. Come, take a look at our grand opening. Field, clad in a well-tailored black robe and wielding a finely crafted longsword, exuded an air of affluence with his striking features. The slave trader's eyes sparkled with greed. They relished the company of nobles, as they possessed substantial purchasing power, unlike the riffraff who merely gazed without intent to buy. Moreover, nobles were known for their astonishing consumption of slaves, frequently returning for more. In the eyes of the aristocrats, slaves were often regarded as lesser than their trained falcons or hounds, easily disposed of at whim. As Field surveyed the iron cages containing the slaves, he noted the absence of any spark of life in their eyes. Their disheveled appearances made it difficult to ascertain their genders, and their bodies bore the cruel marks of whips. Occasionally, a slave would meet Field's gaze, only to immediately lower their head in trembling fear. "What is the price?" he inquired, searching for the green spot among the throng of slaves. "Sir, the price varies greatly among different races," replied a merchant with a sharp, simian visage, rubbing his hands together. "Goblin, halfling, and pigfolk each cost 10 silver coins. Beastfolk are priced at 20 silver coins, while orcs command 60 silver coins. Should you desire a plaything, well, the price knows no bounds." The merchant grinned wickedly, gesturing towards the larger cage housing the most alluring slave, a beautiful elven woman clothed in sheer fabric that revealed her alabaster skin. Yet, her eyes were devoid of life, akin to those of a fool. This elf has been thoroughly ruined by goblins, having borne at least 26 offspring. Yet she remains a coveted item. I plan to send her to the auction house, where she will fetch far more than 1,000 gold coins. Perhaps you might reconsider? I have no interest in her. Field replied curtly. The green spot is not her. I do not possess such wealth to waste on a mere trinket. What of the human slaves? Humans are intelligent and more obedient, the merchant continued. Male slaves are priced at 40 silver coins, while females are 25. However, they are primarily intended for labor. If you seek amusement, I still recommend the elves. Even if not for entertainment, they can be utilized for sustenance or the crafting of magical items. A shiver coursed through Field. In this world, the nobles were not the elegant and dignified figures portrayed in dramas, but rather brutal tyrants of feudalism. It was rumored that the flesh and blood of elves could invigorate one's vitality, and thus, the proud elves were quickly brought to the dining table, despite their striking resemblance to humans. In a casual conversation, Field discovered the location of the green dot. His gaze shifted to the iron cage in the corner, where a green dot hovered like an in-game marker, resting atop the cage. Inside was a demi-human, a white wolf demi-human, characterized by her crimson eyes, wolf-like ears, and tail. At that moment, she lay motionless in the cold, damp cage, clad in rough linen, occasionally glancing at the keys hanging from the merchant's waist. A rare species from the grasslands, our slave-catching team had expended considerable effort to breach their stronghold. Those damned savages exhibited remarkable fighting spirit. The merchant recounted the harsh reality with a smug expression, warning that if one wished to play with the wolf demi-human, it was prudent to bring along a servant for assistance, otherwise one might inadvertently find themselves bitten. He chuckled, leaving the implications unspoken. A beast-eared girl? Field was utterly exhilarated. As a seasoned otaku from Blue Star, he felt no resistance to the allure of a red-eyed, beast-eared girl. Tentatively, like one would tease a dog, Field extended his hand, hoping to stroke her head. "Beware," cautioned the butler, Cow, with a furrowed brow. The beast-eared girl emitted a low, threatening growl from her throat, her scarlet gaze reflecting danger. Knight Captain Connor was already poised to draw his sword. "My Lord Field, it would be wise not to touch her. I would prefer to avoid any complications before we reach the Twilight Realm." There is no need for such tension. She is rather adorable, Field remarked. Yet he was a man who heeded advice and promptly retracted his hand. He recognized both defiance and despair in the beast-eared girl's eyes, simultaneously charming and pitiable. He adjusted his attire and inquired, "How much?" "Only 3 gold coins." The merchant, sensing Field's desire, closed his eyes and hiked the price. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. Field maintained a stern expression, narrowing his eyes. "You just said a demi-human would cost only 20 silver coins. Do you wish to toy with a noble? Oh, she is special. Is she not strikingly beautiful? She was captured not long ago, guaranteed to be a virgin, untouched by the filthy eyes of commoners. She is also an exhibit destined for the auction house. Such exquisite beauty, though alas, she is a demi-human, an impure creature. Otherwise, I would not part with her for 300 gold coins. 50 silver coins, do not test my patience." Field crossed his arms, employing an enticing tone as he elaborated. "I am about to assume my duties in my territory, and the playthings and slaves I intend to purchase will not be limited to her alone. Whether it is a singular transaction or multiple, I trust you understand." A hissing breath escaped the merchant, struck by temptation. After a moment of internal struggle, he conceded that befriending a powerful noble with a territory was indeed a wise move and gritted his teeth. "That depends on the quantity you wish to purchase." The butler cast a puzzled glance at Field. In the past, he would have shown sympathy for the merchant's plight rather than engage in haggling. After careful selection, Field proceeded to acquire 100 human slaves and 100 demi-human slaves, including 120 men. Alongside the beast-eared girl he desired, he spent 53 gold coins. "My lord, here is the sole contract for the slaves, all verified by the chosen ones." "A contract?" Field took the parchment, densely inscribed with a multitude of names. Indeed, this was a solemn oath written in the blood of slaves, declaring that those who defy your will shall be reduced to ashes by divine fire. The merchant leered lewdly, extending the rope tethering the slaves, proclaiming, "Thus, you may indulge your desires and revel in pleasure, my esteemed customer." "I shall," Field replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. For once he ventured into the cursed realm, should he find no joy, he would most likely meet a corrupting demise. Chapter 4. The purchased slaves. Field had contemplated acquiring additional slaves, but regrettably found himself financially constrained. In order to survive amidst the suffocating death fog, one must rely on the fog-clearing lanterns, a magical artifact exclusively sold by the church at a steep price, coupled with the needs of over 200 individuals. The expenses were far from trivial. "Have you secured a loan?" Field inquired briskly as he approached the steward emerging from the Merchant Association. However, upon witnessing the steward's countenance, reminiscent of a rodent that had perished 3 days prior, he immediately discerned the unfavorable news. "I regret to inform you, my lord, that even the most avaricious merchants would not extend a loan upon hearing your name," Cao replied with a shrug. After all, the northern province was synonymous with perdition. Even the royal expedition had suffered total annihilation, rendering merchants understandably reluctant to risk their fortunes. "Wait a moment, I only received my appointment today. How is it that the merchants are so well informed?" Field mused, initially planning to secure a loan, reasoning that should he perish in the north, repayment would become moot. If he survived, settling the debt would be trivial. Cao rolled his eyes, clearly lacking the enthusiasm to assist a noble seemingly destined for doom. Had he not stumbled upon the affair between the countess and her groom, he might have become a promising steward in Golden Eagle City, or even a tutor to the count's grandson, rather than facing a grim fate in this cursed land. "Your second sister, having learned of your territory, has warned the merchants in the city, ensuring that anything you purchase will cost tenfold," the steward responded, his tone weary. "Moreover, the merchants have grasped your sister's intent and will not offer any concessions." Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not revealed his name during the slave transaction. Otherwise, the cost would have far exceeded 50 gold coins. "Truly, I owe her my gratitude." "My dear sister," he muttered, veins throbbing in frustration. "Do they not regard me as a human being?" The most vexing part is that the original owner lived for so long without saving even a half copper coin. 1/3 of his wealth was donated to the family treasury, while 2/3 went to the border stronghold to procure weapons against the corrupted creatures. A quintessential example of a destitute noble. Failing to secure a loan is inconsequential. It is merely a significant loss for these short-sighted merchants, Field remarked nonchalantly. "For now, I shall procure some essential supplies." Field spent 180 gold coins on the necessary pack animals, farming tools, food, and books for the expedition, acquiring 17 aging pack horses. In the medieval era, horses were invaluable resources, strictly regulated by the lords. The food supplies, while ample, would only suffice for modern individuals for about half a month. However, slaves required far less sustenance. A single dark loaf could sustain them, or 2 loaves mixed with bark and sawdust would suffice to keep them obediently addressing him as father. Thus, the provisions could last around 35 days, more than adequate. As for magical artifacts, he intended to procure them from the border town, where the beleaguered officers would sell them at discounted rates, much like ancient feudal armies that frequently sold off soldiers' weapons and equipment only to reap empty wages. Originally, Field had hoped to recruit talent or mercenaries from the taverns, but regrettably, upon hearing of the journey to the Nightfall territory, they rejected him without hesitation. That cursed place is no different from a death sentence. I advise you to escape to another country. Even the most resilient cockroaches would cower in fear there. The mercenary's advice echoed in his mind as Field rubbed his temples, casting a glance at the beast-eared girl curled up within the hay-laden cart. His curiosity piqued regarding what peculiarities this girl possessed. After finding an inn, Field allowed everyone to rest for the night. The following morning, he summoned the beast-eared girl. "What is your name? Did you rest well yesterday?" Field scrutinized the slave, valued at 50 silver coins, and found her bewildered expression amusing. "Ah, Ashina," she stammered, struggling to voice her name after a month of silence. She had been anxiously awaiting her fate, never expecting to speak normally again. After a thorough cleaning by the maid, the beast-eared girl appeared transformed. Her previously matted and dry fur was now smooth and lustrous, her snow-white hair cascading down like purest snow. Coupled with her delicate features, she exuded a quiet elegance that Field found appealing. Yet, the incessantly twitching wolf ears and tail betrayed her unease. Upon stating her name, the green dot above Ashina's head vanished, replaced by a simple panel. Name, Ashina level, unawakened ascension path, chosen of the wolf cavalry status, malnourished. On the brink of collapse, please provide nourishment. By the heavens, Field exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The green dot indicated an unawakened chosen. Stunned into silence, he realized that the map's markers must appear multiple times. Each year on September 1st, the nation observes Awakening Day, where every eligible female undergoes examination. Though the odds of awakening as a chosen are minuscule, their value justifies the immense expenditure of resources. Field paced excitedly, his fist pumping in the air, recognizing the tremendous potential of his newfound ability. This journey to the Twilight Domain might indeed allow him to establish a foothold. Observing Field's peculiar behavior, Ashina mistakenly believed he had devised a tormenting scheme for her, causing her legs to tremble in fear as she nervously clutched and released her skirt, oblivious to her fate. In truth, after being purchased by Field, she contemplated a violent reprisal. Even if the slave contract turned against her, she refused to die in humiliation. She would fiercely sink her teeth into her enemy's throat. However, the maid had pulled her along, undressing her, bathing her, and scrubbing every crevice until she was spotless. Never had she imagined someone would assist her in bathing. More absurdly, even dressing was a novel experience. The soft, comfortable fabric felt weightless against her skin, free of biting fleas and without the risk of cuts. Perhaps she was destined to be a sacrificial offering to a devil. Ashina's thoughts spiraled as she awaited the opportune moment to retaliate. She vowed to make these wicked humans pay dearly. "Do not fear. I am not a sadistic monster. I purchased you to expand my territory." Field lowered his voice, striving to project a sense of gentleness, casually leaning against the chair, his languid movements exuding an air of non-aggression. "By the way, does this outfit still fit well? It is a modified made costume fashioned from the typical attire of a servant, which in this world tends to be quite conservative, revealing only a portion of the calves and the hands, resembling a nun's habit, though certainly not the playful variety with slits." Chapter 5. Given the circumstances. Let Us Dine. Field has infused modern elements into the maid's attire, with the hem of the skirt tailored above the knee and the sleeves transformed into short ones. Although the absence of the quintessential black or white stockings is notable, the sight of her glistening, rounded toes and smooth, fair thighs is still quite pleasing. The outfit fits her perfectly. Unable to endure the torment of speculation, Ashina, with a teasing tone as if she had discerned Field's intentions, inquired, "My lord, what would you have me do?" The maids had claimed her role was to accompany the gentleman before her to bed. Yet, Ashina perceived the likelihood of such a scenario to be slim. Humans typically harbor disdain for demi-humans, viewing those with animal ears and tails as tainted beings, akin to the offspring of a goat born from illicit designs. "Of course, to assist me in expanding my territory, as I just mentioned. Field replied with an air of inevitability. Noticing Ashina's incredulous expression, he sighed and said, "Let us dine first. We can converse over our meal." The mere mention of food quelled Ashina's agitation, for her stomach was ablaze with hunger. Field's predicament was dire. The disdain from his siblings was merely a trivial concern. However, the old count's health was deteriorating day by day, and the vast fortune he held was to be divided. Although Field was not favored, the laws of the Holy Griffin Empire dictated that all direct descendants had a right to their share of the inheritance. It was akin to a decree in a parallel world, fragmenting vast territories to prevent any one lord from becoming overly powerful. Naturally, Field's brothers wished for his demise, and animosity permeated their relationships. Shortly after the dining bell rang, two elegantly poised maids entered, bearing platters of sauced meat and honey bread. "Ashina, you possess," Field began, only to realize she had vanished, leaving him utterly bewildered. "I'm here," Ashina replied, sitting demurely in a corner on the ground in a duck-like posture. "What are you doing?" Field exclaimed in shock. Sitting, waiting for dinner, my lord. Have I done something wrong?" Ashina's anxiety resurfaced. Field strode over, grasped her hand, and led her to the table. "Sit in the chair, we are dining now." Ashina dared to perch on only a third of the seat, gazing at Field for a prolonged moment, ensuring that the nobleman had not produced a whip or a rod. "You are not jesting. May I eat this?" Ashina pointed at the aromatic meat. Field shrugged. "Of course." The poor beast-eared girl, realizing Field was serious, cautiously lowered her head and took a bite of the meat. In an instant, the flavors of spices and sauce erupted in her mouth, and her taste buds, having long been deprived of such delights, danced in ecstasy. "This is the most wonderful thing in the world." Casting all else aside, Ashina swiftly devoured the meat on her plate, licking the sauce clean. Subsequently, she single-handedly consumed 3 pieces of meat and 5 rolls, eventually surrendering to her full belly, which now resembled that of a pregnant woman. Field revealed a benevolent smile reminiscent of a kind old father. "Go on, eat up, and make sure to work diligently for me in the future." He chuckled. "At this point, I would welcome death." Ashina licked the soup from the corner of her mouth. Her wolf ears perked up with vitality. "Not quite. I hope to cultivate you into a chosen one." Field interlaced his fingers and leaned back in his chair. He certainly would not be so candid as to disclose that Ashina was an unawakened chosen one. Instead, he opted for the term cultivate. You may be disappointed. For the probability of becoming a chosen one is exceedingly slim, and being a demi-human, I have never heard of any contract being formed between humans and demi-humans. Ashina replied weakly. According to the records, the more prosperous the city, the more likely a chosen one would emerge. Yet, even in Golden Eagle City, there had only been 3 chosen ones in a century, 2 of whom were noble daughters, and 1 a member of the clergy. The chances of a demi-human becoming a chosen one were even slimmer, as they lacked powerful nations and prosperous cities, barely managing to meet their basic needs. Field chuckled lightly. "How can you know unless you try? I believe I can cultivate you into a chosen one. Should he fail in this endeavor, he would likely perish in the cursed land." "Well, if it means I can have meat to eat," Ashina replied, her appetite piqued. The following 10 days passed swiftly as they traveled. To ensure Ashina received sufficient nourishment, Field purchased copious amounts of meat and magical supplements whenever they passed through a city. Ashina quickly realized that Field was not jesting. In addition, Field acquired a fog-dispelling lamp, purification potions, and awakening crystals, totaling 150 gold coins. He had done his homework. These magical items were essential supplies for exploring the Twilight Realm. They soon reached the last fortress leading to the northern province, the castle of Baron Bull, a stone bastion built against the towering mountains, capable of withstanding the corrupt creatures, beasts, and fearsome orcs from the north. "May the winter goddess bless me and make me a chosen one." Ashina prayed silently to the deity of the wolf demi-humans while hiding in the creaking carriage. The days they had spent together had given her a surreal sense of dreaming. To ride in a noble carriage, savor delicious meat, and even receive the care and service of maids, albeit unwillingly and with complaints, felt like paradise. As she pondered, Ashina touched her forehead to assure herself that she was not feverish or delusional. The only aspect she found perplexing was Field's willingness to buy precious potions for her to consume. She had never heard of a chosen one being formed through the ingestion of magical potions. "Perhaps it's an evil ritual," Ashina murmured. "But even if I were truly to be sacrificed to a devil, it seems worth it." "Ugh, what am I saying?" she exclaimed. "I truly hope I am a chosen one. Otherwise, Baron Field might be driven to madness." Ashina could only pray in silence. The butler, Cao, sighed in despair. I never expected my last visit to Castle Bull would unfold in such a manner. Field disregarded the lengthy lamentations of the man, seated comfortably upon his steed. With a gentle prod of his riding crop against the butler's shoulder, he inquired with curiosity, "Did you frequently visit the Kasha fortress before?" Cao rolled his eyes in response. "Indeed, you always donated your living expenses to the villagers here or sent them to Baron Bull's treasury, ensuring he and his soldiers enjoyed ample feasting and merriment." Well, that is true, Field thought, momentarily forgetting that the former owner of his body was a paragon of virtue. An awkward smile crept upon his lips as he shifted his shoulders uncomfortably. At least Baron Bull would be quite pleased to see us, would he not? The locals would surely praise our presence, making our future visits to Kasha Fortress far more convenient. Chapter 6. The Corpse. The local residents were excessively enthusiastic. Given that the original owner had cultivated social finesse, it was quite possible that Field could derive benefits from it in the future. The Bull Baron and his son are quite renowned, but alas, I digress. Cao quickly silenced himself. To disparage another noble in the presence of the aristocracy was tantamount to courting death, even if the individual before him was famously known for his timorousness. It was precisely because he meddled in matters that did not concern him and stumbled upon a noble's infidelity that he had lost his future and been exiled to the northern territories. Field wished to inquire further, but he noticed a sudden appearance of a red skull symbol on the small map in his mind, rapidly approaching his direction. Hiss, could it be that someone is coming to greet us? Though he voiced such thoughts, Field was no fool. The skull symbol undoubtedly signified something ominous, prompting him to hasten the servant to summon Knight Connor. Forgive my candor, but the Baron is simply being paranoid. Connor chuckled at the servant's somewhat anxious report, his countenance revealing disdain as he mocked, "We are behind the walls of Castle Kazan, the most fortified segment of the Empire's defenses. If there is danger here, I shall consume all the dung from my warhorse." In Connor's mind, Field had been branded as a desperate individual making a final futile struggle. "I must inform you, Baron, that the journey to Nightshade territory is under the vigilant supervision of both law and family. One cannot waver at the last moment, for that does not befit a noble's character." The servant, overwhelmed by Connor's aggressive assertion, returned to report with diminished confidence. Field merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," signaling the slaves to slow their pace. Connor, mounted on his horse, found himself compelled to lead the procession. What a coward! How could the esteemed Earl father such a feeble creature? Connor scoffed softly. However, his expression soon darkened considerably, for they had encountered the overly eager local inhabitants. A cacophony of howls erupted. "Have they arrived?" Field chuckled lightly, sensing that someone's dinner would soon consist of horse manure. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Field maneuvered past the obstructing slaves, beholding pairs of ashen eyes belonging to the grotesque corpses clad in peasant garb, charging vehemently towards him, with a scattering of normal humans fleeing ahead of them. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the chilling malice and the stench of decay were palpable. These corpses were the dreadful products of the northern province. What in the world? We have not even reached the north. How could there be monsters? Captain Connor spat in dismay, cursing his ill fortune. Just when he thought he could fulfill his duties, an unexpected encounter arose. Mount up, knights, prepare for battle. What was more revolting was that he had just mocked Field, which further fueled his ire. Reluctantly, Connor raised his lance. Yet, if he did not fulfill his obligations, he would forever be estranged from the upper echelons of society. 20 cavalrymen promptly formed a line, galloping up the right slope, and then, harnessing the momentum of their descent, surged forth to clash with the horde of corpses. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. Field felt a rush of anxiety as he gazed intently at the gnarled, clawing corpse before him. He shouted to the slaves behind him, "Link the wooden carts together. Brave men, seize your tools and fight alongside me. I shall reward those who prove their valor." Yet, the slaves remained unmoved, cowering at the rear of the caravan, trembling in fear or praying for miracles. "Do not count on those worthless wretches." The steward quivered, his legs shaking violently as if powered by a hidden motor. Nearly wetting himself in terror, he clutched at Field's robe, his voice quavering as he urged, "My lord, we must flee. I mean a strategic retreat. There is no need to concern ourselves with these mud-soaked peasants. If they perish, we can simply acquire more." Field brushed aside the steward's hand, frowning as he replied, "If such trifles frighten you, perhaps the North Province is not the place for you. Do you think I desire this?" The steward, Cao, lamented, his face flushed with embarrassment. "The Count named me specifically. Are there enemies?" Ashina jumped down from the cart, her prolonged recuperation having restored her once-won appearance. Her figure now bore flesh in all the right places, her complexion fair and rosy, had it not been for the slave mark and maid's attire. She might have been mistaken for a noble lady. "My lord, I shall do my utmost to protect you," Ashina declared, raising her small fist. Trembling as she stood in front of Field, like a frightened kitten in the cold wind, Field couldn't help but smile at the sight of her wolf ears, which, in her nervousness, had flopped down, yet he felt a swell of satisfaction. The sustenance they had consumed had not been in vain. Unlike certain despicable individuals who, having consumed their own fare, bore grudges. "Help!" A farmer at the forefront spotted his savior and rushed forward, calling out for help. With the horde of corpses closing in behind him, for glory. Upon reaching a certain distance, Connor's cavalry launched their charge, shouting their battle cries, extending their 3-meter-long lances towards the throng of clawing corpses. The sickening sound of flesh penetrating flesh echoed as several zombies were impaled, falling to the ground like ruptured sacks. Their decayed, purplish blood gushing forth, soaking the earth beneath them. This was merely an appetizer. After the initial charge, the cavalry turned back, wielding flails or sabers, skillfully swinging their weapons from horseback, blood spraying like blossoms as the corpses fell before them, some trampled under the iron hooves of their steeds, the scene resembling a brutal slaughter. The remaining corpses, however, crashed into the cart formation Field had organized, their brains reduced to mere decorations, lacking any understanding of tactics, mindlessly gnawing and clawing at the wooden carts. Oh dear! The slaves jostled one another, trapped within the confines of the caravan, unable to escape the throng. The steward fared little better. His control had failed him, and he had dampened his trousers. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Though fear coursed through him, Field remained composed. Perhaps due to his fondness for apocalyptic novels and zombie films before his journey here. It seemed that the master would have to take matters into his own hands. Field found himself without a single soldier under his command. Although the corpse exhibited nimble movements and an audacious disregard for life and death, its foolish actions were not without their vulnerabilities. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. For this body had at least acquired some fundamental combat skills. With a low grunt, Field seized the opportunity presented by the corpse as it pushed the small cart, plunging his long sword into the creature's neck. He then forcefully yanked it to the side, causing the head of the corpse to droop limply against its chest, akin to a branch struck by lightning. The putrid stench, mingled with the odor of fermenting excrement, assaulted his nostrils mercilessly, almost provoking him to retch. Yet, a subtle thrill coursed through him. Within his very soul, the blood of a warrior flowed. Chapter 7. A Setback. The Empire's strongest defense is surprisingly unmanned. Slaying the corrupted corpses is not so difficult after all. Field's confidence surged as he casually flicked the blood off his sword. "Lord, be careful." A half-corrupted corpse crawled towards him, ready to gnaw at Field's ankle. In a critical moment, Athena seized a pitchfork from the wooden cart and plunged it fiercely into the zombie's back, pinning it to the ground. "Phew, well done," Field exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he stepped back, his heart racing. He had narrowly escaped, although the toxic effects of the corpses could be remedied by the clergy. The cost was exorbitant. One could not hope for a cure without 100 gold coins. Struggling to recover from the intense palpitations, Field let out a long sigh, ruffled Athena's hair, and expressed his gratitude. "As a token of my appreciation for saving my life, I will reward you with a gold coin, Athena." Athena beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had never seen so much money in her life. "Really? Is that true? But this is what I ought to do." The corrupted corpses were not as terrifying as those depicted in horror films. As long as one pierced their bodies with a weapon, they could be harmed. More corpses surged forward, clawing and gnashing their teeth at the makeshift barricade formed by the wooden cart. However, the slaves at the back of the caravan, witnessing the corpse's lack of strength and inability to attack from behind the cart, felt emboldened. Moreover, their lord and the frail girl dared to retaliate, prompting several men to seize farming tools and launch a counterattack against the zombies outside the barricade. Field was no less resolute, raising his sword to continue the fight. As blood splattered, numerous corpses fell beneath the farming tools and Field's longsword. Well, at that moment, a scream pierced the air. A cavalryman under Connor's command, while advancing, was caught by the cloak of a corpse dressed as a village woman. With a violent tug, the cavalryman stumbled backward, flailing his legs. Thud! The sudden fall caused the back of his head to strike the ground, rendering him motionless. Damn it! Useless! Connor cursed in anger. What infuriated him further was that Field remained unperturbed, calmly directing the slaves. Decapitate each corpse, pile the heads together, and burn them on the spot. Field had been diligently acquiring knowledge about corruption along the way. The bodies of these corrupted humans posed a significant threat to the environment after death. If left unchecked, they would swiftly become a new source of pollution. Field furrowed his brow, hesitantly gazing at the gray mist rising to the horizon. Encountering so many zombies before even reaching the Nightfall territory was certainly an ill omen, though his family sought to exile him. Pushing him towards the heap of corpses was excessively cruel. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord." The fleeing refugees approached him as if he were a long-lost father, kneeling before him and kissing his boots. "May the god of war illuminate your path." Field accepted their gratitude with composure, surveying the ragged refugees who resembled beggars. "Where do you hail from? How can there be so many corrupted corpses? Shouldn't those corrupted beings be kept at bay by the towering walls of Kashan Fortress?" "It is the death mist. The gray mists emanating from the north have seeped through the fortress walls, enveloping our village of Oak." As night fell, the majority of the villagers succumbed to the miasma in their slumber, transforming into decaying corpses, leaving only a few of us to escape. The villagers trembled in fear, their bodies shaking as though haunted by terrifying memories. The gray mist, known as the miasma of death, is said to be the source of corruption. When it mingles with the air, it is swiftly inhaled by flora and fauna, leading to their rapid demise and transformation into corrupted monstrosities. Only those endowed with the powers of a lord or chosen by the divine are immune. Additionally, one could purchase the church's penance lanterns, which dispel the gray mist. Albeit at a steep price, Field managed to procure 2 for 50 gold coins, a favor granted due to his noble status. Listening intently to their woes, Field furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is your lord?" "As far as I am aware, every border fortress is overseen by a chosen one, making it improbable for the gray mist to permeate." The Baron and the chosen one had gone to investigate the cult's whereabouts, leaving only the Baroness' son within the castle. "Let us meet the master of this place," he suggested. Once the group had gathered themselves, Field mounted his horse. For to reach the Nightfall domain, he required the local Baroness' permission. Upon arriving at the towering Castle Kazan, Field was awestruck by the majestic fortress. Its sprawling stone walls and formidable towers formed an imposing defense system, complemented by ramparts equipped with ballistae, catapults, and cauldrons of oil. Such armaments would render any assault, even from an army of 100,000, futile save for the infliction of grievous injuries. The fluttering griffin banners proclaimed the might of the ancient empire. Yet, the most pressing question remained: where were the people? Field stood in disbelief, the outer walls devoid of any souls, stark and barren. Connor, equally alarmed, turned pale. Could it be that they have been ambushed by orcs? If the orcs breach Castle Kazan, the entire province would fall swiftly. "That seems unlikely," Field replied. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be this eerily quiet." Fortunately, after advancing a short distance, Field spotted torches igniting within the inner castle. "Do not approach." "Who are you?" A voice called from the wall. In the torchlight, a throng of heads became visible, indicating a robust garrison within the fortress. Why had they suddenly abandoned this crucial military stronghold? Field pondered. "I am Baron Field of the Ross family, en route to assume my duties in the Nightfall domain. Please open the gates of Castle Kazan and allow us passage." The commanding officer, visibly troubled, hesitated before summoning a youth, none other than the son of Baron Bull. "No, my father has not returned. No one shall deceive me into opening the castle gates. Leave this place, or we shall fire upon you." Hearing the resolute response from atop the wall, Field's lips twitched as he speculated that the young man had been terrified into submission by the corpses. He called out, "It is I, Field. I have previously donated to this place. Do you not remember? I am not your enemy. Is that all it takes, mere coins? The entire empire sends money to the borders, and who do you think you are for me to remember you? A filthy outsider, coming to disgrace yourself in Bull's domain. Alas, it seems that nobility harbors few virtuous souls." Field's teeth were nearly ground to dust, and the final benevolent act of the original owner had come to naught. Were it not for the absence of soldiers at his command, he would have eagerly laid siege to the city. Nevertheless, he composed himself and began, "These villagers were rescued by me along the way. You." Before Field could finish his thought, he was met with a torrent of vitriol. "Damn it, do you find my castle's provisions excessive? Who permitted you to save those foolish beings? Mind your own business. Dare to bring them any closer, and I shall unleash my arrows without hesitation. Chapter 8. Very well. I shall cease to be human. Field was taken aback. What sort of person is this? Blast. Field was quite displeased. The butler, Cal, shrank back. Having hesitated to voice his thoughts earlier, what he meant to say was that both the Bull Baron and his son were no good. Wait. You are the Baron of Nightshade Vale. Splendid. At last, someone to serve as a buffer for my fortress. I hope you can survive a few more days. However, when you find yourself pursued by the undead, do not come to me for assistance. I shall not open the door for you. The man atop the wall, recalling the advisor's warning, thought of Field, but regrettably, all he could envision was using Field as a strategic buffer for Kazan Fortress. The butler could no longer contain himself and leaned in to whisper, "The Bull Baron's only son, Richard Bull, is known for his cowardice. We should refrain from any interaction with him." Quite right. There is no need to engage with fools. Field's veins throbbed as he slowly retreated. So, they are all playing this way, are they? I shall not be courteous either. You may open the gates to Nightshade Vale yourselves. It is quite safe there. Richard, having spoken, retreated within the castle. Now roll out of my sight, you wretched outsider. The advisor, wiping cold sweat from his brow, said to Richard, "Young master, is it wise to deceive them thus?" Silence. After distancing himself, Field instructed the others to wait momentarily. Now I understand why the undead have appeared here. Field's lips twitched as he adjusted the long sword at his waist. Fortunately, the orcs were also hindered by the gray mist, and with the peace treaty binding them. Otherwise, the Empire's most esteemed defense would become a mockery. That esteemed lord, we shall not intrude any longer. The villagers gathered, awkwardly pushing against one another. They certainly did not wish to incur misfortune, as Baron Field appeared quite irate. Ultimately, they dared not flee directly, but pushed one person forward to bid farewell. "We are leaving. Thank you for your assistance." Field was in a foul mood. Although he was born into modern society, it did not mean he could be trifled with. His gaze lowered like a predatory wolf. He coldly hissed, "Have I permitted you to leave? Your lord has abandoned you, and now you are lordless. Thus I have taken you in. A perfect opportunity to replenish my labor force." No, no, my lord, please spare us. We are free men." The villagers were utterly reluctant, having heard Richard's earlier words. They knew Field was heading to Nightshade Vale, a realm rife with death, a place from which one would not return. "I could spare you, but it will cost 5 gold coins as a ransom. I have saved you, and this is what I am owed." Field unsheathed his long sword without hesitation. "Either accompany me to Nightshade Vale or pay me. Otherwise, I shall turn you into mincemeat for the dogs. Do you hear me?" It seems he is indeed a noble. To the side, Ashina sighed in relief. Field's recent gentleness had left her quite unaccustomed, as though she were living in a dream. Now, witnessing him display the ruthless cunning of a noble, she felt at ease. Just like Ashina, the villagers were all struck by the right chord. After being threatened, they became submissive, kneeling down and pleading to go to Nightshade Vale. Ultimately, whether one goes or stays, death is inevitable. Thus, it is better to venture forth and tempt fate. The wretched soul, Field, sheathed his long sword and, with a weary gesture, covered his face, reflecting that fists invariably possess more persuasive power than mere words. "Do not give up, my lord." Ashina cautiously approached, seeking to console Field, who, upon glancing at her, found himself momentarily transfixed until he noticed the fear in her expression. Only then did he regain his composure and respond with a hasty smile, assuring her of his well-being, attributing his distraction to wandering thoughts. As they advanced, Field was startled by the multitude of skull icons that adorned the small map as he neared the fortress gates. This is what Richard referred to as secure? That imbecile, having pocketed the coin without fulfilling his duties, now aimed to ensnare me with rotting corpses. Should one rashly enter the gates, they would likely be caught off guard by the undead lurking within. Field felt a surge of annoyance, but soon an idea struck him. His fingers absent-mindedly stroked his chin, since the foolish Baron's dim-witted son had entrenched himself within the inner city, abandoning the outer strongholds. Could it not mean a lucrative opportunity for me? After all, no one would be the wiser. With this thought in mind, Field acted without hesitation. He was no saint. Concepts of honor and morality were unnecessary when it came to dealing with these wretched beings. They deserved to have their wealth, provisions, and women seized with vigor. Shaking his cloak, he called out, "Cow, do you recall those who dared to wield weapons against the undead? Gather them all, If we lack 30, recruit the strongest available. Though timid, Cao was efficient in executing his tasks, and soon, 30 slaves of various races were assembled. Previously, some troublesome individuals had been a nuisance. Field cast a disdainful glance at the distant figure of Connor, whose demeanor was far from heroic. Brave Sir Connor, although this is not my domain. As a noble with virtue, I must assist the local farmers in vanquishing the undead. Will you join me? Field fabricated a ludicrous pretext. Are you out of your mind? Connor was taken aback, recalling his own loss in the battle against the undead. He was already vexed over the issue of compensation for his fallen comrade. And now he could hardly believe his ears as the foolish baron suggested aiding others in quelling the undead tide. No, I have delivered you to the border of Nightfall. It is but a door's width away, and I must return to report to the Count. Connor resolutely declined, laughter bubbling forth as he added, I apologize. But I believe leading this rabble to attack the undead is akin to bringing pigs to the fray. At least they would satiate the corpses. Field feigned disappointment. Well, I had hoped you would come to share in the glory. Do not forget the Empire's laws and family tenets. Punctuality is paramount. Connor warned before galloping away with his cavalry, leaving Field with no time to remind him that he had yet to clean up after his horse. Are we truly going to provoke the undead? The steward Cao inquired, trembling. Field had not expected the steward to engage in battle. He waved his hand dismissively. You remain here to oversee the slaves, ensure they do not escape. Should any attempt to flee, incinerate them using the slave contract. His voice rang out loudly, instilling fear in the hearts of the slaves, while Cao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, forcing the enslaved individuals to arm themselves with sickles, manure forks, and axes. Field departed alongside Ashina. After a 10-minute journey, he veered into an uninhabited forest, utilizing the map afforded by his lordly powers. He meticulously ensured that the surroundings were devoid of any presence before retrieving a splendid crystal orb from the satchel on the right side of his war steed. Ashina's interface had transformed. He had momentarily lost focus solely to ascertain that he was not mistaken in his observations. Chapter 9, Winter. The goddess's blessing, she transitioned from a state of malnutrition to one of suboptimal health, yet her dormant potential shifted to a state of anticipation for awakening. In other words, with the catalyst of an awakening crystal, Field could instantly procure a chosen one. My lord, is there something you require? Ashina nervously fidgeted with her small hands. Having consumed meat for 10 consecutive days, her attitude towards Field had markedly improved. Prior to her capture, she had endured a meager existence, foraging for wild grasses. Now, encountering such an enigmatic noble, she found herself indulging in sumptuous feasts. Perhaps this is the nature of a wolf's life, full of unexpected turns. What is this? The awakening crystal. A treasure that cost me 60 gold coins. Field lamented, as he had only 500 coins in total. Each year, on the day of awakening, the Empire employed such crystals to identify chosen ones. One awakening crystal could conduct tests for nearly 1,000 individuals. Do you truly believe I am a chosen one? Ashina was taken aback. Let us not jest. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. I have received divine guidance. You need not worry. Field fabricated a tale and then placed the crystal orb before Ashina. Although she did not regard herself as a chosen one, she wished not to disappoint Field. After spending days together, she came to see him as a rather unique noble, at least in his treatment of her. The moment her hands made contact with the crystal orb, countless blue starlights surged forth, coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of an elegant, frigid goddess, the goddess of winter, who presides over ice and snow. The demi-human slaves present immediately recognized this figure. It was their faith embodied. Heavens! Ashina was, in fact, the chosen one of the goddess of winter. Thud, thud, slaves fell to their knees, trembling with excitement, eager to offer their hearts. This was the first time Field witnessed such a spectacle, drenched in sweat from exhilaration. This was a true miracle. The blue starlights formed peculiar runes, and instinctively, Ashina reached out to touch them. The brilliance gradually receded, ultimately engraving itself upon the back of her hand. Simultaneously, Ashina's physique transformed. Her figure became taller and more voluptuous, with flawless legs, and her complexion rivaled the purity of snow. Her expression, serene yet chilling, radiated an icy aura from her crimson eyes, and her features became more refined, elevating her beauty by 30%. She exhibited an air of strength, disdain, and allure, her charm effortlessly enchanting. I have truly become a chosen one, my lord. How did you accomplish this? Ashina's mouth fell agape in disbelief, filled with offer field. It is worth noting that the emergence of a chosen one holds no forewarning. Even the Empress of the Sacred Griffin Empire had a daughter who remained an ordinary individual. The other slaves, equally incredulous, pondered how it was possible for a mere lord to transform a fellow slave into a chosen one after only a few days of tutelage. They were aware of Asina's recent treatment and had initially assumed Field was merely indulging in a plaything, not realizing he had genuinely produced a chosen one. Chosen ones are the will of the divine. The slaves speculated that Field must be favored by the gods. They instantly began to revere him. Just a trivial matter. Field waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty, before striding confidently before the crowd. Now, who among you still harbors doubts regarding our expedition to the north and my ambitious plans for expansion? The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to voice their concerns. Trust me, as long as you fulfill your duties and complete my tasks, I shall not only grant you your freedom, but also ensure you live a life free from want. Field declared with conviction. Allow me to formalize our agreement, Ashina interjected, recalling Field's previous proclamation that she would become the chosen one to pave the way for the Twilight Domain. It was, after all, a destiny foretold. Field played the role of a mystic. The process of sealing the contract was straightforward. Ashina summoned the power from the runic mark, establishing a bond with Field, thus activating the agreement. Upon finalizing the pact of the chosen one, Field produced a slave contract. Although the slave mark had long been purified by the chosen one's abilities, Field still enacted the formalities, publicly tearing the slave contract and declaring Ashina a free citizen of the Twilight Domain. With a radiant smile, Ashina raised her hand, and the runes transformed into a massive black draconic wolf, leaping menacingly from the void, its body adorned with jagged scales that shimmered ominously, startling the onlookers. What is this? Field asked, momentarily taken aback. A draconic wolf, I presume, a mount bestowed by the goddess, he mused. Ashina, elegantly adjusting her hair, exuded grace. Moreover, I have mastered numerous combat techniques. Upon becoming a chosen one may acquire peculiar treasures. Even if a chosen one perishes, their artifacts endure. The Ross family, for instance, possesses a 6th-tier divine lance, a relic from the fallen blood rose chosen, from whom the family name, Ross, is derived. As she opened her panel, the details unfolded. Name, Ashina level, 1st-tier chosen class, Wolf Cavalry special skill, Frost-piercing spear legion skill, Howling charge, increases the charge power of cavalry by 100, Ashina's combat prowess surged. Her draconic mount alone could contend with 3rd-tier knights of Aura. Empowered by this newfound strength, Field's confidence swelled. The concerns of stepmothers and younger brothers seemed trivial. He would eventually crush them beneath his heel. A smile spread across Field's face. Now, let us proceed to the barracks and armory for a closer inspection. As they approached the city walls, Field noticed the scattered skull icons marked on the map, which were in motion. There are some corrupted creatures here, he stated, drawing his sword with a clang. Assisting the local lord in eradicating the taint of corruption was a duty incumbent upon every noble of the empire. Igniting the fog-clearing lamp purchased from the church, a sacred light immediately dispelled large swathes of gray mist, alleviating concerns of the slaves succumbing to the deadly fog. I can sense the power of the chosen one, Ashina remarked, pointing at the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field blinked in astonishment. Undoubtedly, but it is a shame to remain ignorant of the church's manufacturing process. This is a highly lucrative enterprise, with each lamp costing 25 gold coins, and usable for merely 30 days. Once they entered the pass, Field did not permit the ragtag group to wander aimlessly, but instead guided them to advance in unity. They were merely coerced slaves, untrained in military arts, and unity was their best recourse. Ashina gently nudged the door of the barracks ajar, revealing the decayed corpses of 2 armored soldiers, yet they bore no weapons, presumably having succumbed to the infection of the gray mist before they could arm themselves. Eliminate them, Field commanded fiercely, coveting the tightly fitted armor of the corpses, hoping not to damage the equipment. Understood. Ashina kicked the wooden door open and rushed inside with swift determination. Upon becoming a chosen one, not only would her physical prowess be significantly enhanced, but she would also master specialized combat techniques. Chapter 10. Survivors, let me communicate with you through blood and iron. The resounding crash of the wooden door being kicked open echoed far into the mist, shattering the oppressive silence of the city walls, as the surrounding corpses emitted eerie wails. Upon witnessing the rapidly converging skull symbols on the minimap and the faint roars in his ears, Field couldn't help but break into a sweat. Before the decaying corpses could launch their assault, Ashina wielded her long blade, striking at its neck. Blood spurted against the walls, enveloping the room in a dark, purplish hue. Another corpse lunged forward, its face grotesquely torn, grinning menacingly from ear to ear. A single bite from it would surely carve away a substantial piece of flesh. Yet, Ashina deftly evaded the attack, deftly flipping her blade. Empowered by an overwhelming force, half of the corpse's head vanished, and thick, foul blood gushed from the wound, pooling into a crimson puddle in no time. With the sounds of battle echoing, a horde of putrid soldiers suddenly surged forth from the corridor, their ghastly white eyes rolling in their sockets as they clamored to escape. The slaves brandished their farming tools in a futile display, none daring to step forward. The mere sight of the monsters was frightening enough, especially with their heavy armor. How many had succumbed to the infection? Field cursed inwardly. Fire! Ashina summoned her dragon blood wolf, its massive form nearly blocking the entire passage. Tiny flecks of magical energy coalesced, resembling a flowing river of stars. The dragon blood wolf unleashed a torrent of azure flames, engulfing the corpses in the corridor, leaving behind only a few struggling, twisted silhouettes. What a terrifying power! The slaves, initially torn between fleeing or fighting, were taken aback by the sudden eruption of battle, which concluded in an instant. A few witnessed the devoured figures, while the rest could only stare blankly at the ashes strewn on the ground. Is this the power of a chosen one? Unfortunately, the spoils of war had been consumed in the flames. Field felt a surge of audacity. It was time to be bold. Everyone should make noise to draw the nearby corpses and eliminate them. Upon hearing Field's command, the slaves complied with chaotic clattering, allowing Ashina and her dragon blood wolf to dispatch the gathering horde of corpses. Soon, Field had eradicated all the monsters near the barracks, giving him a deeper understanding of the Chosen One's might. Now, to seek out valuables. Field's greed surfaced as he grinned at the prospect of weapons and gold. As he dispatched the slaves to search, one eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Master, we have discovered survivors." Field did not share in the excitement. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with a complex gaze. Ashina, call back your wolf. This is not the time to reveal our strength. Without sufficient development time, exposing the existence of a chosen one would be tantamount to courting death. His stepmother would undoubtedly send someone to assassinate him and have Ashina switch masters. Revealing his power to the slaves wasn't a grave concern. They had always been under his watchful eye, and with a mere thought, he could send them all to their demise. Field contemplated. The survivors might know where the vital supplies are hidden. They had taken refuge in a secret bastion within the city walls, as the main gate had been doused with purifying potion, barely holding back the encroaching gray mist. Upon hearing the voices of the living, they dared to open the door. Thank the Valkyrie, I thought we would be stuck here for a week, at which point we would have to resort to consuming our own excrement to survive. The bearded officer jested with a grotesque humor, straightening his attire before flashing a grin at Field. Let me guess, you must be the newly appointed knight? I shall certainly report your achievements to the Bull Baron. How courteous, it was but a trifling effort, Field replied, tilting his head to glimpse what lay within the bastion, only to be obstructed by 2 soldiers. The 10 soldiers under the bearded officer's command were all stationed inside the bastion. And your retinue? The officer cast a disdainful glance at Field's slave soldiers, who were armed with farming tools, clearly unimpressed. Field shrugged. I am not a knight. I am Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field, the one who has not a single guard to his name. When you sent someone to solicit donations, they mentioned your name. The bearded officer's expression grew increasingly peculiar. After several changes in countenance, he signaled to his subordinates with a knowing glance and said with a smirk, My Lord Baron, I have long heard of your benevolence. I wonder if you might assist us in a small matter. There was something amiss in his tone. While the original owner was indeed kind-hearted, Field raised an eyebrow and feigned ignorance. Do tell. We have been drinking and neglected to ignite the mist-repelling lights, allowing the gray mist to seep into the barracks, thereby losing control of the premises. This is quite a predicament. The Bull Baron is exceedingly ruthless. We will undoubtedly face execution. Is this something I can hear for free? Field mused with a wry smile. So, you wish to seek refuge with me? Laughter erupted from the soldiers, who tightened their grips on their weapons. We are making our escape. However, we require the entirety of a noble's fortune, and additionally, killing you would ensure that no one knows of our existence for some time. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field felt a surge of anger, though his initial intention had been to recruit the survivors and locate the supplies. If they refused to cooperate, He had no qualms about eliminating them, yet their brazen provocation was infuriating. The bearded officer dismissed him with indifference. If it weren't for our lack of mist-repelling lights, we would have long since escaped. You amount to nothing. Field chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? The officer raised his military knife, observing Field's calm demeanor with growing suspicion. Truth be told, I intended to plunder this place. And now it seems fitting. Eliminating you would leave no witnesses. Ashina, take action. The soldiers beside the bearded officer immediately sprang into action, lunging forward with their daggers. In a flash, a ghostly blue figure darted past, and the soldier's arm was wrenched away effortlessly as if it were merely a grasshopper's leg pulled apart. The air seemed to freeze until the dagger clattered to the ground, and the soldier fell in terror, clutching his severed arm, which gushed blood like a fountain. Letting out a wretched howl. My arm! My arm! The cerulean giant wolf blocked the entire passage, its armored body imposing and formidable like a tank. A monster. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear at the sudden appearance of this creature. What on earth? Was it not said that Baron Field was utterly incompetent, a complete failure? The bearded officer was dumbfounded. He wished to seize those who spread such rumors and flay them alive. Ashina, render them all incapacitated. Field licked his lips. The original owner of this body was a noble soul, but what did that matter to him? To the slaves? He offered a chance to muster their courage. For each life taken, a silver coin as reward. Chapter 11. Infamy. The noble's passport. This world is rife with bloodshed and treachery. Kindness can lead to a swift demise, particularly for those of noble birth. Field has long since lost the patience and benevolence to engage with the scoundrels of this realm. Let iron and blood speak instead. Infamy is indeed the passport of the aristocracy. It has been demonstrated that humans are far more adept at turning against one another than dealing with the decaying corpses of the dead. At least the living are not grotesque. A human slave let out a cry, lunging forward to subdue a soldier with a severed arm. Driving a sickle forcefully into his neck and yanking it out, decapitating him in one swift motion, the soldier's expression of terror forever frozen upon his visage. Well done. It is yours now. A smile curved upon Field's lips as he retrieved a silver coin from his pocket, tossing it to the slave. I allow my slaves to possess their own property, and they shall reap rewards commensurate with their labor. The eyes of the surrounding slaves glistened with fervor. A single silver coin was no trifling sum, enough to purchase 100 black loaves of bread, sustaining their lives for 100 days. In an instant, their blood surged, ignited by the allure of wealth. With the colossal wolf led by Ashina charging forth, the slaves, emboldened and fearless, grasped their weapons and surged into battle. It was a massacre of effortless ease. Before the chosen one, the scant numbers of fully armored infantry were but a jest. The heavily armored soldiers were flattened by the wolf's claw, blood gushing from their squashed bodies, pooling into a river. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, Field swiftly dealt with the treacherous guards and, on tiptoe to avoid the severed limbs scattered on the ground, cautiously entered the dark fortress. Here lies the armory. Upon witnessing the fortress's armory, Field could no longer conceal his astonishment. Before him stood mountains of armor, exuding the scent of well-maintained linseed oil, meticulously bundled. Nearby lay racks of standard long pikes, steel blades, and iron shields, while bows and crossbows hung upon the walls, and barrels of arrows encompassed a variety of functionalities. It could easily equip 500 men to the teeth, achieving 100% armor coverage. A mere baron could not sustain such an abundance of arms. These were transported from various regions of the empire. Each year, the great lords are required to allocate a portion of their resources and gold to support the construction along the borders, preventing the incursion of corrupting monsters and orcs. If such provisions are found in the outpost fortress of Kazan, I can hardly fathom the wealth of the larger fortresses further afield. Have we struck it rich? Ashina exclaimed, joyfully grasping a cavalry bow. This is merely the beginning of our fortune. In truth, Field was elated, waving his hand and urging, what are you still hesitating for? Arm yourselves at once. Upon hearing they could don the costly armor, the crowd eagerly rushed to untie themselves, slipping into suit after suit of armor. For the first time, these slaves experienced the empowering weight of protection, heavy yet filling them with a profound sense of security. The only drawback was their slight frames, causing them to wobble awkwardly in their new armor. This is what you get for disgusting me, Richard. Field rubbed his hands together, summoning the first slave to engage. What is your name? My lord, I am called Lynx. The lynx appeared quite anxious. In an era when knowledge was monopolized, The names of the underprivileged were often chosen with little care. Of course, one had no choice in the matter. Offending a noble could lead to dire consequences. Field summoned the lynx, communicating in a cryptic manner through gestures and words. Having already appropriated the armaments of the Bull Baron, he felt emboldened to be even bolder. After dispatching the lynx to lead 20 men away, Field contemplated the weapons before him. They must be taken in their entirety, otherwise he would feel utterly uncomfortable. He paced back and forth, then commanded Ishna to have Cao bring everyone over to lower the equipment from the city walls, planning to retrieve it after they passed the pass, as it now belonged to the Nightshade domain. However, mere possession of weapons was not enough to satisfy Field. Heading to Nightshade was a gamble that required an all-or-nothing approach. The fortress at Kasha was supplied by nobles from across the nation. Yet the villages under its jurisdiction paid their taxes without fail. There were 6 large villages responsible for providing sustenance to the fortress, yielding a continuous supply of cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes to the Baron's castle each year, thanks to the fertile land. Rolling hills and ravines stretched out, with a well-equipped contingent of soldiers bearing the Bull Baron's family banner, traversing through withered vines, weeds, and crumbling walls. Bullhorn Village was renowned for its 2 towering watchtowers, which stood only 4 meters high, including their roofs, but still served as a point of pride for the village. These seemingly rudimentary towers, manned by archers, relied on the outer wooden walls and militia to fend off bandit attacks. Just last night, they had shot down 3 decaying corpses, reportedly having ventured in from outside the walls. The elders were filled with dread, recalling tales of terrifying orcs. 3 or 4 villagers clad in burlap garments sat at the village entrance, chatting idly while holding pitchforks and bowls of vegetable soup, discussing whether the widow from the eastern village could withstand a few rounds against the green-skinned orcs, punctuating their conversation with raucous laughter. It's the Lord's soldiers. The villagers recognized the banner, yet were uncertain of the soldiers' intentions, leaving them in a state of confusion. Soon, the lynx appeared with his slave guards in sight. "Open the gate," he bellowed, cursing as the soldiers beside him thrust their halberds into the ground, the sound of their armor ringing out sharply. Mimicking the nobles, the lynx arrogantly shouted, "Do you wish for us to wait outside in the cold winds? You fools." The villagers quickly snapped to attention, hurriedly bending over to usher the newcomers inside. "My lord, is this about the corpses? Our village has successfully repelled their advance, thanks to the divine, and of course, to you, my lord. We shall offer a maiden to ensure your satisfaction." The village chief beamed with delight, approaching eagerly. However, upon seeing the lynx, he faltered slightly. "I don't believe I've seen you before, sir." Feeling a surge of anxiety, the lynx recalled Field's instructions. When faced with an awkward question, resort to insults. "Curse your mother, you wretched sycophant. Spare me your nonsense. I am here to collect taxes, not to make acquaintances, understand? I care not whether you've seen me before." The village chief was bespattered with saliva and nearly toppled to the ground in fright at the sight of the mountain cat brandishing a blade. "It is my fault. Esteemed adults, agricultural taxes, head taxes, household taxes, tithes, land taxes, exemptions from service taxes, and even a tax on breathing. What other burdens are there? You understand. These are the levies we, the common folk, are accustomed to bearing." The variety of taxes in the Middle Ages was exceedingly abundant, ensuring that there was always one to suit the needs of the peasant. Chapter 12. Tax Collection. "Yet from another's village it is not yet the time for tax collection, my lord," lamented a farmer in despair. The lynx, with an impassive expression, replied, "Due to the invasion of putrid corpses, safeguarding your lives demands considerable effort. We require additional resources. Should you harbor objections, we can assist you on your journey to hell." Field had assigned him the task of tax collection, and if their ruse were uncovered, it would be of little consequence. They could simply resort to plundering. After all, who among the denizens of the Nightfall domain could recognize one another? Nonetheless, tax collection remained the most prudent course of action. The slaves possessed feeble combat capabilities, and any conflict with the militia could lead to unforeseen calamities. Pay your taxes in full." The village chief gritted his teeth and immediately instructed the villagers to bring forth their livestock and grain, while also displaying a sycophantic demeanor. "As for the maiden desired by the Baron, I shall offer her as well." "A maiden?" The lynx furrowed his brow, for Baron Field had not mentioned such a matter. Evidently, it was a desire of the Bull Baron. Just as a nearby slave guard contemplated a refusal, he was swiftly halted by the lynx, for a rebuff would surely expose their charade. "Very well, Take everything back. Before long, the village of horned cattle was in a frenzy. Akin to boiling water poured into an anthill. 2 head of cattle, for sheep, several chickens and ducks, 5 carts of grain, a total of 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. The entire village felt as though it had been ruthlessly scraped clean, echoing with cries and pleas. A year's worth of amassed wealth vanished overnight. Nobility is truly terrifying, the lynx mused quietly, for he too had become a slave due to his inability to pay taxes. The villagers' potential tax evasion was of no consequence. It was merely an unexpected boon. By heavens, so many livestock? Field continued to direct the slaves in transporting arms and magical artifacts. At another bunker, he discovered the fog lamps coveted by the mustachioed officer, 3 in total, along with a plethora of magical potions, primarily for healing wounds, the total value of which was incalculable, yet certainly not less than 200 gold coins. With such a bountiful haul, Field was astonished upon witnessing the taxes the lynx had procured. He had not anticipated that a mere village could yield such substantial tribute, likely due to a staggering tax rate. The lynx had merely pillaged a single village. Yet even 20 men could not obtain it all. It seemed that even livestock were in abundance. Thus, in this cursed land, he need not worry about a lack of meat for the foreseeable future. The only discomfort for Field stemmed from the realization that he had essentially looted a village. Spare me the sanctimony. Survival is paramount, Field chided himself. The advanced moral compass of Huagua proved ineffectual in the brutal reality of the medieval age. With his own existence precarious, why concern himself with such matters? Only by persevering could he hope to achieve anything. Moreover, the Nightfall domain lay positioned before the Bull domain. Serving as a buffer, this support was rightfully his. Sustaining his subjects must be the foremost priority. Excellent. Everyone shall receive a silver coin, Field proclaimed with a smile. Encouraging the lynx. Once you gather a full gold coin for me, I shall grant you your freedom, allowing you to become free citizens of the Nightfall domain. The slaves erupted in a thunderous cheer, genuinely feeling a glimmer of hope. My lord, shall we proceed to collect taxes from the neighboring villages? Upon receiving the incentive from Field, the lynx's enthusiasm surged, his eyes gleaming with determination as he firmly aligned himself with Field's stance, discarding any prior sympathies into the abyss. The villagers of Bull's Head were plundered. Why should we, the denizens of Nightfall, feel any pity? Field clenched his fist, declaring, Indeed, let us ruthlessly seize their gold. Let us aim to complete our task by dawn, as time is of the essence. Go forth and continue to masquerade as the guards of Bull's Head to collect taxes, and I shall reward you handsomely. However, speed is paramount. The other cities of the Empire, unlike the coward Richard, will soon notice the crisis at Bull's Head and dispatch their armies to eradicate the corruption. We must not be caught in the act. My lord. There is also this young girl. The lynx brought forth a girl clad in plain robes, approximately 12 years of age. Do I resemble a creepy uncle? How dare you bring a little girl to me? Field's mind momentarily stalled, on the verge of voicing his frustration, yet upon seeing the lynx's timid expression, he quelled his anger and inquired, What is the situation? Why have you brought back a child? The villagers offered her to the Bull Baron. I suspect it's not a good omen. I did not wish to stir trouble, but to avoid suspicion from the villagers, I took her back privately. Please, punish me. My lord, there is no need for punishment. Your cleverness is commendable, lynx. From now on, you shall lead the guard. Field was grateful for his own patience. The girl was unremarkable, merely possessing a delicate appearance. After casually asking her a couple of questions, Field decided to take her in. She was already aware of Field's secrets, and returning her would be impossible. Moreover, it would likely not bode well for the girl if she were sent back. The following morning, gentle sunlight cascaded down as Ashina listened to the cacophony of chickens, ducks, and cows outside, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she lazily yawned. The fatigue from yesterday's battle dissipated, and Ashina felt as though she had slept exceptionally well, the mattress beneath her soft and imbued with a subtle fragrance of osmanthus, a far cry from the damp, cold confines of a cage. How fortunate that my lord chose me to be the chosen one. Field truly is a remarkable person. Her long legs rubbed against each other, creating an enticing rustling sound. She longed for just one more hour of sleep. Yet, Ashina swiftly rose. For Field had mentioned that they would venture into the gray mist this morning. How did you rest last night? Field inquired as this mature lady approached him, the rabbit playfully darting about, nearly causing him to lose composure. No need to rush. I am still planning our course of action. I rested well. You may continue your business, my lord. Ashina nodded, somewhat understanding, and obediently stood by, waiting. The northern province was vast, encompassing Nightfall among other regions. Once home to prosperous cities and villages now engulfed by corruption and teeming with monsters. At the heart of Nightfall lay an estate that had once thrived. Belonging to a female baroness, Sophia Starlight, her city of starlight visible from the grand estate. With my current strength, the notion of constructing my own castle from thin air is utterly fanciful. The most prudent course of action is to conquer the grand estate and, subsequently, utilize it as a stronghold to gradually reclaim the city of Starlight. The map in Field's possession is still the version from 7 years ago. At that time, many ambitious knights envisioned retaking the northern province, setting forth with their servants and vassals, brimming with confidence. Yet, few returned, and those who remained in the north undoubtedly transformed into monstrosities. Perhaps some even evolved into formidable bosses, truly a source of incessant trouble for me. Field silently lamented. Thus, while the strategic plan appears splendid, the inherent risks are undeniably daunting. Chapter 13. In the midst of haze, Part 1. My lord, all the goods have been meticulously packed. Last night's supplies, which included 7 cattle, 20 sheep, a pack horse, and a myriad of other items, have all been recorded in your ledger and securely bundled. The steward, Karim, donned a neatly tailored tunic, yet his countenance bore a heavy gloom. No one would find joy in venturing into the northern territories. They stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance, where only the gray mist, connecting to the heavens, stretched endlessly. He had contemplated escape, yet Field offered him no opportunity. The Lynx and other enslaved soldiers, corrupted by the allure of wealth, had become unwavering loyalists to Field. Karim could guarantee that should he attempt to flee, he would be swiftly hunted down and slain by those wretched lackeys, rewarded with a silver coin for their treachery. Cursed lackeys who would barter their very souls for money. Forsaking their lives, such were the slaves. Grant them a sliver of hope and kindness, and they would readily offer up their lives. By the way, my lord, Cal hesitated, glancing at Ashina several times before he could not restrain his curiosity. That slave. My apologies, I meant Miss Ashina. Is she truly the chosen one, or are we being deceived? Could she perhaps demonstrate a miracle? To bolster morale, Field had gathered everyone last night to proclaim the news of the chosen one. Do I need to prove myself to you? Perhaps you should venture forth yourself, and I shall serve as your steward. But then again, I wonder if you could survive the Empire's onslaught. Field, having thwarted Ashina's intention to summon the great wolf, let out a cold snort, his brow furrowing as he glared at the disloyal steward, who had been incessantly speaking in despair. Were it not for his status as one of the few literate individuals, Field would have relished the opportunity to relegate him to the role of a mere stable hand. It was time to deliver a wake-up call. Cal felt the pressure mounting, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he dared not utter a word. His master had transformed, perhaps overwhelmed by familial expectations. Indeed, it was understandable, after all. He too would hesitate to enter the cursed land, and the pampered nobility would be even more reluctant. Cal's mind was a tumult of confusion. Without dissent, let us depart. Field ignited the fog-repelling lantern, a costly contraption priced at 25 gold coins, its flame-consuming wealth with each passing minute. Gritting his teeth, Field stepped into the northern provinces, where all sound and the very essence of life around him abruptly vanished, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. Raising his gaze, Field beheld the oppressive, gray shroud of death mist enveloping him, a disquieting stillness that obscured even the sun. Prolonged exposure could induce the illusion of being submerged in the depths of the ocean, and even Field felt a surge of anxiety and dread, let alone the enslaved souls. Were it not for the corrupting nature of the fog beyond the lantern's light, and the announcement of the chosen one's existence, it was likely they would have long since lost their sanity, charging recklessly into the mist, only to be transformed into grotesque monsters. The ground was littered with writhing, dark red tendrils, corrupted vegetation, devoid of aggression, yet capable of ensnaring wheels. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Silent Hill. Field compelled himself to remain composed, walking at the forefront of the group, ensuring they could see him, guiding them onward and instilling courage within their hearts. After all, the nobles who cherish their lives are present. What reason do they have to flee? Ha ha ha. Roars echo through the mist, accompanied by a cacophony of eerie sounds, illuminated by the fog lamps that cast light for a distance of over 100 paces. The growls originate from even farther away, leaving everyone devoid of any sense of security. Ruins and crumbling walls litter the landscape, while the ground is marred by withered heads impaled by corroded iron spears. Field even glimpses a faded griffin banner. The Empire had dispatched numerous pioneering legions, yet they all perished, becoming part of the local lore. Gulp. Field swallowed hard. My lord, retreat behind me. Ashina's blood-red eyes scanned the right front warily. A monstrous presence was drawing near. Soon, a decaying corpse with half a face staggered into Field's line of sight. Whoosh. Ashina drew her bow and released an arrow, which soared through the air like a silver comet. The corpse's head burst open like a watermelon, and the body rolled twice on the ground before falling still. Be cautious. More monsters are rushing in. A wide area of skull icons appeared on Field's mini-map. Now that they had been detected, Field could no longer afford to speak in hushed tones. Following their previous strategy, he arranged the wooden carts into a barricade and commanded the crossbowmen to fire. At Kazan's fortress, Field had acquired 80 crossbows and 100 standard imperial bows. Unfortunately, only 2 or 3 of the slaves could shoot, but the crossbows proved effective. And he armed 20 archers. The cacophony of monstrous cries intensified, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps, as a dense horde of corpses surged into view. With the aid of the mini-map, Field was aware of the nearby monsters' locations, yet the sheer density forced them into confrontation. Damn it, fire! Without further prompting from Field, the trembling crossbowmen unleashed their bolts. Whoosh whoosh. The front line of corpses crashed against an invisible barrier, toppling 7 or 8 instantly. Ashina, having stowed her bow, summoned a giant wolf and charged forward. Although it was merely a first-tier Chosen One, the combat prowess of the Chosen was inherently superior to that of mere mortals. Her long blade danced like a butterfly, felling one decaying corpse after another, whether decapitated by her sword or crushed beneath the claws of the dragon-blooded wolf. Ashina plunged into the throng of corpses, prompting the wolf to spin and breathe fire, creating a whirlwind of flames that reduced the surrounding undead to ashes. Could it be? Could she truly be a Chosen One? Cal rubbed his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Ashina bore a significant share of the burden, yet the tension in the atmosphere remained unrelenting. The visibility was hampered by the fog, and the incessant emergence of corpses from the mist instilled a profound psychological strain on everyone. Kill, the lynx growled, thrusting his spear towards the oncoming corpses with all his might. 3 or 4 spears pierced the chest of a corpse, and with a swift motion, the undead creature was flung to the ground like a rag. More corpses collided with the slave guard unit led by the lynx, their fists and claws raining down like a hailstorm upon the soldiers' shields and armor, producing a sound akin to clanging metal. What is that flying toward us? Field noticed a swiftly moving skull emblem on the map, positioned directly above him. Without hesitation, he dismounted, leaving his entire party behind at a perilous height. Just as he steadied himself, an abrupt gust of wind surged toward him. Beware overhead. He instinctively crouched and drew his longsword, thrusting it skyward. In a fleeting glance, he beheld a bat-like woman, lacking hair and eyebrows. Her visage was grotesque. Apart from her feminine physique, her arms were transformed into bat wings, and her legs ended in sharp talons. Chapter 14 in the Haze, Part 2, as the wings beat. The grotesque masses upon the chest of the Batwoman jiggled with an appalling lack of grace, verging on the revolting. With a single dive, she seized a hapless female slave, who, despite her desperate struggles and anguished cries, could not be saved by the onlookers. In mere moments, the slave was torn asunder by the Batwoman, her blood spilling forth and eliciting gasps of horror, while the Batwoman emitted a mocking cackle. Take down that hideous creature. Field roared in fury. Without needing further encouragement from Field, the enraged crossbowmen swiftly raised their weapons, unleashing a cacophony of bolts and arrows. The Batwoman, taken aback by humanity's ranged capabilities, suffered greatly, receiving 3 or 4 arrows that sent her crashing to the ground like a tattered rag. How dare that abomination attack my subjects? Each of them was purchased at great expense. Field seethed, disregarding any semblance of noble decorum as he seized a polearm from the cart and swung it with full force, shattering the Batwoman's skull into a pulp. In the chaos that ensued from the attempt to slay the Batwoman, a horde of decaying corpses surged forward, unimpeded by crossbow fire. Everyone stepped back. Athena commanded, summoning her power. The black scales along the neck of her draconic wolf began to sizzle and smoke as an ominous energy coalesced, warping the very fabric of space. With a thunderous roar, a ghostly blue flame erupted from the wolf's maw, its heat surging forth like a torrent, engulfing a vast area before Field. The twisted figures were consumed in an instant, and Field even noted a significant dissipating of the surrounding gray mist. How scorching! The guards, clad in armor and positioned too close, felt as if they were being seared upon an iron plate, grimacing in pain. The foul blood of the corpses was evaporated, adhering to their armor. Athena stuck out her tongue playfully. My apologies. The continuous flames eradicated the masses of corpses, leaving only a scant few to pose any threat, enabling the group to withstand the initial wave of the undead onslaught. 3 slaves and a slave guard had perished, but it was still bearable. After resting for half an hour, the women set out to retrieve the arrows. Field took a water flask from the steward, gulping down several mouthfuls of icy water that invigorated his throat, bringing him back to reality. I owe you my gratitude, Athena. He affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her to blush deeply, her wolf tail wagging like a propeller, as if she might take flight at any moment. Athena shook her head in feigned modesty. It is merely my duty. Yet her expression belied her words. Quick, praise me, don't stop. It was no wonder the northern province was dubbed the land of curses. If the original owner were here, no, if Athena had not been there to assist, I might not have lasted long. Field felt a shudder of fear, but quickly dispelled the negative thoughts as he observed new symbols approaching his direction, an array of red exclamation marks. Could it be another monster? No, the formation was too orderly, precisely numbering 19. Field furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before beckoning Athena, pointing ahead. You should take cover within the mist and prepare to adapt as needed. Captain Connor and his band of brothers advanced through the thick mist. The fog-clearing lantern seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Cursed be that imbecilic baron's lamp, so grand in size while ours is but a mere flicker. The second lady is so stingy, expecting the donkey to toil without so much as a carrot in return. Shut it, foolish mule. Mind your boisterous voice. You might attract the attention of the corpses. A companion scolded him anxiously. I sense something lurking behind us, an astute cavalryman remarked, gripping his lance with evident unease. We should have sought an opportunity to eliminate Baron Field before entering the northern province. Not now. Connor sighed. Do you think I desire otherwise? To brazenly slay a noble would see us all dangling from the gallows. This was precisely why they had taken their leave from Field previously, returning to seek an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalry discovered Field's trail, marked by fresh blood and corpses, guiding their way. The trail of over 200 men was impossible to conceal. Brothers, prioritize the elimination of Field, then charge at the slaves to seize their fog-clearing lanterns. The mist will soon claim us all. Connor's plan was nothing short of brilliant. Once they arranged their lances in a charging formation, the group spurred their steeds into a brisk gallop. Connor could already envision Field's pleading, terrified visage. He licked his lips, laughing unabashedly. However, upon laying eyes on Field, his smile instantly froze. A phalanx of 30 fully armored guards stood resolute, shields raised and spears at the ready. The glint of their long pikes and the blood of corpses smeared across their armor indicated they were not to be trifled with. Field remained ensconced behind a barricade, with 2 rows of crossbowmen poised to unleash a volley at Connor's cavalry at the slightest command, even without specialized training. A child could easily operate a crossbow and pierce through an adult's body. Cursed be this moment. We have been discovered. Connor stood aghast, feeling like a clown. How is this possible? Wasn't Field a coward without any foundation? Where did he procure these guards? The cavalrymen stirred restlessly. The element of surprise had dissipated, transforming their ambush into a farce. Should they charge at the well-formed heavy infantry with their steeds? Or collide with that damned barricade? We retreat. Connor yanked the reins fiercely, his steed rearing and whinnying as it turned. Suddenly, a colossal black wolf, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a bear, emerged behind the horses, causing Connor's mount to stumble in fright. Connor was unceremoniously thrown off, his heart racing with terror. Cursed fate. Before he could retrieve his weapon, a lance pressed against his throat, wielded by a stunning wolf humanoid, her gaze both enigmatic and mocking. Connor realized that any movement on his part would seal his doom. To make matters worse, his fog-clearing lantern had been snatched away. By the gods, that is the slave Field insisted on purchasing. Connor's mind raced back to the slave Field had been so intent on acquiring, one who could navigate the fog with ease, devoid of a lantern. The others stood in shock. O divine powers above! What misfortune has befallen them to encounter the chosen one? Who could have ever imagined that Field would possess such a divine figure? Had they known, they wouldn't have dared to approach even for a sum of 10,000 gold coins. Ah, Captain Connor, what brings you here? You truly startled me. Field did not issue a direct order to eliminate them. Instead, he cunningly rotated his eyes and spoke in a casual tone, reminiscent of greeting an old friend. Are you concerned that I might not arrive punctually? Fear not, for expanding the family's dominion is the noble's obligation. Connor was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the gravity of life and death. Chapter 15. In the midst of fog and haze, Part 3, Field wore a harmonious expression reminiscent of a spring breeze and remarked, "Then you must be escorting us, correct?" Just as the chivalric code extols the virtues of the valiant warrior maiden, Connor, elated at the thought that Field remained oblivious to his true intentions, quickly seized the opportunity and replied, "Yes, indeed. How splendid. Dismount and join us for a cup of ale. We are about to embark. And you shall have your chance to exemplify chivalry along the way." Field gestured for Ashina to step back, then casually invited the cavalry to drink. The soldiers hesitated, their hearts racing with a mix of guilt and a flicker of hope. Confronting the chosen one would likely lead to their annihilation, and retreat was not an option. Ashina had seized the fog-dispelling lantern while incapacitating Connor. Without that lantern, plunging into the deadly haze would be tantamount to a death sentence. It seemed that the Baron had not discerned their scheme, which was hardly surprising given Field's perpetual foolishness. Seeing the sincerity in Field's demeanor, the others recalled his prior displays of kindness and weakness, allowing their hearts to entertain hopeful fantasies. After being persuaded to dismount, they nervously sipped their ale, releasing the tension that had gripped them. "My lord, I believe we ought to return and report," Connor suggested, seeking an excuse to flee. Field nearly lost his composure. These dimwits truly believed they could outweed him. "Your steeds have been requisitioned for transport. They will be returned to you at Nightshade Manor," Field replied dismissively, then pointed ahead. "You just stated you would clear the path for us. Let us proceed." Connor, sensing impending doom, grew anxious. "I have changed my mind. I apologize. But I must hasten back to report. I fear the Count is already waiting anxiously." Field let out a cold laugh. "Oh, I see you are utterly clueless." He signaled to Ashina, who promptly unleashed her dire wolf, which clamped its jaws around a cavalryman's head. The sickening crunch of bone nearly drowned out the gasps of the onlookers as the soldier's lifeblood gushed forth, his body convulsing in its final throes. Everyone, including Field's own subjects, instinctively held their breath, gripped by terror. The brutality of the scene was staggering. "I was wrong, Baron Field." Connor capitulated decisively, collapsing to the ground. "It was your sister, Liz, who commanded me to do this." "Shall I repeat myself, Captain Connor?" Field replied with a smile that belied his malice. "Lead the way or perish this instant." A chill coursed through Connor's very bones. The notion of gentle nobility was sheer folly. He had once heard other nobles jest that Field was as meek as a lamb. Bah, they are all deceivers. Connor cursed them fiercely. Under the threat of the guards' long spears, 18 cavalrymen without mounts quickly formed a small square and marched at the front of the procession. Meanwhile, Field's map indicated that a mass of decaying corpses was rapidly approaching. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Let us depart." Nightshade Manor lay to the southwest of the northern province. With the aid of his small map, Field navigated around the majority of the monsters, taking 3 arduous days to finally reach the grand estate. As the night descended, the decaying corpses seemed impossible to eradicate, a fact evident from Connor's trembling hands. His blade shattered, his expression numb, resembling a marionette. The relentless slaughter had driven him to the brink of collapse. He stood alone as the cavalry that once paved the way had dwindled to just him. One must admit, to hold the title of captain required a certain prowess. Yet he too bore several gashes from the undead, his flesh festering, a portion of him already corrupted, death looming near. Grant him a swift end. With Field's command, Ashina released the bowstring, and an arrow pierced Connor's heart. Following this, several slaves adeptly approached to scavenge his belongings. "We have arrived at the Starry Night Manor." What a feat! Field exhaled deeply upon sighting the manor's entrance. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, thanks to Ashina and the small map, which indicated the enemy's positions. Field dared say they could not have navigated this route otherwise. The endless tide of corpses along the way would have surely overwhelmed them. It was evident that no living soul had traversed this place for quite some time. Ashina stepped forward to tear away the thorns that enshrouded the grand doors of the manor, producing a harsh creaking sound as the rusted entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ashina, agile as a cat, jumped aside and squinted, awkwardly remarking, "Well, it seems the door needs some repairs." The tall, imposing European iron gates, adorned with meticulous stonework and statues, along with the expansive garden of ornamental plants, though now shrouded in a terrifying and eerie decay, still hinted at a past opulence. Two slave guards moved the fallen iron gate aside, and amid the decaying flora, Field glimpsed the remains of humans, corpses, and other unknown monstrosities. The Starry Night Manor spanned 30 hectares, roughly equivalent to 40 football fields, featuring a swimming pool, gardens, agricultural residences, woodlands, barns, cellars, stables, villas, and the central main building. It was astonishingly lavish, considering Baron Sophia was a figure of considerable power in a prosperous city, far surpassing the hollow prestige of mere titles. Years of familial accumulation had established significant fixed assets. This was merely a baronial estate. It was rumored that Her Majesty, the Empress of the Griffin Empire, possessed an enormous manor covering 500 hectares, in the realm of Mary Sue novels. Waking up on a bed the size of a football field could very well happen to the Empress herself. The vastness of the estate also implied a multitude of lurking monsters. With 10 years of corruption, places like barns and stables held no value whatsoever. Field retrieved the manor's map, comparing it with his small map, and found that even the gardens, despite their ornamental nature, were devoid of worth. Should they proceed to clear the main building directly, or perhaps seize one of the villas? Besides the main structure, the estate housed 3 smaller villas intended for the lord's relatives or guests. Ashina appeared quite exhilarated. It was her first encounter with such grand structures. The slaves, too, were animated, whispering amongst themselves, their faces alight with excitement. For those of lower status, having worked in a noble's villa, even if merely sweeping the floors, would be a tale worthy of boasting for a lifetime, a glorious story to recount to their children on their deathbeds. Field gazed at the distant main building for a while, its shattered windows casting ominous shadows. Suddenly, he felt as though something was watching him. An oppressive weight settling on his chest, making his breath quicken. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking whatever malevolent force might reside within the main building. He hastily averted his gaze, rubbing his temples, and glanced at the small map before him, which was marked with numerous skull symbols. Yet, the most striking feature was a large red, situated in the basement of the main building. The skulls signified corrupted creatures. What could this red dot represent? Likely another manifestation of darkness. Chapter 16. The Grand Vineyard, our first stronghold, my lord. Why do you appear so troubled? Ashurna, cradling her bow and arrows, approached with a playful smile. It was perplexing. The most arduous moments had preceded their arrival, yet now he bore a countenance of concern. Waving his hand dismissively, Field sought to dispel any anxiety that might undermine the already wavering confidence of his companions. He wore a teasing expression as he gently pinched Ashurna's wolf-like ear. It is not distress, merely a dilemma. Should I personally bestow a massage upon my diligent and deserving benefactor? Hey. Ashurna's charming visage instantly flushed with color, her crimson eyes trembling like the earth in an earthquake. Stammering in response, she soon realized Field was merely jesting, and her irritation flared. My lord, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Here I am, showing concern for you, and you choose to jest instead. Field rubbed his sore neck and replied, I appreciate your concern, but it is time we sought shelter. I cannot bear to endure another moment in this creaking carriage. The incessant noise is a torment to my head. We must secure a room. Any refuge from the elements would be infinitely preferable, even if the buildings here are in a state of decay. After scrutinizing the map, Field declared, Let us seize the Grand Vineyard, Ashurna. Its primary structure is of stone and brick, far less likely to succumb to ruin. The vineyard lay to the southeast of the main building, surrounded by expansive, fertile fields once devoted to the cultivation of the illustrious black pearl grapes used in winemaking. However, the once vibrant vineyards had since succumbed to desolation, now merely a grotesque landscape of writhing black tendrils and decaying corpses. Faint outlines of grapevines and trellises could still be discerned among the fields. In its prime, this land had produced the empire's most renowned black pearl wine. Women worked diligently to cleanse the fields of all impurities. Though the writhing appendages and fleshy remnants appeared fearsome, they posed no real threat. Field kicked aside a rotting mass adorned with 7 or 8 eyes. These repulsive creatures had once been charming little animals before the encroaching gray mist. Very well, my lord. The slaves hesitated. Complete the task within 2 days, and I shall reward you with 10 copper coins for your labor. This land will one day serve as our source of sustenance. Field unleashed his decisive strategy, permitting the slaves to possess money. Their eyes brightened, and they swiftly wielded their tools to vanquish the decayed beings, their productivity soaring tenfold. The steward, Perry, observed the slave's enthusiasm and rolled his eyes. Only our lord could be so benevolent and generous. It would be far easier to simply hang these good-for-nothings if they refused to work. At that moment, the free men, who had been swayed by Field, approached. My lord, you may be indulging in fanciful thinking. The land is tainted. Even if we were to eradicate all the monsters, it would remain unfit for cultivation. Villagers voiced their skepticism, one stamping his foot with such force that the soft ground sank beneath him, creating a footprint filled with purple water. Look, it resembles a toxic swamp. Oh, this wretched stench is more unbearable than a widow's undergarments after 3 years without washing. The slaves exchanged doubtful glances at this remark. It appeared that Field's mercy had emboldened some to overstep their bounds. Field's gaze lowered, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuations. This is my command, not a matter for your discussion. The villagers, still loyal to the Bull Baron, momentarily failed to comprehend. But what you are doing is utterly meaningless. Field furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The bobcats and the guards immediately drew their swords, the sound of unsheathing blades ringing sharply. Although Connor and his companions were the main force, the enslaved soldiers had also acquired a hint of martial ferocity. Those momentarily blinded by the glint of steel quickly realized they were questioning their new lord. Instantly, they were drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground in fear. The atmosphere grew tense for half a minute. Only then did Field wave his hand, not out of a desire to display authority or feudal power, but because, lacking a solid foundation in this lawless land, if he could not control this rabble, he had no right to be a lord and might as well find a place to hang himself. You too, go and clear the area. All the land to the east is yours. Anyone who dares to call me a foolish dreamer will receive 5 lashes. Field imposed a small punishment as a reminder, for both exploration and cultivation required their participation. The villagers, already drenched in perspiration, felt as though they had received a reprieve upon hearing Field's words. Yes, yes. They began to eradicate the corruption, which incited a cacophony of shrill cries from the decaying creatures. It was truly reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors. Field inhaled sharply, feeling nauseated. Prolonged exposure to this cursed land might drive him mad. He needed to ignite the flame of civilization swiftly, starting with the winery. 2 farmers, brandishing torches, opened the doors of the winery, and a wave of dark, putrid odor assaulted them. Field nearly retched, covering his mouth and nose while averting his face. Be cautious. There are numerous footsteps on the 2nd floor. Ashina displayed no unusual reaction to the stench. Having lived as a slave, she had endured far worse conditions. We must seize this grand house, and there may be flammable materials, so we cannot use fire. Ashina nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Shielding her chest with a block of iron, Field drew his longsword. Form up the pike. Prepare to face the onslaught. Though they had not undergone systematic training, the soldiers had gleaned some tactics from recent skirmishes, quickly forming a small square formation. Field took a deep breath and struck his sword against his shield. Hey, fellow villagers. Our community brings warmth. A roar erupted, drowned out by the wails of the damned. The sound of hurried footsteps surged like a drumbeat as grotesque beings, their features distorted and unrecognizable, burst forth from the inky darkness, the clash of flesh and iron resonating fiercely. Ashina, accompanied by a wolf, held the line against the hordes of corpses. Her spear effortlessly dispatched the decaying bodies, while the massive wolf, akin to a tank, became enshrouded in a mass of cadavers yet remained unbroken in defense. Had Field permitted the draconic wolf to breathe fire, the battle would have been resolved by now. Oh, by the goddess above. The foremost guard, clad in armor, skewered a corpse but stumbled from the impact. Before he could regain his balance, he was instantly overwhelmed by the oncoming tide of decay, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. With a low growl, Field took a step forward, his long sword crashing down upon the decaying head of the corpse. This was not an animated tale. The malevolent transformation was merely a guise over a grotesque creature devoid of protective armor. As the razor-sharp blade sliced through, sinew and bone were severed, and the entire head was dislodged. Thank you, my lord. The guard stared wide-eyed in terror, his trousers soaked with warmth, having narrowly escaped an intimate encounter with the abomination. From the expression that suggested he was on the verge of kneeling in reverence, it was evident that he had never held such profound respect and gratitude towards a noble before. Chapter 17. Oh dear, I truly am doomed. Thank you, my lord. The guard was dazed. Field reached out to pull him up, delivering a light punch to the guard's shoulder in encouragement, saying, training a suitable soldier is no easy feat. I await the day you emerge from your status as a slave and become true warriors, perhaps even knights. The guard, stirred by these words, felt a surge of fervor. He had previously regarded Field's promises as mere figments of imagination or jest from the nobility. However, he now sensed a distinction between Field and the other nobles. For the honor of Lord Field, the surrounding crowd was similarly inspired, wildly brandishing their polearms to dispatch the undead. Soon, the corpses lured by the noise were completely cleared away. Field estimated there were over 70 undead. He inhaled sharply, but the stench in the air quickly made him shut his mouth, prompting him to ponder. Does the winery truly require so many workers? Why didn't the Empire notify the northern territories to evacuate when they decided to unleash the Deathfog? Never mind, it's none of my concern. Shunning futile thoughts, Field pressed deeper into the winery. After walking for a while, he discovered the large room for brewing wine, hoping to find ingredients like rock sugar or wheat. Yet, what met his unrealistic expectations was a grotesque female bat corpse, lifeless with eyes wide open, violently torn from neck to groin, its innards vanished. The barley, meant for brewing, had gone to waste. Field noted remnants of what could still be termed barley scattered across the floor, after 10 years, compounded by decay. The grains had begun to move sluggishly. He marveled at the wonders of decay, contemplating that perhaps it was not a curse from the devil, but rather a unique form of radiation. Radiation? Ashina's mind momentarily faltered, naively pondering this new term Field had introduced, when suddenly her expression shifted. Beware, something approaches swiftly. So rapid was its approach that Field barely noticed the skull icon flashing on the minimap. Clang. The guard in front reacted with alarm, instinctively looking towards the ceiling. In an instant, the shield he bore shattered into numerous fragments, and he was sent sprawling backwards. A creature, reminiscent of a licker from Resident Evil, emerged in the guard's original position, its elongated tail and snout revealing its origin as a mutated rat. The rat monster screeched and lunged at Field with its deadly claws. Field felt a rush of wind as the massive claws loomed larger before him. Not on my watch. In a critical moment, Ashina commanded her dragon-blooded wolf to dart in front of Field, curling its body to shield him completely. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. As the dragon-blooded wolf braced against the claw attack, not even letting out a whimper. Faced with the imposing wolf, the monster seemed momentarily confused, glancing at its claws, which had previously been unstoppable, now only managing to tear off 2 bloodied scales. The dragon-blooded wolf raised a paw and swatted the rat monster down. The lynx and his companions seized the opportunity, wielding their sabers and polearms with ferocity. However, the rat-like creature, relying on its tough hide and resilient flesh, shrugged off numerous strikes, sustaining only superficial wounds. With a swift motion of its elongated limbs, it sent several individuals flying as if they were mere dust. It is worth noting that the guards were clad in full armor, even if the scale armor was not particularly heavy. The combined weight of both man and armor exceeded 100 pounds, yet they were effortlessly cast aside. Step back. This exceeds the realm of ordinary creatures, Field shouted, raising his shield and quickly seeking refuge in a corner. Cursing under his breath, he lamented having forgotten his crossbow against such a tough-skinned beast. Ordinary folk could only rely on bolt arrows to penetrate its defenses. This task was better suited for Ashina. The rat creature rose, intent on snatching a guard for a snack. You shall not succeed, Ashina declared, channeling her strength into her spear, her aura surging. The tremendous force propelled the spear through the creature's body, much like piercing through parchment, ultimately lodging within its skeletal structure. Were it not for the constraints of the terrain, Ashina could have charged on her colossal wolf, which would have allowed her strike to pierce the creature cleanly. The rat creature shrieked in pain, its claws swiftly reaching for her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as the giant wolf collided with the creature's chest, interrupting its assault and sending it hurtling backward, revealing its vulnerabilities. This was a third-tier corrupted being. In such confined spaces, only third-tier individuals endowed with combat prowess or magic could hope to vanquish it, or by employing city defenses like ballistae or armor-piercing crossbows. Fortunately, the champions of the divine were far superior to ordinary folk. Ashina's first-tier divine strength was more than enough to crush it. Frost-piercing spear. Ashina invoked her divine technique for the first time. Celestial starlight coalesced in her grasp, forming a spear that resembled a swirling azure dragon. Infusing it with a substantial amount of divine power, she propelled it with her legs and waist, launching it forcefully. The divine strike hit the rat creature with devastating force, causing blood to spurt forth, bones to shatter, and sinews to snap. Chunks of flesh were reduced to a gruesome paste against the walls. At last, it was resolved. Ashina's complexion paled slightly as she gasped for breath, showing signs of fatigue. The battle concluded in a flash, yet the peril it entailed was suffocating. Field exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were here. That last portion of venison is yours. Long live the Lord. Upon hearing of the venison, Ashina's tail wagged excitedly, drool involuntarily spilling forth, her previously aloof demeanor evaporating. Nevertheless, she patted her chest and graciously stated, I only require half. The Lord has worked hard as well. Field felt immensely relieved. The mini-map indicated that the monsters within the Grand Winery were nearly depleted, marked only by a scattering of skeletal icons. To ensure safety, Field first escorted the injured outside, administering medicine before leading the rested team to meticulously scour the winery. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the cleanup reached its final stages. The entire Grand Winery lay in ruins, riddled with collapses. Gusts of wind whistled through the cracks, stirring up clouds of gray dust. Fortunately, the overall structure of the winery remained intact. The first and second floors had been thoroughly searched, yielding no items of value, only some dark, decrepit wood, suitable for constructing makeshift shelters or kindling fires. Here lies the wine cellar, my lord. The guard, speaking as he approached, disregarded the thick layer of dust on the cellar door and, with great effort, heaved it open, revealing a shadowy staircase before them. Field swallowed hard, nervously rubbing his hands together, silently beseeching, May the deities bless me, may God grant me fortune, for I must uncover something of value. A multitude of oak sherry casks lay stacked within the dim cellar, some having been crushed by the weight of a collapse, while dried water stains marred the surfaces, accompanied by the telltale signs of rodents. Chapter 18. The Exquisite Vintage. Upon encountering the disarray within the wine cellar, Field felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, as he soon discovered several unopened barrels after a brief search. Tapping gently on the wooden cask, a deep, muffled sound resonated from within, causing Field's heart to race with excitement. However, apprehensive of false hope, he feigned composure. If I open this barrel, may it be filled with fine wine rather than tentacles. The gray mist only corrupts living beings. Inanimate objects generally do not transform into monsters, provided the wine is sealed properly. With great effort, the guards pried open the barrel, and with a resounding pop, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, in a place reeking of decay and monstrosities. The scent of premium wine offered an oddly delightful experience, akin to discovering shrimp in a restroom. This was it. The rare black pearl wine, long discontinued in the Empire. Field was elated, exuberantly raising his fist and instructing the guard nearby, summon my steward, Cal, to count the number of drinkable barrels here. Observing Field's jubilance, Ashina cautiously advised, My lord, even fine wine should be consumed in moderation. Many a lord has fallen to the perils of excessive drinking, lingering in taverns and places of revelry. Do not fret, Ashina, I have no desire to indulge in these wines. I prefer iced tea or cola over wine. These exquisite vintages, discontinued for a decade, were liquid gold. Once transported to the imperial capital, or even to any nearby city, they would undoubtedly yield a substantial influx of gold coins. The exact worth would depend on the quantity available, but Field was confident that the noble elite would vie for these prestigious wines. With a delicate finger placed thoughtfully upon her lips, Ashina mused, given the rarity of black pearl wine, perhaps we could also venture into winemaking, especially since the Starry Night Winery is now in our possession. You are correct, though such endeavors should only be considered under the assurance of safety. Entrusting the wine cellar to Cal, Field finally had the opportunity to assess his territory. Centered around the winery, the expanse of land resembled the size of an elementary school playground, entirely under Field's dominion. As long as the gray mist did not envelop the area, people could engage in activities upon this land, making it akin to true territory. What lay within the domain was of little consequence at present, as it was all corrupted flora and fauna that needed to be eradicated before any further consideration. Now, the real challenge began. Field walked around the periphery of the path, observing that the corrupted creatures in the fields had diminished significantly due to the efforts of the inhabitants, revealing a semblance of normalcy. The villagers had gathered the misshapen, corrupted beings together. Though these monsters lacked combat prowess, their mere existence was a blight. The discarded lumber cleared from the Grand Winery was perfectly suited for reuse, and after being thrown onto the pile of monsters, it was ignited. The wretched cries echoed like a cat in heat, accompanied by the sizzling sound of roasting flesh, as thick clouds of gray smoke billowed from the bodies of the monstrosities. Oh heavens! The Valkyrie above, these dastardly minions have finally been vanquished, the maid exclaimed dramatically, clutching her chest, while the working slave cast envious glances. To be able to enter the castle, consume the remnants of the nobles' feasts, and indulge in luxurious leisure time was enough to provoke jealousy among the slaves. Chop, I require you to undertake a task. After surveying his domain, Field intended to meet with his servants before issuing new edicts. My lord, you wish to? The maid Chop's smile instantly faded, as if startled. Her boisterous demeanor silenced. Despite Field's previous demeanor of cowardice and folly, he remained an object of admiration for the common folk. Recently, he had been preoccupied with matters of expansion, neglecting many aspects, and was now acutely aware of the vast chasm of class disparity that existed in this world. He recalled an amusing incident involving his late father. A hostile noble had plotted to ambush the family's caravan, but was fortuitously discovered by a farmer who immediately rushed to the castle to inform the count of the enemy's scheme. The count, seizing the opportunity, turned the tables and decisively defeated the foe. Logically, the farmer should have been awarded a monetary reward. However, upon the count's victorious return, the farmer was hanged as a public spectacle. The justification given was that the farmer's lowly shoes, sullied with filth and mud, had left disgraceful imprints upon the count's carpet. In the eyes of the nobility, the commoners were akin to refuse, and slaves were deemed even less than that. Field was no saint. He would not overthrow his own existence nor fully assimilate into the ranks of the feudal aristocracy. Let my subjects lead a good life, he mused, of course. They must be obedient subjects. Chop, summon all those who serve me. I have matters to discuss. Yes, my lord. Chop promptly adjusted her apron and hurried off. The steward was the first to arrive, as his position among the household servants was the highest, and it was only natural for Chop to notify him first. My lord, the tally of the barrels has yet to be completed. It will require at least 2 more days. The steward, Cow, arrived breathless, appearing quite frail, with hardly any flesh on his legs, suggesting he led a difficult life. Yet, his wages were the highest in the entire territory, earning 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins per month. Moreover, matters such as procurement and accounting were entrusted to him, and with some effort, his income could multiply significantly. In general, within the empire, 1 copper coin could purchase a loaf of black bread, which was made from rye bran and often contained wood shavings and tree bark. Unlike the bread one might envision in modernity, this black bread was as hard as stone, and gnawing on it could lead to broken teeth. The correct way to consume it was to soak it in hot soup until softened, and then eat it with coarse salt, laden with impurities. The flavor was devoid of the aroma of wheat and sweetness, offering only a bitter saltiness. Yet, even such wretched sustenance was a luxury many could not afford, as they labored for an entire day without earning enough to buy 2 loaves, ultimately relegating them to the status of slaves. Maids, male servants, and cooks earned a meager daily wage of 15 copper coins, totaling 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins per month. Before long, Field encountered his servants, 2 maids, a male servant, and a cook. In contemporary society, possessing 2 or 3 servants is quite an impressive feat. However, in the medieval era, Field could only be regarded as a destitute nobleman. His sister, the woman who had attempted to crush him with her cavalry, boasted no fewer than 20 male servants, tasked with chopping vegetables, butchering meat, tending to horses, and even manicuring nails. Field's discerning gaze swept over each individual, who promptly lowered their heads to avoid making eye contact with their lord, as such an act would be deemed disrespectful. Chapter 19. The establishment of territory and planning for the future. I was yet unaware of the name of my male servant. Field inquired of the steward. My lord, his name is Jar, age 16. Both of his parents are farmers. The chef is called Plate, while the maids are named Scissors and Sparrow. In this world, only those who possess knowledge, whether nobles or individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, are granted pleasant names. For instance, Field's full name is Field Ross, with Ross signifying rose. Yet referring to him simply as Ross is more fitting. Much like President George Bush, whose full name is George Walker Bush. While it could be translated as George Walker Shrub, such a rendering sounds rather peculiar. My lord, do you have any commands? Jar, upon being named, quaked with trepidation. He feared dismissal, having indulged in a 10-minute respite while mopping the floor yesterday. The makeshift bedding you prepared for the carriage is remarkably soft. Had it not been for your efforts, I might have been jolted to pieces on this journey, Field remarked casually, snapping his fingers. Cow, reward jar with a silver coin. Hiss, instantly, envious glances were cast upon him by the others. A single silver coin equated to over 6 days' wages. Jar was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with ecstatic joy as he fell to the ground at Field's feet, kissing his boots. Oh, Divine One, I thank you for your generosity. Good fortune to you, lad. Scissors pouted, clearly displeased. What's the big deal about making a bed? I can warm a bed too. Jar silently vowed never to slack off again, not even for a minute. The evaluations occur monthly, and everyone has the chance to earn a silver coin reward, provided they perform well. The chef prepares exquisite dishes, the maids keep the rooms tidy, and I am keenly aware of it all. The others breathed heavily, exchanging glances, each perceiving the fervent competition in the eyes of their peers. A slight smile graced Field's lips. Henceforth, their work efficiency would be ignited by the prospect of silver coins. Most importantly, situations such as reporting on one another would arise. Field needed them to do so. Unity among his subordinates might not always be favorable, as it could lead to collusion against the Lord. Very well, you may return to your tasks. Field smiled at the group, gesturing for their departure. They hurriedly exited. Yet the steward took a couple of steps before hesitating and returning. Field, puzzled, asked, What is it? My lord, though it may be inappropriate to say, as your steward, it is my duty to offer you some advice. Since entering the Twilight Territory, Cow had transformed from a chronic complainer into a diligent worker. Raising an eyebrow, Field encouraged, Speak freely. It pertains to the issue of races. It seems you have provided the demi-humans with an avenue for advancement, promising them the possibility of becoming free men, but demi-humans differ from us. They are foolish. Apologies, but aside from Lady Ashina, it appears the rest do not warrant such freedom. Field pondered for a moment. We currently reside in a land of curses, surrounded by death. Their essay saying, when in Azelia, one must behave like an Azelian. Our Twilight Territory must establish its own rules. Tomorrow, I shall announce a unified decree, and then you shall understand. That evening, Field took out paper and pen to draft a plan for cultivating the Nightvale territory. He inscribed in characters only he could decipher, plunder and exploration. My domain is devoid of resources. Rapid development and accumulation of production materials cannot be achieved with merely 200 people. Even the land is rife with toxins. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. My lord, it is I, came Ashina's voice from outside. Field's plans required Ashina's support. Come in, I have been awaiting your arrival. Good evening, my lord. Ashina, donned in a tailored maid's outfit, displayed a bashful demeanor, her slender legs revealing a hint of shyness. Her face bore a slightly timid expression. Having escaped the toils of slavery, her skin, as cool as jade, finally saw the light of day. In truth, even her feet exuded a chill. Her long, fair toes possessed an exquisite beauty. What may I do for you? Perhaps it was an illusion, but the atmosphere became immediately suggestive. Field slapped his forehead. No wonder Ashina appeared so bashful. Summoning a young lady to his chamber at such a late hour would lead anyone to speculate. Ahem, it pertains to the development of the territory. Oh, Ashina's small hands dropped limply, her relief palpable, though a hint of disappointment lingered within. My lord, I lack management experience and may not be of assistance. Prior to her enslavement, Ashina had merely been a free citizen, the daughter of a wolf beastman hunter. Unable to read or write, and lacking managerial skills. Fear not, you can learn, and I will guide you step by step. Moreover, you are a chosen one, endowed with a natural advantage. The greatest leap in social class in this world is to become a chosen one. One moment, one may face execution, and the next, be declared innocent by the local nobility, who will treat you as a guest of honor. After all, the divine do not err in their selections. This also explains why the lower classes are reluctant to rebel against their lords. Everyone has the opportunity for social elevation. Should a daughter or daughter-in-law become a chosen one, they are assured of a life free from want. I have decided to plunder my brother. Field's declaration was a bombshell. Ashina was taken aback. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Very well, I shall support you unconditionally. Confirming that Field was not jesting, Ashina pondered for a moment. You are not a cruel or malevolent person, I can sense that. During her time as a slave, Field had never mistreated her or committed acts of cruelty while she slept. On the contrary, Field was the most extraordinary individual she had ever encountered. He treated beastmen with equality, perhaps even with a hint of fondness. This could be a misperception, but without a doubt, Field was a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured Ashina a cup of red tea. This matter is quite extensive. He vividly recalled his brother's cruel and twisted gaze, which had robbed him of rest and peace. His brother threatened to harm those dear to him. Field was not the kind of person to be easily manipulated. A resolute counterattack was necessary, and preparations must commence immediately. I will gradually explain the reasons to you. I require your assistance in training a cavalry unit specifically designed for plunder. Dear Sister Field, he has provided 20 steeds for battle, which are now perfectly timely. After devising a plan, Field convened a gathering of all the vassals the following day, ensuring that even every slave was in attendance. Each participant was drawn to the wooden chest beside Field, overflowing with silver and copper coins. Rather than delivering an elaborate speech from the outset, Field presented a list. Members of the guard, as per the names I submitted, are to approach and claim their rewards, 1 silver coin for each undead creature slain, and I stand by my word. Chapter 20. New regulations and military expansion immediately. Field personally distributed bounties to the members of the guard, leaving these enslaved individuals overwhelmed with emotion. How could they not be moved? The one who captured the most slaves, known as Hammer, received 17 silver coins, wealth that many would not amass in a lifetime. Even Field's maid felt a twinge of jealousy. The others gazed enviously at the coins in their hands, lamenting their missed opportunity to join the guard during its formation. How unfortunate that they were not chosen back then. Those once timid now stomped their feet in frustration. Listen, citizens. I hereby announce the development plan for the Twilight Territory, which concerns each and every one of your futures. The allure of wealth had the slaves' ears perked up, their attentiveness surpassing that of a congregation listening to a priest's prayers. First, if you wish to escape your bondage, earn a single gold coin for me. Do not despair prematurely. I assure you, such a feat would be unattainable under other lords, but here in Twilight Territory, it is quite simple. Look at the valiant Hammer. In just one day, he earned 17 silver coins. Hammer, having heard Field's praise, stood tall with pride, even rising onto his toes. It was the first time in his life he had received commendation rather than being called a fool or a simpleton. He could hardly believe it was the Lord himself who acknowledged him. Oh, Divine One, I must be dreaming. Today is surely my lucky day. Hammer basked in the envious and admiring glances of those around him. Field smiled broadly. As per the previous regulations, slaying a zombie will earn you 1 silver coin. Additionally, I will issue a series of tasks that do not require combat, such as farming, constructing walls, and maintenance work. For these, I will reward you handsomely. Slaves typically lacked motivation, and Field was eager for free citizens who required no oversight regarding their basic needs and could pay taxes, as well as be driven to learn trades. A fervent discussion erupted among the crowd, prompting Field to declare the second point. Second, concerning racial issues. I prefer to remain uninvolved. Simply do not violate the fundamental laws. Although I am not of the subhuman races, my beloved chosen one is. So set aside your prejudices. Look up at the surrounding mist of death and do not condemn everyone for inexplicable reasons. Field paused, adding, personally, I have a fondness for the subhumans. As long as they are diligent and straightforward, without causing me trouble, they shall be my good citizens. Through recent interactions, Field had come to realize that subhumans were not like some races that merely indulged in laziness and destruction. Thus, he was more than willing to accept them. Moreover, the beast-eared girls were truly adorable. Ashina's eyes glistened with tears as she felt a sense of respect and equality. Third, henceforth, include Ashina's name in your prayers. This notion left Field in contemplation for a considerable time, as he aspired to construct a more scientifically advanced territory. However, texts indicated that the power of the Chosen Ones stemmed from faith and the prosperity of their cities. Currently, Ashina was a first-tier Chosen One, and to ascend to the second tier, she would require a substantial reservoir of faith from her followers. Field held a skeptical view. For if the belief in faith were to bestow power, the Papal States, with its devout followers scattered across the continent, would undoubtedly be the mightiest entity. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The present-day Holy Griffin Empire had surpassed the Papal States in terms of elite combat prowess, not to mention other formidable nations on the continent. Regrettably, there was no control group to reference, nor the luxury of trial and error. Thus, it was prudent to proceed based on the wisdom of predecessors. Subsequently, Field once again summoned slave soldiers, without remuneration, yet provided with sustenance, their only source of income being the spoils of battle. In stark contrast to the previous reluctance, A throng of individuals surged forward to enlist. Field, however, did not accept them all indiscriminately. He pointed towards the periphery of his territory and declared, "Those who wish to enlist must run 5 laps around my domain. I shall select based on performance, and rest assured, I am democratic. You may withdraw at any time." With this seemingly casual remark, 6 individuals promptly abandoned the endeavor. These were slothful souls, content with a mere black loaf of bread each day. Their inability to adhere to basic obedience revealed their intent to merely scrounge for food. Field shook his head. Such soldiers were of no use to him. The remaining recruits gritted their teeth and began to run. The newly joined slaves were of considerably inferior quality compared to the first batch, most being frail and emaciated, resembling skeletal warriors. By noon, the last of them finally completed the course. Observing that staggering figure, Field felt a sense of satisfaction rather than anger. Physical prowess could be cultivated, but steadfast determination was a rare gem. After eliminating 2 cunning individuals who attempted to cut corners, Field secured 23 soldiers. He then withdrew all the wolfkin from his original 30-man guard, blending them with the new recruits to form a 20-strong raiding cavalry, while the remainder constituted a 33-man escort unit. Should a noble or knight happen upon this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Field's actions. Transforming commoners into soldiers was already audacious, let alone slaves. Foolish, ignorant, timid, and cowardly, they scarcely qualified even as cannon fodder, barely suitable to fill the enemy's ditches. Yet, Field was earnestly organizing them and equipping them with armor. The steward, witnessing the assembly of these skeletal soldiers, gaped as though his mouth could swallow an ostrich egg. He was utterly astonished by the Lord's actions and approached Field, stating bluntly, "My lord, the previous 30-man guard was already outrageous. How can you expand the ranks and bestow precious war horses upon these lowly slaves? They will surely consume the valuable steeds. Calm yourself. Cal, observe the performance of the lynx and the hammer. They have proven quite commendable. Our progress in establishing a foothold is largely thanks to them. This is merely a desperate measure. When faced with true trials, they will surely scatter," Cal insisted, pointing heavenward with fervor. A true soldier is born into a military family, adept in various martial skills and weaponry, possessing noble character. Field rubbed his temples, realizing that this fellow had been brainwashed by bards and novelists. What else can we employ? We are encircled by monsters. Naturally, we should hire mercenaries and adventurers. Cal responded with an air of inevitability. Mercenaries? Those unreliable fellows. Field expressed his concern, fearing they would betray him at a moment's notice. History has repeatedly demonstrated that only warriors who emerge from the ranks of the people can forge an army of true potential. I appreciate your suggestion, but I intend to give them a chance. Field rolled his eyes and proclaimed with an undeniable tone, "Cal, provide the soldiers with an additional meal, 1 extra egg each. This afternoon, I shall lead them out to cleanse the land of monsters. They will prove their worth." Given the scarcity of manpower in the territory, Field was reluctant to take everyone away, lest the base be left vulnerable and suffer disastrous consequences. Chapter 21. Rum Village, more monsters at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led the slave guards into the gray mist. In truth, it was challenging to grasp the concept of time while enveloped in this haze, as it perpetually remained dim, only transforming into an impenetrable darkness at night. Athena rode at the forefront on a giant wolf, tasked with clearing the path. Her eyes, seemingly enhanced, allowed her to observe the world with remarkable clarity. Following her was Field and his newly formed slave guard, progressing at a slow pace through a forest thick with thorns and sinewy tendrils of flesh. According to the map, we were soon to reach Rum Village, once a provider of abundant vegetables to the city. Alas, all I could perceive now was decay. Athena shielded her eyes and strained to see into the distance. "Be cautious to our right front. 7 corrupted corpses are approaching. I believe they were once the villagers of Rum." She glanced back at the new recruits, her demeanor relaxed. And Field understood that these zombies were merely minor nuisances, a perfect opportunity for the novices to witness combat. Upon hearing this, the new recruits swallowed audibly, instinctively aware that they should flee, yet the presence of their lord behind them stifled any impulse to retreat. Thoughts of succulent, delectable eggs filled their minds, and it seemed their very souls were uplifted. Many of the slaves who had lived this long had never enjoyed such a luxury. At noon, when the eggs were served, they scarcely had time to chew, hastily swallowing them, resulting in several choking incidents. Nevertheless, they experienced a profound joy. To relish this happiness, even at the risk of death. The slaves were willing to endure. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the mist, an emaciated woman resembling an ancient corpse, devoid of clothing, her gaunt and repulsive form dripping with slime. The seasoned slave guards raised their long pikes, thrusting from various angles to pin the corpse down securely. Come, pierce her skull or stab her chest a few more times. Steady your hand. Avoid excessive swaying of your body. The lynx generously shared his expertise, then dragged a trembling recruit before the corpse. The recruit raised his pike several times, but hesitated to stab, even wetting himself in terror at the howling corpse. This is a demon. A new recruit's teeth chattered. Field had seen his fair share of zombie films in his past life, but the slaves had not. They believed the corpse harbored a demon that could curse them with a mere misstep. Attack. Do not act like a cowardly quail. Field barked, determined to quell any seeds of fear among his soldiers, for fear is contagious. If they began to see the corpse as a demon rather than a creature that could be slain, it would only multiply their dread. Even if it is a demon. With me and the chosen one here, what is there to fear? I shall demonstrate that demons can be vanquished. With Field's reprimand, the soldier finally extended the pike, albeit with his eyes shut, nearly plunging into the embrace of the corpse, but he had taken the first step. After all was said and done, the recruit's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. See, it is not difficult, nor is there a curse. Field pointed at the corpse on the ground, snapping his fingers with a light-hearted air. As long as they maintained the right distance, these creatures were easier to handle than foolish deer. The other undead gathered around, and with the first demonstration, the remaining recruits found their courage and launched their attack. After effortlessly dispatching this batch of monsters, Field led the group onward, swiftly arriving at the outskirts of Rum Village. What was the matter with these corpses? Field gazed at the trembling skull icon on the mini-map, perplexed as he scratched his head. Could it be that they were dancing to some peculiar tune? My lord, I can single-handedly clear the undead from Rum Village. It's too dangerous ahead. I can handle it alone, Ashina said, her gaze darting nervously, a blush inexplicably staining her pale face. This unusual demeanor piqued Field's curiosity about what Ashina had seen. Let us go take a look, he mused, stroking his chin. Well, all right, Ashina stammered. Upon witnessing the explosive scene before him, Field immediately regretted his stubbornness. A horde of grotesque corpses was engaged in a chaotic mimicry of human activity in the fields outside the village. Though their bodies were decayed, they appeared to be instinctively moving about. Field was left speechless, covering his face as he mused. Have I inadvertently crossed into the realm of an H-game? No wonder the female undead earlier had no clothing. The soldiers were amused, erupting into laughter and cheers, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Boom. Ashina could no longer contain herself, and promptly commanded the dragon-bred wolf to unleash a purifying flame. The space warped as the searing blue fire consumed most of the distorted figures, the crackling of shattering bones echoing as they were reduced to ashes. Several corpses, merely retaining the outline of humanity, screamed as they charged from the rear. Iron Hammer reacted instantly, his towering frame leaning back slightly, akin to a bow-drawn taut. As the undead drew near, a shield bash sent one sprawling, followed by relentless trampling that crushed its fragile ribcage, rendering it motionless. The guards, unwilling to be outdone, recognized that these staggering corpses were akin to walking coins. With their halberds thrusting wildly, the unarmored undead fell in a succession of lifeless forms. Let us charge into the village together, but be mindful not to stray beyond the reach of the mist-dispelling lantern, Field thought longingly, his hands itching to join in the fray, though he held the crucial lantern. With each corpse collapsing into pools of blood, the guards advanced steadily. Field distinctly heard their footfalls synchronizing, coalescing into a rhythmic thunder, a natural drumbeat. As long as they maintained the rhythm, everyone could feel the collective strength. Initially hesitant, the recruits soon succumbed to the infectious spirit of their comrades, eagerly joining the slaughter. Before long, the undead of Rum Village were decimated, leaving a stench of decay permeating the air. Field arrived at the village's center, where a dilapidated well stood, now collapsed. Field positioned the foglights here, and merely 5 minutes after issuing the command to rest, he noticed a sudden influx of large red skull icons on the mini-map. Caution! There are monsters here. No, there are an overwhelming number of them. Without hesitation, Field was about to declare a retreat, but the enemy moved with astonishing speed, even swifter than a galloping horse. My lord, flee quickly, I see. The sentry on watch rushed over, but was interrupted by Field. Leaving Rum Village now would coincide perfectly with an encounter with the enemy. Our immediate priority is to find a place to hold our ground. Chapter 22. Crisis Averted. Encountering peculiar vegetables, please, do not stray too far from me, Ashina implored, grasping Field's arm and lowering her voice. I am confident we can break free. Field understood her intent and nodded, responding, I shall, but until the very end, I have no desire to flee. He decided to abandon the cart here and prepared his crossbow, having learned from previous experiences to bring it along. A grotesque creature resembling a gnome scaled the remnants of a wall and leapt upon a guard. Its gaping maw tearing into flesh with a sickening crunch that echoed as it bit through armor. The guard, taken by surprise, struggled violently yet failed to dislodge the creature. Fortunately, Ashina reacted swiftly, drawing her longsword and cleaving the monster in two. What was this? A corrupted monkey? With elongated limbs and a tail, it was unmistakably simian. As if responding to an unseen signal, the entire village of Rum surged with chaos, teeming with erratic gnome-like creatures, a dark tide of mayhem. Field forced himself to remain composed, scanning the minimap with urgency and calculating their next move. A single misstep could lead them to doom. Run, head southeast. There is a large courtyard. 1, 2, 10 more and more gnome-like corpses surge over the ruins of Rum, invading Field's line of sight. Loose arrows. Field commanded, and the guards, anticipating this moment, unleashed their bolts. The leaping monkey creatures burst into clouds of crimson, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, their bodies littering the ground. Clear a path. Ashina commanded, her dragon-breed wolf advancing swiftly, spewing forth lethal flames while pressing onward. Ashina herself took a decisive stance at the rear, as 5 monkey creatures lunged simultaneously towards her. As they formed a straight line, she darted forth, her longsword slicing through the air. In a flash of cold steel, the 5 creatures were bisected, their blood spilling profusely. Out of the corner of her eye, Ashina spotted one creature crawling swiftly on the ground, preparing to launch a surprise attack. She raised her elegant, pale leg and stomped down fiercely upon its head. With a sickening crack, the creature's skull burst open, its eyeballs popping out. Seizing the precious time Ashina had gained, Field led his men into the courtyard, where nearby guards had already piled stones and decayed furniture to barricade the entrance. This place is not secure. Retreat further and take shelter behind the buildings, Field advised. Glancing once more at the minimap, the tide of red markers seemed endless. Yet the sole consolation was that the monsters were not pursuing him, but rather charging in another direction, merely passing through Rum. Block the entrance, take turns resting. They are merely passing by and will soon depart, Field rallied the group. With the dragon-breed wolf, Ashina, and the army, securing the entrance would prove manageable. Soon, the corrupted monkeys unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Regrettably, Field's military formation stood as a formidable bulwark, enabling the guards to hold their ground at the entrance. Clad in full armor and wielding heavy shields, the sentinels proved utterly impervious to the relentless onslaught of the monkeys. Athena's colossal wolf resembled a fire-breathing tank. Its thick armor, even when ensnared by corrupt creatures, remained unscathed, with not a single scale yielding. The sole drawback was that Athena was compelled to dismount, relegating her to the ranks of infantry. Field gasped for breath, his heart racing with fervor. The notorious reputation of the cursed land was not unfounded. His survival to this moment owed much to fortune. Urgency beset him as he resolved to erect towering walls post-haste. Rubbing his temples, he felt a surge of relief that the monstrosities were not advancing toward the grand winery. For half an hour, the group sustained one another, until the tide of monstrous entities began to wane. A sigh of exhaustion escaped Field's lips. Athena unsheathed her long blade, shaking off the blood that clung to it. Despite being a chosen one, her strength was not boundless, and this night in the Twilight Domain had confronted her with the greatest horde of corpses yet. Fortunately, the final corrupt monkey was slain, and the surrounding creatures were vanquished. You've worked hard, Field said, his heart aching at the sight of Athena, glistening with sweat. Not only did she hold the line, but she also contributed to the offensive and intermittently alleviated the defensive pressures on others. It was thanks to her presence that no guards had perished, while it could be said that everyone else was a burden to Athena. The training of the guards was nonetheless essential. With a playful wink, Athena teased, "No meal is without its cost." "Thank you, Lady Athena," the guards replied, their expressions now devoid of hostility and vigilance, replaced instead with pure reverence. The humans of this world differed greatly from the peculiar individuals on Earth. They harbored a deep-seated aversion to demi-humans, viewing them as abominable hybrids of beast and man, tainted entities. After a brief respite of half an hour, the group resumed their efforts. Field prodded the corpses of the creatures with his longsword, intrigued by their anatomy and migratory intentions. Rum Village had endured a decade of corruption. Most of its structures lay in ruins, windows shattered. What was once a village had devolved into a vast refuse heap, leaving Field with little hope. Once they concluded their rest, they formed groups of 5 to scavenge for spoils. Anything of utility could be taken. The Twilight Domain was sorely lacking in essentials. Pots, pans, and even fragments of wood would prove invaluable. Placing the fog-dispelling light in the center of the village, Field surveyed Rum Village, contemplating whether it could serve as a stronghold. After exploring the village, Athena returned with a report. "My lord, I just noticed a peculiar plant in a farmstead, emanating a green luminescence. I sensed a magical essence." "Oh, let us investigate," Field replied, excitement coursing through him at the mention of magic, wondering if it was akin to the rare treasures of lore. Upon reaching the house situated on the western side of the village, they found the main structure had collapsed. Yet the courtyard walls, built of stone rather than flimsy fencing, remained remarkably intact. Field's gaze was immediately drawn to a patch of verdant flora, twinkling with specks of light, as if pulsating with the very essence of life. He approached with curiosity, reaching out to gently poke the plant, which resembled freshly sprouted greens. A peculiar scent wafted into the air. A sneeze escaped from Field. Observing that he was taken aback, Ashina chuckled lightly. "My lord, do refrain from touching strange objects indiscriminately." "Wait, are you all right?" Noticing Field's dazed demeanor and his glassy eyes, Ashina was taken aback and hurried to check on him. The veins on Field's forehead throbbed violently, beads of sweat forming on his skin, and an immediate reaction coursed through his body. He caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from Ashina. Unable to restrain himself, Field instinctively seized Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23. The Devil's Plant. Ashina was still in a state of bewilderment. Field lunged towards her, burying his face into the crook of her neck, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to the chosen one. Then, with fervor, he pressed closer. Her waist was slender and delicate, fitting perfectly within his grasp. "My lord, please, not like this." Ashina felt the warm breath against her neck, her heart racing as she glanced around in a panic. Though she uttered those words, she did not push him away with any force. In fact, she had to restrain the overwhelming divine power within her, for otherwise, the surging energy might harm her lord. Feeling his breath, Ashina experienced a tingling sensation along her spine, her legs growing weak. In the next moment, Field's hands moved towards the mosaic. How did things escalate to this point? Ashina found herself in a mix of laughter and tears, struggling to resist the pleasure coursing through her, while simultaneously controlling her divine power to prevent it from spiraling out of control. Divided in her focus, she became even more sensitive to his touch. This can't continue. Ashina bit her tongue lightly, regaining a modicum of clarity, and swiftly retreated. Although it was inexplicably comfortable, no, such thoughts were far too strange. After all, overly excessive matters were not to anyone's taste. That plant was indeed problematic. Within the gray mist, only devilish entities could reside. Ashina deeply regretted not burning that suspicious thing earlier. "Field, where are you?" The guards, having realized Field was missing from the village center, were frantically searching for him. Goodness! A flustered expression appeared on Ashina's face. In her haste, she broke free from her restraint and directed her divine power to his brow. The pure divine energy immediately dispelled the effects of the magical plant. "Ugh, I feel dizzy." Field supported his head, gradually regaining consciousness. As his primal instincts were subdued by reason, he noticed Ashina's face was flushed, nearly as if she might drip with water. Yet she attempted to feign interest in the scenery. "I'm fine." The guards approached, and Field waved his hand, signaling for them to wait outside. "It seems I have yet to examine that little green vegetable." Frowning, Field felt as though he had encountered this situation before. Shaking his limp arm, he bent down, reaching for a sample. "So, this is a magical plant?" "Don't." "By the winter goddess." Ashina nearly lost her composure. If this were to happen again, she might not be able to maintain control. She would even need to change her dress upon returning. How could she allow Field to torment her so? "You have already studied it. This plant is extremely dangerous." With a sigh, Ashina recounted everything that had transpired to Field in a hushed tone. "What a perverse plant." Field was astonished, then sighed. "What a pity. I have no recollection of it at all." "What do you mean, what a pity?" "I was terrified. If this plant devours souls, what will become of the territory? Asina exclaimed, shaking her finger in frustration. Even if it sought to claim me, it shouldn't resort to such. Ahem. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Asina immediately fell silent. Yes, burn it. As long as it is incinerated, the devil's plan will be thwarted. As Ashina gritted her teeth, her crimson eyes seemed to blaze, reminiscent of fervent villagers participating in a witch-hunting assembly. Field observed the flustered Ashina with amusement, saying, "Do not rush. One must approach new experiences with patience and tolerance. Consider, what would happen if we presented this to horses and cattle?" Ashina's beautiful eyes widened, her hands forming a fork. That's utterly bizarre. It should not be mixed. Horses and cattle are incompatible, but humans and subhumans can be. A chuckle escaped Field's lips. Clearly, Ashina had momentarily lost her wits over her own remarks regarding livestock breeding. With such herbs, animal breeding would become significantly simpler. Once the number of cattle and sheep increases, we shall have an abundance of meat. Field snapped his fingers in delight. The magic resistance of the Chosen is notably robust. Scholars from the royal court have conducted experiments revealing that ordinary Chosen can withstand 35 to 70 of magical damage, while those specialized in defense can even achieve complete immunity to magic with the ability to reflect spells. Field handed a jar to Ashina, instructing her to collect 3 samples, along with the soil. The monetary gains, however, proved disheartening. The guard team scoured the entirety of Rum Village, uncovering a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village was impoverished, and we were not the first visitors. Field picked up an old silver coin, gently brushing away the dirt to reveal its exquisite design. It was no surprise that the coins were scarce, as both the Empire and Orcs had plundered Rum Village during their war. As for the remaining spoils, there was a barely usable chair, a chest, a dozen battered clay pots, and a large pile of firewood, all dismantled from the furniture within the houses. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth, free from monster attacks. Upon entering the territory, Field's eyes brightened. The farmland was devoid of writhing tentacles and flesh, refreshingly clean, as if he had just emerged from a thorough cleansing. The fields were left with only toxic soil and the ashes of decayed creatures that had been burned. "My lord, we have eradicated all corruption within the territory and reduced it to ashes," the slave said, displaying a sycophantic demeanor as he hunched over. Field, mounted on his horse, surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval. "Well done. Each of you shall receive a reward." The slaves beamed with joy. The next task was to restore my grand winery, clearing away the remnants of corruption, replacing the rotting wood, and repairing the collapses and holes. Field had long since devised a plan. Residing in a place that leaked air and was permeated by the stench of monster urine was a torment to the body, even if it was the finest location in Nightfall territory. "But my lord, I lack carpentry skills." Field paused, momentarily forgetting this fact, and then called out loudly, "Is there anyone skilled in carpentry, masonry, or blacksmithing?" Silence enveloped the scene, and the butler, Cow, candidly remarked, "My lord, those with skills are free men. Slaves are of no use." "Then let us recruit some craftsmen. I intend to venture to the city beyond the mist." What was the nearest city again? Yes, Maple City in the High Castle province. "Surely, there we shall find what we require." The steward, with a look of regret, remarked, "Each city possesses its own guild of artisans, directly governed by the local lord, and they cannot simply be enlisted with coin. Furthermore, I doubt any craftsman would be willing to come to the Nightfall territory. I shall make the journey myself." Field shrugged. Steward Cow was accustomed to voicing objections rather than seeking solutions. Chapter 24, Awakening the Lord's Talent Perfect. "I can bring some wine to sell. I shall affix labels proclaiming them as rare treasures, which they indeed are, coupled with intriguing tales that will surely entice buyers. Much like the hoard of a dragon. Wouldn't you agree?" Ashina appeared to grasp the concept partially. Field snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Precisely, Ashina. Even if it were a mere boot. Discovering it within a dragon's lair would mean it is guarded by the dragon itself. Moreover, we are not fabricating tales. Those exquisite wines are indeed watched over by formidable corrupted creatures, despite their utter disinterest in the wine." Ashina stifled her laughter behind her hand. "The carpenter's task is not urgent. We must first clear away the refuse of the grand winery. The decayed equipment and the rubble from the collapsed structure all must be removed, followed by a thorough cleaning. I estimate this will take 3 days. Upon completion, I shall reward each of you with 20 copper coins. My lord, you are truly generous." Field's generosity had become a consensus among all the inhabitants of the territory. Beyond the night's edge, even a free citizen working for a month might not earn 20 copper coins. To Field, the coins he dispensed would soon return to his own purse. A trivial matter indeed. He even longed for the slaves to quickly attain their freedom, for only free citizens could marry and bear children. Likewise, free citizens were bound to fulfill many vital responsibilities, such as paying taxes. Lost in thought, Field suddenly felt an invisible force surge within him. Although his power did not increase, he immediately sensed a difference. He had ascended to the rank of a first-tier lord. In truth, entering into a contract with a chosen one offers the potential for lordship. Field already possessed the talent of a lord, making this progression a natural course of events. In this world, it is not only the extraordinary knights, mages, or chosen ones who exist. Lords too can attain levels, albeit with less lethality. Lords possess the ability to perceive the general condition of their territories. Name, Field occupation, Lord territory, Starry Night Winery and surrounding farmlands contracted chosen one. Ashina population, 217 development level, 1, nothingness, happiness level, -32. Despair and depression, environmental value, -89, corrupted and uninhabitable, probability of chosen one appearance, 1 in 100 billion lords talent, minimap, detects surrounding creatures. Exclusive talent, panel visualizes biological attributes, exclusive talent, prosperous domain, disperses the death fog within territorial bounds. Accelerates the mitigation of corruption's effects, additional talent from chosen one. Beast taming, easier to cultivate war beasts within the territory. Provided by Ashina, ceiling advances 50 wolf cavalry to first tier, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips, breaking into joyous laughter. "My lord, what brings you such mirth?" Ashina inquired, scratching her head in curiosity. "Nothing, just a rather amusing thought crossed my mind." Field instructed someone to extinguish the fog-dispersing lanterns of the territory, startling everyone, who assumed he had lost his senses. "Very well, I shall not frighten you any longer." With a casual gesture, Field chuckled. "I have mastered the lordly gift. Without the mist lamp, I can ensure that our territory remains impervious to corruption." The crowd, though skeptical, dared not challenge him until Field extinguished the mist lamp, and the fog did not penetrate even a fraction. Only then did they relax. What followed was sheer jubilation, as nearly everyone succumbed to the joy of celebration. After all, the mist lamp could only last for approximately a month, and unless the Lord could afford to purchase more from the church, they would be at risk. However, with the Lord's ability to dispel the mist, they had firmly established a foothold in the realm of night. "Tonight's feast will include meat soup and 2 loaves of bread for each person," Field announced with an elevated tone. "Saving a single mist lamp is equivalent to 25 gold coins. This is a substantial gain of 250,000 black loaves. Long live." The crowd cheered exuberantly. The maid, Scissors, bellowed with her loud voice, "This is truly magnificent news. No wonder I dreamt last night of my grandmother smiling at me. My lord, you are indeed a born noble, with the blood of a lord coursing through your veins." Field, flattered to the point of embarrassment, immediately addressed Cal. "Please prepare an additional serving of honey cake for my maid, my male servant, and the cook." "My lord, we have a limited supply of honey cake." Cal, ever the provocateur, exclaimed, "The maids can suffice with your and Lady Ashina's leftovers. That is already the finest food in the entire territory, no need for extra provisions." Scissors, nearly grinding her teeth, was filled with indignation, ready to leap forth and scratch Cal's face. The usually reticent maid, Sparrow, also felt a surge of anger. "All right, since everyone is in such high spirits, Scissors, why are you still standing there? Go to the storeroom and distribute the cake," Field instructed, never one to skimp on such trivial benefits. Long live the Lord. The 2 sweet-toothed maids cheered loudly, joyfully bouncing toward the storeroom. Cal sighed, silently calculating the resources of the territory. To the southeast of the northern province lay the Morning Breeze province, where Field's inexpensive father resided. To the southwest was the High Castle province, and further north was the homeland of the orcs. Field resolved to venture to the High Castle province, a land boasting 5 earldoms, predominantly mountainous. Sitting at the wooden table, the creaking of the broken window made him frown slightly. Field endeavored to maintain his inner tranquility as he cautiously opened a book entitled Grey Mist and Death, which was valued at a remarkable 10 silver coins, authored by the renowned imperial scholar and adventurer Lucas. On the 1st of September in the year 147 of the Twin Calendar, today should have been a day of national celebration for the awakening. However, for the sake of the Empire's future, I, Lucas, resolutely entered the forsaken and accursed lands of the Northern Province. Fortunately, I was not alone in this venture. 2 royal chosen ones accompanied me, along with the fallen noble Darren and his chosen daughter. Field leisurely picked up a piece of sliced apple from the plate before him and tossed it into his mouth. The sweet juice tantalized his taste buds, invigorating him as he continued to read. Accompanied by 3 unparalleled beauties, this journey is bound to be filled with delight. Although the royal chosen ones are formidable 5th-tier beings, this does not deter my desire for visual indulgence. The 3 outer baronial territories of the north, Yunmu, Yemu, and Shinmu, were once places of exquisite wines and enchanting maidens during my youth. However, they are now tainted by corruption. Among the many who frequently assail us are the grotesque Batwomen, whom I suspect are fallen women, as their bodies bear the remnants of distinctive tattoos and jewelry. My guard, with his trident, bravely captured one of these Batwomen to gauge her depth, a truly valiant and fearless spirit endowed with a thirst for exploration. May the goddess bless him. Chapter 25, The Blood Incident. The night attacker Field spat out a half-chewed piece of apple, laughing heartily. How absurd it was that someone dared to assault the hideous female monster. Just like the preferences of modern individuals, there will always be someone attracted to the female form. Wiping away the tears that had welled up from his laughter, curiosity struck Field. Could corruption truly create a reproductive barrier among individuals? Per Steel Fork, who ultimately succumbed to a festering demise. His once vibrant body had transformed into a grotesque mass, leaving him in excruciating pain at the end. Corruption is indeed a curse from the devil, and it seemed Steel Fork might never ascend to heaven. I suspect that apart from the chosen ones, no creature can withstand such a curse. Field closed the book, the plethora of sensory words dissuading him from further reading. Lucas could only be deemed an adventurer or an explorer. As a scholar, he lacked rigor. Not all beings are incapable of resisting corruption, at least the plants could. Field recalled the green flora collected from Rum Village, which were neither flesh nor tentacles. A piercing scream echoed from outside, causing Field to jolt, nearly toppling the teacup he had raised to his lips. The steaming tea spilled, scalding him, and his dampened clothes would be difficult to dry in the enveloping night. A quick glance at the small map revealed no skull icons. It appeared yet another foolish individual had lost control of themselves. Rubbing his temples, Field pondered the chaos among the slaves. Incidents of violence and coercion were inevitable. Even the whip could scarcely alter one's nature. Slaves possessed no rights to procreate, and the majority were too preoccupied with mere survival to consider lineage. My lord. A flurry of footsteps resounded in the corridor as the young servant, Vagan, urgently knocked on the door. Come in, what is it? Field approached the window, peering outside into the impenetrable darkness. The torches below flickered, revealing only a few panic-stricken faces illuminated by the flames. It seemed the situation was dire. Vagan crawled on the ground, trembling as he spoke. My lord, we are facing a grave crisis in our territory. Anxiety surged through Field, yet he maintained his composure. Calm down and explain the trouble. Robbers. Armed bandits have attacked our lands. Vagan, still quite young, was overwhelmed with fear, his hands shaking uncontrollably against the floor, resembling a person afflicted by Parkinson's disease. A few slaves had gone to the fields to relieve themselves when they were suddenly ambushed by bandits emerging from the fog. They killed 2 with spears and abducted a female slave. Field stepped forward, astonished. They chose to retreat instead of continuing their assault? Yes, they left immediately. How infuriating. Field cursed under his breath. To retreat signifies a certain level of intelligence. In this desolate, toxic wasteland, encountering bandits is beyond belief. Perhaps it is my dear stepmother and siblings at play. If they gain information about the Chosen One, it would spell danger. Field glanced at the small map once more, finding no anomalies. This brought to mind Connor's cavalry, which only displayed exclamation marks when they approached within a certain range. It seemed the warning radius of the small map was limited. It could only report the presence of chosen ones and corrupted beings from a greater distance. Inform the others to take refuge on the first floor of the Grand Winery. I shall pursue, Field commanded, retrieving his long sword from the rack and hastening down the stairs. As he descended, Ashina was already examining the corpses below. Upon seeing Field, she immediately expressed her apologies, her tone tinged with regret. I disturbed your rest and allowed the enemy to infiltrate our territory. It is my failure. It is not your fault, Field reassured her. The territory lacks proper fortifications, and it is not impossible for foes to slip in unnoticed. After battling all day, it is only natural that you might have overlooked the enemy. Field crouched down, tugging at the tattered, foul-smelling burlap clothing draped over a corpse, and tilted his head in confusion. The wound on the abdomen appears to have been inflicted at an upward angle. Were these bandits perhaps gnomes? This truly was peculiar. Ashina stroked her smooth chin rhythmically, her legs trembling slightly, the white flesh of her thighs quivering in a subtle motion that seemed to aid her concentration. They may not be human, perhaps those detestable dwarfs. She speculated. Field's anxiety waned somewhat. The situation might not be as dire as he feared, at least not life-threatening. Ashina, can your wolf scent the enemy's trail? He inquired. The notion of utilizing a dragon-breed giant wolf as a mere hound seemed rather absurd. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Ashina exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Take me with you. I must see what kind of beast dares to assault my territory. Field gritted his teeth. Unlike the original owner of this body, he was not inclined toward kindness. I shall crush their skulls. Familiar with Field's temperament, Ashina smiled and replied, Of course. I will be your sword. The giant wolf sniffed at the corpse a few times, its eerie blue vertical pupils then fixating on the northeastern direction of the Nightshade territory. The enemy had fled that way. Thankfully, they had not retreated south. It was likely they were not human. Suddenly, a clamor arose as a dozen disheveled slave guards stumbled out, many still trying to don their armor, their eyes bleary with sleep. Field forced a smile, suppressing an urge to scold them. One should not expect soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as those of Huagua. Undoubtedly, the guards had been sleeping soundly, to the point that even as Field prepared to depart, most of them remained lost in their dreams. Guard the territory. Do not allow the enemy to stage a counterattack. He instructed, having no intention of bringing them along. The pursuit would prioritize speed. By the time the troops regrouped, the enemy might have long vanished. However, it was imperative to elevate the level of discipline and training. A lax army lacks combat effectiveness, unable even to safeguard their basic territory. Ashina pulled Field onto the giant wolf, and with the aid of his small map, the likelihood of ambush would be significantly reduced. Straddling the beast, Field found it remarkably stable and comfortable. Riding it was not difficult at all. The broad back of the wolf allowed him to steady himself with ease. And he soon realized that riding was even simpler than cycling. After all, bicycles lack intelligence, and many equestrian experts can even doze off while riding. Ashina's draconic wolf is even more stable. Its rugged scales do not prick the rider, as they automatically retract and align seamlessly, resembling a modern masterpiece of craftsmanship. Onward, guiding the colossal wolf, the two swiftly plunged into the gray mist. The surroundings blurred at an astonishing pace. The fierce wind whistled past their ears, and the speed of the wolf's gallop was nothing short of astounding, akin to that of a subway. In just 4 minutes, Ashina located the enemy amidst the dense, decaying forest. Chapter 26. The Mist Goblins. I beheld them. Ashina's crimson pupils shimmered with arcane light amid the gray mist. The adversaries were regrouping on a clearing, toying with the corpse of a female slave. How I envy your ability to pierce through the fog. Before my eyes, there is nothing but darkness. After signing the covenant, the Lord can also become immune to the toxic miasma of death, yet he cannot see through the haze, leaving Field surrounded by a blinding whiteness. What manner of creature assails the territory? A horde of dwarfs? Though they are not so rotund. Can we overcome them? If not, we shall attack in conjunction with the guard. No problem. They are merely ordinary life forms. Ashina felt the warmth of Field's chest against her back, instinctively emitting a soothing purr from her throat, yet her tone remained nonchalant. We shall crush them. They remain oblivious to our presence. Field cautiously unsheathed his longsword, striving to make no sound, then lowered his voice, stating, Then let us dispatch them. A howl filled with murderous intent broke the stillness of the gray fog, immediately shattering the silence. In response to the wolf's howl came a cacophony of frantic screams. Field's minimap erupted with a multitude of red exclamation marks. Indeed, only corrupted beings harboring hostility towards me trigger such alerts. Whoosh, 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 an array of javelins pierced the mist, hurtling towards the two. The great wolf dodged swiftly, morphing into a blur as it effortlessly evaded the onslaught. If the enemy can see us, then our concealment within the fog is futile. Field ignited the fog-clearing lantern, and clarity returned to his vision, revealing writhing tendrils and vines surrounding him, alongside a variety of decayed corpses. Yet, the most striking sight was that of the goblins. To be precise, a throng of goblins with large noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, these creatures possessed the milky, lifeless eyes of the deceased and skin of a dull yellow hue. The captured female slave, having traversed the gray mist, had succumbed to the miasma of death. Yet her body lay stripped and tormented. Her left abdomen was marred by the corruption, festooned with a multitude of fine tumors. Field, afflicted by a fear of contamination, merely cast a hurried glance, nearly succumbing to despair. Upon sighting humans, the gray goblins danced provocatively. They possessed immunity to the fog, an ominous revelation. Recognizing the goblin's form, Field immediately understood that the gray goblins were a species fortunate enough to survive the culling by the death mist. One may be spared, but the rest must be exterminated. Ashina unabashedly harbored murderous intent. Understood. With a sudden flourish, the great wolf appeared above the goblin at the forefront of the pack. Ashina, glancing at the slain slave, felt a surge of indignation. Her spear's velocity surged once more, and with the sound of metal-piercing flesh, the unfortunate goblin was struck in the chest. Blood gushing forth as it was sent flying by the wolf's force, crumpling to the ground like a tattered rag, its bones shattered. The number of goblins was staggering, exceeding 30, clad in ill-fitting armor as they surged forth like a tide of dull yellow. The goblins brandished their rusted pikes, thrusting from all directions, while some frenzied ones lunged in a wide formation, attempting to drag their foes from their mounts. Such folly. This amusing spectacle of defeat is merely the creation of imperial novelists, delighting the masses, before the terrifying might of the chosen one. The goblins, at least the ordinary ones, stood no chance whatsoever. There was no need for fire-breathing. The colossal wolf rampaged through the tide of goblins, while Ashina repeatedly thrust her lance, each strike claiming the life of one or several goblins. Blood spread, seeping into the soil of the north, pooling into small crimson puddles in the low-lying areas, where wails and cries mingled with the unique, Cthulhu-like terrain of the northern province, rendering the scene akin to hell itself. The goblins, suffering immense casualties, began to flee. However, exposing their unprotected napes to the highly agile wolf cavalry was nothing short of sheer stupidity. Ashina did not immediately exterminate them. In truth, a mere breath of fire from her draconic wolf would suffice to obliterate these rodent-like beings. Drawing her longsword, Ashina leisurely pursued the fleeing goblins. Field seized the opportunity, wielding his sword to cleave through the retreating goblins, reducing them to mere shreds of flesh. Soon, only one goblin remained in the chase, with Ashina trailing it from a distance. Creatures consumed by fear often lose their ability to think clearly. They instinctively seek the safest refuge. As they ventured into a forest, Field discerned from the miniature map that a stony path once existed here, traversed by numerous travelers and merchants a decade ago, safe and efficient. Yet, after years of decay, he could find no trace of its former glory. Instead, a series of skeletons lining the roadside confirmed to Field that he was indeed on the right path. Within the dense woods lay a camp, overrun by corrupted thickets, resembling writhing earthworms, the perfect abode for this band of goblins. This faction was known as the Black Forest Tribe, a name relished by their leader, who fancied them descendants of the noble Orcish expeditionary forces. They had launched a grand campaign against the human bastion, the Holy Griffin Empire, instigated by their emperor. Had it not been for their failure, those despicable humans, seemingly in league with demonic forces, unleashed a fog of death that annihilated all life in the north. Otherwise, he would be in the warm, comfortable cities of humans, toying with a princess in a game of crosswords. Fortunately, the resilient goblins adapted to the corruption, evolving into gray mist goblins. There remained a chance to breach the accursed walls of humanity and capture some humans for propagation, the goblin leader fantasized. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps as a tawny goblin stumbled in. "Boss, we have discovered a human encampment," the goblin exclaimed in their peculiar tongue. The goblin leader beamed with joy. "By the beast god's grace, where are they? I must." But before he could finish his sentence, his smile froze, for a towering wolf, over 2 meters in height, stood majestically in view. "Damn it, it was you who led the enemies here." The camp housed over 100 goblins. Yet their combat prowess paled in comparison to the 30 that had come before. Field cast a discerning glance, and his understanding began to take shape. What do they consume corrupted flora? A sense of curiosity stirred within him, yet he recognized that this was not the moment for a study of nature. With a swift motion of his hand, Field declared with palpable ire, "Reduce them all to ashes. How dare they assault my subjects? Truly, they are courting death." These were no ordinary goblins. It was time for a decisive strike. Chapter 27. Eradicating the goblin threat. The scales at the throat of the great wolf erupted, releasing a vast plume of steam. Instantly, the heat surged forth like a dam bursting, distorting the very air around it, as searing temperatures surged into the goblin encampment, causing the surrounding corrupted flora to wither and perish. The goblins fared even worse, ensnared in the flames, writhing in agony, while the remaining goblins fled in a panicked frenzy. Field was reminded of his childhood, recalling the scene of scalding water poured over ants. Pillars of fire swept across the camp, igniting goblins that cried out in torment. Many were struck directly, reduced to nothing more than charred remnants, while others, filled with despair, awaited their demise, retaliating with spears and stones. A cacophony erupted as the goblin chief, accompanied by 7 or 8 loyal followers, charged at Field, brandishing their spears. In an instant, the foremost goblin fell silently to the ground, its intestines and mangled organs spilling from a gaping wound, the arrow that felled it embedded in a boulder behind. Ashina, disinterested in directing the great wolf's assault, nocked an arrow and swiftly aimed at the goblins. The charging goblins had no time to contemplate retreat. They were all struck down by shimmering silver projectiles. Before long, every goblin in the camp lay dead, the earth scorched and cracked, littered with grayish ash. These goblins bore armor that was undoubtedly not of their own making, suggesting there were treasures to be uncovered nearby. Field remained focused. Though the mini-map did not indicate any resources, he picked up a rusted, unrecognizable piece of iron, which appeared to be of royal origin, though its decrepit state rendered it worthless, even for scrap. The intricate and ornate patterns faintly suggested it was once a shoulder guard from the royal armory, now worn as a helmet by a goblin. Field flicked it with his fingers, sending rust cascading to the ground. What was I expecting? This armor has corroded beyond any value. Disgusted, he discarded the debris and continued to search the goblin camp. In this era, there was no such thing as antiques. My lord, I suspect there may be a nest nearby. It is peculiar that no younglings are present in their territory. Field's expression turned grave. He did not wish to leave behind a breed of monsters harboring hatred toward him. We must eradicate them completely. The roots of evil must be severed, lest they spring forth again. Ashina tilted her head, sensing Field's heightened vigilance toward the goblins, despite their apparent weakness. However, a command from the Lord was a command, and she diligently searched the surroundings. As anticipated, upon thorough examination, they discovered goblin younglings concealed in a burrow not far from the territory. Tearing aside the thorns that obscured the entrance, Field crouched and entered. The opening was small, but once inside, he found a spacious area cluttered with debris, particularly heaps of armor and weapons, all in a state of disrepair. The pungent odors of rust and excrement filled the air, but Field had grown accustomed to it. After all, the stench of decay was hardly an improvement. A multitude of goblins, each the size of a weasel, huddled together in a chaotic mass, easily numbering over 100. If they were not discovered, they might regain their strength within a month. Beside the goblins were 2 grotesque female deer, unmistakably their progenitors. Lacking female goblins, they resorted to other creatures for reproduction, a process alarmingly rapid. Could they be a species immune to the deadly miasma? Field's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the deer, but upon noticing the mouths and eyes sprawled across their backs, disappointment washed over him. They were merely corrupted beings, albeit of a non-aggressive variety. Ashina chuckled softly, remarking on the rarity of such peculiar goblins, for immunity to the deadly miasma was certainly not commonplace. This statement held truth. Otherwise, the Empire would have long reclaimed the vast northern provinces. Yet, a troubling thought struck Field. Had these goblins begun to reproduce using corrupted beings? He gasped in realization. With corrupted creatures in abundance, should the goblins capture a significant number of female corrupted beings, it would pose a grave threat to the Nightfall domain. This indeed warranted caution regarding the goblins. Ashina unsheathed her longsword, noting that the dragonkind wolves were too large to enter, compelling them to act personally. Let us proceed swiftly. Field picked up a rusted mace from the ground and, like a gopher, smashed the diminutive goblins into oblivion, then delivered a final blow to the 2 corrupted deer, sending them to the abyss. After surveying the spoils within the cave, Field discovered a collection of tattered armor that was labor-intensive to transport and utterly useless. So he discarded it. However, a locked ironwood chest caught his eye. Have you seen the key? Field inquired, searching around. Ashina playfully winked, of course, my lord. With a flick of her delicate hand, she effortlessly yanked the iron lock from the chest, along with the corrupted moss clinging to it. All right, you're impressive. Field inhaled deeply, cautiously opening the chest, while silently praying it did not contain a triggering bomb or a mimic. Fortunately, his mundane fears did not materialize. The first sight that greeted him was two tattered banners, one depicting a faded griffin, while the other bore an unfamiliar emblem of an eye encircled by a six-pointed star, reminiscent of a noble family crest. Much like the Rose family banner, which featured an abstract rose formed of symbols and lines, Field had no desire to display the latter. It appeared rather flamboyant. Beneath the banners stood a series of sealed, slender wooden tubes. Carefully prying open one with a knife, Field discerned a rolled parchment within. Ashina's eyes lit up, her wolf ears perked in excitement. I sense we have stumbled upon something intriguing, perhaps a long-buried royal secret or a hidden treasure of some noble. Field shared her curiosity. The aged griffin banner and royal armor suggested these were remnants of a royal army. The parchment undoubtedly contained fascinating revelations. Gently extracting the parchment, Field noticed a flame motif upon it, which struck him as remarkably familiar. As Ashina cast a fleeting glance, her eyes narrowed in disappointment. I sensed the flow of magic. I surmised this was not a treasure map. Indeed, upon opening it, I discovered it was inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. This is a magical scroll. No wonder it felt so familiar. My sister attended the Mage Academy and brought home scrolls of this very design to boast about. With that, Field, already eager with anticipation, aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and unfurled the scroll. Chapter 28. The magic scroll. A great plume of flames erupted from the scroll, igniting two lifeless bodies. The fire crackled as it consumed the rotting carcass of the deer. Yet, that was the extent of its efficacy. The used scroll lost its magical luster, rendering it nothing more than scrap paper. There were no dazzling effects, nor the cataclysmic inferno associated with draconic flames. Field felt as though he had witnessed a mere fire-breathing circus act, far less thrilling than an exploding gas canister. It seemed he had squandered 10 gold coins. A sudden realization washed over him, leaving him in a cold sweat. Despite the scroll's relatively low damage, a first-tier magic scroll typically commanded a market price of around 15 gold coins, while an antique scroll could fetch about 10 gold coins, certainly not inexpensive. Ashina, with a playful flick of her delicate tongue, smiled brightly and said, "How could this possibly be a waste? We have gained insight into the power of the magic scroll. Just as you mentioned, knowledge is born from experience. Moreover, it is my first encounter with a magic scroll, which is quite fascinating." This young lady was remarkably perceptive, graciously providing him with an exit from his embarrassment. He had merely mentioned it in passing, yet she had taken it to heart. Field was charmed by her optimistic demeanor and smiled as he gently patted Ashina's head. Within the chest lay 24 magic scrolls, after subtracting the one Field had used. It was anticipated they could sell for a total of 230 gold coins, a bountiful reward indeed. Scavenging proved to be rather enjoyable, Field mused, contemplating how a simple stroll could lead to such considerable profit. Due to the unique environment of the Northern Territories, adventurers bold enough to venture here were few and far between, thus leaving behind a wealth of valuable treasures. Upon returning to the territory, the townsfolk breathed a sigh of relief at Field's safe arrival. After all, should anything happen to their lord, they would be met with a fate of death by the ominous fog that loomed. Furthermore, Field was an exceptionally good man, and the slaves thought to themselves how they hoped he would forever remain their lord, as even a modest meal would be akin to a heavenly existence. "Ah, a goblin's head," exclaimed the well-traveled free man, Dog Claw, in astonishment. "I have encountered these filthy little creatures in the Grand City. They can even mate with sows, producing a horde of goblin offspring. Indeed, it was these very monsters that had attacked the territory." Field casually discarded the goblin's head to the ground and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "We have avenged the fallen. May they find peace in the embrace of the goddess. Long live our lord." "Thank you, my lord." The slaves were overwhelmed with gratitude. The feeling of having their right to life respected was immensely uplifting, and they no longer had to fear being slain by those vile creatures at night. Although Field did not act out of a sense of human rights, his aim was merely to eliminate threats to ensure his slaves could work diligently. This did not diminish their appreciation. Typically, lords showed little regard for the lives of their slaves, concerned only with whether they would dine on apple porridge or cherry porridge that evening. "Enough for now. Return and rest," Field said, feeling weary himself. After resolving the goblin issue, he clapped his hands, recalling another matter of importance. That was the dismal performance of the guards during the goblin attack. The patrolling sentinels had been found sleeping in some hidden corner, while the rest of the guards seemed indifferent to the chaos. Had it not been for the male servant, Vagan, rousing a few guards, the entire territory might have faced utter slaughter, and these soldiers would not have appeared. Without bolstering the military strength of the domain, one cannot even sleep soundly. Relying solely on Ashina's words would certainly fail to encompass the needs of the entire territory. After devising his plans, Field recorded them in a script known only to himself, then collapsed onto his bed. The dilapidated floorboards and windows of the grand estate creaked ominously, while unpleasant gusts of wind seeped through the cracks in the bricks. Urgent repairs to the house were imperative. In despair, Field clasped his ears and buried his head beneath the covers, where only the remnants of civilized society's fragrance lingered. The following day, tormented and weary, Field consumed a slice of bread slathered with blueberry jam before assembling all his soldiers, including those inept at horseback riding. "Stand straight," Field barked in a stern voice. The guards were acutely aware of their dismal performance the previous night and shrank back in fear. Some nearly soiling themselves at the thought of impending execution, yet they dared not speak, occasionally stealing glances at Field's face in hopes of discerning his mood. Field had initially intended to drag the negligent fools before everyone and whip them 30 times as an example. However, upon noticing the gaunt faces and protruding ribs of many, who appeared on the verge of collapsing even while clad in armor, he reconsidered his impractical plan, forfeiting the 30 lashes. He decided that even 10 would suffice to incapacitate them for months, and saving them would require precious elixirs, thus incurring further loss. Most critically, executing them would diminish the pool of suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves. Field massaged his temples, reassuring himself that the guards had only been given 2 small, fist-sized loaves of rye bread daily, with no wages, freedom, or wives. Reflecting on their perspective, Field recognized that he, too, would be reluctant to exert himself. The patrolling guards had run 6 laps around the territory, while those who failed to assemble had completed 3. This was their punishment, and they should not harbor thoughts of shirking responsibility. A collective sigh of relief escaped the guards, with some even breaking into laughter. Although they did not comprehend why their lord was so keen on running, it was far preferable to the lashes that could carve bloody stripes across their backs. "I love running," one guard exclaimed cheerfully, casting aside his weapon and unfastening his armor. "Wait, put on your leather armor before running. Furthermore, everyone must carry their weapons," Field emphasized. Before despair could etch itself upon their faces, he added in a voice laced with diabolical allure, "If we accomplish this before noon, each of you shall receive a portion of smoked meat. Nutritional replenishment is essential." "Smoked meat? Good heavens! What have I heard? Is today a celebration? Our esteemed lord." The previous complaints in their bellies swiftly transformed into glee. The guards hastily donned their leather armor, hefted their weapons, and began to sprint as if possessed. The scene was lively, drawing the attention of nearby slaves tending to the decaying farmlands, who frequently glanced over in curiosity. The remaining 10 or so individuals exchanged glances, their thoughts drifting to the tantalizing prospect of cured meat, rendering them practically drooling. Finally, it was the bobcat who mustered the courage to cautiously inquire, "What about us, sir? We are also capable of running." Field surveyed the room, noting that those left were the elite among the guards, many of whom had vanquished more than 10 of the corrupted corpses. With a raised eyebrow, Field replied, "You need not run. You were among the few who assembled last night. The cured meat is rightfully yours." He continued, "I have a new training exercise for you, known as standing at attention. Should you perform well, an additional reward of an egg shall be bestowed upon you." Gulp. The mention of the egg elicited yet another chorus of swallowing sounds. Chapter 29. Training military posture. Last time, Field provided them with eggs, and many devoured them greedily, barely chewing before swallowing, only to find themselves choking and rolling their eyes in distress. The scarcity of food had instilled in them an insatiable craving for protein, and many found themselves dreaming of the taste of eggs. They had thought such a luxury would not soon return. Little did they know that the eggs they longed for would arrive so swiftly. "It's quite simple, follow my lead." Field demonstrated the military stance used during training for the students from Huagua, patiently correcting each individual's posture. Among these elite guards, Field held great expectations, as they would undoubtedly form the framework of the army in the future. Upon completing this, Field instructed a male servant to bring chairs and took out an hourglass to time their performance. "Endure for half an hour, and the egg shall be yours." A devilish smile graced Field's lips. Hammer awkwardly adjusted his stance, striving to stand perfectly straight, with his hands clumsily pressed against the sides of his hips. His feet splayed at a certain angle. This might resemble a farcical performance favored by the nobility. Hammer had heard that nobles enjoyed watching clowns. Though he had never seen one, he speculated that he must look like one in his current state. Nevertheless, he thought, it was all worth it for the sake of the eggs. Was there anything more exhausting than hauling bricks or mining? Soon, Hammer experienced the true terror of maintaining a military posture. The farmland of the Nightshade region, after being purified by elixirs and Field's lordly abilities, had yet to fully recover, rendering it soft and muddy as if it had just rained. Hammer felt as though he could not maintain his footing. To the bystanders, the issue was not the land, but rather the trembling figures standing, their legs quaking like soft noodles. Feeling the weight of exhaustion enveloping him, the guards realized that standing was no simple task. The sensation of soreness and fatigue was akin to having lifted heavy burdens all day. Cold sweat poured down Hammer's face as he gritted his teeth, silently encouraging himself. For the eggs. Several guards silently recited this mantra, even as their bodies swayed. They continued to endure. Field's lips involuntarily curled upward as he glanced at the hourglass. Indeed, the motivation derived from material rewards was remarkably potent. After leisurely finishing a cup of red tea, Field finally announced a break, and the guards collapsed in relief, like a heap of mud. Sir, a stroke of genius. Field thought, this is how one ought to treat them. After checking the wine cellar, the steward, Cow, approached with freshly inked papers. Upon seeing Field tormenting the guards, he assumed Field had grasped the essence of nobility, to not regard people as human. Cow felt an immediate sense of relief. Ah, you too understand the power of discipline? Field was taken aback, his posture becoming more serious. The implications behind standing at attention were not easily comprehensible to a medieval mind, and he was surprised to discover that his steward possessed such progressive insight. Cow, perplexed, scratched his nose. Discipline? I meant that when dealing with slaves, one must employ various methods of torment. Only then will they be compliant. Oh, well, that changes everything. Field felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Lazily reclining back in his chair, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. This is not torment, it is training. They are performing admirably, and I have decided to reward them with eggs at noon. Eggs? Again for the slaves? As if struck by lightning, Cow stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, nearly gasping for breath. My lord, this is the second time you have committed such an absurd act. Slaves should be met with the whip, not pampered with eggs. Stuffing gleaming gold coins into the treasure trove of an old and unsightly which might have elicited a begrudging compliment for its creativity. But providing eggs to slaves made Cow's heart ache. He could swear that Field's actions were an absolute anomaly, a shocking spectacle throughout the entire empire. Even the most notorious wastrels in the imperial capital would never engage in such extravagantly foolish behavior. Seeing the steward tugging at his collar in frustration, Field couldn't help but chuckle, offering reassurance. This is a land of curses. We cannot adhere to the conventional norms found in ordinary places. The rules here will be entirely new, and I trust you will adapt. Turning the conversation to business, the steward presented the results with palpable excitement. According to the standard sherry barrel count, we have 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of honey wine, 7 barrels of olive wine, and 24 barrels of black pearl wine. Moreover, we discovered a rare sparkling wine, champagne, though there is only 1 barrel. The first 3 are commoners' drinks, while the true value lies in the wine. This is far better than I anticipated. Splendid. Field rose, pacing restlessly, his excitement rendering him unable to sit still. He laughed heartily. The primary objective now is to convert all of this into gold. Only once it is transformed into glittering coins will I feel secure. If a monster were to slip in and cause havoc, those coins would be lost. Cow, assign a portion of the slaves to load provisions for 40 men for 10 days. Also, oversee the feed for the horses, ensuring nothing is overlooked. I must personally visit Maple City to meet with the local nobility and secure a market for our wine. Isn't this a bit too risky? The death fog is no joke. We may not be as fortunate as last time. Encountering a horde of corpses could lead to unforeseen disasters. Cal voiced his concerns, discreetly scanning the surroundings to ensure Ashina was not present before exhaling in relief. He had no fondness for that terrifying demi-human, and besides, they had only been in the Nightshade territory for a few days. Everyone required the Lord's leadership. Field sighed in resignation. It was perilous for him not to go. Should Ashina fall, Field would be unable to protect the Grand Winery. Without a map, Ashina would undoubtedly encounter a massive tide of corpses, far more than 1 or 2 batches. Field was acutely aware of the dangers of the northern provinces. They were like children frolicking in a sea of rotting corpses, and a moment's inattention could spell doom. This is an order. You are to execute it diligently. Field waved his hand dismissively, turning his face away, unwilling to elaborate further. Cao was one of the only 2 literate individuals in the territory, yet that did not imply he was adept at governance. Sending the Chosen One to conduct transactions would merely broadcast to the entire empire that Field, a little barren, neglected, isolated, and without support, possessed a valuable Chosen One. Regardless, Field could not afford to lose Ashina, nor could he reveal her existence to outsiders. Oh, what are they up to? Field observed 2 maidens whispering to one another as they strolled towards the periphery of the territory. Perhaps it was a feminine secret, or perhaps mere gossip, or perhaps a conspiracy. The likelihood of a conspiracy seemed slim. Without a fog lamp, one could only escape by directly awakening as a Chosen One. They were likely seeking a moment of leisure, a pursuit in which Field was quite seasoned. Chapter 30. Enacting a New Decree. Journey to the High Fortress Province. The 2 individuals, though of different races, demonstrated that demi-humans and humans could indeed forge friendships. Field nodded with a sense of relief, contemplating whether he could use their bond as a model for propaganda, thus discreetly following them. Yet in the next moment, Field regretted his impulsive decision. The 2 women squatted together, their legs forming an M shape, exposing their dirt-encrusted, filthy posteriors as they unabashedly engaged in their argument. Field's pupils dilated in disbelief at the sight before him, exclaiming, "Good heavens! My eyes!" They were casually relieving themselves in the street. Was there no law to uphold decorum? Is this truly astonishing? Cao mused, scratching his nose without so much as furrowing his brow. He had grown accustomed to such sights. Recognizing that the lower classes were inherently filthy, the steward was unfazed, for in the sacred Griffin Empire and across the entire continent, such occurrences were commonplace. Streets, roads, and even hallways were often littered with waste, flies buzzing about, while rats frolicked amidst the refuse. Even the maidservant attending to Field would discreetly relieve herself in a corner of the house, for the darkness outside was daunting. Cao pondered silently. Perhaps the Lord simply enjoyed voyeurism, but was too embarrassed to admit it in his presence. Moreover, Field's first act upon arriving in the Nightshade domain was to acquire a trinket, which, though it had become a Chosen One, Cao firmly believed was mere fortune. After all, who among the nobility was devoid of eccentricities? Caught up in managing the affairs of his territory, Field had neglected this matter. He pressed his temples, attempting to lower his blood pressure, and suddenly recalled that the Middle Ages were a time of chaotic sanitary conditions, which had even precipitated the devastating Black Death. His reliance on steeds for travel had obscured the presence of excrement within his domain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Field, as a modern individual, could not permit such medieval disorder to permeate his territory. Filthy and unsanitary conditions would breed viruses and incite diseases akin to the plague. The steward, perplexed, inquired, "What do excrement and, viruses have in common?" "Cao, I am about to enact an important law. Henceforth, no one shall relieve themselves in public spaces. Instead, they must deposit their waste into designated pits." Field gestured with his index finger before clasping his hands behind his back. "Ensure that everyone remembers this decree. Should anyone violate it, they will receive a warning for the first 3 offenses, after which fines shall be imposed. 1 copper coin for slaves, 3 for free citizens." "Fines?" Cao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are indeed an economic genius." Field furrowed his brow. "It is merely a fine. What does that have to do with economics?" Many lords had already instituted taxes on breath and blinking, but a tax on defecation, rather, a penalty for such, was a novel concept indeed. It was a stroke of genius that, if implemented, could yield substantial daily revenues. The steward was overjoyed. The earlier incident involving Field's wasteful use of eggs had troubled him. Yet witnessing Field's ability to levy taxes with equal prowess as his inclination to squander, Cao felt reassured. It appeared the finances of the Nightshade domain would endure for quite some time. This was indeed the conduct befitting nobility. Cao respectfully bowed, embodying the epitome of nobility. Field, with a gesture of dismissal, urged him to proceed with his duties. Thereafter, Field resumed the training of the guards. It was not until noon that Ashina returned to the territory, at which point Field finally released the guards, who were begging for mercy, allowing them to take their meal. He then summoned Ashina, who had just returned. "How did your visit to the granary go?" Field inquired, opening his map to reveal the skull icons marking the granary's location. all of which had been erased, presenting a remarkably clean slate. Ashina playfully flicked out her tongue and languidly stretched, exuding a charming allure as she winked and replied, "Thanks to your guidance, the extermination of the corpses went exceedingly well. The only downside is that the granary yielded no valuable items. The mountains of wheat have been entirely decayed, and the structure itself has collapsed significantly." She produced a small pouch containing a sample of the wheat from the granary. "This was to be expected. You should take some rest now." After several battles, Field realized that allowing ordinary soldiers to accompany Ashina only served to complicate her efforts. Thus, he devised a plan to split their forces. Ashina would leverage her formidable combat prowess and agility to frequently strike and clear the surrounding hordes of corpses, while the guards would focus primarily on training, dedicating their remaining time to eliminating smaller groups of the undead. Field himself would supervise the soldiers' training and occasionally offer Ashina some relief by massaging her legs or gently stroking her ears and tail, with clear divisions of labor. Each individual had a promising future ahead. Thus, Field spent a week in the Nightshade territory, where the woods to the east extended over 5,000 square meters. Though less than the size of a football field, it was still a commendable achievement. Expanding the area of control proved challenging. It necessitated the use of fog-dispersing lamps to clear the local mists before the guards could vanquish the corpses. Following that, the slaves would need to eradicate all signs of decay, including vegetation and small animals. Only after accomplishing this could Field's lordly abilities permanently safeguard that land, ensuring no new corrupted beings could invade. Field had discerned a pattern. "Watch it, you fool. Be careful when lifting that barrel. If you continue to be so reckless, I shall bestow a firm kiss upon your backside with my boot," came the furious roar of the steward from downstairs. It was time to head to the High Fortress province. Field set down his quill, stretched, and the maid, Scissors, promptly presented his coat. The Nightshade territory had no food sources, and the supplies were depleting rapidly. It would likely take a considerable time to procure food from the fields, thus necessitating trade for imports. Upon descending the stairs, Field encountered the guard captain, Lynx, who stood rigidly along with the guards, although their formation was still rather unkempt. Field was immensely pleased. The daily extra rations were not in vain, as the guards no longer appeared emaciated. "My lord, we wish to be your shield," Lynx proclaimed loudly. Filled with respect for Field, the benevolent lord, "Take us with you. Haha, you have always been my shield, but now I require your protection over the territory." Field patted him on the shoulder. On this journey, he brought only Hammer and 2 others as his guards. However, he would take Ashina and her band of raiders with him. With a chosen 1 and 20 cavalrymen, it was indeed a formidable escort. After meticulously outlining the defense arrangements, Field turned to depart. True nobility resides in great individuals. A benevolent lord imbued with the spirit of valor, reflected the Lynx. For ordinary lords would not dare to venture into the perilous mists of death repeatedly. Chapter 31. The Perverse Lord and the Butler's Imagination Indeed. I take great pride in my ability to safeguard our lord and his possessions. The nearby guard nodded in agreement. However, the butler, Cow, was enveloped in worry, silently praying. The male servant, Wagon, offered words of comfort. "Do not fret. Lady Ashina is exceptionally powerful, and the goddess of winter will surely protect our lord." Cow rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What do you understand? I am concerned about what may transpire once we reach Maple Leaf City. You must know that it too has its chosen ones." But aren't we embarking on a trade mission rather than a war? Surely, there won't be any conflict?" Wagon, intimidated by Cow's tone, lowered his voice considerably. "Furthermore, I have faith in our lord's charismatic presence." Field's recent conduct had indeed kept the servants in line. Thus, "You are merely a male servant, Wagon. There is much you still need to learn," the butler remarked with a smug smile, flaunting his knowledge. "The official faith of Maple Leaf City venerates the god of love and ecstasy. Their chosen one, the peerless dancer, ascended from the brothels and has captivated countless nobles, who willingly surrender their wealth and bodily fluids." Such things truly exist?" Wagon stammered, his face flushing at the mere thought. "Otherwise, do you really believe that Maple Leaf City, a remote border town, could be so prosperous, possessing numerous magical potion formulas and an irreplaceable commercial standing? Surely, it cannot solely rely on the personal prowess of Baron Maple Leaf. Let me tell you, our lord once observed a slave girl using the restroom. How utterly perverse. If the local lord were to have the dancer cast her divine powers upon Lord Field, with his self-control, I shall cease my ramblings. In Cao's view, Field was undoubtedly going to hunt for beauty, possibly engaging in a debauched spectacle. Wagon fell silent, only able to pray fervently that their esteemed lord would not succumb to malevolent influences. Wait, have I spoken too much? Cao suddenly felt a sense of unease, realizing that if the lord or lady Ashina were to hear his words, he might swiftly transition from butler to stable hand, or perhaps face an even graver fate. Observing Wagon's innocuous demeanor, Cao broke into a cold sweat, worrying that Wagon might betray him. In truth, Field was reluctant to venture to the distant Maple Leaf territory for trade, but the foolish son of Baron Bull likely still had the fortress gates locked. And having plundered Baron Bull's lands, Field was not inclined to take any risks. The Baron of Maple Leaf was an immensely wealthy individual, profiting handsomely from the magical plants cultivated in his domain. Field was confident that the Black Pearl wine would fetch an excellent price. My lord, must you truly go in person? Ashina inquired, noticing Field preparing himself, polishing his gleaming sword with an air of resignation. This is a lord who insists on attending to matters personally. It would suffice to leave it to me. The journey is perilous, and I would guard your possessions with my life, ensuring no misfortune befalls them. That is precisely my concern. Who asked you to risk your life from your gold? Gold cannot procure chosen ones. Field gently patted Ashina's head, causing a rosy blush to bloom on her cheeks. He patiently explained, moreover, I must personally visit Baron Maple Leaf. The products of Nightfall territory require the consumption of that affluent noble. There was a reason that Field did not disclose. He possessed the ability to sense the surrounding monsters. Without him, the caravan would inevitably encounter waves of corpses. Field ignited the fog-clearing lantern and hung it on the carriage. The caravan set off. The hooves of the war horses clattered rhythmically against the road, accompanied by Ashina, marauding cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves tasked with transporting goods, and a maid named Scissors, who was responsible for attending to Field's needs. Upon departing from the Starry Night Winery, it felt as though they had plunged directly into hell, surrounded by twisted vegetation and ominous shadows, as if a demon might spring forth at any moment. The slaves glanced around in fear. Although they were responsible for carrying the goods, Field had equipped them with spears for self-defense. The road was truly dreadful. Field was averse to the corrupted surface adorned with tiny tentacles, which slowed the carriage's progress. It was imperative to repair the road, ideally establishing a direct cement pathway from Nightfall territory to Maple Leaf territory. Before he could express his discontent further, a multitude of Red Skull symbols began to converge rapidly. Be cautious, they approach. Field inhaled deeply. A mighty howl erupted from Ashina's great wolf as it charged forward, swinging its lance down with ferocity, unleashing a rain of blood and screams. The decaying corpses fell like harvested wheat, scattering red and white fragments across the ground. Following this, the dragon-blooded wolf shook its head, unleashing a wave of eerie blue flames that vaporized a large swath of the rotting bodies. The remaining cavalry swiftly drew their blades and raised their weapons, launching an assault against the horde of corpses. Despite their brief training, the subhumans were born cavalrymen, quickly mastering the essence of horseback riding. For Lord Field, charge! The cavalrymen surged forward. On Field's minimap, the red markers began to vanish rapidly, while more red dots began to encircle them. Come forth, come forth. Field, filled with fervor, unsheathed his long sword. The Maple Leaf Fortress was also one of the Empire's border strongholds, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. It was equipped not only with crossbows and catapults, but also a plethora of mage towers. From a distance, floating magical crystals were visible everywhere. As the group crossed through the gates of Baron Maple Leaf's fortress, a bright world unfolded before them, dispelling the endless gray mist. Good heavens! Those knights emerged from the fog. Soldiers with local accents pointed at the cavalry draped in black robes. Even their war horses were shrouded in dark cloaks, appearing exceedingly fearsome. Such sights were rare, likely adventurers or the Empire's reconnaissance squad. Look at them. They are covered in the tainted blood of corrupted creatures. Close the gates promptly. Do not let the monsters from the mist follow us in. The commander cleared his throat. Welcome to Maple Leaf territory. May you enjoy your stay. Thank you. Field had not anticipated such a smooth entrance. He had prepared a pouch of gold coins as a bribe for passage, yet it remained unused. With a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, I feared I would encounter difficulties. The cargo from Dermala consisted of 10 barrels of exquisite Black Pearl wine, accompanied by a box of ancient magical scrolls. These scrolls were in a state of disrepair, and Field worried that if he did not act soon, They would soon serve no purpose other than as makeshift toilet paper. If only he could establish a trade route, he would not need to undertake this journey personally. Throughout his travels, Field had evaded numerous large-scale zombie hordes and vanquished several smaller ones. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach the High Fortress province unscathed. He had incurred minimal costs, losing only half a cart of provisions to a pitfall. Chapter 32. The Decadent Abyss, Simon's special reception of course. It was also thanks to Ashina's fierce battle that she now lay curled up in the carriage, swathed in a black cloak, exhausted from the ordeal. The Dragon Wolf had been recalled, and she now solely occupied the role of a maid. The presence of demi-humans was too conspicuous in the Holy Griffin Empire. All demi-humans were slaves. To avoid drawing attention, Field decisively instructed them to don cloaks to conceal their identities. A day's journey westward from Maple Leaf Fortress leads to Maple Leaf City, a charming city built upon the mountainside. This locale, too, is a flower blossoming from the decaying branches of the empire. Even before entering Maple Leaf City, Field could sense its opulence. The city walls, a mere 3 meters high, were adorned with flowers and silk banners, and scarcely a guard was stationed upon them. A handful of guards huddled together, drinking heartily, casting greedy and mocking glances at passers-by. Conversely, the distant Mage Tower and Adventurers Guild attracted attention far more effectively. Everywhere one looked, caravans and travelers bustled about. Before even stepping inside the city, vendors laden with goods peddled beverages, tobacco, and snacks. Maple Leaf City may lack significant defensive capabilities, yet it stands as a premier den of excess. Throughout the empire, it is well known that Maple Leaf City is akin to a gluttonous mistress, whether through flattery, be it scholarly or magical, sparkling gold coins from merchants or nobles, or direct assault by means of warfare. The city boasts little defense against such advances, allowing for all manner of exploits. The streets brimmed with revelry, fireworks, gambling, exquisite cuisine, and fine wine were in abundance. The only unwelcome patrons were those with empty pockets, as evidenced by the throng of homeless individuals loitering at the city gates, many of whom were fallen nobles stripped of their lands, having lost everything here. It was excessively extravagant. After a prolonged silence, Hammer struggled to find a fitting word from his dwindling vocabulary. Indeed, the forthcoming Nightfall territory would surpass even this place in splendor. Field brimmed with confidence. Having witnessed the grandeur of large cities in his past life, he regarded Maple Leaf City merely as a bold and distinctive tourist attraction. Presenting his identification and paying the entry fee, Field entered the city with ease. "Hello, darlings. Your journey has been arduous, but worry not. I am a considerate and gentle big sister. For just 10 silver coins, I shall be your delightful dessert for the day." The soldiers stood transfixed, drooling, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly absurd. No wonder Maple Leaf City held such a renowned reputation. Not even his subordinates had witnessed such a spectacle. This was, after all, the city gates. Clearly, the individual before him was an outstanding software hardening engineer, possessing exceptional professional skills. Field felt a rush of heat. He had long heard tales of Maple Leaf City's moral decay. Yet he never anticipated such an extravagant welcome upon his entrance, truly a place favored by the goddess of love. "Ahem, no need," he said, waving his hand after indulging his gaze. "My lord, this place is teeming with devils. I would rather face the repulsive, corrupted creatures." The maid blushed deeply, her small hands at a loss for where to rest. As Ashina emerged from the carriage, she cast a disdainful glance at Field and remarked with a hint of melancholy, "My lord, do you wish to seek amusement first? We can await your return. Do not doubt my character. I am not one to be trifled with." Patting Hammer's shoulder, who was already restless and drooling as he surveyed his surroundings, Field jested, "Hammer, your name is misaligned. Perhaps it should be changed to Iron Rod." Hammer sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "My lord, I wish to indulge a little. I want to polish my spear." "How much have you saved?" "In the Nightshade territory, slaves are permitted to possess private property, a privilege granted by Field. However, they can only save money and cannot spend it, for there are no establishments for expenditure. Even taverns are absent in Nightshade. Among them, the guards accumulate wealth particularly swiftly, as slaying a rotting corpse yields a silver coin, a lucrative reward surpassing anything offered beyond the northern borders. 47 silver coins, Hammer proudly stated. "Save it for now. This will not be your last visit to Maple Leaf City. Once you become free men, you shall return here for enjoyment." Field preferred to dangle aspirations before them, motivating them to generate value rather than squander it on trivialities. "Ashina, Procure some delicacies with the cavalry to fill your bellies, then rest at the outpost. I must pay a visit to the local nobility. The Maple Leaf Manor is one of the few noble estates built within the bustling heart of the city in the empire. Baron Simon Maple Leaf, a man fond of merriment, showed no fear of noise or assassination. After presenting his visiting card, Field waited at the manor's entrance for a moment. Handsome Baron Field, I am a maid of Maple Leaf Manor, here to escort you inside. Please have your caravan use the side entrance. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad almost entirely in a silk swimsuit, performed a deep bow, revealing every charm she possessed. Only those of noble lineage are permitted to enter through the main door. I ask for your understanding. Field rubbed his temples, inhaling deeply to calm himself, reflecting on how Simon openly flaunted his preferences. Please lead the way. Upon entering the manor, the maid swayed her hips, guiding Field through a maze of opulent decor into a hall-like structure. Ahem. Field coughed twice as he was assailed by a haze of steam and smoke, nearly mistaking this for a return to the northern provinces, almost prompting him to retrieve his fog lantern. Do not touch that. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have your way. A gaggle of women frolicked, splashing in the hot spring pool, and Field's blood pressure surged. It was not out of any sinister intent, but the dread of encountering Baron Maple Leaf's wife was palpable. As Field turned to leave, a heavy yet somewhat comical voice called out, "Hey, Baron Field. You need not be coy. These are indeed your attendants. Feel free to indulge. By the heavens, this fellow knows how to throw a party." Yet Field remained unperturbed. Should he engage with the maid and father a child, Simon would undoubtedly send assassins after him, for according to imperial law, the inheritance would belong to the child in the maid's womb. The estate of Nightshade and Field has come under the joint dominion of Maple Leaf. The maid accompanying him smiled mischievously as she knelt down to unfasten Field's garments. After a moment of awkward struggle, Field composed himself, adjusting his robe and straightening his collar. He replied earnestly, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Baron Simon, but I have come to pay you a visit and to discuss a business matter." Field was well aware of the renowned courtesan's reputation. He had no desire to be ensnared in her charms and ultimately stripped of his worth, reduced to wandering the streets. Although the maidens continued to flirt and pose, Field, having grown accustomed to the allure of celestial beauties, found no interest in the common and superficial. Chapter 33, The Wine Unveiled. Field's fairy tale. Your father was a valiant and fearless nobleman, the Crimson Rose of the Ross family, a chosen one whose legendary tales resonate throughout the empire. Simon exchanged some pleasantries, yet it was evident that there was no real connection between them, for the old count's first chosen had long since perished in the war against the elves. Simon exclaimed, "I hold immense admiration for his bravery and hope to meet him one day." Simon was a portly man with a notably pale complexion, his face speckled with freckles and growths. Reclining in the arms of two unclad maidens, he spoke, then pursed his lips to draw a cherry from one of the maiden's hands, leisurely chewing before audibly spitting the pit onto the maiden's fair skin. The maidens showed no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, they giggled incessantly. Such debauchery was not surprising to Field, as many nobles were inclined towards such indulgence. After all, having been accustomed to getting what they desired since childhood, their thresholds for pleasure were significantly elevated, requiring ever greater stimulation to attain happiness. As long as he was not provoked, Field remained indifferent. At Simon's gestured invitation, Field seated himself on a chair and politely remarked, "You are the most adept nobleman I have encountered in managing territories. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is unparalleled." "Haha, I appreciate your honesty." The two maintained a noble spirit, engaging in courteous exchanges for quite some time. "To be frank, Field, you have inherited your family's valor and wisdom. Few can venture into cursed lands and emerge unscathed," Simon said with effort, waving away the maidens, signaling the end of their idle chatter. He rose and added, "Let us proceed to the parlor for our discussion. If you find these frivolous distractions unworthy, then so be it. Perhaps you might prefer elves or mermaids. Alas, I currently have none on hand. The previous batch was transformed into dishes and purchased by other nobles." Field felt a wave of nausea, but maintained a stoic expression, replying, "You even have mermaids? Of course. Next time, I shall invite you to an intriguing underground banquet, guaranteed to satisfy all your peculiar tastes," Simon replied, arching an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Ha, then I have something to look forward to. Truly, you are worthy of the title of Baron of Maple Leaf." Field laughed heartily. Although he had little interest in underground banquets, he recognized the necessity of flattery as a seller. Subsequently, Field remarked with a tone of gratitude, "It is thanks to my soldiers and the goddess's protection that I emerged from the night unscathed. I am quite astonished to be alive. It seems fortune is momentarily favoring me." Simon clapped in admiration. "I relish dealing with those who enjoy good fortune." Upon entering the elegantly adorned parlor, Field's goods had been inspected and delivered to the estate, with barrels of sherry visible just outside the door. "What are these? Bring forth the hammer. Let us present the monster to Baron Simon." Field did not hasten to sell his wares, but instead had a soldier bring forth a skull, that of a mutated rat from the Grand Winery. The skull alone was as large as a young man's torso, adorned with horns and sharp teeth, resembling a demon of the region, displaying a sinister grin. This was the first extraordinary monster I encountered in the Twilight Realm, a colossal, corrupted rat demon. Its fur blazed with violet magical flames, and its claws could effortlessly rend thick scales apart. With a mere opening of its maw, it unleashed a wailing shriek of tormented souls. My vanguard, upon a single encounter, suffered the loss of 7 valiant knights, all meticulously cultivated by the Rose family, reduced to mere cinders. A sharp intake of breath escaped me as Simon stroked his chin. The Maple Leaf Fortress had not faced an assault from rat demons. They appeared truly perilous. Nobility often disregards reality, placing greater value on appearances and prestige. Field raised a skull, his face betraying lingering terror. Fabricating a fairy tale, this monster had infiltrated my ranks 7 times, vanquishing all who stood against its lethal claws, leaving us utterly powerless. Can you fathom such despair? All I could do was pray for a miracle. Simon nodded in understanding. It was akin to consuming all the honey without a reserve left. In that life or death moment, it was the goddess who answered me. A bolt of divine lightning struck that wretched creature, granting my knights the opportunity to slay it. Praise be to the goddess. Simon listened, wide-eyed, tracing a symbol of love upon his chest, his heart still racing. The northern province is synonymous with hell. The church and the crown have repeatedly attempted to vanquish it in vain. To return alive from such a place is, indeed, a miracle. Indeed. Yet for the tranquility of the empire and the allure of precious treasures, I am more than willing to take risks. Field shrugged, loosening his collar to cool off. Especially at the thought of priceless treasures, such as the long-lost limited edition Black Pearl wine, extinct for a decade. This greedy rat demon was also a discerning creature, fiercely guarding the exquisite vintage. My heavens, what did I just hear? Black Pearl wine, the exclusive libation of royal banquets from a decade past? Simon's eyes sparkled. Let me see those limited editions. I can hardly contain my excitement. Nobility is utterly defenseless against rare treasures. While acquiring the wine may not pose great difficulty for Field, elevating its allure through mere words could drive the price skyward, enhancing its prestige considerably. As he pried open the barrel, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the room. Simon eagerly took a sip, his expression transforming into one of bliss. This is the taste. You see, my father treasured a bottle, allowing me but a single taste on my birthday last year. The velvety, smooth texture, I wager my father would be consumed by jealousy. Field chuckled. Indeed, noble beauties require the embrace of noble lineage, and fine wines demand the appreciation of noble souls. Even in modern commerce, individuals prefer to purchase items steeped in story, such as the simplest of offers. Dear family, I bring you gifts, goods originally priced at $900 million, now brought down to a mere $9 through sheer will. Do you not wish to seize such an opportunity? I felt I had found a kindred spirit. I shall purchase these precious wines, Simon unabashedly declared. He then summoned a servant to whisper a few words before continuing. Just a moment, Baron Field. I must confer with my advisor regarding the price. This is no trivial matter. Please, take your time. After a brief discussion, Simon provided a quote of 500 gold coins per barrel. This amount coincided perfectly with the initial funding that Field had received from Nightfall. A standard sherry barrel typically holds around 500 liters, with 1 liter equivalent to 1,134 pints. A serving of wine is generally 1 pint, while the wine favored by the nobility is usually priced at 25 copper coins per glass. Consequently, the cost for an entire barrel of ordinary wine amounts to approximately 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. Chapter 34. The sinful treasure of Maple Leaf City. Should the auction price be considered, the rare Black Pearl wine could multiply 20-fold, typically fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, the auction house retains a 10 commission and demands a portion of goods tax from the nobility. Thus, the maximum net gain through the auction house would amount to 400 gold coins. Field opted for a bundled sale and approached the nobility directly, thus avoiding any tax obligations. The price of 500 gold coins was already exceedingly generous. "Friend, may I acquire the skull of that rat monster?" he inquired. 20 gold coins. "I wish to display this valiant trophy in my collection room." "Of course," Field replied, feigning a pained expression while suppressing a laugh. His own tale evidently moved him. In truth, this decrepit rat monster had barely lasted 3 minutes before Ashina, rendering it of no value to him. Field raised his thumb, acknowledging that a noble's stature necessitated a collection of exceptional artifacts, and he believed it possessed the divine aura of a miracle. After traversing the merchant road, he had amassed 5,020 gold coins, a bounty that could only be described as terrifying. Yet, Field did not foolishly take all the coins with him. Instead, he paid a fee of 30 gold coins to deposit 3,000 gold coins in the royal treasury established in Maple Leaf City. This gesture signified his sincerity in collaborating with Maple Leaf City and also served to prevent being robbed upon departure. Field was acutely aware that despite Simon's ostentatious demeanor, he likely felt a pang of regret behind the scenes, perhaps already scheming to reclaim his funds. Maple Leaf City profits while Maple Leaf City spends. Each sought to take something home. "Baron Field, I'm delighted to engage and trade with you. The maid has prepared your bed and provided appropriately warm water. It is time to indulge in the nature of man." Of course, not with those base maids. As Field had anticipated, after spending a considerable sum, Simon could no longer restrain himself. He jovially clasped Field's arm, his belly quivering. "I wager you have never encountered the exalted Chosen One." Field thought. "The Chosen One in my household is quite approachable and utterly delightful." Clearing his throat, he replied, "Indeed, I have not encountered one. The Chosen Ones are rare treasures. Far too few." Field played along. Simon generously declared, "Humph, Maple Leaf territory possesses a unique treasure. Come. I invite you to behold it. You have certainly never encountered such a magnificent gem. The rare treasure of the Daughter Kingdom is its queen. Surely, the rare treasure of Maple Leaf City cannot be that dancer who can be ridden upon by both a groom and his steed." Field's lips twitched, indeed. After spending 5,000 gold coins, Simon was eager to reclaim his gold. Perhaps next time. Field awkwardly wiped cold sweat from his brow, diverting the topic. "Baron Simon, might I inquire if Maple Leaf City has giant wolves for sale? I am in need of a substantial number of them." As Simon pulled Field upstairs, he responded, "Giant wolves? Those rare creatures have only been spotted in nomadic Khan territories. They are quite difficult to find." Field's physical prowess far surpassed that of Simon, whose aristocratic demeanor was now hollowed out by indulgence and vice. With a few swift movements, Field broke free, stepping back to clear the awkward tension with a couple of coughs. The northern provinces are rife with decaying flora, along with writhing tendrils and masses of flesh. Horses are easily ensnared by treacherous terrain. I require a breed more suited to navigate such complexities. Moreover, the dire wolves possess a majestic allure. They shall become my emblem of valor." Recognizing that Field was beyond his grasp, Simon could only shake his ample belly and declare, "I shall instruct the caravans to keep a lookout for direwolves. No one would refuse a bounty of gold. Even the pups would be acceptable, I assure you. I can offer a most agreeable price." Yet Field mused, once Simon procured them, who else would purchase in bulk? He would surely bargain for more favorable terms. Field's lordly abilities allowed him to confer knighthood upon 50 first-tier wolf cavalry, but such a feat required dire wolves as their formidable allies. Furthermore, the gene pool of dragon breed wolves must be preserved, as it constituted unparalleled wealth, akin to the royal griffins, descendants of the founding emperor's sacred beasts. The treasures left behind by the Chosen were not limited to artifacts. They encompassed animals, technologies, and magical prowess, all ripe for exploitation. I must continue my ventures in the north. I can almost feel the treasures and glory beckoning me. With a succinct farewell, Field turned and departed. Not long after Field's exit, Simon displayed an expression of anguish, groaning pitifully as he ambled toward the guest chamber. "Oh, my beloved gold, small, pitiable, enticing gold. Alas, it has all slipped away from me. Could there be a fate worse than this? Perhaps the time my long loaf broke." Upon reaching the guest room, Simon flung open the door, revealing a captivating figure, clad in sheer fabrics, legs elegantly crossed in a pose of exquisite allure, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. "I expected to see the dashing Baron of Nightfall," she remarked coolly, her attire revealing yet her gaze remarkably composed. And that appendage of yours is hardly a long loaf. It barely qualifies as a mere maggot. Defeated, Simon lamented that Field, the Baron, had no taste for women. He preferred adventure and the appropriation of gold that rightfully belonged to him. Though stung by her mockery, Simon refrained from anger, instead expressing regret. Had I known, I would not have allowed those lowly maidens to enchant her. He likely assumed I had nothing of worth. I ought to have approached you directly. Who knew a transaction could yield 5,000 gold pieces? Cursed be the northern lands for harboring hidden treasures. Are they not filled with corpses and tendrils? Perhaps I should send someone to eliminate him. Ha! Your stinginess has resurfaced. Long-term ventures yield greater profits. Others are saving to demonstrate their sincerity. Now is not the time for bloodshed, especially not in Maple Leaf City. Simon sulked like a child burdened with 200 pounds. Fine, you are right. Your avarice has terrified him. What a charming young lad he is. How I long to possess him. The woman seductively licked her lips, reclining against the soft cushions. Her right hand restrained by shackles. With a cunning glance, she added, or perhaps he possesses unique tastes. The nobility often harbors a variety of peculiar inclinations. Some are enamored with handsome youths, others with infants, and there are even those among the aristocracy who take pleasure in witnessing slaughter. Thus, Simon, you shall convey to him that on the 15th of the upcoming month, the city of Maple Leaf shall host an underground masked ball, and he must attend. For it will surely cater to all his whims. I did mention it in passing, Simon shrugged. The woman asserted with conviction. Then let us formally extend the invitation. The ball in Maple Leaf welcomes all individuals of worth. Well, in truth, I doubt he will endure for long. Fortune is seldom in his favor. The corrupt monstrosities of the northern province are no trifling matter, and many a chosen one has fallen within their grasp. Chapter 35. The Quest for Talent. The woman lazily swayed her delicate arms. It would be most advantageous. Did he not deposit a portion of the gold coins with us? The deceased are not protected by royal law, and when the time comes, they shall leave no witness. It would be simple to consume them without remorse. However, I find myself reluctant to part with this clever, understanding boy. At the very least, I must savor the experience. With that, the woman shackled her own feet. A strange flush appearing on her face. Administer the frenzied serum to the orcs in the basement and bring them here. I have already bound myself, ensuring that I will not let the rampaging divine power crush them. Simon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing his concerns. Take it easy. Do not exhaust the orcs to death. These robust beings are becoming increasingly rare. Since the gray mist obliterated the northern province, the price of orc slaves has soared. Do you have any idea how much I have spent on them? This is the price of your waiting, merely a trivial cost, Simon. Field stepped out of the Maple Leaf Manor, the sunlight soothing his nerves. Phew, the financial matters have been resolved. Now it is time to procure supplies, with a particular emphasis on food and livestock. Due to the unique environment of the Twilight Territory, even after the pollution had been eradicated, the soil lacked fertility, resulting in minimal agricultural output. Field intended to establish a ranch primarily for raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, their manure serving to enhance the soil's fertility. It is worth noting that prices vary across the Empire's cities. A copper coin could purchase a loaf of bread in Golden Eagle City, while in the impoverished western mountainous regions, one could merely buy the aroma of bread, as shopkeepers would only allow you to savor the scent. Maple Leaf City, being a hub of service industries, showed little interest in warfare, with the number of slaves being exceedingly low. Only a few human slaves could be acquired, primarily comprising women and children, as the price of strong laborers had escalated to 3 times that of women. Food and fodder constituted the bulk of purchases. The Twilight Territory yielded no produce and relied solely on Field to sustain the entire domain. Currently, it was not Field exploiting the subjects, but rather the subjects exploiting Field. Only Field possessed the modern perspective. Had it been any other noble, they would not engage in such a losing venture. Before acquiring goods, I must first recruit some talents in management and internal affairs. Field rubbed his temples, realizing that there were only 2 literate individuals in the entire territory, and Cow's administrative abilities were rather mediocre. Moreover, there was a scarcity of craftsmen. The Grand Winery required repairs. Once his thoughts were organized, Field addressed his guard. Hammer, first. Return the gold coins to the relay station, then accompany me to the tavern. The tavern served as a medieval marketplace for talent and was among the most well-informed places for news. After completing his tasks, Field arrived at the tavern in Maple Leaf City, pushing the door open. The air was filled with a cacophony of noise, with individuals of all shapes and sizes gathered. boasting of their glorious exploits. Others engaged in card games or hand-slap contests, and it seemed as if everyone was laughing heartily. Yet those smiles were mere masks worn upon their faces. Who knows how despondent they would become once the effects of the drink wore off. Field, clad in a black noble robe with a steel long sword at his waist and accompanied by 3 guards, entered the room, startling the crowd into silence as they gazed at him with peculiar expressions, assuming he was there to apprehend a fugitive. 3 mugs of barley ale, Field declared, as if performing a magic trick, tossing out silver coins while pocketing the remainder. Upon realizing that Field was not there to arrest anyone, the tavern's atmosphere erupted back into its previous clamor. "My lord, we are grateful for your generosity." The innkeeper reverently placed the wooden mug down, beaming with joy as he snatched the silver coins. 3 mugs of barley ale cost merely 15 copper coins, and Field had given far too much. "Do not rush. I seek some information first. Let us discuss the recent significant events within the Empire." Field generously bestowed the ale upon Hammer and his companions, for he had little interest in the coarse and sour barley brew. "Have you heard about the theft of weaponry in Bull's domain? Count Nibelungen has begun an investigation, and the unfortunate Bull Baron is set to face severe consequences. However, I am curious as to who could stealthily abscond with over 2,000 sets of armor. Surely only a devil could accomplish such a feat. 2,000 sets? Field furrowed his brow, having only located 500 at most. I suspect that old Nibelungen is inflating the figures to settle his own accounts. Yet, this may be fortuitous, if the Count reports accurately. It indicates his firm resolve to uncover the perpetrator. But an inflated report suggests the Count seeks personal gain, likely resulting in the random execution of some bandits to settle the score. The games of the nobility revolve solely around their own interests. Field smiled faintly. "Very well. Is there more?" "Indeed, there is another significant matter. The imperial royalty has suffered the theft of a 5th-tier artifact, a prize from the detestable heretics, the Eye of Longing, said to sway the hearts of men, turning the ordinary into their puppets. The heretics' audacity is linked to their large-scale westward march. The gateway and shield of the prosperous Inner Sea, the capital of the Purple Gold Empire, has been besieged for a month, and all other cities of the empire have fallen. Is there anything else?" Field expressed disinterest in this news, as it bore no relevance to him. Whether or not a theft occurred had no bearing on his stay in Nightfall Domain. "In any case, I am not the thief, and I lack the means to covet a 5th-tier artifact." The innkeeper wiped the ale from his hands. "That's all. But if you are dissatisfied, I could offer you another mug of barley ale. I seek individuals to assist me with certain tasks. Do you possess any connections?" Field was not inclined to drink. The innkeeper, understanding immediately, whispered, "There's a pockmarked fellow, a true outlaw, who for merely 20 silver coins could even assassinate his own parents. Or perhaps the rabid mercenaries, a band of utter lunatics who take pride in devouring their enemies' hearts. However, their price is exorbitant, no less than 30 gold coins, and they are rumored to betray their employers, so you must exercise caution. I have no need for assassins or mercenaries." Realizing the misunderstanding, Field waved his hand. "I do not seek to eliminate others, but rather require capable individuals." He continued, "To be precise, I need talents skilled in practical disciplines, such as management, architecture, herbalism, or craftsmanship." What a curious matter. Are you not inclined to seek out the offspring of other nobles? Typically, nobles enlist knights or retainers to undertake administrative duties. Do not underestimate the role of a retainer. It is, in fact, a privileged avenue for nobles to gain an advantage from the very outset. Retainers are often the younger sons of noble families, sent to learn martial skills and knowledge under other lords, while also assisting the nobility to become familiar faces. I recall there is one capable individual, the Warden Tate, who is literate and educated. Yet, he is a rather pedantic fool, having rejected monetary bribes in favor of upholding justice. Such foolishness is beyond redemption. He was ultimately betrayed by his own subordinates and has now lost his position, left to drown his sorrows in solitude. This does sound somewhat promising. Field nodded. Chapter 36. Encountering the Lord's economic advisor, there was also a horse poacher named Doom, that scoundrel who stealthily infiltrated the Lord's backyard at midnight, tampering with the stallion, and, through cunning arguments, evaded the gallows. A bold deviant. Perhaps you could assign him the role of diplomatic advisor. Field nearly overturned the table in exasperation. Damn horse poacher. The Nightshade domain requires capable individuals, and diplomacy cannot be conducted with a rotting corpse. Heaven forbid he sneaks into the stables at night to violate his beloved warhorse. Let us discuss Tate. Field wiped the sweat from his brow. After gathering the necessary information, he approached Warden Tate and unceremoniously took a seat. I am Field, the Lord of the Nightshade Domain, he stated earnestly, fingers interlaced. I require someone proficient in management and literacy, particularly adept at controlling slaves and discerning subtle changes in the atmosphere. I wonder if your professional capabilities are up to the task. Tate, a middle-aged man with a rugged beard, appeared quite resolute. I am indeed literate. I learned from an old monk in my youth. However, my expertise lies solely in managing prisoners. At least we share some common ground. I shall offer you a salary significantly above market value, 3 times your previous earnings. That would require a life to spend it on, Tate replied. I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The Northern Province is no place for any man. It is a veritable land of death. The Nightshade Domain is undeniably perilous, but remaining complacent may prove even more dangerous. Field shrugged. I have heard of your unwavering integrity. During your tenure, you have undoubtedly offended many, and your colleagues harbor ill feelings toward you. I suspect the local gang has long been preparing for retribution, especially against your family. They dare. Tate's eyes reddened as he slammed his wooden beer mug, ale splattering across the floor. Your reaction confirms my suspicions, and you are well aware of the truth. Field recognized he had struck a nerve. Let us visit the Nightshade Domain. It may be a den of corruption, but it could be preferable to a realm of decay. Moreover, I must add, the Northern Province is not an absolute death trap. I am still alive. You have persuaded me, Tate said despondently as he sat back down, troubled by the potential harm that could befall his wife and daughter. I now only wish to escape. Perhaps a remote cursed land is my true sanctuary. Field then assessed Tate's knowledge. Approximately 15 minutes later, he chuckled heartily and placed a gold coin on the table. This is a relocation fee. Find me at the inn outside the city by noon tomorrow. Tate was nearly blinded by the gleam of the coin, astonished that the noble before him would willingly part with such wealth after only a brief conversation. This is far too much. Field, now in a position of affluence, retorted with conviction, this is my sincerity. Do not disappoint me. Very well. Tate ceased his protests and swiftly departed. My lord. A provocatively dressed woman leaned in with a sly grin. I hear you are in search of talent. Field cast a glance, but was immediately drawn into an abyss of distraction. Cough. Indeed. Do you have any recommendations? Field instinctively interjected. The woman, dribbling the ball towards Field, pointed to her bosom, suggesting, toss a silver coin into my treasure cave, and I assure you, it will be worth your while. Field, momentarily dazed by the cotton-like impact, hastily rose to his feet, maintaining a respectful distance. He then extended his hand, offering the silver coin to the woman. Madam, I seek only valuable information, not frivolous amusements. Please treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. He had already declined the advances of a stunning courtesan and certainly would not fall prey to her wiles. The woman shifted uncomfortably, experiencing for the first time the sensation of earnestness and gentlemanly conduct. She began, very well, my lord, I have a carpenter client, an old acquaintance named Greyhound, whose craftsmanship is exceptional. I mean, his carpentry is excellent. He seeks to venture to distant lands in pursuit of fortune. Perhaps you could recruit him. Where can I find him? Field inquired eagerly, rising from his seat. He has gone to the Merchant Guild in search of work. Much like his encounter at nightfall, the streets of Maple Leaf City were permeated with the stench of decaying refuse and waste, leaving Field feeling quite disoriented. He rubbed his nose. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to experience a day of comfort. Greetings, I am here to seek Greyhound. I have heard he is in search of employment, and I believe there is a place for him within my domain. Field announced at the front desk of the Merchant Guild. Oh, you have arrived a tad late. He has already been recruited by the merchant and economic advisor, Kuchi, and is set to travel to Falon City to construct stables for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's brother, was also the deranged noble who had slain the original owner's beloved. The front desk clerk answered with a respectful demeanor, then paused, pointing behind Field. My lord, Kuchi has arrived. Perhaps, if you offer him enough gold coins, you could procure that carpenter. Field turned to see Kuchi's face, filled with terror. Kuchi, a refined merchant clad in a long-sleeved linen shirt and leather boots, wore a woolen cloak that could sustain an ordinary person for 2 or 3 months. You, Kuchi stammered, clutching his son beside him, by the Valkyries above. Can you see him? This is absurd. Field was supposed to be in Nightfall. His son, equally bewildered, rubbed his eyes and stretched his neck, disbelief etched across his face. Do not make such a fuss, Field said, stepping forward and raising an eyebrow at the merchant, who was well beyond 50. I am not dead. Surprise and astonishment, are they not? Kuchi was utterly flabbergasted. In his experience, few who entered the northern provinces ever returned alive, especially without the protection of an army or a chosen one. Thus, after Field's entry into the northern provinces was confirmed, the Ross family had tacitly accepted his demise. They even vacated a room to serve as a temporary guest chamber and invited friends and relatives to hold a memorial soiree for Field, where they sang and danced late into the night. Damn, I must inform Lord Adrian, Kuch exclaimed softly, yet as a seasoned businessman, he managed to maintain a facade of insincere cheerfulness. Oh, how fortunate it is to see you safe and sound, esteemed Baron Field. His words were elegantly crafted, but the old gentleman offered no more than the most perfunctory of bows, a display of utmost insincerity. I am equally pleased to see you, my brother's economic advisor, remarked Field, a slight smile gracing his lips, devoid of any reproach towards Kuch's lack of decorum. Kuch patted his chest, saying, You remain as gracious as ever. I wonder what brings you to the Merchant Association. If there is any way I can assist, I would certainly do so without hesitation. I am sure Lord Adrian would also be delighted to lend a hand, as he often speaks of you with fondness. Chapter 37. The Merchant's Mockery Disregarding Pleasantries. Field nodded and replied without hesitation, I require a carpenter. I have heard that Greyhound has been recruited by you. Since you are willing to offer assistance, you may relinquish Greyhound to me. Alternatively, I could purchase him. My territory is in dire need of someone to attend to carpentry. Kuchi's lips curled in a sardonic smile. I was merely being courteous. You truly took me at my word. Alas, that may not be feasible. Fulian City urgently requires a carpenter to construct stables. Time is of the essence, for without stables, the livestock industry of the territory may suffer significant losses. I trust you would not wish to witness the decline of your brother's domain? Very well, Field replied, his mouth forming a pout, displaying a facade of disappointment akin to that of an oversized child. Yet, internally, he scoffed. Kuchi nearly succumbed to laughter at Field's expression, that same weak and ineffectual fool. Unchanged, an affront to the noble lineage of the Ross family. With a stern demeanor, Kuchi offered consolation. Humility is a virtue among the nobility. You have always been a noble gentleman. Then you shall have precedence, for I have always favored my brother, Field shrugged, casting a lingering glance at Kuchi before turning to depart. What a timid coward. Father, did you see his pitiful expression? He resembles a sickly dog. Kuchi's son, Lance, could no longer contain himself and burst into derisive laughter as soon as Field had left. He cannot even muster the courage to secure a carpenter. Lower your voice. After all, he is of noble birth. We must maintain a semblance of humility. Kuchi responded dismissively, not regarding Field as a threat. He shifted his ample girth and continued. It is likely that Field has not entered the northern province. I suspect he has come here to indulge himself. This matter should be conveyed to the Baron promptly. For a living, Field could claim a substantial portion of the inheritance. The old count has nearly been drained by Field's stepmother, and the opportunity to divide the estate may be imminent. As Adrian's economic advisor, Kuchi understood that the more wealth Adrian amassed, the more his own fortune would grow. With a mere adjustment of the accounts, there would be enough to sustain him for lifetimes. But what if he does manage to enter the northern province and returns unscathed? After all, luck is a fickle companion, Kuchi contemplated. Then he may be out procuring supplies. Lance, send someone to ascertain his whereabouts. I shall load the goods post-haste and leave by tomorrow morning. Yes, father, Lance replied, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Field retrieved a parchment from his pocket, upon which was inscribed a shopping list. He needed to acquire some slaves. The manpower in the Nightshade territory was woefully inadequate. Additionally, magical artifacts, fabrics, and provisions were required. Everything was lacking. The funds he had barely warmed in his hands were already being tossed into the flames. Seeing Field peruse the list with nonchalance, Iron Hammer, feeling indignant on behalf of his lord, mustered the courage to inquire, My lord, what shall we do about the carpenter? Perhaps I should give that old beast a beating and reclaim the man. I have it under control. Let the bullets fly for a while. Field replied with a slight smile, preferring not to elaborate. First, we shall procure the mist-dispelling lanterns. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Iron Hammer scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by the mention of bullets. Field arrived at the church, where those capable of collecting taxes from the royal family and nobility were undoubtedly exceedingly wealthy. The walls of the church were adorned with exquisite stained glass, depicting the tales of the god of light. Under the reflection of sunlight, these glass artworks shimmered with a golden radiance, vibrant and resplendent. Locating the elderly priest of the church, Field found him lost in thought, captivated by the curves of a nun. I require a fog dispeller and purification potions. How much do they cost? Field cleared his throat. The old priest, startled, responded, "Ah, a lamb seeking divine favor, welcome. I must clarify that acquiring a fog dispeller is not merely a matter of coin. It requires a donation for atonement. The fog dispeller necessitates a contribution of 25 gold coins, while the purification potion demands a donation of 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you." What a lucrative endeavor. Indeed, a most profitable one. Field had calculated that to swiftly eradicate corruption from an acre of farmland would require 3 purification potions. Moreover, a fog dispeller could only sustain its effects for around 25 days. Merely tending to the land to purify, it would cost him over 20 gold coins daily. The situation regarding the purification of the well was even more alarming, as he estimated needing 80 potions to ensure safe drinking water. This was all without Field fully engaging in the cultivation of his lands. "Very well, I shall take them all," he declared. Though he was reluctant to engage with the priest, these specialized products were solely available through the church, a secret even the royal family lacked. The old priest's eyes brightened, his earlier displeasure dissipating, a smile creasing his face like the bark of an ancient locust tree. "Wait, I am willing to donate more." A man with a prominent nose entered, presenting a certificate of gold coins. "I wish to contribute an additional 10 gold coins to the God of Light. Please grant me all divine blessings." The priest paused, his face beaming brighter than ever. "Excellent. I sense your piety increasing." 20 coins. Field maintained a stoic expression. The large-nosed man smirked. 21 coins. 30. 31. "Very well, it is yours." Field reluctantly conceded, his brow furrowed as his mind raced. Could this man be a plant from the church? Had he neglected to consult the auspicious calendar before venturing out today? Regardless, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. 30 gold coins was already a steep price. He could not guarantee that he would be fortunate enough to stumble upon black pearl wine again. Nevertheless, the items he sought were not easily taken from him, regardless of whether the man was affiliated with the church. Anyone who dared to seize his possessions should be prepared to face consequences. Watching the large-nosed man abscond with the goods, Field discreetly handed a small pouch of gold coins to a guard, whispering a few words before casually resuming his shopping. "Ha ha ha." As he turned the corner, Field heard the raucous laughter of the large-nosed man behind him. Did you see his expression? It was more amusing than a circus clown. Lance, the son of Kuchi, burst from an alley, exhilarated. "Isn't it delightful to tease a noble? What a marvelous experience. I shall inscribe this on my tombstone. My children will take pride in me." The large-nosed man, hands on his hips, reveled in his own mirth for a moment, but then a wave of apprehension washed over him. "Lance, but he is indeed a noble? Is it truly without consequence?" "Of course, there is nothing to fear under the protection of Baron Adrian. Field is notorious for his cowardice." After all, when Baron Adrian toyed with his beloved, he remained unscathed, did he not? "Ha, how amusing." The two exchanged malicious jests for a moment. Lance, grinning widely, nudged the back of the bearded man with his elbow and remarked, "Let us continue to torment him, but we must return the goods shortly. If my father discovers that I have misappropriated such a sum of gold coins, he would certainly have my head. Ha ha." Chapter 38. The Sale of Scrolls and the Merchant's second interruption. Upon arriving at the Mage Association, Field intended to sell some magical scrolls, which had aged considerably. He was concerned that if left unattended, they would ultimately become mere scraps of paper. Ah, this antiquated magical rune must be an artifact from 8 years ago, efficient and powerful. Yet time has diminished much of its potency. Dressed like Gandalf, the wizard examined the scrolls meticulously before setting down his crystal and kindly declared, "I shall take them all for a total of 100 gold coins." Only 100? Field, possessing ample wealth, found such a meager sum unsatisfactory. After all, a single magical scroll costs 15 gold coins, and with 23 here, anything less than 200 gold coins is simply unacceptable. The wizard stroked his beard and replied, "Do not be hasty. These scrolls are far too ancient. The newer the magic, the better it is. As a form of energy, time merely erodes magical potency. And these runes are out of date. Current magical scrolls are far more efficient." How scientific. I had assumed that magic, much like in fantasy novels, grows stronger with age. In this world, however, progress in magic only renders the old obsolete, akin to how no one wishes to use an abacus in the presence of computers. 150 is my final offer, the wizard stated, observing Field's dismay. After a moment's contemplation, the wizard gently caressed the scrolls and said, "Deal. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Is this a spellbook? It seems rather exorbitant." Field curiously retrieved a lavish tome titled Flame Ward from the shelf, marked at 320 gold coins. "This is a rare quick-cast spell, albeit a one-time consumable." Tapping the book lightly with his staff, the wizard patiently explained, "If you place a drop of blood in this indentation, you will automatically master this new magic. The runes within the book are mere magical patterns, requiring no comprehension." Field was astounded. Is it truly that simple? Why not? Spells are meant to unveil the mysteries of nature and communicate with its rules. Simplicity is indeed preferable. Wizards are human too. We do not relish sifting through a plethora of outdated relics. However, mastering it is futile without magical energy, the wizard kindly reminded him. Field possessed no magical power. In the entire Nightshade domain, only Ashina wielded extraordinary strength, drawing upon divine might. It seemed purchasing the spellbook would be of little use. "I'll take this one, Eagle S.I., Field said, glancing at the figure that had approached. A subtle smile crept across his lips. An intriguing choice. This spell must be cast upon a bird, granting you its vision, allowing you to experience the thrill of soaring through the skies, for only 200 gold coins. I'll buy it. I am quite interested in flying," Field declared decisively, preparing to pay. "I offer 201 gold coins." The nosy individual with a prominent nose chimed in once more. This time, the wizard ignored him, casting a quick glance at the man and stating coolly, "This gentleman was here first." Field silently commended the wizard for his integrity. He was indeed a merchant of good conscience. "I'll add 10 more gold coins. I want that book," the prominent-nosed man insisted, agitated. The wizard, disinterested in the foolishness of the man, turned back only to find Field frantically winking at him, signaling for patience. "Very well, but you must pay now." The wizard, momentarily perplexed, swiftly complied with Field's request. Field feigned urgency, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe you can pay." The burly man promptly produced a Merchant Association certificate and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "Here is the deposit guarantee from Baron Adrian." "Then hand me the illuminating aurora," Field replied, his demeanor darkening. "I shall add another gold coin." The two engaged in this exchange, and soon, the burly man deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit, leaving him drenched in sweat. At that moment, the guards who had gone on an errand returned. "All right, you win." Field chuckled softly, taking a few steps toward the exit before turning back to say, "Congratulations, enjoy this little pleasure." Just as Field stepped outside, he exclaimed, "Cancel everything. The spellbook is far too expensive." The burly man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nearly overwhelmed by the 2,000 gold coin limit. The thought of Baron Adrian discovering this filled him with dread. The wizard's expression darkened. "Are you mocking me? I am the chief mage of Maple Leaf City. You snatched an order from a noble guest, and now seek a refund? I dare say someone wishes to be transformed into a sow and served on a commoner's table. Can I simply return it at the original price?" "The premium will be forfeited, my good wizard," the burly man stammered, recognizing the wizard's formidable nature. The wizard scoffed. "Since you purchased it in Baron Adrian's name, he must personally authorize the refund." "Very well." The burly man recoiled, clutching a thick stack of hastily acquired spells. Staggering toward the exit. Once outside, he muttered under his breath, "Cursed old stick in the mud. If Adrian finds out, I might as well be flayed alive. I need to consult with Lance. That scoundrel dares to toy with my wife. Brothers, let's chop him down." A frenzied roar erupted from the crowd, inciting a chorus of gasps. As the burly man loaded the spell book into a cart, he found himself intrigued by the realization that someone was faring worse than he. However, his interest quickly turned to horror as he saw several twisted, furious faces charging toward him. Lance emerged from a nearby bakery, holding an exquisite cream cake. Field must be driven to the brink of madness by now. How could a foolish coward like him be my rival, the son of the economic advisor of Falon City? Yet, soon he witnessed a terrifying scene unfold. Kill that bastard. A dozen or so ragged vagrants, armed with rusty daggers, violently brought the burly man crashing to the ground. One particularly pockmarked individual with a mouth full of broken teeth plunged a dagger into the burly man's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the surroundings. The burly man wished to scream, but his trachea had been brutally severed, leaving him to emit only a wheezing gasp. Regret consumed him. Endless remorse flooded his mind as he grasped the truth. Field had immediately hired these deranged assassins after he purchased the church's supplies. A quintessentially malevolent noble. Originally, my family was harmonious, but due to that despicable Lance, I found myself seeking thrills by provoking the nobility. This time, I am truly doomed. Indeed, it is all too simple for the aristocrats to annihilate the common folk. Even those rioters may not face severe penalties with a mere bribe of gold coins. They can find themselves released from prison in no time. After all, the deceased cannot offer gold, while the living can. Lance, I curse you. The twitching of the lifeless body of the bearded man speaks volumes. The coachman, the guards, and 2 laborers fell victim, surrounded by the frenzied mob, who mercilessly stabbed with their rusty blades, soon collapsing into a pool of blood. Chapter 39. The United Nobles. The caravan of Fulon City. The women shrieked with excitement, pressing forward to witness the spectacle, while the timid hurriedly retreated. The already cluttered and filthy streets descended into chaos. Field's lips curled into his smirk as he nodded subtly at Hammer. Bolstered by their armor, Hammer and his companion swaggered into the crowd, leading away the horses laden with goods from the burly man. Meanwhile, Lance's eyes widened in disbelief, the bloodshot whites betraying his shock at the unfolding scene. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated in his plan. How could it have devolved into such disarray? That foolish Baron. Cursed be he. The money and goods. Realization struck Lance as he comprehended Field's intentions, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The sum he had embezzled was no trifling matter. And now it was all being seized by Field. When Baron Adrian discovered this, he would undoubtedly flay him alive. Lance muttered to himself. I merely intended to toy with him. No, not even that. It was simply a matter of fair commercial competition. How could he resort to such despicable tactics? Amidst the tumult of bodies, Lance spotted Field standing on the steps. Enjoying yourself? Field mouthed, then mimicked a knife across his throat with his hand. With Lance's incredulous expression fixed upon him, Field turned on his heel with an air of nonchalance. Let us not procure supplies just yet. We shall head outside the city. Additionally, keep a vigilant eye on Kuchi's movements. Stretching languidly, Field reveled in his triumph. Today was indeed fortuitous, having garnered nearly 2,000 gold coins. Truly, once the shackles of mundane morality are cast aside, the gold flows in torrents. You dare to offend me? It is time to give him a taste of a minor commercial shock. The imagined commercial war, where business elites engage in a brilliant contest of wits and strategy. The harsh reality of commercial warfare, resolving matters directly with a modicum of money. My lord, the individual with the pockmarked face spent a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess, I executed your orders to the letter, never once mentioning your name. The guard grinned as he handed over the remaining coins. Well done, Field remarked, rewarding him with 2 silver coins. The other guards looked on enviously, recognizing that merely relaying a message could yield 2 silver coins. They resolved to make their presence known more frequently before the Baron in the future. The following day, on the outskirts of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan advanced swiftly, laden with valuable goods, the hooves of the horses resonating melodiously against the cobblestones. The extraordinary knight, Gareth, sat astride a magnificent black northern steed. With such an abundance of magical potions, Baron Adrian must be exceedingly wealthy. Gareth's eyes glistened with envy as he gazed at the wagon, seemingly hearing the delightful chime of crystal vials colliding. If only he could possess a crate of those magical potions, he would surely ascend to the rank of a 3rd-tier knight with ease. Stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for 2 years, he had found no opportunities to amass wealth due to the scarcity of wars in recent times, leaving him to languish as a guard in the caravan. Damn it! A sudden curse erupted from within the wagon, startling Gareth. He stared at the cart for a long moment, reassured that Kuchi had not emerged, and let out a sigh of relief, fearing his whispers had been overheard. Kuchi's face turned pale with anger as he exclaimed, Why did you provoke the Baron? Why must we leave Maple Leaf City at once? Lance did not respond directly but wore a defiant expression. Because this is the territory of Baron Simon. What do you expect? Do you wish to mock Baron Simon? Forgive me, father, but we should report to Baron Simon and apprehend Field. Lance protested vehemently. He killed Big Nose, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. I can testify if necessary. Do not mention Big Nose. For the nobility, the death of a commoner is no different from that of a rat. Furthermore, you fool, do you understand the consequences of falsely accusing a noble? The entire continent will not tolerate us. Even if it is not a false accusation, The nobility will automatically perceive it as such. Kuch inhaled sharply, clutching his head as a throbbing pain surged through his mind. I never imagined you could be so foolish. It seems that a life of comfort has rendered you arrogant, to the extent that you dare to consider yourself on par with the nobility. Nobles excel at banding together, despite their apparent infighting. They unite astonishingly against attacks from the lower classes. After they crush the lower class with their steeds and lances, they greedily engage in their internal disputes over the spoils. This is determined by class. If Field were to be toppled by the lower class, the authority of other nobles would immediately be compromised, and soon there would be a second and third noble brought down by the common people. Unlike the disorganized lower classes, the nobility truly supports one another in times of need. Kuch seemed to age 30 years as he continued. Do not be deceived by my authority among the servants. Other merchants respect me, yet with a mere word from Baron Adrian, I could be hanged by the end of the day, without even waiting for the night to pass. You are no different. Should you dare to expose Field, Baron Simon would be the first to eliminate you, followed swiftly by Adrian and Field, discussing matters of profit. A chill coursed through Lance as he stammered, "What are we to do? First, we shall return to Fulon City and inform the Baron that Field is not dead. Baron Adrian will take care of him. As for the 2,000 gold coins, whether to manipulate the accounts or claim that Field sent someone to rob us, I must deliberate carefully. Rob? Field could not possibly have the means to rob us, and Sir Gareth would not assist us in providing false testimony." Lance remained obstinate. "Field is nothing but a treacherous scoundrel. Had you not sworn to the goddess, I would have always considered Field to be a coward. I never expected him to resort to murder." Even Kuch found this reasoning absurd. "It is well known that Field lacks foundation. You have been foolish and clever in your attempts to provoke him." Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted them. Before they could peek out of the carriage, they heard the extraordinary knight Gareth declare, "There are bandits attempting to rob our merchant convoy from Fulon City. They truly know not their own mortality, unaware that I am here to protect." As Kiki stepped out of the carriage, his gaze immediately fell upon the right flank of the convoy, where 20 cavalrymen clad in ominous black robes, wielding lances of assault, loitered with an unsettling presence. The fierce wind howled around them, occasionally revealing glimmers of gleaming scale armor and protective gear beneath their shrouded attire, reminiscent of the ring wraiths from the Lord of the Rings, malevolent, ruthless, and exuding an aura of slaughter. "Is this what you dare to call brigands?" Kiki instinctively thought to curse, yet upon seeing Gareth's indifferent expression, he swiftly relaxed his tension. I had momentarily panicked. With a second-tier knight of combat present, there is no need for concern. In the face of extraordinary power, ordinary cavalry truly resembled mere brigands, easily dispatched with a mere touch. Chapter 40. The Plunder. A first-tier knight could single-handedly confront 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen, while a second-tier knight would have no trouble tackling 20. Not to mention, they also had knightly retainers and merchant convoy guards. Once the workers were equipped with crossbow bolts, they could withstand an onslaught as well. Kuchi, with his mind resolute, commanded with authority, "Halt your advance, safeguard the goods, and prepare for battle." The rest of the merchant convoy, lacking in martial spirit, were greatly intimidated by the spectacle. Upon hearing his words, they hastily drew their weapons in a flurry. The guards primarily wielded short spears and swords. It had been far too long since I had engaged in combat. My hands itched for action. Gareth could hardly contain his eagerness to embrace the glory of battle. With a swift nudge to his steed, he charged forward, hoping they could endure a while longer. The retainers beside him immediately followed suit. As they were about to engage the enemy, a chilling wolf howl echoed, causing Gareth's steed to shudder violently, its momentum abruptly stalling. He instinctively reached down to soothe its mane, calming the anxious creature. "What is this?" Gareth sensed a formidable, chilling presence. In the span of 3 breaths, a colossal wolf ascended the high ridge, surveying the crowd below with an air of sovereign arrogance. Its body was cloaked in heavy, glossy scales, and its menacing form seemed ever ready to devour. The ferocious gaze of the beast sent shivers down the spines of the merchant convoy. Ashurna, draped in a black cloak, sat atop the giant wolf. This was not the time to reveal her identity, yet her appearance instantly plunged Gareth into a state of terror. His fighting spirit quivered. The rank of the Chosen One was inconsequential. A first-tier chosen, if battle-oriented, could undoubtedly slay a third-tier knight with ease. A Chosen One, what the devil is going on? Though every cell in his body urged him to flee, the pressure bore down like a floodgate unleashed. Yet Gareth's knightly spirit forbade him from retreating. Moreover, He depended on escorting the merchant convoy for profit. A retreat would diminish his value. With a thunderous shout, he bellowed, "Kuchi, you fool! Get the convoy moving. I can only buy time." "For glory!" Gareth gritted his teeth and brandished his spear, mounting his horse. "For glory!" The 5 retainers beside him clenched their jaws and followed suit. "Huh! A chosen one of such stature, participating in plunder?" Gareth's voice, imbued with potent fighting spirit, resonated with such force that it pained the eardrums of those nearby. As long as they pledged loyalty to Baron Adrian, wealth, servants, and resources were within easy reach. Gareth hoped to shame the Chosen One into retreat, for it was indeed a rare occurrence for a Chosen One to engage in plunder. No matter where a Chosen One resided in the Empire, gaining entry into a noble's castle was merely a matter of uttering a word. Yet Ashurna showed no interest in responding, while the dragon-bred wolf crouched slightly, resembling a bowstring poised to unleash. Gareth, sensing the lack of desire for negotiation, let out a low growl and charged forward to seize the initiative. Roar! The dragon-bred wolf suddenly unleashed a torrent of searing flames, incinerating the surrounding land into a cracked wasteland. A sense of alarm surged within Gareth, who immediately grasped his lance tightly. Tendrils of white fighting spirit emanated from his palm, enveloping the entire lance and bestowing it with a formidable aura. With a thunderous crash, Gareth swung the lance down upon the pillar of fire, scattering flames in every direction. However, his complexion paled, as his internal organs quaked from the impact. Is this the combat prowess of a fighting spirit knight? It is indeed formidable. Ashina's wolf ears twitched, intrigued by her first encounter with a fighting spirit knight. Suddenly, her crimson pupils constricted sharply as a sense of impending danger washed over her. Instinctively, she urged her giant wolf to evade. Despite its seemingly hefty and cumbersome form, it vanished in the blink of an eye. At that very instant, Gareth charged forward like a high-speed train, shrouded in white fighting spirit, clad in heavy armor and mounted upon a war steed. The immense force concentrated at the tip of his lance struck fiercely at Ashina's former position, creating a deep crater and sending countless stones flying. How infuriating! She actually managed to evade it, Gareth fumed. The clash of elite combatants had begun. The captain of the raiding cavalry, Silver Claw, instinctively glanced towards Field, who was observing from a distance, before raising his spear and shouting, "Charge! Leave no survivors among the rebels. Kill! Kill!" These cavalrymen, though poorly trained and lacking in skill, had triumphed over numerous waves of the undead and harbored no fear of their foes. After all, even the most terrifying of enemies paled in comparison to the grotesque, twisted corpses. With reckless abandon, they surged towards the merchant convoy, the 20 riders exuding the ferocity of 200, an unstoppable force. Kuch, who had spent many years running trade for the Ross family, had witnessed countless bandits and even the thuggish soldiers of unscrupulous nobles. Yet, he had never before seen Chosen Ones personally leading a charge with a cadre of elite, fully armored cavalry. The sight of the cavalry's onslaught shocked him, and he thought frantically, could it be Baron Maple Leaf leading the assault against us? I have heard tales of his insatiable greed. This is utterly despicable. Fire! The hastily assembled young men scattered arrows into the air. Unlike the fragile light armor and the easily crumpled heavy armor depicted in films, the fully armored soldiers exhibited a terrifying resistance to the arrows. The sound of clattering metal resonated, yet most of the soldiers remained unscathed, their momentum unbroken. Only one unfortunate soul was struck in the calf by a crossbow bolt, tumbling from his mount, before a second bolt could be loaded. The cavalry closed the distance in an instant. With the force of their charge, they crashed into the convoy. A young man wielding a crossbow found himself at the forefront, impaled by a lance that shattered his right arm into pulp, with the following cavalry trampling him into a mushy mess. Run for your lives. The young men finally realized the dire predicament they were in, having been betrayed by Kuch. They had merely intended to assist in transporting goods, earning a meager few coins, yet had inexplicably become human shields. Kuch had initially planned to use the expendables to absorb the cavalry's most potent charge, but he quickly regretted his decision. The morale shattered in an instant. The young men collapsed under the pressure, discarding their weapons and scattering in a frenzy. This escape inadvertently disordered Kuchi's own guard, leaving them disheartened and unwilling to fight. The wolfmen, born as natural cavalry, seized the opportunity when they saw the enemy in disarray. They brandished their long blades, striking mercilessly, or thrusting their lances indiscriminately. Positioned above, they took advantage of their height, delivering devastating blows with little effort. Those who fell were beyond saving. Instantly trampled into the earth by feet and hooves, becoming a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Ah, help! I want to go home. Death. Slay them. Chapter 41. The Pillage, Part 2. Amidst the chaos of slaughter, the air resonated with cries of anguish and despair, as all succumbed to their primal instincts. After a brief skirmish with Ashina, Gareth was shaken by the horrified screams of his comrades behind him. Witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of the cloaked figure before him ignited a blaze of fury within him, prompting an all-out assault on Ashina, with his followers launching their attacks from various angles. How dull. Allow me to send you back to the embrace of the goddess, Ashina mused, her boredom palpable. Though a second-tier knight wielding battle aura may possess specialized skills, they ultimately remained feeble. With fierce winds swirling around her, Ashina advanced rather than retreated, swiftly drawing her spear and unleashing it with a terrifying density. In an instant, the spear's brilliance resembled a cascade of stars. Typically, Ashina allowed the draconic wolves to engage in combat, as they excelled in dealing area damage and swiftly clearing corpses. However, as the Chosen One, her personal combat prowess was unparalleled. Oh no! Gareth was overwhelmed by a multitude of shimmering lights, a spectacle both bizarre and disorienting. By the time he realized these were the spear's lethal rays, he was already drenched in a spray of crimson, as if a red curtain hung suspended in the air. How swift! This is the power of the divine. The followers, unable to comprehend the scene, fell from their mounts in disbelief, their lifeblood pooling beneath them. Gareth, his spirit extinguished, felt the chill of death as he was pierced by numerous spears. He plummeted from his horse, only to be caught mid-fall by a draconic wolf, which tore through his armor and feasted upon him. As a human imbued with battle aura was regarded as a delicacy. A greyhound huddled within an overturned cart, desperately covering itself with cabbages. Oh dear goddess, this is utterly terrifying. Please, do not let them discover me. I would offer anything in return. With a final gasp, the last guard of the merchant caravan succumbed in a pool of blood. The caravan was left with hardly a soul alive. Only rough-clad laborers and a few maidens remained. Cease. Field approached on horseback, commanding the bloodthirsty cavalry to halt. The riders, now stripped of their former glory, bore tarnished armor stained with the gore of battle, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence akin to demons. The soldiers who had witnessed bloodshed were transformed, a stark contrast to those who had not. After assessing the casualties, it was noted that 3 raiders had sustained injuries, with 2 of them having fallen from their mounts due to inadequate riding skills, suffering grievous wounds that would confine them to their beds for the foreseeable future. No one had perished in battle, for their armor was of superior quality, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to breach. It was no wonder that in ancient times, the possession of armor was deemed a capital offense. Field pondered. He then nodded to the others, proclaiming, 1 head for 1 silver coin. You have all performed admirably. The injured shall rest well, with no need to fret over medicine or sustenance. I shall provide for that. Having acquired a substantial supply of potions during the capture of the Kasha fortress, he felt confident in his promise. Long live the Lord. The crowd was deeply moved by his words. Next came the moment to tally their spoils. I am the economic advisor to the Baron of Fulan City. Please, spare me. Silence. Silver Claw shot a fierce glare at Kuchi, seizing him and his son, dragging them forth to stand before Field, as though they were nothing more than lifeless husks. Field, cloaked in black, understood that the reputation of nobility outweighed all else. If he were seen plundering, future business dealings would be fraught with difficulty. We meet again, he remarked, a dangerous smile curling his lips as he spoke in a calm tone. It's you, Field. The moment they beheld his countenance, their expressions froze, mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words to convey their astonishment. Speak of my brother, his military strength, defensive deployments, and the Chosen One. Kuchi detected an ominous note in Field's voice and instinctively recoiled. What do you intend? Had he not vowed to kill me and my beloved? Field, fingers interlaced, uttered terrifying words with an unhurried cadence. I am a person who believes in an eye for an eye. You scoundrel, he is your brother. You both share the blood of the Ross family. Kuchi exclaimed. With a sharp crack, Silver Claw struck him twice, sending 3 teeth flying. Show some respect. How absurd. You permit him to kill me, but not the reverse? Field dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Before you oppose me, be prepared for death. I will speak. I will speak. Lance shouted. Adrian commands 1 4th-tier knight, 12 3rd-tier knights, and a total of 500 additional troops. In times of war, he can muster 3,000 militiamen, a formidable force. Most crucially, Adrian possesses a second-tier chosen one, the fire spirit butterfly named Allison. A swift spellcaster commanding an extraordinary cadre of mages, truly remarkable. Of course, for the time being, Adrian could only wield a fraction of that power, as the knights remained loyal to the old count. As a newcomer, Adrian, a mere fledgling lord, could not sway them. The two, in their desperation, revealed all secrets. Field nodded, acknowledging his brother's formidable prowess. Any thought of defeating him was futile. First, one must return to the Nightshade territory and tend to the land. I spare you, Field declared, turning his steed, then mimicking a throat-cutting gesture toward Silverclaw. The Kuchi father and son hastily rose, but before they could escape, they were knocked down, several steel blades descending mercilessly upon them. I curse you to hell, they shrieked. Field shrugged. I have spared you, but I did not say my men would do the same. And do not forget to sever the head as a finishing touch. This scene left Greyhound and the others in stunned silence. The once high and mighty Kuchi was dragged out by brutal soldiers, stripped of his garments, and repeatedly stabbed. What a wretched fate. What misstep led me to leave Maple Leaf City? Greyhound lamented, despair flooding him as he wished to turn back time, slapping himself twice in frustration. Yet, the imagined blade of slaughter did not fall. Field, mounted, proclaimed, "You are now conscripted. Those with skills, step to the right." By the way, who is Greyhound? Almost everyone scrambled to the right, even if they had no skills to offer. Conscripted? Skills? The Greyhound paused momentarily, then was overtaken by sheer ecstasy. Did this imply that he would no longer face death? I am the Greyhound. My lord, whatever your command, I am willing to comply. The Greyhound hastily leapt forward, disregarding the large damp patch on his trousers, and knelt before Field. I am the lord of the Nightfall territory, and I have heard commendable things about your carpentry skills. If your performance meets my expectations, your life will be far better than in Maple Leaf City. Furthermore, the same applies to you all. Field gestured towards the remaining 7 individuals, 3 of whom were still Kuchi's maidens. It was indeed unjust that this old servant had more attendants than himself. Chapter 42, The Spoils of Plunder. Encountering the church, the cavalrymen had commenced the organization of their spoils. Silverclaw opened a finely crafted large wooden chest, and the sight of neatly arranged crystal vials nearly blinded him. He exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, you must see this, such an abundance of potions." Field hurried forward, and even with his worldly experience, he could not contain his delight, bursting into laughter. These are not mere potions. They are magical elixirs. The specialty of Maple Leaf City, a potent brew of combat magic. Magical elixirs? Ashina, witnessing her lord's joy, smiled broadly. She picked up one vial. Swaying it in front of her, the chestnut liquid sloshed back and forth. Suddenly, a look of doubt crossed her face. Surely, this cannot be something peculiar? We mustn't allow our lord to come into contact with strange items, lest it lead to misfortune like that time with the malevolent plant that turned one into a lascivious beast. To cultivate combat prowess, one must consume such substances. Just as Gareth had done earlier, aspiring to become an extraordinary knight requires first the awakening elixir, followed by the magical potions for training. However, these magical elixirs are costly. A single vial often exceeds 50 gold coins, making them difficult for even knights to procure. This disparity leads to a widening gap between the powerful and the wealthy, as wealth enables the purchase of more magical elixirs, fostering further strength. Yet, for the chosen ones, these elixirs hold little value, serving merely as supplements and indulgence to sip casually. They are of no use to Field either, as he has already surpassed the age of awakening his combat abilities. He looked forward to inspecting the other goods. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation felt akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. After half an hour of scouring the battlefield, Field had secured 2 chests of magical elixirs, totaling 60 vials, along with a sum of 327 gold coins, armor and equipment suited for a second-tier combat knight, a cart full of silk, a crate of healing potions, 12 pack horses, and a myriad of other assorted treasures, amounting to an estimated total value of 5,000 gold coins. We are all family. What is yours is mine. Field unceremoniously seized the entire convoy, demonstrating that fortune favors the bold, as a horse thrives on midnight grass. The mere act of dispatching novice cavalry to plunder was equivalent to the considerable risks associated with transporting exclusive fine wines. As for his brother's reaction, he cared not at all. After a thorough gathering, the group returned to the way station outside the city, where Tate awaited their arrival. I thought you had changed your mind, Tate sighed heavily. Despite the guards Field had left behind at the way station urging him to be patient. He had sold his house and could find no peace until he met the Baron. With a rarely humorous expression on his otherwise stern face, he remarked, I thought I might pocket a gold coin. Field laughed heartily. Then you would miss out on 10,000. His family disembarked from the donkey cart and bowed to him. A woman with a headscarf and prominent rabbit teeth, clearly Tate's mother, stood among them. Tate's wife was rather plain, even deemed unattractive, with dark skin and an unfortunate distance between her eyes. However, Tate's daughter was strikingly beautiful, with porcelain skin and adorned in a flowing blue gown. After nodding and smiling at them, Field remarked, Let us procure supplies. The slaves we purchase will be entrusted to your management. And I have faith that you shall not disappoint me. Tate, feeling uncertain yet recognizing his lack of alternatives, boldly exclaimed, Please, leave it to me, my lord. Thanks to his brother's financial support, Field managed to save funds for purchasing fog lamps and purification potions, thus directly acquiring 300 slaves, 200 of whom were men. The unwillingness of Maple Leaf City to engage in warfare had led to a scarcity of slaves, with most of those purchased being elderly or frail. The remaining goods primarily consisted of essential foodstuffs and fodder, ensuring sustenance for the territory for 3 months, in addition to 5 cattle, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 camels, and a selection of noble furniture and garments. The total expenditure amounted to 1,970 gold coins, with a significant portion allocated to livestock, indicative of an era where animals were more valuable than humans. Additionally, Field procured 3 homing pigeons, those known for their cooing sounds. Fortunately, Tate demonstrated a degree of managerial aptitude, categorizing the slaves into robust men and women, children, and the elderly, each carrying different loads, significantly enhancing the cargo capacity of their group and preventing an unwieldy formation. Field mused to himself that the investment in wages had not been in vain. The group set off that day and, upon reaching the border of the High Castle province, took a night to rest. The following morning, Field emerged from his tent, surprised to find members of the church present. A contingent of 30 holy armored knights, each radiating an aura of combat readiness, stood before him. Moreover, there were 20 nuns clad in austere, modest habits, distinct from the modern attire featuring slits up to the arms. Field could see only their faces, with even their ears concealed. The slaves knelt before them as the nuns tirelessly preached. Unlike the religious practices familiar to the people of Huagua, which often entailed encouraging virtue in exchange for donations, the church in this world not only collected taxes from kings but could also excommunicate them, unleash divine punishment upon heretics, and preside over a prosperous nation composed of 3 provinces in the fertile southern inland sea region. In name, there were over 100 nations, including the Holy Griffin Empire, all officially revering the goddess of holy light, also known as the mother of all gods. Yet, the true nature of divinity remained shrouded in mystery. As no one had genuinely witnessed a god, the only miracles were the chosen ones, while everything else could be fabricated. Regardless, Field spoke with ease, devoid of any psychological burden. We apologize for disturbing your rest, a nun explained with remarkable emotional intelligence, rather than claiming ignorance. Field shrugged, accepting this explanation. Wait, are you Sir Field Ross? One nun, adorned in a pristine white robe, gazed at him in astonishment. My goodness, you truly survived in the night realm? Thank the goddess of holy light. This must be a miracle. Field displayed a look of confusion, asking, You know me? All things are miracles, a gentle, melodious voice resonated from behind the nun, who immediately stepped aside, respectfully positioning herself. The speaker is also a nun clad in a white robe, her forehead adorned with a radiant angelic symbol, signifying her as a chosen one, perhaps a champion of the holy light. I am Eliza, a 3rd-tier chosen from the church. As we pass through the Rose territory, I heard that you intend to explore the Nightfall territory, and I have offered prayers on your behalf. A 3rd-tier chosen possesses formidable combat prowess, to the extent that one might say she is a force sufficient to form an army single-handedly. Field instinctively worried that she might expose Ashina, yet Eliza did not even cast a glance in Ashina's direction. It appears that the chosen ones can shield themselves from one another. Chapter 43. A conversation with the nun. Field had previously noted that the small map did not display any contracted chosen ones. Even if Ashina did not conceal her aura, Field could not locate her symbol on the map. Uncontracted individuals would have their positions marked, but once contracted, they would vanish from sight. No wonder fortune has favored me. It appears a beautiful nun has been praying for my well-being. Field mused with his eyes closed, fully aware that he had never received any assistance from the church. Ashina was not a chosen of the holy light, but rather a chosen of the winter god among the demi-humans. Field approached with a dignified smile and inquired, "Have you come to my pioneering group specifically for missionary work?" "Not solely for that, esteemed Baron Field," replied Eliza, her hands clasped together, the soft, voluminous cotton of her attire swaying gently, both enchanting and sacred. Field squinted, slightly dazzled, and said, "Please elaborate." "Our mission has always been one of redemption and purification." "Baron Field, you find yourself isolated in the Nightfall domain, constantly facing the threat of the undead, while your subjects are but lost lambs. However, the church can establish a chapel in your Nightfall domain, as well as a garrison for church warriors. I believe this is a splendid proposal that could alleviate your defensive burdens." Though Eliza spoke with an impassioned tone, Field found her words increasingly peculiar. Were it not for his adept expression management, his brow would have been furrowed in confusion. Was this not merely a military occupation? Inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is another matter entirely. With such a formidable third-tier chosen one in my territory, one could easily assume the land has changed its allegiance. Furthermore, during Field's initial visit to the Nightfall domain, he had received no support from the church. Now that he had secured a foothold, the church arrived, sensing opportunity. It was utterly shameless. "I'm afraid I must decline. In fact, we have yet to establish a firm foundation. If you wish to offer assistance, gold and mist lamps would suffice. My people and I will pray nightly, extolling the grace of the goddess." "Very well, we shall revisit this matter in the future," Eliza replied, her expression one of feigned dismay. "Agreed. Discussing it later is not out of the question." Field shook his head, dispelling his lingering thoughts. "By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you headed? Perhaps we could travel a short distance together and share a carriage," Field shamelessly suggested, envisioning the possibility of leading them into a pile of corpses, thereby gaining the benefits of a chosen one's combat prowess to clear the undead that plagued the Nightfall domain, albeit without the prospect of them visiting his encampment. Eliza, aware of Field's intentions, promptly declined. "There is no need for us to travel together. Purifying monsters is, after all, a trial and an arduous discipline bestowed upon us by the goddess. We appreciate your kindness." Field pouted. "What a pity. By the way, are you heading to the northern province solely to exterminate monsters?" "That is part of the reason, but our primary objective is to retrieve a lost artifact." Eliza traced a peculiar pattern upon her chest, her gaze suffused with sorrow. In the face of the orc invasion and the need to rescue the corrupted souls, the church had repeatedly dispatched armies and chosen ones, many sisters perishing in the northern provinces. As messengers of the divine, it is imperative that we reclaim their sacred artifacts, ensuring they do not fall into corruption. Upon the death of a chosen one, their spirit and divine power remain within the weapon, forming a sacred artifact. However, these artifacts may degrade over time, ultimately turning to mere dust. Our destination does not lead us through the Twilight territory, and thus we appreciate your goodwill. How many sacred artifacts exist in the northern provinces? Are there any within the Twilight territory? Field's eyes sparkled as he noticed Eliza's grim expression. With a tone laced with compassion, he remarked, "Oh, what I mean to say is, perhaps I could assist you in your search, and if we find them, we can exchange them for more mist lamps and purification potions. Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot meet your two requests. The artifacts belong to the god of holy light, and the mist lamps and purification potions are not mass-produced. They are crafted using the essence of the holy chosen. Well, let's just say their production is extremely limited." Field persisted. "So, do you have the coordinates of the Imperial artifacts? Are there any in the Twilight territory?" "I do not know, Baron Field. I still hope to establish a church in the Twilight territory." Eliza sensed Field's tenacity, yet she remained undeterred, gently grasping his arm, a soothing warmth enveloping him, akin to a powerful breeze immersing one in the beauty of nature. "One day, when my pioneering group has firmly established itself and can manage to be self-sufficient, I will surely inform you." Field shamelessly continued to savor the moment, yet unrelentingly painted an enticing vision for Eliza that was unattainable. Fearing a harsh refusal might lead to dire consequences, he was cautious. Knowing the church's influence had waned in recent years, with major empires striving to detach themselves from its grasp, should they act against the nobility once more, their downfall would be imminent. After conversing for some time, they had reached no consensus, Select 50 robust slaves, arm them with spears. We shall venture into the gray mist. After loudly announcing his orders, Field mounted his steed, leaning slightly towards Eliza as he bid farewell. Until we meet again, charming sister. Farewell, Eliza replied, gracefully mounting her steed. May the holy light protect you. The journey back to the Twilight Territory would not be easy, as they were burdened with a total of approximately 350 individuals, including slaves and captives, heightening the risk of encountering a horde of corpses. As Field had anticipated, the moment they entered the northern provinces, their cumbersome transport convoy was immediately besieged by relentless attacks. Undead creatures roared forth from the ruins, corrupted forests, and the earth itself, surging towards them with ferocity. Oh divine! What do I see? Living demons. Tate and the slaves bore expressions of sheer panic, desperately looking back in search of a way to retreat. Yet only the gray mist connecting to the heavens greeted their eyes. Tate had an ominous feeling. They were in a dire predicament. Previously, Tales of the North spoke of monstrous entities and death, which Tate had regarded as mere abstract concepts, lacking the profound impact of first-hand experience. However, Tate fell silent immediately, not due to exceptional fortitude of character. With a swift motion, the Black Knights surrounding Field unsheathed their cavalry sabers. And the sight was more terrifying than he could have imagined. The blades were not glistening, but rather smeared with dark, dried blood and a yellowish-white grease. It would not be more than 2 days. Through years of overseeing death row inmates, Tate could discern at a glance that those blades had recently taken lives and showed no hesitation in claiming more. Slaves, remain orderly. Do not scatter. Tate dared not assume the role of a leader. He busied himself with calming the slaves while casting anxious glances at his family's carriage. Chapter 44 Arrival at the Camp. Do not panic. Slay the fugitives. Captain Silverclaw of the cavalry bellowed with a chilling tone, brandishing his long sword. To Tate's bewilderment, the cavalry had no intention of attacking the undead. Instead, they encircled the slaves like shepherds herding sheep, poised to unleash a massacre at the slightest provocation. How brutal these cavalrymen were. But what about the corpses? A question flickered through Tate's mind. Suddenly, a deep, ethereal blue light flashed, and a colossal black wolf emerged. Moving without hesitation, the great beast darted through the horde of zombies, casually slashing with its claws, effortlessly crushing or dismembering the undead. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their fear momentarily forgotten. Was there a giant wolf among us? It had gone unnoticed until now. Amidst the crackling flames that danced like arcs of electricity, a surge of blue fire erupted from the wolf's maw, expanding geometrically as it swept across the battlefield. The sound of the flames sizzling and crackling echoed like firecrackers in their ears, clearing the advancing horde of corpses. What was happening? Tate felt overwhelmed, his mind struggling to process the deluge of information. It is my chosen one, Asina, Field said, patting the stunned Tate on the back and gesturing towards the maid-like figure of Asina beside him. Now, organize the slaves. We must hasten our departure. But, Tate stammered, at a loss for words. How could Field possess a chosen one as a maid? Even in the affluent Maple Territory, there was only one enchanting dancer who had been chosen. What could Field possibly offer to entice a chosen one to pledge loyalty? No wonder Baron Field dared to venture into the Nightfall Territory. He had a chosen one for protection. As the adults often remarked, this was merely the beginning. Field's maid giggled, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Even I am not worried. As a man, what do you have to fear? Tate scratched his head awkwardly, mortified by the maid's teasing. Come on, rally yourself. The more efficient we are, the lesser the chance of being encircled by the undead, Field remarked, casting a glance at the small map. Numerous skull icons were stirring with agitation, covering the entire map and causing Field to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. The undead were becoming more active. Damn these corrupted beings, why won't they relent? Field's tone grew stern. We must get the slaves moving. Though breaking through the horde was perilous, remaining still meant certain death. Tate gritted his teeth, casting aside his hesitations. Yes, my lord. Countless undead surged forth from the mist, only to be incinerated by the dragon-blooded wolf. Yet more corpses continued to follow, like moths drawn to a flame, with no end in sight. Field's apprehensions materialized. By the time they reached the Grand Estate, 39 had perished from attacks by the undead and monsters. 1 warhorse had broken its leg. 2 pack horses had been bitten to death, and 7 goats had been sacrificed to lure the tide of corpses, resulting in significant losses. Fortunately, their provisions remained intact, and no cavalryman had fallen. Tate's face darkened, nearly as black as coal, This journey had surpassed any perilous moment in his life. His daughter and wife disembarked from the carriage, trembling with fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed onto the ground, huddled together for a prolonged moment, still shivering. It would be disingenuous to claim they did not regret venturing into the northern province. Along the way, they had been relentlessly assailed by rotting corpses. Had it not been for their entrapment in the gray mist, Tate would have gladly slapped himself and turned back. Upon arriving at the territory, Tate was taken aback by the sight before him. He had initially believed the northern province to be dire, yet the situation at Field's Castle was equally dismal, essentially a drafty, oversized winery. Indeed, it was nothing short of a grand winery. Fortunately, the armored guards and the formidable prowess of the Chosen One, Ashina, offered him a glimmer of hope. Field was not in high spirits either. Compared to the first time, the losses incurred during this transport were substantial, particularly given the absence of human shields. The complete annihilation of Connor's knightly order had allowed Field to reach the grand estate unscathed. This time, however, he had been overly ambitious. A contingent of 300 was too large, making it impossible to safeguard everyone during the attack. Rubbing his temples, Field endeavored to adopt a more positive outlook. At least he could return with the food intact, which would not be a total loss. The silver lining was that despite his prolonged absence, the territory had not suffered any assaults. The slaves were already tilling the fields, and the first batch of farmland had been purified and was immediately put into production. Although the land was barren, it was far better than leaving it fallow. The absence of plows severely hampered their efficiency. As Field rode towards the grand winery, he observed the slaves digging haphazardly with hoes or their bare hands. This scene starkly contrasted with his previous impressions of farming. The lack of furrows indicated their unfamiliarity with ridge cultivation. They did not even have ditches to demarcate the fields. The Nightfall territory possessed several cattle, which, when paired with a plow, could expedite the tilling process. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as the quantity of farmland was limited and the slaves, relying solely on their manpower, could still accomplish their tasks. This would also keep everyone occupied, preventing them from indulging in mischief or brawling after their meals. Was the entire Nightfall territory comprised solely of slaves? Tate was astounded. Field was the most unconventional lord he had ever encountered. However, it was not entirely the case. A small patch of land to the south of the Grand Winery had been allocated to free citizens, about a dozen individuals, whom he had brought in. Field spoke candidly. As there were few secrets in the Nightfall territory, without the fog lamps, ordinary individuals had no hope of escaping. Tate's mouth gaped open, as if he could swallow an ostrich egg. Hence, it was quite suitable for you, resembling a vast prison, with the haze serving as the confines. Your task is to act as my domestic advisor, preventing slave uprisings and managing their labor. It truly was akin to a prison. Tate's lips twitched. Yet there was a distinction. They were still human. I intend to allocate a portion of their labor time for rehabilitation, such as skill development or altering some of their vices. As Field surveyed the excrement on the ground, his brow furrowed once more, particularly at the indiscriminate urination and defecation. It seemed his initial prohibition had little effect. Thankfully, the weather was not warm. Otherwise, Field might have found it difficult to even sleep. Tate had recovered from his earlier trepidation and was now surveying his surroundings. The surrounding laborers, upon sighting the illustrious Field mounted upon his majestic steed, immediately forsook their tasks and hurried to kneel before him in reverence. Following closely were the patrolling guards and the ever-watchful Cow, who, upon witnessing the returning procession, rushed forward with uncontainable excitement. "Thank heavens, my Lord Field, you have finally returned," Cow exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, overwhelmed with relief. He had harbored grave fears that Field might have ventured forth alone or met with a tragic fate along the way, which would have spelled disaster for him. Chapter 45. One must face reality indeed. The commendable efforts of Ashina and the valiant warrior's unwavering protection played a crucial role. Field chose not to mention the small map, for it remained his personal secret. Ashina's eyes, adorned with heavy bags, rarely revealed a sense of languor, a stark contrast to her usual vigor. The relentless nights spent battling the undead had taken their toll, even on the Chosen One. However, her wolf ears still perked up proudly, indicating her good spirits. Without uttering any flattering words, Ashina merely nodded at the crowd. Recently, she had developed an affinity for Field's calm demeanor, seldom exhibiting her lively side in public. Only in private did she delight in playfully teasing him. "We are willing to lay down our lives for our Lord." Upon hearing Field praise them, Iron Hammer and the others immediately stood taller. For reasons unknown, their lord had an affinity for upright postures, and since he appreciated it, they willingly complied. Iron Hammer thumped his chest plate with his blood-stained right hand, exclaiming, "Thanks to the winter goddess for blessing our beloved lord. Well, going out has made you more obsequious." A pack of sycophants, Cal scoffed, rolling his eyes but unable to suppress a smile. The return of even one more guard meant greater safety for the territory, alleviating his fears that had kept him from sleeping soundly, even making him hesitant to venture out for a simple restroom break. "My lord, if I may speak frankly, please refrain from such risks in the future. I pray every night," worrying to the point of sleeplessness, Cal shouted. "Upon this return, I shall not leave the territory for a while. Though Maple Leaf City is splendid, it pales in comparison to my humble home, and the journey is far too arduous." "I am weary," Field responded, waving his hand. He instructed that accommodations be arranged for his advisors and the free folk, while a section of land be designated for the slaves, situated adjacent to the previous slave camp. Field found himself devoid of the energy to undertake further endeavors. Days of frenzied battles and intensive map observation had left him utterly exhausted. "The cavalry shall take 3 days of leave, and you, Iron Hammer, shall have the same. Go rest well." He continued. "Cal, organize the free folk to prepare meals for the slaves, 2 loaves of bread and a serving of vegetable soup per person. I do not wish for them to survive the tide of corpses only to succumb to hunger." Field felt a pang of regret for the 30 or so deceased slaves, most of whom were slow-moving and elderly. Such waste of labor was disheartening. Upon returning to the Grand Winery, Field finally breathed in the fresh air. Though faint traces of mildew lingered, it was far more pleasant than the outside. The stone walls revealed their true colors, free from the blackened remnants of decay. Inside, the dampness was apparent, yet it was clear that the maid Sparrow had diligently cleaned the winery. The interior was devoid of excrement, a relief considering he had previously encountered quite a bit, courtesy of a negligent servant who had shirked the task of going outside. Thankfully, with Field's growing authority, that individual had become too intimidated to repeat such behavior, or perhaps he had simply cleaned it up himself. "Humph, let me not catch you," Field mused, curious about which scoundrel had committed the act. If it was indeed the maid, he would not hesitate to give her a stern reprimand. After a delightful dinner and a soothing bath, Field languidly reclined in his cushioned armchair, every cell in his body enveloped in relaxation. The newly acquired furniture lent an air of sophistication to his room. At least the desk, chairs, and bed had been replaced with high-quality pieces exuding a noble essence. Alleviating any concerns about creaking chairs, Field retrieved the spellbook titled Flame Robe. Although he possessed no magical abilities, his curiosity about the arcane remained undiminished. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Unperturbed by the interruption, Field placed the spellbook back on the shelf and cleared his throat. "Come in. My apologies for the intrusion, Lord Field." The visitor was Tate, known by the moniker of Warden. Nicknaming was commonplace in this era, and Field had often fantasized about acquiring titles like Iron Rod or Devil Muscles, as they sounded quite impressive. "My lord, I seek to ascertain your thoughts for the more precise governance of the Twilight Domain." Tate had not paused for rest. He had traversed the entirety of the Twilight Domain, the unmistakable odor of sweat clinging to him, and he appeared anxious and troubled, pondering whether this year's focus should be on taxation, population, or food supply. These matters were of paramount concern to the nobility. "You have entered the working mindset faster than I had anticipated," Field remarked with satisfaction, nodding. Previously, witnessing Tate's grim demeanor akin to that of a gorilla, Field had feared he might resign. Tate replied earnestly, "One must confront reality. My family is irrevocably tied to the Twilight Domain, and I must exert every effort. I certainly do not wish for my children to fall prey to the jaws of decay." "Excellent. But the forthcoming focus should neither be on taxation nor food supply, nor population," Field stated, sipping his red tea. The dilapidated state of the Twilight Domain currently precluded any productive output. Setting hard targets, even if aimed at a daily income of 100 million gold coins, was futile. Such proclamations were mere slogans, and Field had no interest in engaging in frivolities. "First and foremost, we must gradually reclaim the corrupted farmlands and residences, organizing manpower to eradicate any traces of decay. As the Lord, I possess domain talents. Once the corruption is thoroughly cleansed, the miasma of death will be unable to permeate our lands." Field paused momentarily before continuing. "Secondly, we must educate the enslaved, transforming them into obedient workers with specialized skills. Ideally, they should all become free citizens. I aspire to enlighten them, and you should be the expert in this endeavor. However, I must caution you, do not be deceived by the pitiable appearances of some slaves, for a portion of them have committed numerous infractions in secrecy. We must resolve these matters swiftly to advance our efforts. Nobility resides in humanity, not in profession. Similarly, degradation lies within the human condition, not merely circumstance. There exists oppression even among slaves, which is rather ironic. Tate was taken aback. Your insights into management are remarkably precise, well-structured, and highly visionary. It is truly astonishing. Field chuckled, amused by Tate's seemingly earnest demeanor, realizing he was quite adept at flattery. Isn't this a fundamental skill? Not at all, at least. I have never encountered such clarity. Typically, lords focus on this year's taxes, food supplies, military matters, families, and noble maidens. You are the first to concern yourself with the matters of the lower strata. Oh? Field gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a melodious sound. He found great pleasure in drumming on the table while contemplating. Due to the wisdom of the Chinese and the advancements of modern education, even the most seemingly ordinary actions taken by Field are, in the eyes of contemporary individuals, simply astonishing. Chapter 46. Ineffective Decrees and Fertilizer. Moreover, my lord, I believe that Nightshade Domain requires proper housing. The slaves are perpetually crammed into tents constructed of rotten wood and tattered cloth. While this is unfortunate, what is truly alarming is that even the free citizens lack shelter, which could incite discontent among the populace, should you be concerned about their opinions. This issue necessitates time for resolution. Field withdrew a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate, stating, only once I reclaim the eastern forest and the quarry will there be any possibility of addressing the housing dilemma. Additionally, I must consider the matter of site selection. He presented the map, encouraging Tate to share any ideas promptly. Indeed, my lord, Tate replied, feeling a sense of trust and support. Although Nightshade Domain pales in comparison to Maple Leaf Domain, it appears to be nurturing something novel and promising. The following morning, a maidservant brought forth pudding, white bread, and goat's milk. The estate boasted no dairy cows, only beef cattle, but fortunately, goat's milk was quite palatable, albeit in limited quantities. Ashina donned a lace-trimmed, waist-hugging noble gown, purchased by Field in Maple Leaf City, and subtly modified to suit his aesthetic. Though Ashina cherished her maid's attire, she refrained from wearing her work uniform on her day off. Clad in a dress, Ashina nearly rendered Field bashful to maintain eye contact. Yet he steeled himself mentally to regain his composure. Her long hair cascaded loosely, and with one hand propping her chin, her alluring eyes, half closed, exuded a captivating wildness, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. The white stockings clung to her flawless leg contours, presenting an air of nobility and elegance, while her crossed legs revealed an enticing mystery. This era does feature stockings, though they are not the ultra-thin variety of modernity. The current stockings are thicker, allowing only a hint of flesh-toned sheen to peek through, never crossing into indecency. Unlike the rigid postures expected of noble women, Ashina's toes, encased in stockings, playfully wiggled in her slippers, while others of nobility might deem such behavior impolite. Field delighted in Ashina's spirited nature, choosing to impart only select aspects of noble and modern etiquette rather than the entirety of feudal dogma. After all, this is Nightshade Domain, where Field's word reigns supreme. What would you have me do today? Ashina languidly inquired, scooping a spoonful of pudding into her mouth with a silver spoon, revealing a satisfied smile. After savoring the sweetness, she blinked her large eyes and suggested, shall we go treasure hunting? It would be splendid to uncover some valuables. Previous discoveries of wine and magical scrolls had yielded substantial income for Nightshade Domain, and Ashina had become somewhat enamored with the idea of treasure hunting. Not today, however. If you are willing, you may accompany me to oversee the laborers. Field furrowed his brow as he finished the goat's milk, which was rather unpleasant, especially since the cook had added salt. Ashina paused, repeating the peculiar term, oversee the laborers? Ahem, it means to guide the farmers and slaves in their work. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashina responded, very well, I shall join you. Upon departing the Grand Winery, a disheveled sight met their eyes, the slave encampment, though currently devoid of inhabitants. As the slaves had been dispatched by Tate early in the morning to commence their labor, slaves do not partake in breakfast, nor do they have designated meal times. To be precise, even free men would forego breakfast, deeming it an extravagant indulgence. In the medieval era, the common folk typically consumed 2 meals a day. The midday meal, referred to as breaking the fast, was a formal affair, accompanied by expressions of gratitude and prayers to the deities. Dinner was more casual. Field observed that what was termed dinner was, in fact, more akin to a late-night snack, as free men tended to eat very little in the evening. Breakfast, considered a small repast for breaking the fast, was generally reserved for the nobility, who adhered to strict etiquette, such as never taking breakfast back to their chambers and washing their hands with a shallow basin and towel before each course. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As Field continued to eat according to the customs of the Huagua people, I regretted not riding a horse. After merely a few steps, Field exasperatedly covered his face, for the ground was littered with excrement. While such waste could fertilize the land, it required proper composting. Clearly, my previous edicts had lost their effectiveness. Field glanced around, failing to spot Cow, and turned to the maid, Scissors, instructing her to summon the old rascal Cow, along with any articulate free men. Shortly thereafter, Cow approached with an awkward demeanor, accompanied by an elderly man known as Old Turtle Dove, formerly a villager from the Bullhead region. Old Turtle Dove had been brought here through Field's trickery and had gradually assumed the role of the new village leader, capable of resolving minor disputes among the free men, such as neighborhood quarrels and familial conflicts. "Good day, sir," both men greeted, bowing simultaneously. "Good day," Field replied with a smile, before inquiring, "Is the issue of public defecation still proving difficult to resolve? Please share the challenges you face." Cow, with a hint of guilt, responded, "There are simply too many of them. Each individual is as dim-witted as a pig. The moment my advice escapes my lips, their thick-headedness allows them to forget it entirely. Furthermore, they dismiss verbal counsel, even resorting to deceit, claiming it's their first offense. Indeed, even in modern times, some elders engage in wrongdoing, and verbal admonishments fall on deaf ears. Moreover, extending benevolence to grant them 3 chances, considering the hundreds involved, each receiving 3 opportunities, would surely inundate the Bullhead region." Having exhausted all polite discourse, it was time for decisive action. Field found himself wishing to confiscate their implements of mischief. He declared, from this day forth, "Anyone caught defecating in public will face punishment. Free men will incur a fine of 1 copper coin. If they lack funds, they shall receive a lash. Slaves will face triple the penalty, 3 copper coins or 3 lashes, with no warnings issued." Field's expression darkened. "Additionally, I will organize the children and women among the slaves to collect excrement daily and pile it together." What a fastidious and industrious noble, Old Turtle Dove mused. It was merely excrement. He could not fathom why such effort was expended to gather it. Could it be fashioned into a statue? "Do you practice fertilization and composting in your farming?" Field turned to inquire of Old Turtle Dove. "Fertilization?" Old Turtle Dove replied, bewildered. "We water, weed, and catch pests. Of course, and most importantly, we pray. We beseech the goddess for a bountiful harvest." Oh, Field's lips twitched at the corners. Pondering the scarcity of people in this era despite the insufficiency of food, leading to untimely deaths from famine. Even the most fertile lands will exhaust their vitality if crops are incessantly cultivated. "You must apply fertilizer," he advised, gesturing towards the fields, "where manure could be amassed and later used to nourish the crops." "Oh, goddess of abundance! What have I just heard? I ought to tear my ears off and cast them away." The old dove rolled his eyes, nearly succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage. Had it not been for the presence of the esteemed Baron, he would have undoubtedly raised his fist in defiance. Chapter 47, From Farmland to Kitchen. A comprehensive transformation just moments ago. Thoughts of Baron Field's meticulous cleanliness occupied my mind, only to discover that his collection of manure served the purpose of profaning food. Such aristocracy, such extravagance. To cover the bounties bestowed by the goddess of harvest with filth? This is blasphemy, inviting dreadful divine retribution, such as locust plagues and droughts. "Surely, my lord, you jest." The old turtle dove, his face flushed, prattled on about various farming experiences, insisting on his expertise acquired over a lifetime of toil in the fields. Baron Field, unwilling to engage in a debate with the antiquated fellow, merely waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps you are right. But I shall have the slaves cultivate the land according to my specifications. This is a command. My lord, only magical beings and the chosen ones can influence the yield of crops." In the face of such a grave matter as food production, Cow dared not allow Field's whims to run rampant. "All you need to do is pray continuously, and the gods will respond." Ah, the gods again. Field rubbed his brow in exasperation. The existence of chosen ones and magic indeed represents a treasure in this world. Yet it has also imposed significant constraints on production and technology. The most common consequence is a lack of diligence and labor, leading to a marked decline in initiative. Failing to produce grain or suffering from poverty, or even a mere stumble, would all be blamed on one's lack of piety, resulting in donations to the church while awaiting miraculous interventions. I understand that magic and the chosen can affect yield, but the Nightshade territory cannot rely on such means. We must seek alternative paths. Ashina, being purely military-minded, offers no assistance in production. This is my command: compost and then irrigate the fields. Furthermore, when planting radishes and cabbages, employ the ridge system method. For wheat, the soil must be tilled twice, ensuring the land remains level. The ridge system boasts advantages such as improved aeration, enriched soil, and loosened earth, yet Field provided no explanation, having grown accustomed to dealing with these antiquated minds. This is my decree. The fields cultivated by slaves must adhere strictly to my requirements, while you may plant at your own discretion. With only a handful of free men, hardly enough to cultivate a few acres, they shall serve as a reference. As you wish. The old turtle dove, though reluctant, recognized that the land belonged to the nobility, and Field had left them some leeway, permitting fertilization-free farming on the lands they cultivated. Before his crossing, Field had spent a portion of his childhood in rural settings, thus possessing some basic agricultural knowledge. Of course, even if such knowledge proved inapplicable to the current fields, it would amount to a negligible loss, considering that the lands of Nightshade territory yield little. Subsequently, Field personally guided several slaves in digging a ridge that could barely be deemed acceptable before departing with satisfaction. Will the Nightshade territory bloom with wheat and vegetables next year? Ashina turned back with keen interest, glancing over her shoulder. One can only hope. Though it will surely be insufficient to feed everyone, dependence on imports will remain necessary. If only meat could be cultivated. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, Ashina's interest in meat was piqued. After all, meat is the most delectable. As a carnivore, Field nodded in agreement. Indeed, yet vegetables can also be rendered delicious. It is merely that my chef has yet to attempt it, or perhaps his meat dishes are rather mediocre. The current culinary practices are exceedingly ghastly, such as braising fish heads in cream, simmering cabbage for an eternity to create a vile mush, and carelessly stewing meat with fruit. There are even jellies concocted from fish gelatin, mutton fat, and animal entrails, which are utterly revolting. The chef at Field adheres to these absurd methods. Despite Field's repeated admonitions to refrain from skewering oranges with the roasted meat, yet the devilish chef remains convinced that this concoction is delectable. Is it truly so? I find the current grilled meat to be quite exquisite. Ashina tilted her head, inquiring whether vegetables could also be made delicious. Indeed, today I have the leisure to demonstrate authentic culinary delights. Field glanced over and observed Tate diligently working in the new slave quarters, fortuitously. My advisor has already commenced his tasks, granting him a chance to prove himself. Let us proceed to the kitchen. Previously occupied with defending the territory and eradicating corruption, Field had not contended with the chef, but today he decided to visit the kitchen in person to prevent any further culinary abominations. The kitchen, a remnant of the Grand Winery's previous establishment, was quite spacious. However, upon entering, Field immediately sensed its stark simplicity. Unlike a traditional Chinese kitchen, there was no stove. Instead, a makeshift campfire was constructed with a tripod and cauldron, requiring careful handling to avoid spills. The walls were adorned with an abundance of smoked meats, while the floor was cluttered with various vegetables. In a corner stood a tree stump with an axe embedded in it, serving as a tool for chopping bones. Additionally, there was a grill already skewered with meat and 2 apples, as the chef called for a serving plate. This individual had a peculiar fondness for fruit concoctions, which he proudly considered his specialty. Though he marinated fruits and crafted fruit pies, Field could at least tolerate such endeavors. The chef, round and jovial, the most corpulent individual in the territory, was envied by all the slaves and free citizens alike. With a hearty chuckle, he announced, "Good sir, for lunch today, I shall prepare apple-glazed ribs, Brussels sprout soup, and orange almond braised ham, with a touch of chili for flavor." Upon hearing the mention of orange almond braised ham with chili, Field nearly succumbed to apoplexy, recalling the last time the chef had prepared such a dish. He had taken a single bite and subsequently gargled with 5 cups of red tea. Without hesitation, Field ordered the entire dish to be distributed among the servants. Astonishingly, they all extolled its deliciousness. It was evident that they had scarcely tasted any decent pork, mistaking refuse for a royal feast. Remove the orange almond braised ham. I wish to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Prepare some sirloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and chili, Field commanded. What is dry pot? The chef hesitated, his expression replete with skepticism. Field, sensing the reluctance, reiterated his request with greater emphasis. No one enjoys being questioned in their area of expertise. And while Field understood this, he was resolute in preventing any further culinary disasters. He yearned to showcase his skills personally. Yet he knew that should a noble cook for himself, the chef would be mortified and humiliated. Do not simply pour water directly into the pot or onto the plate. This method of cooking is entirely novel. Heed my advice. First, thoroughly wash and chop the ingredients, setting them aside for later use. Then, pour a measure of oil into the preheated pan. This procedure is referred to as heating the oil. Meanwhile, on the other side, the maid Sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, prepares to serve the slaves. The primary task of serving is undertaken by 10 freemen, while Sparrow oversees the process. Ensuring her presence is felt. It is imperative that the slaves are aware of who sustains them. The midday meal consists of barley porridge and black bread. With this particular batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City, far surpassing the quality of that procured from Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48. The Black and White Feathers. The chaotic eaters at noon, the meal consisted of thin porridge and warm black bread. This batch of black bread, sourced from Maple Leaf City, was significantly better than its predecessors, weighing 10 pounds each and infused with copious amounts of bran. At least it was devoid of the nefarious addition of stones, sand, and wood shavings. The bread was cut into fist-sized pieces for easier distribution. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma of food, the slaves abandoned their tasks without hesitation and rushed towards the cart. The guards immediately raised their halberds, positioning themselves firmly in front of the slaves, barking orders and forbidding them from advancing. I want to eat. Damn it, you bastard. After feasting on eggs for days, have you forgotten about us? Shouted one. Indeed. We share a bond of confinement. Give me an extra loaf. Some slaves began to invoke their past camaraderie, while others resorted to curses. A few among them were those who had initially shunned combat or had been expelled from the guard for their laziness in training. Now, they regretted their choices, losing sleep over their decisions, and sometimes, as they drifted off, they were haunted by memories of former cellmates who now indulged in lavish feasts, a thought more painful than death itself. Each awakening was met with the self-inflicted sting of a slap. I should be damned. After all, the guards feasted daily on meat, which, in the eyes of the slaves, represented the pinnacle of existence. Who could have foreseen that the guards, instead of being mere cannon fodder, received genuine provisions from the Baron? No snatching. The Lord has decreed, form an orderly line to receive your rations. The guards paid no heed to the nostalgic appeals of their former companions. Since they began enjoying additional meals, such as smoked meats and eggs, they had become staunch loyalists of Field. They were more devoted than the most obsequious sycophants. Now, when Field commanded them to strike their own fathers, these previously starving individuals would rush forward without hesitation, eager to enact a semblance of righteous vengeance. Line up, please form 10 rows. Chirped the maid Sparrow in her delicate voice. When she noticed the crowd ignoring her, she put her hands on her hips, exclaiming, line up. Otherwise, there will be no food. What a stunning woman. If only I could have her for a night, I would gladly trade 50 years of my life. Shut your mouth. She is a noble lady. Be careful lest I have your tongue removed. I know I was wrong. The man who had spoken out immediately broke into a sweat, fearing he would be dragged away by the guards for execution. Evidently, the maid's pristine and elegant attire led the slaves to misconstrue her status, mistakenly believing that Sparrow too belonged to the nobility. This was one of the invisible perks of being a castle maid. One's identity invariably elevated them above common folk. Much like a leader's chauffeur, when the leader was absent, the chauffeur assumed the mantle of authority. Fortunately, Sparrow did not take offense. Had it been Scissors, she would have undoubtedly used 2 loaves of black bread as bait to incite the other slaves to thoroughly beat the one who spoke out of turn. In truth, Sparrow relished being mistaken for a noble lady. The adoration from others was an intoxicating experience. She cherished the task assigned to her by Field and was determined to excel in her duties. Soon, the slaves jostled and squeezed together, managing to form 10 lines. Though a few stronger individuals cursed and dragged others along, cutting in line. However, this act of transgression was swiftly quelled by the guards, who charged forward with a powerful punch, toppling the queue-jumping scoundrel without wasting a single egg, all transformed into sheer combat prowess. Queue jumpers, to the back. The Sparrow, with a fierce demeanor, endeavored to appear more formidable. The slaves, at last, settled down, reminiscing about the recent display of violence. Haha, did you see that? Just one punch, my heavens. Those brutes are astonishing. No wonder they can slay the undead. I heard the Baron allocates meat to the guards daily. I wish to join them, then I too could strike at will. The slaves animatedly chattered, finding exhilaration in violence that allowed them to release pent-up emotions, becoming a topic of conversation for months. How terrifying. The disheveled girl, Bayou, tightened the filthy hat on her head. This stinking burlap cap belonged to another kind-hearted elderly slave who had perished on the way to Nightfall territory, captured and torn apart by a bat-like demon. Fortunately, the warm hat remained, and the sisters would take turns wearing it, sharing their scant possessions. Her twin sister, Heiyu, had already begun to weep softly. Be strong. Just don't look at them. We will eat soon, Bayou comforted, having matured early despite their shared age of 11. She held her sister tightly, protecting her from being trampled by the throng of slaves. Thankfully, the sisters found themselves positioned relatively near the front of the line. This food is bestowed by Lord Field. You must work diligently for him, the sparrow repeatedly recited, and she thought the same, for it was only the dear Baron who would generously share sustenance. The sparrow pouted, acknowledging the risks the Lord took to procure this food. Work hard, she silently pondered, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. They once had a happy family. Their parents toiled tirelessly, braving all weather to cultivate the land. Their father possessed remarkable skill with a slingshot, capturing game to sell at the castle, occasionally trading for leftover scraps the Lord discarded. Those moments were the sisters' happiest, as delectable remnants often danced in their dreams. Their names were also a gift from the birds. Regrettably, their father had ventured into the forest to gather branches, intending to craft a superior slingshot. The forest was the private property of the nobility, encompassing its creatures and berries. Even branches were forbidden to collect, a grievous crime. That very evening, their father was hanged for the crime of encroaching upon noble property. Their mother, having fallen victim to the lascivious intentions of the security chief, ultimately succumbed to madness and leapt into the river. The sisters narrowly escaped the chief's clutches, but in their desperate plight for survival, they were inadvertently captured and sold into slavery in Maple Leaf territory. Starving for 3 days before being transferred to a lord named Field, Bayou contemplated death multiple times, believing it might offer solace. This world was utterly wretched. Filled with despair, she surmised that Nightfall territory was no different from her homeland. Each person received a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread. Dinner has already been provided. No food will be distributed tonight. 2 pieces of dark bread constitute a day's ration. To think it amounts to merely 2 pieces of bread. Reality instantly shatters Bayou's recollections and despair. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she whispers, "Surely, this is a jest. 2 pieces of bread and porridge to last an entire day? Oh, divine beings above, is this truly a joke?" The path to Nightshade Vale suggests that 2 pieces of bread should suffice only for a swift journey after a hearty meal. However, upon arrival at Nightshade Vale, the norm would dictate a loaf for every 2 days, or perhaps 1 loaf every 3 days. Why then has it become more? Surely, the Lord must have indulged too liberally in drink, leading to this misinterpretation of the edict. Chapter 49. Everyone can rest in a moment of exhilaration. Bayou trembled with anticipation, certain they would be well fed. We have so much to eat. Her sister, wiping away tears, turned to Bayou with a smudged smile. It's almost our turn. Feeling her sister's small hand clasped tightly in her own, Bayou's resolve solidified. If she were to perish, her timid sister would undoubtedly fall victim to the vile men and meet her end in a cold, dark corner. She must survive. Do not snatch, do not reach out. Your filthy hands will spoil the porridge, the villager spat, brandishing a stick while using a ladle to scoop a meager serving of gruel from the clay pot. Its sparse grains hardly worthy even for a dog. How fragrant. So many grains. Heiu's eyes widened with delight as she relinquished her grip on her sister's hand. Such a thick porridge was a rare treat, usually reserved for the new year. Next, the villager impatiently thrust a fist-sized piece of black bread into Heiu's hands, still warm from the oven. Heiu swallowed hard, eager to depart. Wait, Sparrow called out, retrieving another loaf from the basket and placing it into Heiu's arms with a sympathetic smile. You've taken 1 less. You'll be hungry tonight. The villager, annoyed at the extra loaf being given to the seemingly useless girl, scoffed. 1 is enough for her to last 3 days. If there's excess food, we can steal some when the maid is not watching. Sparrow, aware of their intentions, crossed her arms defiantly, and turned her face away. This is Lord Field's command. The Lord decreed that every slave receives 2 loaves and 1 portion of wheat porridge. Fine, but in the affluent bull territory, adult slaves should receive a loaf every 2 days, and children every 3 or 4 days. The villagers retorted, their tone dripping with sarcasm. But this is the Nightfall territory. Everything here is new, Sparrow asserted, her voice firm, echoing Lord Field's words with emphasis. Everything is new. One of the soldiers maintaining order frowned. The mention of the bull territory always struck a nerve, as Lord Field had endured humiliation there. He immediately cast a menacing glance at the villagers, sweating profusely. The villager shrank back, conceding, "You were correct. It was my oversight." Bayou felt a surge of satisfaction but dared not applaud openly. Instead, she cast a grateful glance at Sparrow, who unexpectedly returned her smile. "Did I not see wrongly? Such an elegant and pristine woman smiled at me." Bayou felt lightheaded, leading her sister to a secluded corner where they sat down without hesitation. She devoured a piece of bread ravenously, licking the wheat porridge clean, leaving the wooden bowl gleaming, ready to be reused. For the first time, the young girl experienced the sensation of fullness, her usually emaciated belly slightly protruding. Ah, so delicious! To Bayou's astonishment, her sister was drooling, her mouth agape as she prepared to tackle a second loaf, prompting Bayou to swiftly swat her sister's hand away in alarm. "Enough! We cannot eat any more. This must be hidden away," Bayou said sternly. The younger sister winced at the pain in her hand, tears immediately welling up in her eyes. "Don't cry," Bayou said, gently patting her sister's head, adopting a softer tone. "Such fortunate days are few. If we consume all the food now, we might starve in case of an emergency. So be good. Let us hide the bread and wait until we are on the verge of starvation to eat." "All right," the younger sister replied in a childish voice, handing the bread to her sister with a pout. "But we mustn't eat it secretly." Bayou chuckled, finding her sister's cleverness amusing. She pinched her nose playfully and said, "All right, I promise to call you when it's time to eat." It was not just the 2 sisters who acted in this manner. Most slaves would conceal their bread as well. For them, this was not merely bread, but a continuation of life. Who could predict what the noble lord's orders would be the next day, even if the lord himself was benevolent and willing to provide food? The subordinates might not comply, as evidenced by the villagers' behavior today. "Sister, what do you think the lord is like?" the younger sister asked, hugging her knees. "Well, I suppose he is a pompous man with a beer belly and rotting teeth," Bayou replied with a hint of sarcasm, recalling her memory. After saying that, she glanced around cautiously. Or perhaps he is a disheveled drunkard who forgets to amend his decrees after a hangover. The younger sister, salivating, reminisced, "Don't say that. Anyone who shares their bread is a good person." As lunchtime concluded, the guards shouted, herding the slaves back to the fields. Sparrow felt a bit weary, but working for the noble lord brought her joy. She hummed a tune as she returned to the kitchen of the Grand Winery, eager for her lunch. "What are you all gathered around for?" Sparrow inquired, noticing her colleagues seated at the table with serious expressions. The maids were always fond of gossip. "Sparrow, this is the lunch bestowed by the noble lord. It's dry pot beef, quite special. In the past, we would only receive leftovers, but this time we are directly given some." The servants appreciated Field for his finicky eating habits. The chef prepared many delicious dishes, such as fruits, smoked fish, and mixed nuts, yet Field would only take a bite, leaving the rest for the servants to enjoy. Of course, there would be meat cuts, goat's milk, and even the most delectable venison. Just a single taste could bring them joy for an entire month. Conversely, the servants held no affection for Ashina, as she never left any scraps. Ashina would always cheerfully finish all the food, a stark contrast to their beloved lord. Moreover, she never seemed to gain weight. How could she look like that, resembling burnt feces, a bit like my aunt who was charred to a crisp? Scissors remarked bluntly, "And it lacks fruit and sauce. How could it possibly taste good?" Just as Field had been confronted with dark culinary creations, the servants were now drenched in sweat. Having never seen or heard of such a dish, believing it to be another of Field's whimsical culinary disasters, the jar cast a fleeting glance at the Scissors, already contemplating the act of reporting her. "Scissors, you mustn't speak frivolously," the Sparrow huffed, nudging her with an elbow. "You are insulting the Lord's bounty." "Oh, my apologies. You all understand my intent. I hold Lord Field in the highest regard." The Scissors quickly offered a contrite smile to the assembly, realizing that should the Lord learn of her words, she might find herself wed to that grotesque, twisted old man. "Next time, I shall ensure your chambers are spotless." So please forgive my verbal misstep. At least, it is quite fragrant. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Observer. Why do you all stare at me? Goodness. Can you really find fault with the beef? We are all servants, not nobles. Though it may appear peculiar, if the Lord commands you to consume something distasteful, you must comply. With that, Sparrow took a piece of beef with a spoon and, embracing a spirit of resignation, consumed it. In the next moment, Sparrow's taste buds were immediately captivated by the distinctive flavor. The meticulously marinated beef, fried to perfection with a crisp exterior and tender interior, burst with rich juices in every bite. The dry pot cooking method significantly enhanced the texture of the beef, while the vegetables absorbed its essence, returning a fragrant freshness. It was exquisite. What nonsense about apple and almond braised meat, utter rubbish. No wonder the Lord does not fancy it. After a prolonged silence, Sparrow forced a grimace. By the gods, it is so dreadful, I shall discard it. Why throw it away? If it is unpalatable, you can give it to the slaves. Scissors narrowed her eyes, revealing a skeptical expression as she reached for it, but Sparrow deftly evaded her grasp. Something was amiss. You are up to something. The others quickly caught on, rushing to seize the dish, and soon a small pot of dry pot beef was devoured entirely, with the sauce on the plate licked clean. It was delectable. Scissors smacked her lips, still savoring the taste. Truly, the Lord possesses knowledge of such culinary delights. Indeed, after all, our master is of noble lineage. Only the chef seemed bewildered, muttering to himself, how could this be? Why is it so delicious? Field himself found it rather average, at least not the flavor he desired. There was too much salt, the cooking time was mismanaged, and perhaps a hint of sweet curry powder had been added, making it taste odd. Field smacked his lips and turned to Ashina. What do you think? Ashina, with her mouth full, could not respond and merely gave a thumbs up to Field. You glutton. Field leisurely sipped his tea. Originally planning to rest for 3 days and unwind, Field found himself restless the very next day. With the territory yielding no produce and still in a perilous state, he felt anxious without taking action. There were numerous matters concerning the territory, but none could be resolved with mere words. Field decided to address the scarcity of timber. Having arranged his attire, he opened the door only to encounter Ashina. Armed and poised with a bow, she seemed to have just returned from outside, her face splattered with blood, and the map displayed a newly cleared area devoid of skull markers, clearly her handiwork. Good day, my lord, Ashina greeted him, her serious demeanor dissipating instantly into a smile as she lifted her skirt in a playful manner. What do you require of me today? I am well rested. With that, she pointed to her eyes. Indeed, her previous faint dark circles had vanished, and her red wolf-like eyes appeared both lively and captivating. This girl had journeyed back from Maple Leaf territory, chopping for 4 days and nights, resting only yesterday, yet she seemed vibrant and full of energy, her eyes devoid of fatigue. The chosen one certainly recovers swiftly, Field mused. I am about to lead the troops to reclaim the lumberyard and require your protection. Yea, accompanying adults in their endeavors is indeed quite intriguing. The young girl flicked her tail and, suddenly recalling something, furrowed her brow, saying, Adult, I sensed something amiss last night. Around 3 in the morning, I felt as though something was lurking in our territory. I ventured out and circumnavigated the vicinity several times, yet found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, I trust my instincts. No wonder you are armed. Do you have any inkling of what that creature might be? Surely it cannot be another goblin. Field immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, stroking his chin contemplatively. That shouldn't be. Goblins can hardly elude your grasp. It is not a goblin. I am well acquainted with their scent. The odor I detected last night was undoubtedly that of a corrupted creature, yet it was distinctly novel and capable of masking my perception. The wind revealed everything to me. The scent of that entity was steeped in a potent aura of slaughter and hostility. After a moment of silence, Field replied, I understand. You should proceed to have breakfast while I alert the patrolling guards to exercise caution. Ashina shook her head, pondering before suggesting, it would be prudent to tighten our defenses. Patrolling in groups of 5, equipped with horns. Rarely does she offer military advice, and she seldom speaks on internal matters. She simply follows Field's directives. If Ashina were a government official in ancient Huagua, the emperor would surely hold her in high regard. However, it is precisely her reluctance to voice opinions that renders Field particularly attentive to her insights. The threat has escalated to such a degree. Field nodded solemnly. Ashina remains unfazed even when confronted by a third-tier rat demon, so whatever has her on alert is surely no trivial matter. A new round of conscription must commence. Our current defensive forces are insufficient, and this task shall be entrusted to Tate. Field rubbed his temples, hoping that the lumberyard still had timber available, for wooden walls would greatly ease our defenses. I vow to protect you with my life, Ashina pledged earnestly. The lumberyard lies to the east of the Grand Estate, at the confluence of the forest and lake. This lake, once a beautiful ribbon connecting the Grand Estate and Starry Night Lake, is now choked with bones. Countless pale, decaying reeds and skeletal remains stand in the water, which has turned a murky gray. To purify this lake, thousands of vials of cleansing potion would be required. Aside from the writhing vines and scattered bones, the most prevalent sight along the way is the tentacles, which have arisen from the corrupted weeds. Field has long since grown accustomed to them. The first encounter with the Cthulhu mythos had filled him with horror and dread at the grotesque spectacle. But having seen it repeatedly, he now finds the small tentacles somewhat tedious, even mildly endearing. These tentacles are not the sort that ensnare women for nefarious purposes. They lack offensive capability and strength, merely hindering the passage of wheels and horses. One of Field's simple pleasures lies in poking the surrounding tentacles with his lance, watching them curl up like shy mimosa leaves. As the march continued, the river gradually entered the realm of the fog lamps, and the lumberyard across the water began to come into view, its massive structure shrouded in darkness like a beast poised to devour. The guards had dispersed, engaging in combat with the corrupted corpses. Do not make excessive noise. The corpses have keen hearing. Assist me in this endeavor. The captain of the guard, Lynx, leaned in close to the two individuals beside him, speaking in hushed tones before swiftly advancing. He soon encountered the lifeless form of a woman, her body in a state of decay. With a subtle grip on the middle of his halberd, Lynx made a precise thrust into the corpse's neck. Without hesitation, the nearby guard stepped forward, seizing the hair of the corpse that was about to emit a cry, and together with Lynx, they forcefully detached the head from the grotesque figure. The repulsive scene unfolded without so much as a furrowed brow from either of them. Chapter 51. The Lumberyard, Part 1. Throughout the encounter, silence reigned, broken only by the crisp sounds of armor clashing. However, the attention of one of the sentinels beside the Lynx wavered, and he inadvertently stepped upon a writhing mass of decayed flesh, exclaiming in alarm. With a roar, 3 grotesque corpses surged forth from the mist, clawing and biting as they came. The careless sentinel attempted to cry out a warning, only to have his mouth swiftly covered. The Lynx glared fiercely, admonishing, "What are you shouting about? No need for such theatrics." With that, the Lynx boldly confronted the undead, having transformed significantly from the timid, emaciated slave he once was. Daily rigorous combat had honed him into a formidable warrior. He lunged forward, his spear piercing through the soft flesh. Feeling the distinct resistance of iron meeting bone, the unarmored corpse was effortlessly disemboweled, its body nearly folding in half. As the other 2 corpses closed in, the Lynx deftly maneuvered, seizing the right hand of one of the undead. His spear found its way into the creature's throat without hesitation, and with a swift motion, he wielded his small shield to smash down the final corpse. With a sickening crunch, he stomped upon the fallen creature, relentlessly striking it with the edge of his shield until it lay in ruins. "Captain, the blundering sentinel stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment as he witnessed the Lynx dispatching the corpses with ease. "Be more cautious. Continue clearing the way," the Lynx replied, choosing not to dwell on the incident. The other sentinels followed suit, swiftly eliminating the remaining stragglers. Ahead lay a large mass, which must be the stone bridge. The Lynx scoured the riverbank and soon discovered the bridge, overgrown with aquatic plants, where several corpses were ensnared, their vacant eyes gazing skyward. "Did you hear that sound?" one sentinel inquired. Everyone held their breath, and indeed, faint cries of "No! Help!" drifted from the fog on the opposite bank. Are there living souls? Excitement surged among them. Finding survivors in the darkness was a rare stroke of fortune. Let us hasten to their rescue. Calm your curiosity. The Baron has commanded us to locate the bridge. I shall report this matter to him first, the Lynx instructed. While the sentinels engaged in combat, Field was not idle either. He was practicing his horsemanship. "Go," Field urged, squeezing the horse's flanks, and the steed galloped forward. The wind whistled past his ears, inducing a thrill akin to riding a roller coaster. Fixing his gaze upon a nearby corpse, he readied his lance, aiming it at the grotesque figure. With a swift thrust, the lance quivered as it severed the undead's neck, dark blood gushing forth uncontrollably. In combat, hesitation could be fatal. "Lord Field, you must trust your instincts," Ashina advised, guiding her great wolf alongside him. Either strike decisively or avoid confrontation altogether, seeking an opportunity instead. Field nodded thoughtfully. If I slow down, the impact will be greatly diminished. Indeed, once cavalry became entangled with infantry, they risked being dragged from their mounts and slain. Report. We have located the bridge, the lynx called as he jogged over. Additionally, we heard cries for help. Cry for help? Surely, you must be mistaken, Field said, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the minimap. On the opposite bank, a multitude of skull markers loomed ominously. Ashina inhaled deeply, detecting no trace of unfamiliar life forms. While everyone had heard the warning, I refrained from sending them to investigate. The lynx scratched its head, apologizing for the trouble. This child has always been astute. Field nodded in satisfaction. You have performed admirably in the northern province. One can never be too cautious. Ashina, the upcoming battle depends on you. Forge a path to the lumberyard. The massive tide of corpses cannot be resolved by mere guards. It requires the intervention of the Chosen One, Field commanded. Lynx, you shall escort the guards to protect the slaves. For this expedition, Field had brought 10 slaves to transport supplies, while also collecting some spoils along the way. Even the smallest ant is still meat. They had gathered 12 copper coins and 2 copper ornaments during their journey. Ashina summoned the draconic wolf to the stone bridge, which slowly opened its jaws and then unleashed a jet of ethereal blue magma, transforming the gray lake into a vibrant hue. The sizzling sound echoed as all aquatic flora was incinerated, revealing the bridge's original form. Driftwood? No, it seemed to be a magical plant. Standing on the bridge and surveying the surroundings, Ashina's gaze fixated on a brown wooden lump several meters away, covered in writhing moss. A flower with purple fuzz stood tall, exuding a faint spiritual aura, its tip shimmering with delicate, beautiful glimmers. Indeed, the magical fluctuations were rare, especially for something growing on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina leaped to the nearby riverbank, extending her spear to reach it. Yet, before she could make contact, the driftwood suddenly elevated, splitting apart to reveal a gaping maw. A chilling light converging into a beam, and an immediate sense of danger washed over her. How cunning, to conceal itself in the water and mask its scent. This was not driftwood at all, but a second-tier corrupted crocodile. The creature surged forth, its massive 6 to 7 meter body reeking of foulness. As it lunged at her with its toothy, gaping maw, the draconic wolf cast a fleeting glance at the beast, its limbs pressing down slightly before it darted away, effortlessly evading the crocodile's assault. With a resounding crash, the crocodile's colossal head collided with the shore, kicking up a cloud of gray dust. The corrupted crocodile felt no pain, twisting its neck in an almost grotesque manner before swiftly pivoting. Its massive tail swung out with tremendous force, crashing down where Ashina had just landed. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted as a deep depression formed in the riverbed, causing the lake to churn violently and disturbing a multitude of malformed, corrupted fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned the area for some time before gradually halting its movements. Are you searching for me? Ashina's skirt fluttered as she appeared behind the crocodile, then swiftly thrust her spear forward, its indomitable edge piercing through the corrupted crocodile, erupting a cloud of crimson mist into the air. Without waiting for the crocodile's counterattack, Ashina gracefully landed atop the creature's head, channeling the formidable power of winter as she struck a decisive blow. The blade met the beast's skull with a resounding impact, shattering its stone-like scales and releasing a gruesome mixture of brain matter and blood that cascaded into the lake and along the shore. Creek, corrupted fish, possessing limbs akin to feet or hands, advanced with grotesque cries, eager to lap up the spilled blood. Ah, my apologies, but you too fall within the realm of extermination, she remarked. With that, the dragon-blooded wolf leapt into the lake, dragging the crocodile's lifeless body ashore, before turning to unleash a torrent of flames that incinerated the feeble creatures within sight. What a pity for such a large crocodile. Had it been an ordinary beast, it could have provided a feast. Ashina plucked a magical purple flower from the crocodile's carcass, pouting regretfully, though she mused that its hide might still hold some value. Chapter 52. The Lumberyard, Part 2. What purpose does this magical plant serve? Field, having learned from previous experiences, refrained from carelessly reaching out and instead stretched his neck with a curious expression. Ashina, do you know? Ashina hastily placed the magical plant into a jar, admonishing, do not smell or look carelessly. What if you were to be poisoned? Field felt somewhat embarrassed. His earlier nefarious actions had left a considerable shadow over the young girl. I do not know its specific effects. If only we had an apothecary. Let us take it back and nurture it for now. With that, Ashina placed the jar onto a small cart. The slaves, meanwhile, approached with a sense of duty, beginning to dissect the carcass of a crocodile. Help! A frantic female voice echoed through the haze, reminiscent of a soul grappling in the flames, uttering desperate cries in the face of death. Ashina's wolf ears perked up, and she turned toward the direction of the lumberyard, her nostrils flaring slightly. I too hear someone calling for help, and it is from the direction of the lumberyard. However, there is no sign of living beings. Surely, here in the northern province, the likelihood of human presence was exceedingly minimal, so we must all remain vigilant. Field, undeterred, drew his longsword, adopting a vigilant stance. To cry for help for such an extended period with such vigor suggests either that the situation is not perilous at all, or that it is a monster mimicking human cries. I shall be cautious. Ashina grasped her spear tightly and swiftly dashed into the mist, running toward the lumberyard. After a brief span of seconds, a tide of corpses came into view, thronging together, sometimes twitching, aimlessly pushing toward the interior of the lumberyard. Creaked the robust walls of the lumberyard groaned under the burden, the rotting corpses being particularly sensitive to sound. The cries for help from within the building drew them ever closer. Help! The eerie call for assistance grew louder, suddenly resonating from the lumberyard. The source of the sound was indeed within the building. Field was correct. There would be no living souls among the heaps of corpses. Ashina urged her massive wolf to leap onto a higher vantage point, surveying the surroundings, her lips curling into a smile of delight. There is an abundance of timber. The estate's buildings have found their materials. Surrounding the lumberyard were several clearings, piled high with timber. Most of the wood was intact, though some had begun to decay or sprout mushrooms and moss. Nevertheless, compared to the trees that had transformed into monsters, this wood was undoubtedly a precious resource. This lumberyard belonged to the Grand Estate, not only supplying the estate itself, but also providing for Starry Night City, boasting a remarkably high yield. Due to the nearby river, once the timber was felled, it could simply be cast into the water to float downstream to Starry Night City, where it could be retrieved for use, thus conserving substantial manpower and resources while reducing transportation costs. Swish, a slender, spiked tail suddenly darted from the side of Ashina, exuding a sharp glimmer as it lunged unexpectedly. Had it been an ordinary person, even a knight of the Aura, they might have fallen prey to such a sudden attack. However, Ashina remained ever vigilant, her dark brows knitting slightly as she merely tilted her head, allowing the tail to graze past her hair. The enemy's assault faltered as Ashina thrust her spear in the direction of the attack, striking the assailant squarely in the throat. With a deft twist of her weapon, she spun the spear, unleashing a torrent of crimson arrows that erupted from the now lifeless body of a first-tier cadaver, its eyes wide in horror, neck nearly severed. And it fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Ashina appeared unfazed, murmuring to herself, I cannot set fire here. If the timber were to be consumed, Lord Field would be beside himself with rage. However, the sheer number of cadavers was overwhelming, and without area damage techniques, it would take her an entire day to eliminate them all. An idea sparked in her mind. A howl pierced the air. The dragon-breed wolf emitted a ferocious cry. In essence, it proclaimed, I shall strike 10,000. This call acted as a dinner bell, awakening all the cadavers in the lumberyard, who twisted grotesquely to gaze in her direction. The horde surged forth like a tide of darkness, their faces writ with a thirst for slaughter. Crush them, commanded Ashina, patting the dragon-breed wolf's head. The wolf's limbs shimmered with a blue glow. Its body crouched low before it charged into the throng of corpses with the force of an unrelenting locomotive. With a resounding crash, the line of cadavers was obliterated into a cloud of sanguine mist. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the collision met a gruesome fate. Without pause, the dragon-breed wolf gathered itself for another charge, while Ashina performed an elegant flourish with her spear, sticking out her tongue playfully at the oncoming tide of undead. Fearless, the horde shrieked and stumbled forward in a chaotic pursuit. Ashina, with the wolf's formidable agility, led the swarm away to a more open space, where she turned to unleash dragon flames upon them, reducing them to ashes before patiently luring in the next wave of cadavers. By the time the slaves had skinned the crocodile and removed its claws, Ashina had concluded the battle. My lord, the cadavers in the lumberyard have been dealt with, and the site remains intact. We should expect some rewards, she reported. Field, invigorated, raised his fist and exclaimed, Well done. Thank you for your efforts. However, he paused, requesting her assistance. With a slightly tipsy demeanor, Ashina pointed to her head and puffed her cheeks, stating that after such a prolonged battle, She felt dizzy and needed a gentle pat on her head to feel better. The young girl had grown accustomed to this gesture of encouragement from Field, who would always pat her head after vanquishing their foes, creating a conditioned response in her. Unable to resist, Field quickly placed his hand atop Ashina's head, rubbing it reassuringly. There, no more dizziness, he said. Ashina beamed with joy. After clearing the obstacles from their path, the group arrived at the lumberyard. Surveying the area, Field noted 3 structures: a lumber processing factory, a wood storage warehouse, and the dwelling of the lumberjacks. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from within the house, startling everyone present. Upon turning towards the sound, one could see that the front door of the house stood ajar, revealing an unobstructed view within. The interior was strewn with collapsed furniture and the remnants of severed limbs. There was nothing alive to be found. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom, punctuated only by a faint, eerie breeze. Oh, divine beings above! Surely, malevolent spirits are at play here. The soldiers, initially eager to advance, exchanged glances, halting in their tracks as they hesitated to raise their halberds. Their readiness to confront the decaying corpses did not negate their trepidation. The slaves, paralyzed by fear, nearly lost control of their bladders. Had it not been for Field's presence, they would have undoubtedly fled in terror. Chapter 53. First Order Artifact. This is an era steeped in superstition, where the fear of demons and monsters is unfathomable to modern sensibilities. What is happening? Is that cry for help emanating from a creature? Field furrowed his brow, summoning a small map for closer inspection, only to confirm that there were no living beings present within. My lord, this is indeed peculiar. I am certain that the lumberyard harbors no traces of life. However, please exercise caution. Without hesitation, Ashina positioned herself protectively in front of Field, concerned that something strange might spring forth to assail the lord. There must be a basement within. The sound was hollow and prolonged, as if it resonated from beneath the ground. After scrutinizing the small map for an extended period and applying his understanding of physics, Field began to discern a clue. Your esteemed status demands that you maintain your distance. Allow me to scout ahead. Black Wolf, safeguard the Baron. Ashina commanded the dragon-breed wolf to remain. Drawing her long blade and bending slightly at the waist, she held the sword defensively before her, cautiously advancing into the abode. Help! The cry for assistance suddenly echoed from within. The voice emanated from a corner of the room. Ashina perked up her ears, following the eerie, menacing sound as she approached the wall. Why would there be a carpet in the corner, especially when lumberjacks would purchase woolen rugs? Scanning the area, Ashina's eyes brightened as she noticed something unusual. She promptly lifted the dust-laden carpet, revealing a pull ring. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand. It was indeed a basement. Let me see what you are. Creak. The hidden door swung open, releasing a suffocating wave of intense, metallic odor. Cough, cough, how revolting. Even the chosen one found herself choking, squinting as she gazed downwards. Ashina's pupils dilated suddenly, and she swiftly retreated from the danger zone, channeling her immense divine power into her blade, poised to cleave any emerging threat in two. The atmosphere around them was palpably tense, with Field striving to maintain his composure, while the guards stood resolute, shields raised and spears at the ready. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Half a minute passed, yet no adversary materialized. Ashina flicked her tail in surprise. I distinctly saw a woman draped in white. There's no need to rush. Time is on our side, Field reassured her. This is truly strange. Even Ashina found herself intrigued as she cautiously approached the entrance to the basement. After observing for a moment, she exhaled deeply. My lord, there is no danger. The basement contains a magical artifact capable of preserving sound and imagery. It appears the magical fluctuations were too weak for me to detect. Upon hearing this, several slaves collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp like puddles of mud. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled. That is fortunate. It is likely a memory stone. I encountered such an item during my previous visit to the Mage Association in Maple Leaf City. However, hearing a human cry for help in the death-ridden northern province is indeed frightening. Bobcat, ensure the slaves are protected outside and have them gather the spoils. I will descend to investigate. The basement welcomed a draft as Field and Ashina carefully descended the rickety stairs. By the heavens! Field exclaimed, startled by the revelation that awaited them. Even Field, who was accustomed to the sight of decaying corpses, stood frozen in sheer terror, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. The room was cluttered with numerous fragments of humanity, and 5 young girls, reduced to mere upper bodies, were grotesquely nailed to the walls, having met their demise through disembowelment. Their desiccated intestines, entwined with repulsive, decaying larvae, dripped down to the floor, while blood converged from all directions, forming a bizarre ritualistic array in the center of the basement. At the heart of this array lay another girl, presumed dead for over 3 years, almost fused with the ground, yet easily identifiable by her nun's attire as a member of the Church of the Holy Light. The most compelling evidence was the continuously playing recording stone, depicting a girl clad in white robes, her eyes filled with terror as she desperately shrieked for salvation. Subsequently, an indistinct figure severed her limbs and discarded a worm, which burrowed into her body, causing an explosion of blood mist accompanied by writhing tendrils, eerie incantations, and the girl's agonizing screams. Once the recording concluded, it paused momentarily before replaying. The grotesque imagery, coupled with the hellish scene, left Field utterly horrified. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Ashina who broke the silence, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "My lord, she is a chosen one. Are you implying that someone is hunting the chosen of the Holy Light?" Field, having regained his composure, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given their differing positions and thought processes, Field excelled at contemplating matters of domestic and foreign policy. It was no secret that the Holy Griffin Empire sought to extricate itself from the influence of the Papal States. Of course, it could also be the machinations of the Kingdom of Franvia. Ashina appeared bewildered, her expression somewhat foolish as she stammered, "I have no idea about the diplomatic affairs of human empires as a white wolf demi-human. How do you know she is a chosen one?" Field, dismissing his earlier musings, realized that imperial diplomacy had little relevance to him and chose not to dwell on it further. Ashina stepped forward confidently, retrieving a dazzling silver brooch from the corpse, waving it in her hand. "Because of this, see, it's no wonder I couldn't sense any magical energy earlier. The recording stone is powered by divine energy." Field then noticed the gentle, mysterious glow surrounding them, which he had initially attributed to the basement's atmosphere, but it was actually emanating from this small artifact. The moment the brooch was taken, the recording stone ceased its operation, and the tragic fate of the girl slowly faded away, leaving only a soft silver light in the basement. However, Field was unconcerned with the recording stone, as he accepted the brooch from Ashina. He marveled at how it remained unsullied despite being in the presence of the corpses for so long. His eyes fixated intently on this enigmatic brooch, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze as he muttered, "This bears a striking resemblance to my family's sacred artifact. The exquisite craftsmanship alone is something even modern machinery could not replicate, let alone the profound power it contains. For this is indeed a first-tier divine artifact. Otherwise, how could one possess divine power?" Ashina smacked her lips, crossing her arms defiantly, questioning, "Is it truly so strange? While I may not possess a divine artifact, I do have a divine gift. You may feel the Black Wolf. The varieties of divine gifts are numerous, and each chosen one acquires one at the moment of awakening, with weapons being the most common. A mere touch will suffice." While Field was overjoyed, he also took care to tend to Ashina's slight displeasure, promptly giving her a gentle yet affectionate stroke. Chapter 54. The Silver Iris Brooch. Although Ashina trembled with delight, she stubbornly retorted, "Perverse lord. If you ever surprise me again like that, I shall bite you. I am so scared." Field, although previously filled with suspicion, dared not confirm his thoughts until he received an unequivocal answer from Ashina. An overwhelming joy surged within him, for it is known that divine artifacts are only left behind upon the death of a chosen one, and chosen ones are rarer than giant pandas. Thus, the survival of such artifacts is even more scarce. Each divine artifact is subject to stringent control by the Empire and the nobility, making circulation nearly impossible. The Empire, having once faced financial difficulties, sold 5 artifacts, one of which had a starting auction price of 1 million gold coins. Field felt as though he held a weighty treasure in his hands. This must be what Sister Eliza spoke of, the numerous divine artifacts scattered across the northern provinces. Field was puffed up with pride, recalling how he had inquired of Sister Eliza whether there were any artifacts in Nightshade territory, only to be met with her haughty silence. According to imperial law, all that resides within a territory belongs to its lord. Field unceremoniously affixed a label indicating the artifact was manufactured in Nightshade. The church? We are hardly acquainted. It is merely a claim passed down through generations, asserting that it has existed since time immemorial. After toying with the brooch for a moment, Field offered it to Ashina, saying, "Can you use this?" "Alas, I cannot," she replied gently. "This is a divine gift from the goddess of holy light. and it conflicts with my winter divine power. Forcing its use would result in backlash. However, you or another may wield it. Ashina pushed the brooch back toward Field, softly advising, if you drip your blood upon it, it shall recognize you as its master. I believe it will be of great assistance to you. Very well. Field was not one to hesitate. He had long coveted divine artifacts and promptly pricked his finger with the brooch. As a mysterious force emanated forth, the brooch absorbed his blood, and he immediately sensed a surge of sacred light flooding into his being. A strange yet familiar aura enveloped him, and the comfort it brought forth elicited an involuntary hum of pleasure from his lips. Upon recognizing its master, the artifact felt as if it were an extension of his own hands, his will seamlessly merging with it. The Lord's panel now displayed an additional section for divine gifts. Divine gift, silver iris brooch, first-tier artifact, source, goddess of holy light effect. The wearer can freely alter their appearance, physique, and voice, illusionary in nature, not altering the true structure. Active. Activate the brooch to transform it into a silver iris longsword. First-tier artifact, special effects only available to chosen of the holy light. Field laughed heartily, striking a triumphant pose, exuding an aura of unparalleled confidence. Although the effects may seem unassuming, they were indeed potent. The ability to change one's appearance, voice, and physique meant that he could effortlessly become anyone, even the neighbor next door. Dear sister, do not look back. I am indeed your brother. Or, stepmother, please continue. I truly am your father. Lord Field, you appear to be contemplating something rather peculiar. You're drooling, Ashina remarked, her eyes glinting with suspicion. Does this artifact possess strange capabilities? Field wasted no time, directly utilizing the ability of the iris brooch. After a brief distortion of space, he transformed into the likeness of Ashina. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupils trembling in disbelief. Oh no. This is terrible. My lord has turned into a girl. What should I do? No, wait, this is precisely my appearance. Hee, let me test the size. Field wore a mischievous grin and playfully patted his chest. However, the seemingly snow-white mounds were mere illusions, lacking any substance, not even a hint of yarn. Noticing Ashina's astonishment, Field chuckled. It's all just an illusion. Don't be alarmed. I'm not that depraved. Ashina sniffed the air, reassured. The scent and heartbeat remain unchanged. It truly is an illusion. This transformative ability is quite impressive, managing to deceive my eyes. Yet the scent cannot be altered. Do keep that in mind. Indeed, it seems one cannot easily deceive the discerning, but it is still quite practical. Field bent down, attempting to peer beneath the skirt. Hey, please refrain from such actions. The girl was on the verge of tears, lamenting her decision to entrust him with this peculiar item. Very well, I shall cease my teasing. Upon deactivating the brooch's transformation ability, Field activated another power, and instantly, a magnificent longsword, shimmering with silver light, materialized. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris longsword quivered slightly, as if imbued with sentience. Alas, only the holy light chosen could unleash the full potential of this artifact. Transforming the sword back, Field pinned the brooch to his attire. Contemplating its capabilities, able to alter appearances and conjure concealed weapons, this chosen one was likely an assassin in life, transforming into someone familiar to the target, then striking when the enemy's guard is down, accompanied by various romantic escapades. Sounds like a plot from a film, quite thrilling indeed. However, with the corpse reduced to mere fragments, Field had little interest in forsaking his noble status to masquerade as Jing Ke. He shrugged. Let us take the recording stone as well. I suspect her demise was not as straightforward as it appears. Perhaps this footage may yield some benefits in the future. By the way, Ashina, make sure to note down this peculiar array pattern. It evokes a sense of unease. I share that sentiment. Field ascended the creaking ladder from the basement, where the bobcat had already organized the slaves to search for useful supplies, accumulating them in the clearing before the lumberyard. The collection consisted mostly of furniture, alongside some logging tools. Upon Field's emergence, the bobcat hurried forward to report. Esteemed Lord, the logs here are even thicker than my waist. Transporting them will be a monumental task. Our manpower is limited. Perhaps we should first remove the smaller boards and return for the logs later? Very well. It seems that is the only option. Field surveyed his surroundings, noting that many of the wooden beams, untouched by the ravages of time, were composed of rare timbers previously unheard of, robust and suitable for serving as the main supports of grand edifices, yet exceedingly heavy. After taking a few steps, he turned and remarked, "Additionally, send someone to bury the bodies in the basement. There's no rush. We can attend to that once you finish your current tasks. Oh, and do be cautious on those old wooden steps. We wouldn't want anyone to break a leg." The tragic fate of the young girls who perished in the basement remains uncertain, yet it was undoubtedly harrowing. Having claimed their sacred artifacts, one must at least show some consideration. As for the transportation of logs, let me see if there's a shortcut available. Field opened the small map, intending to discover the most efficient route for transport. Suddenly, he was taken aback by a crimson dot, idly drifting at the boundary of his territory. Chapter 55, Crisis. The territory under siege. Field recalled vividly the initial days upon his arrival at the Grand Estate, when he was subjected to the unnerving gaze of a lurking creature. That chilling sensation, once experienced, is never easily forgotten. The source of that gaze originated from the basement of the estate's main building, marked ominously by a red dot on the small map. Initially, Field was perpetually anxious about a potential attack. However, as time passed, the red dot remained steadfast, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had intended to develop his strength before confronting it. But now, alarmingly, that very red dot had materialized at the periphery of his territory, without warning. Simultaneously, a cluster of skull symbols appeared out of thin air. Indeed, it had manifested inexplicably. Just a minute ago, the surroundings had been tranquil, with the decaying corpses thoroughly cleared away. The creature had emerged. Field was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the impending danger, and quickly summoned Ashina. "What is it, my lord?" Upon hearing her name, Ashina leapt forth from the basement, swiftly darting to Field's side, her eyes instinctively scanning the area. "The creature you mentioned has returned to lurk around the territory. You must return to protect it while I gather our forces," Field instructed, maintaining his composure rather than succumbing to panic. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his voice. "If we can defeat it, that would be ideal. If not, we shall retreat to the Grand Winery, and if that fails, we will withdraw entirely. Remember, do not act recklessly. The night falls, and any can function. But without a chosen one, annihilation is merely moments away." Ashina nodded solemnly, mounting her draconic wolf. A surge of intense violet and azure light erupted from the dark wolf's form, transforming the massive creature into a black missile that plunged into the shrouded mists of death. Along its path, various corrupted beings were shattered, with dust and debris swirling around. Alas, the absence of extraordinary power is truly troublesome, Field sighed. Particularly when confronted with superhuman foes, a sense of helplessness could easily overwhelm one. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the tide of disheartening thoughts. It would indeed be strange for the territory not to be invaded. Otherwise, the nobles would have long reclaimed the northern province. Field commanded loudly, "Lynx, leave the cart here and hasten to the Grand Winery with the troops. Prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord." The slaves remained bewildered, and Lynx abandoned his bench, responding loudly. Meanwhile, at the Starry Night Winery, the somber sound of a horn reverberated for the first time, perhaps last heard during the Orc invasion a decade prior. Yet, upon hearing the horn, the slaves quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, glancing around in confusion. As they witnessed the armored guards assembling and forming ranks, the seriousness of the threat became apparent. The territory erupted into chaos, with slaves and free men discarding their farming tools to flee towards the Grand Winery. Amidst screams, cries, and curses, a tumultuous tide of people surged chaotically. "Calm down. The monsters are still far from you," Tate shouted, wielding his whip in a futile attempt to maintain some semblance of order amidst the throng. Upon hearing this, the slaves became certain of one thing. Indeed, a monstrous assault was imminent. The chaos escalated as people stumbled and fell amidst the tumult. Fortunately, Ashina's timely suggestion prevented Field from sending the slaves to explore new territories. Instead, they remained near the Grand Winery, loosening the soil, allowing them to reach the estate expeditiously. This imposing stone edifice bore the hopes of the Starry Night family for their wine, constructed from meticulously carved blocks of marble, resembling a fortress, and spacious enough to serve as Field's stronghold. Meanwhile, Cow, situated on the second floor of the Grand Winery, was infuriated by the sight of slaves pouring in to seek refuge. He believed that the Lord should not permit their sanctuary. Those wretched lowborns would only soil the floors. Guard the pots closely, ensure they don't ascend to the upper levels or descend to the cellar. In stark contrast to the slaves' path, a squad of 20 guards assembled, their equipment being readied as they sounded the horn to rally. "Fools, why are you fleeing? We shall bear the brunt of this." Hammer spat on his palm and polished his beloved hammer until it gleamed. I am but 9 silver coins away from freedom. Then I shall indulge in daily revelries and venture to Maple Leaf territory, where those wretched roasted chickens shall witness the resolve of the men from the Nightfall domain. Huh. You better survive until then. Hammer, a nearby guard, clad in iron armor and donning a helmet, clanked as he ran. I will, Hammer assured, wrapping his helmet. After a short sprint, a horde of decaying creatures emerged within their sights, revealing the dire situation at the border. Numerous corpses surged into the territory, their shadowy figures rushing with ghastly wails. Some mindlessly attacked carts positioned in the fields, while others made a beeline towards the Grand Winery. Arrows occasionally soared through the air, striking the unfortunate undead and reducing their ranks. Following the trajectory of the arrows, Hammer spotted a wooden fort encircled by the rotting corpses. Due to the Nightfall domain's severe resource scarcity and the constant need to expand their living space, proper walls were non-existent. Instead, there was a makeshift wooden fort. Wooden stakes were driven into the earth, forming a rudimentary circular bastion. Though termed a fortress, it merely consisted of a low wooden wall barely reaching chest height, resembling more of a sheep pen. Behind this low barrier, timber was propped to create a triangular structure suitable for placing sharp objects or thorns. Behind the wooden wall, soldiers could stand in 2 rows to launch their attacks, yet the engagement area for the undead would also diminish. This wooden fort, without a doubt, was more suitable than walls for the current territory. Reality is not a game. Constructing a wall is not as simple as clicking a mouse, but erecting a small wooden fort is straightforward. Field had designated the wooden fort as part of the soldiers' training, fortuitously constructing a few that now proved invaluable. Those sheep droppings. They thought they were dead. The guard, humorously dubbed Sheep Droppings, was vigorously thrusting his spear through the wooden gaps, not needing to aim. A mere mechanical jab would suffice to bring forth a gory harvest of flesh. From time to time, sentinels would retrieve arrows from their quivers, string their crossbows, and take aim at the decaying corpses scaling the wooden walls. Follow me, let us together support the sheep dung, bellowed Iron Hammer, hefting his spiked mace as he advanced toward the wooden fortress. Roar. The ghouls, having caught sight of this band of tin cans, abruptly quickened their previously staggered and chaotic steps. Among them, a particularly robust ghoul surged to the forefront, distancing itself from its companions. Everyone understood instinctively that this creature was either an extraordinary undead or an exceptionally ferocious entity. Chapter 56. The direction from which in-corpse creatures were thrown even amidst a rapid sprint. His gait and arm movements retained an extraordinary steadiness, with the muscles of his right arm undulating. Undoubtedly, he was poised to unleash a thunderous strike. The hammer, continuously relaxing his shoulders, gripped the mace tightly, preparing for a direct confrontation, only to be halted by a comrade. Stop relying on your foolish brute strength. Allow me. Don't forget to treat me to some barley wine later. The soldier, standing at attention, retrieved a longbow from his back, drawing it with all his might and aiming it at the corpse creature. A resonant hum filled the air as the arrow sliced through, creating a piercing whistle, covering the 30 paces in an instant. With a ferocious glint in its eyes, the corpse creature leaped forward, narrowly evading the arrow. Unfortunately for the ones behind, the stray arrow found its mark, piercing the abdomen of another corpse and pinning it to the ground. Oh, damn it, it can dodge arrows. Give me another chance, and I shall slay it. Enough of that. Your feeble attempts are better suited for shooting at a roasted chicken's belly. They were charging forward. Form up. The hammer bellowed. For Lord Field. For the Nightfall realm. The crowd rallied, igniting their spirits. A small square formation swiftly took shape, their footsteps resonating like drumbeats against the earth. Clad in iron helmets and armor, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, reaching forward with all their might, the friction between their palms and iron producing a creaking sound. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. The clash of weapons and flesh echoed as the seemingly unstoppable creature, with its Kirin-like arm, was struck from both sides by long pikes. The creature staggered, its midsection wide open, only to be ensnared by one of the pikes, collapsing to the ground with a ghastly shriek. What was that scream? The hammer's eyes widened as he raised his mace high, smashing it down with a thunderous crash, crushing the creature's skull, cold blood splattering everywhere. Even when faced with monsters, the advantages of armor and long weapons remained overwhelmingly dominant. Watch out. Before the hammer could bask in his triumph, a wicked wind swept in from the side. Heeding his comrade's warning, he hastily raised his weapon to block, only to hear a sharp clang as his mace trembled under the force of an assailant's blow, the impact striking his shoulder guard, draining the color from his face. Another bizarre-looking corpse leapt forth, swinging its fist, a grayish glow enveloping its hand. Beware. It's an extraordinary corpse. The clang of metal echoed as pain shot through the hammer's hands. The iron mace had been bent. Had his armor not absorbed some of the force, his hand might have been shattered. Yet, undeterred, the hammer gritted his teeth and pressed onward. With a fierce thrust of his arm shield, he charged. The mindless corpse, fixated only on clawing at him, found its nose and eyes struck by the shield's edge. The nasal bone shattering with a sickening crack, foul blood and repulsive slime mingling across its face. Howling in rage, the corpse, now deprived of sight and smell, began to thrash wildly. The frenzied spirit of the decaying corpse possessed Kuan, unleashing a torrent of chaotic movements coupled with a barrage of three-point shots, compelling the guards to keep their distance. The immense force sent the iron hammer crashing to the ground, threatening to be crushed by the deranged cadaver. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling silver thread sliced through the air, piercing the throat of the corpse with unyielding might, continuing to penetrate several more. Just in time, indeed. As the dragon-blooded wolf came to a halt, Ashina swiftly drew her bow, unleashing silver arrows in all directions to eliminate the most formidable threats among the undead. The first-tier corpses could not withstand the divine power infused within her arrows, while even the scarce second-tier ones would be rendered crippled, no longer a menace. Ashina scanned the battlefield, searching for that elusive specter. This time, it could not escape her grasp. The guards felt an immediate lightness. The overwhelming pressure that had once engulfed them dissipating like a receding tide, replaced by a fierce counterattack. Reinforcements had arrived. Let us vanquish them. Send them to hell. The guards charged at the corpses, cursing as they went. Unable to contend with the extraordinary undead, could they truly be bested by these mere calamities? Ashina, finding no trace of the voyeur, decided to assist the guards in clearing out the lesser foes. Black Wolf, unleash your breath. An intangible wave of energy spread forth, followed by a pillar of ghostly blue flames that violently surged into the mass of corpses, akin to an orbital weapon, sweeping through indiscriminately. Instantly, the horde erupted in a dazzling display of fire, countless corpses sizzling and transforming into grotesque silhouettes amidst the inferno, grasping and shrieking for a brief moment before collapsing into ash. Suddenly, a colossal scorpion creature landed within the territory, rolling twice upon impact, its 5-meter-long form exceedingly fearsome. Ashina's brow furrowed as she discerned through the mist that this giant scorpion had been cast into the fray rather than having arrived of its own accord. Judging by its aura, it was a legitimate third-tier monster, though not as formidable as the rat demon from the Grand Winery. It was nonetheless powerful. Treated like a mere toy and flung into battle. Undoubtedly, it was that mysterious figure behind it all, too fearful to reveal themselves, still probing the defenses of the territory. A glint of cold determination flashed in Ashina's eyes, having merely observed last night. Now they dared to send corrupted beings into the fray. A cautious individual indeed, undoubtedly possessing intelligence. Her eyes narrowed as she nocked an arrow. An influx of divine energy coursing into her bow. The once ordinary arrow now emanated an aura befitting a divine artifact. Should I catch you, there will be consequences. In the next moment, Ashina clearly spotted, through the mist, a figure concealed within the trees, using iron chains to hurl a dozen or so corpses into the Night's domain, as if treating it as a game. Now, perish. Accompanied by a surge of divine power, the silver arrow flew forth in an instant. Ashina's wolf ears twitched slightly, detecting the faint yet piercing sound of the arrowhead, penetrating flesh, tearing through veins, and shattering bones. It struck true. Ashina's lips curled into an enchanting arc, compelling me to ponder the nature of her being. However, before that curiosity could be satisfied, it was imperative to prevent the third-tier monster from ravaging the territory. Once the corrupted giant scorpion was vanquished, the scales of victory would swiftly tip in favor of the Nightfall domain. You handle the remnants of the corrupted corpses. I will pursue, Ashina instructed the guards. Before summoning the draconic wolf, she directed it to unleash a burst of flame upon the giant scorpion's visage, effortlessly drawing its ire. The corrupted giant scorpion, lacking in speed, could only trail behind the draconic wolf, helplessly enduring its mockery. Ashina skillfully lured it away from the territory, disregarding the menacing creature behind her as she hastened towards the location of the shadow. Chapter 57. The new chosen one. A woman with tightly shut eyes lay amidst the dense, corrupted brambles, blood pouring forth from a wound where an arrow had struck her. The cold, ruthless power of winter utterly ravaging her heart, causing her left side to explode as well. Her beautiful black dress now appeared tattered and torn. Not a corrupted creature? Impossible. I distinctly caught the scent of decay. Ashina found herself enveloped in confusion, instinctively drawing closer. As her pupils constricted, an alarming sense of danger surged within her. No, this is not human. A black wolf. Step back. Ashina and the dragon-breed wolf retreated with astonishing speed. In the very moment they withdrew, a 2-meter-long sword of crimson and ebony soared from the woods, carrying an aura that sent chills down their spines, descending with ferocious intent. Boom. The sword grazed the dragon-breed wolf's cheek and struck the ground. Though it did not make contact, the scales on its face bore cracks. The sound of chains clinking followed as the sword was drawn away, and Ashina's crimson eyes revealed a rare expression of gravity. This was a grotesque sword adorned with eyes along its blade, its hilt ending in a slender chain, resembling a serpent of steel from a distance. A divine artifact. Indeed, a chosen one. Ashina coldly observed the movements of the figure before her, realizing the reason for her inability to sense anything. It was divine power. Between chosen ones, perception was hindered. Correct, a demi-human chosen one, or rather, a delicacy for demi-humans, a voice resonated, exuding an air of elegance, tempered with a gentle warmth reminiscent of a neighborly matron. Countless strands of blood surged forth from the sword, burrowing into the chest of the woman in the black dress, flesh writhing as it swiftly mended the wound. An exceptionally eerie aura unfurled before Ashina, as if awakening from slumber. That arrow was truly impressive. I intended to probe further, but it seems you caught on. The woman casually withdrew the arrow, a charming smile gracing her lips as she seized the floating sword. Standing at a height of 173 centimeters, her figure was both delicate in the front and taut in the back, poised on long, slender legs that exuded a captivating allure with each step. Ashina caught sight of the bat wings at the woman's back, along with a slender demon tail. And with a chilling smile, she queried, "Are you a demon?" "This is my first encounter with a corporeal one. How intriguing. I am not a demon, merely a delicacy for demi-humans. You may call me Rosalia Starry Night, 24 years old, and a first-tier chosen one." The surname Starry Night sparked a realization within Ashina. The former master of the Twilight Domain belonged to the Starry Night family. Such a familiar name. It seemed she had heard Lord speak of it. "Well then, hurry and fill my belly. It feels so empty and uncomfortable," Rosalia exclaimed, her face alight with a frenzied delight as she launched the chains. Her body hurtling forth like a cannonball, an overwhelming intent to kill enveloping the surroundings. "Humph, we are all first-tier chosen ones. Who is afraid of whom?" As Ashina mischievously blinked her eyes, she playfully remarked, "Moreover, if your belly is empty, my lord can help you conceive a child." Should Field have overheard this, he would undoubtedly have felt gratified, praising Ashina for her thoughtfulness, realizing that his care for her had not been in vain. Ding! Ashina was not to be underestimated. The two figures darted past each other with remarkable speed, their long spear and chains intertwining amidst a cacophony of harsh friction, unleashing intense waves of energy. The woman advanced closely, swinging her great sword in a fierce strike. This sword bore resemblance to the two-handed swords wielded by the Empire's elite infantry, balancing both defense and offense with its hefty mass capable of inflicting damage on heavily armored foes. As a divine artifact, its destructive potential was beyond question. When the spear clashed against the great sword, sparks erupted, accompanied by piercing sounds, while the dragon-bred wolf beneath launched an assault, breathing a torrent of flames that forced Rosalia to retreat from the fray. With a sweeping motion, the chain swept across, and Rosalia approached, wielding her great sword for a powerful strike. "How troublesome, my strength is depleting rapidly." Ashina gritted her teeth, her divine power waning swiftly amidst their clash. The opponent wielded a divine artifact, whereas her spear merely possessed an enhancement of divine energy. Engaging in a direct confrontation would lead to her disadvantage. Furthermore, this woman, seemingly delicate, possessed strength that surpassed the monstrous foes she had encountered previously by a considerable margin. Her divine gift, the agile dragon-bred wolf, rendered it unnecessary to confront her adversary's strengths head-on. As their forms passed each other, Ashina ceased her stubborn struggle, her spear carving an enigmatic arc, striking at an acute angle through the guard of the great sword and piercing into Rosalia's fair shoulder. With a splatter, blood flowed freely. "What a cunning little pup." Rosalia chuckled lightly, before blood threads surged from her great sword, sealing her shoulder wound. Ashina, incensed, protested loudly, "I am not a pup. I am a wolf." "No, wait. I am a white wolf beastkin. Same difference, my belly is empty. I crave sustenance." "Then go and get pregnant. You are a dog, aren't you?" "I am a wolf." As the two bickered while battling, Rosalia soon sensed something amiss. She realized she could no longer land a hit on Ashina. Only when Ashina was cornered would she engage in a direct confrontation, striking swiftly and retreating. Once they distanced themselves, the colossal wolf would unleash flames or fire arrows directly. With a thud, an arrow embedded itself in Rosalia's pristine neck. She emitted no sound, collapsing to the ground as blood trickled from the wound. Black Wolf, let her simmer for 3 minutes. No, roast for 30 minutes, Ashina remarked with a raised brow, unwilling to approach for a closer inspection. Without even employing her divine skill, how could one expect her to perish so easily? The energy lingering in the air rapidly coalesced within the dragon-bred wolf's maw. As if the surrounding atmosphere had been siphoned away, the formidable dragon flames surged forth, and as Ashina anticipated, the fainting Rosalia sprang back to life. This time, it was too late for escape. She could only brace herself, raising her great sword to defend against the dragon flames, while blood threads once more surged from the sword, mending Rosalia's injuries. The dragon's flames raged on for a full 3 minutes, causing the earth to crack and the soil to turn to dust. The dragon wolf finally ceased its assault. Enduring for 30 minutes was simply beyond its capacity. Ashina's eyelids fluttered. She discerned the heavy footsteps approaching from behind. The great sword remained, indicating its wielder had not yet perished. However, the arrival of the corrupted giant scorpion was truly troublesome. As Ashina anticipated, the eyes embedded in the hilt of the colossal sword glimmered with an eerie light, and countless threads of blood surged forth, weaving together to form a human shape once more. Yet, unlike the previous instance, this time Rosalia appeared significantly smaller, transformed into a girl of similar age to Ashina. Clad in a black gown, her features resembled those from before, yet the seductive allure had vanished, replaced instead by an unmistakable purity. Chapter 58, Repelling Rosalia. Battling the giant scorpion, Ashina's eyes widened as she gazed intently at Rosalia's chest. Unlike the overwhelming sensation she felt earlier, the rabbit's current presence could only be deemed average. What? It has shrunk, she exclaimed, irritated that this vexatious creature did not deceive her. Having failed in her ruse of feigning death and enduring 3 minutes of fiery torment, Rosalia was decidedly incensed. Her delicate hands grasped the great sword, her long, fair legs crossed in a defensive stance. The youthful tone in her voice was rather amusing. However, such foolish deceptive tactics would fool no sane individual. With a charming smile, Ashina waved her hand, while discreetly pinching an arrow from her quiver with her left hand, adopting a tone of persuasion. But you, why do you assault the Nightshade territory? Corrupted beings are the common enemy of us all. Must I, as a noble, explain myself to a lowly subhuman like you? The Nightshade territory is rightfully mine. You are the intruders. Moreover, not just you, but all invaders, humans, beastmen, or mindless goblins, including whatever pitiful lord you speak of, should end up in my belly. Why did she harbor such animosity toward her own territory? Ashina pondered, suspecting that the individual before her might be an assassin dispatched by the Ross family. Such insolence must not go unpunished, especially her disrespect towards her lord. In an instant, Ashina's beautiful eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. Rarely did she become angry, but hearing this woman explicitly declare her intent to slay her lord incensed her deeply. She recalled the coarse language she had overheard in Maple Leaf territory, and without concealing her malevolence, retorted, "If your belly is empty, the creatures of Nightshade can surely fill it. How has the treatment worsened? You just claimed that the Lord would come, and now you suggest animals instead. You might as well summon your Lord here. No, wait, no one should come." A sly smile crossed Ashina's face. "You filthy, uncouth savage." Rosalia had a limited vocabulary for insults. After a moment of restraint, her fair face flushed with rage as she spat. "I will slay all of you. Then come and try," Ashina replied, raising her hand and loosing an arrow without hesitation, launching herself forward with a fierce thrust. In her youthful state, Rosalia's speed had significantly increased. She merely tilted her head slightly and evaded the deadly arrow, gripping her great sword to retaliate. The two figures clashed like high-speed trains, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that distorted the very fabric of space, shattering the surrounding corruption with the force of their collision. Releasing her great sword, Rosalia seized a chain, greatly extending the reach of her weapon. The resultant impact, filled with a thunderous roar that shattered the air, pierced through the hind leg of the dragon-blooded wolf with blinding swiftness. Boom! Several black scales shattered, accompanied by a torrent of blood, as divine power ruthlessly ravaged its form. For the first time, the dragon-blooded wolf emitted a pained grunt, having withstood the full force of the rat demon's attack without so much as a whimper. "Hit! Let us see how you scurry about like that loathsome rodent now." Rosalia wore a smile at the corner of her lips. And you would do well to kneel and beg for my forgiveness now, or you shall suffer greatly. Humph, that is not necessarily the case. Aisna's melodious voice chimed in. Black Wolf, charge. A surge of intense cerulean energy erupted from the limbs of the giant wolf, a divine gift and a rare living artifact. Not easily incapacitated by a mere sword thrust. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the draconic wolf, akin to a comet, darted forth, trailing its ethereal blue tail light. Crashing into the unsuspecting maiden. Like a magnificent, colossal projectile, Rosalia was propelled into the forest behind her, displacing sand and stones. While the decayed flora along her path was obliterated, creating a vacuum in its wake. In no more than 3 seconds, a delicate, boneless hand propped itself against the great sword, lifting her body with a hint of grievance in her voice. You've hurt this young lady. I must be serious now. Hearing the voice amidst the swirling dust, Aisna found herself at a loss for words. Quite resilient, indeed. Aisna spoke with a tone laced with fatigue, while the injured hind leg of the draconic wolf trembled slightly. The chosen one was inherently tough, and this peculiar creature seemed to have maximized its resilience attribute. Boom. A colossal figure crashed into the battleground. The frenzied, corrupted scorpion emitted an eerie chirp, its gray eyes flickering with fury and agony. As its massive pincers approached from either side like indomitable scissors, intent on clamping down on Aisna. You followed us. This could be troublesome. Aisna urged the draconic wolf to retreat swiftly, unleashing a series of fireballs imbued with winter's divine power. This peculiar flame not only effectively scorched corrupted beings, but also produced a significant slowing effect. The third-tier corrupted beings were indeed of catastrophic caliber. Wherever the pincers swept, whether it be the twisted corrupted vegetation, decaying corpses, or even solid rock, the outcome was singular. They burst apart, showcasing the terrifying might of the pincers. I must create some distance from the giant scorpion before dealing with that woman. Aisna calmly assessed the situation. However, matters were not as dire as she had imagined. To her astonishment, Rosalia simply hoisted the great sword and turned to leave. Just wait. Once this young lady has dined, I shall settle the score with you. As she spoke, chains coiled around, ensnaring the 2 foolish corpses, while the great sword flew forth, mercilessly shredding them into fragments. The pure life energy being absorbed by the sword. Such a splendid artifact. It derives its energy from slaughter, only to heal with the great sword afterward. I surmise her notion of dining is merely a euphemism for carnage. Aisna's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a few swift movements, Rosalia vanished into the haze, making her presence exceedingly elusive. If the chosen one wished to flee, tracking her would be a formidable challenge, as one could not sense her. Even Aisna had escaped detection beneath the watchful gaze of the third-tier, holy light chosen. Cursed be it, I shall first eliminate you. Aisna glowered at the frenzied giant scorpion. Were it not for its interference, she might have already dealt with Rosalia, adding another artifact to her dominion. The figure weaved skillfully amidst the onslaught of the iron pincers, deftly evading the giant scorpion's attacks. Each shot fired from the gun was akin to a cascade of starlight, striking true without a moment's pause, landing squarely upon the creature's pincers. Unable to withstand the relentless barrage, the giant scorpion's pincers shattered, revealing a gruesome wound. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon-blooded wolf clawed at the tender flesh of the injury, forcefully pouring dragon flames into its maw. The torrential flames surged within the giant scorpion's abdomen, searing and igniting, eliciting anguished cries even from the corrupted creature. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the surrounding gray mist dissipated. Field arrived with cavalry in tow to offer reinforcements. Chapter 59. Attempting escape? The lightning whirlwind strikes. By the time Field arrived, the unfortunate corrupted giant scorpion had already been charred to a crisp. Are you all right? Field dismounted hastily, rushing over to see the dragon-breed wolf drenched in fresh blood. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists in tension. Where are you injured? Aisna offered a sweet smile. Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, I am perfectly fine. The blood belongs to the enemy. Oh, and the black wolf has sustained some injuries as well. The dragon-breed wolf appeared somewhat dejected. The long journey combined with its wounds left it lying on the ground, baring its teeth in discomfort. The fact that Wang Kai was injured indicated the formidable strength of the adversary. He had never seen it suffer before. Field furrowed his brow. Let us take it back to our territory. We have plenty of potions to ensure its swift recovery. As Field circled the dragon-breed wolf, he noticed a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its hind leg, with chunks of flesh mangled and even emitting wisps of gray smoke. His heart ached at the sight as he gently patted the wolf's head, uncertain if it could feel his touch through its thick armor. As a divine gift and an exceedingly rare living artifact, it possessed a strong presence within the territory. Moreover, it required no feeding and could gnaw on nearly anything. When hungry, it would feast on carrion, making it the epitome of diligence in the Nightshade domain. Wonkai? You mean the Black Wolf, right? Ashina asked, her expression filled with intrigue. It's not that complicated. Ordinary potions won't be effective on it. I can simply absorb it back and nurture it with divine power for a day. That's a relief. Field exhaled deeply, his furrowed brow finally relaxing. Now, tell me about the monsters you encountered. Well, before that, Ashina leaned closer to Field, her tone slightly aggrieved. I've had a tough time as well. Why am I only getting scolded for the Black Wolf? Who said, if you suddenly touch me again, I'll bite you? Field replied, suppressing a chuckle as he reached out to ruffle her hair. After their moment of levity, Ashina regained her seriousness, softly saying, I'm sorry, but I lost track of that individual. Do not blame yourself. I know where it is. It's in the basement of the main building. Anything that poses a threat to our territory must be eliminated. Field glanced at the minimap, noting the red dot lingering in the main building. Now, tell me what attacked our territory. It is a chosen one, who refers to herself as Rosala Starry Night. How is that possible? Field was taken aback. He immediately recalled the classic tagline from the 13th Route Last Bus advertisement. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xiansheng has been drowned for 10 years. Rosala was the daughter of Baron Sophia Starry Night, who had been reported dead during the mist outbreak a decade ago, allegedly torn to shreds by monsters. Field shivered, thinking, what an odd turn of events this has taken. Ashina scratched her head. In any case, that woman claims to be so, but do not worry. Her strength is about the same as mine. Moreover, she has a demoness tail, so she is likely a monster in disguise. It must be a monster, otherwise she wouldn't have lingered in the Nightshade domain for so long. Field could hardly fathom that a pampered young lady would conceal herself within the monster-infested main building. Yet, one must ponder, is she truly a chosen one? Upon noticing Ashina nodding earnestly, Field reflected, it seems even monsters can embody chosen ones. How infuriating. This revelation was never broached by the Church or the Empire, and there exists not a whisper of monster chosen ones in public discourse. They are undoubtedly concealing numerous secrets. Field stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us initially assume that Rosalia is a corrupted chosen. The question remains whether she succumbed to corruption before death or met her end first. Followed by corruption, it is certain she died first. In this regard, Ashina holds definitive authority. The knowledge I possess informs me that chosen ones cannot be corrupted. Well, now that we have identified our adversary, matters become simpler. Field, brimming with indignation, clenched his fists and exclaimed vehemently, let us smash it to pieces. How dare it assault our territory? Whether it be a corrupted chosen or a remnant noble, they must perish. Initially, the significance of the red dot eluded him. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Yet, having engaged with her, it no longer holds the same terror. Moreover, he was in a much improved state compared to his arrival, boasting a well-formed guard and a fortified stronghold. I'm not feeling quite well and require a day's rest, Ashina murmured weakly. The Black Wolf also needs time to recuperate. Indeed, preparations were necessary. Mobilizing the entire territory was imperative, as the number of corrupted monsters in the main building was overwhelming, necessitating the support of the guard. If you wish to cultivate in peace, you won't be allowed to do so easily. Then brace yourself. Upon returning to the territory, Tate reported the casualty figures. Due to Rosalia's peculiar method of summoning the undead, which involved hurling them in with chains, the numbers were not substantial and did not result in significant fatalities. Only 3 guards sustained minor injuries. Conversely, the slaves, who remained unscathed throughout the ordeal, suffered heavy injuries, with 7 of them seriously wounded from being trampled during the chaos, narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, their lighter weight mitigated the severity of the trampling. There were 22 others with minor injuries, including 1 male slave, who was clumsily struck by another amidst the turmoil, barely qualifying as a minor injury. Field fell into a brief contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, truly a collection of damned fools. He lamented, surveying the floor, marred by footprints, which would require at least 3 days to clean. Cao exaggeratedly voiced his discontent. They should have all been dealt with long ago. The night seemed to suggest a hint of urbanization within the territory. My lord, it is my fault, Tate sincerely apologized. I have failed to meet your expectations. Please punish me. Given the current level of education and discipline, it was evident that the majority were ignorant, especially the slaves. There was no need to chastise Tate. especially with impending large-scale mobilization on the horizon. Once the main building was dealt with, the slaves would face a reduction of their rations by half for 3 days, with the justification for punishment focused not on the soiled floor, but rather on their disobedience. Additionally, you shall be held to stricter standards in your duties from this day forth. Waving his hand dismissively, Field gently inquired, "Your family was not frightened, I hope?" "No, they were not." Tate appeared on the verge of tears, having anticipated a severe reprimand from Field, yet to his astonishment, the Lord displayed an unexpected warmth. He opened his mouth several times, ultimately opting to convey his resolve through a respectful bow. With the impending battle looming, it was clear that Field would not choose this critical moment to impose punishment. "Well, that is reassuring. All agricultural activities shall be halted. I demand the assembly of male slaves and robust female slaves to be tasked with transporting timber from the logging site, digging pits, and constructing fortifications. I require manpower for the main building. As for the elderly and the weak, they will be assigned to transport supplies, tend to the wounded, and incinerate the corpses. I grant you permission to employ forceful measures." Chapter 60. If we lose, we must compete in the resurrection match. At the break of dawn, the dull thud of a carpenter's hammer striking would echoed from downstairs. The Greyhound, upon arriving at Nightshade Manor, became one of the busiest individuals, burdened with an endless array of carpentry tasks each day. He was currently overseeing slaves as they crafted rudimentary barricades in the open space beneath the Grand Winery. His skill was commendable, as the woman had not exaggerated in her praise. Field pushed open the well-fitted window, which no longer emitted the dreadful creaking sound, and glanced down at the barricades being constructed throughout the night, feeling a sense of relief. "Scissors, please send a portion of honeyed porridge to the Greyhound. We cannot allow the manor's sole carpenter to go hungry." "Yes, my lord," Scissors replied, noticing Field adjusting his attire. He hurried forward to assist, expressing concern. "My lord, are you also going?" "Indeed, this battle is of great significance." Field unsheathed his steel longsword for a moment before sheathing it again. He had been plagued by nightmares these past few days. If he did not eliminate the monsters in the main building, he feared he would never find solace in sleep again. As the territory expanded, the activity zones for everyone grew larger. Yet the boundary drew perilously close to the main building, and a confrontation with Rosal was inevitable. Field cast a glance at the small map, observing the ominous crimson dot in the basement of the main building, which seemed to move ominously as if ready to emerge at any moment. "I will not permit anyone to hinder the development of the territory." Scissors opened his mouth, intending to dissuade the Baron from going, but the words transformed into, "I wish you victory." "I shall," Field replied cheerfully before departing from the Grand Winery. "You ought to advise the Lord against going." The maid Sparrow paused her dusting, placing her hands on her hips and reproaching gently, "It is far too dangerous. Let the chosen one bring guards instead." Scissors rolled his eyes. "It is not that simple. Last time I accompanied the Lord to Maple Leaf territory, I realized many aspects were entirely different from our imagination. Warfare is not merely lining up troops and engaging in savage combat. It relies on strategy and command. I cannot articulate it precisely, but our Lord possesses capabilities beyond what others can achieve." Sparrow pouted, still feeling dejected from being left behind last time, and became incensed at Scissors' pretentiousness. As Field exited the Grand Winery, Ashina had already assembled the troops. The main building was perilously close to the boundary of the territory. Field brought along 18 cavalry, 47 infantry, 30 temporarily armed slaves, and a militia comprised of 5 freemen. According to the Defense Ordinance, freemen are obligated to protect the territory, though Field had no intention of utilizing them. This battle had drained the defensive forces of the territory, leaving it bare, and if they could not triumph over Rosal, there would be no need to concern themselves with the territory. They could simply engage in the resurrection match against Lao. 2 individuals, leaning on wooden staffs, approached. "Esteemed Lord, allow us to accompany you. We can still fight." They were the injured ones from the previous defense of the territory. Although they had received medicinal treatment, they still required time to recuperate. Field gently patted the shoulders of the 2 individuals, advising them to cultivate their composure before taking action. Furthermore, he clarified that he was not instructing them to remain idle, but rather to oversee the labor of the slaves, contributing to the cause under the cover of night. As the group set forth, they were guided by fog lights, with numerous slaves constructing rudimentary wooden fortifications along the route. The establishment of these cost-effective small bastions, layered in defense and armed with crossbows, represented the most viable solution for a defensive counteroffensive. though the absence of firearms left Field lamenting the need to advance gunpowder technology in the future. The main estate of the Starry Night Manor epitomized a harmonious blend of romanticism and solemn architectural style. For over 230 years, the Starry Night family had toiled in the northern province, eschewing the construction of fortresses and castles in favor of dedicating all their efforts to the creation of this estate. Rich in artistic flair, everywhere one looked, there were corridors, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains. Regrettably, these splendid embellishments could not preserve the bloodline of the Starry Night family. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the distant Roth family, who governed and inherited it, only to see it eventually pass to Field. Outside the main building, slaves hustled back and forth, clearing a space and driving wooden stakes into the earth. The rudimentary semicircular wooden fortresses began to take shape. Moreover, they set up wooden barricades, with the greatest advantage of the decaying corpses being their sheer numbers and reckless ferocity. By utilizing a plethora of debris to diminish their numerical superiority, they became manageable foes. Additionally, the slaves were tasked with transporting purification potions, reagents, and crossbow bolts, carefully placing them in the corners of the wooden fortifications. The guards donned heavy armor, their long pikes resting on their shoulders, forming a formidable forest of spearheads, with lynx and hammer each leading a contingent. Despite numbering barely 40, each had engaged in battle multiple times, proving they were not mere decorative figures. In that moment, the pikes stood tall, a testament to their military might. The warhorses fidgeted restlessly, and Field tightened his grip on the reins, commanding, "Cavalry, clear away the wandering corpses." The sensitivity of animals to danger seemed to surpass that of humans, as the steeds exhibited notable agitation, an unprecedented occurrence. Undoubtedly, Rosalia possessed formidable combat prowess. She had entrusted the task to Ashina. Field's gaze fixated on the blood-red warning symbol on the small map, his heart racing with anxiety. "Leave it to me," Ashina replied, her scarlet eyes scanning the looming structure, her slender finger pointing. "She must be in the basement. I can sense varying degrees of threat in the other rooms. But the basement emanates an eerie silence, which is highly unusual." Field was taken aback by the girl's astuteness and gave her a thumbs up. "Shall I charge in to investigate?" Ashina inquired. Field shook his head. "No rush. Conserve your strength. Before the enemy emerges, we must first eliminate the surrounding corpses to avoid a repeat of the previous incident with the corrupted beings. This battle must conclude decisively." Ashina nodded obediently. The corpses outside the main building were in such disarray that many had lost their clothing, or their garments had fused grotesquely with their decaying flesh. The sight was disturbingly curious. The Beastmen cavalry surged forth like a tempest from the left flank of the formation, thundering across the plaza. The horde of corpses was swiftly divided into smaller clusters by the cavalry. Once these diminutive groups posed no threat, Silver Claw led the cavalry to encircle them. The impact of the horses against the lifeless bodies produced a crisp crack, and a collision would result in shattered bones, while a mere brush would send the remains tumbling like rolling gourds, subsequently trampled into pulp beneath iron hoofs. There was no necessity for the use of the lance. The cavalrymen wielded their sabers with abandon, effortlessly severing heads from shoulders. Ashina's proficiency in training cavalry was remarkable, and coupled with rigorous combat experience, the slave cavalry had, in a short span, become comparable to the knights of minor lords. These battle-hardened horsemen would soon cleanse the outer perimeter of the decaying corpses. Chapter 61. The assault. The main building stands 4 stories tall, its stone walls entwined with purple, decaying vegetation. Through the shattered windows, the interior reveals a scene of devastation. Upset furniture lies strewn about, covered in the viscous secretions of putrid creatures, reminiscent of a spider's lair. Hollow-eyed corpses huddle together, most clad in burlap garments, some adorned in tattered armor. Field even glimpses a decaying figure draped in a mage's robe. "Be cautious, the sounds of conflict have roused them." As Ashina's warning echoes, grotesque, deformed abominations surge forth from the 3rd floor's expansive windows, accompanied by sinister, maniacal laughter. A gaunt corpse crashes to the ground, offering Field no time to marvel before it charges forward with alarming speed. 1, 2. Ashina begins to count. No need to tally. There are far too many to enumerate. A glance reveals over 100 creatures spilling forth, their numbers ever increasing. Faced with such a horde, concern etches itself across Field's features. "Not quite," Ashina corrects. "I am assessing their levels. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses among them." Extraordinary corpses, and numerous at that? Field's eyelids twitch, yet he maintains his composure, signaling the cavalry to retreat, urging them to regroup while the polearm soldiers brace behind the wooden walls, preparing to unleash arrows, armed with enchanted tips. The slaves sound the horns, and upon receiving the command, the cavalry swiftly abandon the fray, racing back to the formation, panting heavily. Their long blades trembling not solely from fatigue, but from an overwhelming surge of adrenaline. The accompanying slaves scurry back and forth, diligently reloading the crossbows and saturating the arrows with purifying elixirs. The enchantment field referred to involves soaking the arrowheads in this holy liquid, which possesses divine power to counteract corruption. The tide of corpses swiftly approaches the wooden fortress where the lynx resides. Behind the wooden barricades, the polearm soldiers form tight ranks, extending their weapons forward, aimed at the onrushing undead. Loose arrows. Field commands. With a whoosh, Ashina nocks an arrow, the silver tip, imbued with the power of winter, streaks like a magnificent comet, striking the foremost second-tier corpse with devastating force. The once arrogant expression of the creature vanishes, its head mostly blown apart by the impact. With a signal, the rear ranks of soldiers and armed slaves, upon witnessing the silver arrow, unleash a volley of crossbow bolts, the sound echoing like firecrackers in the air. There is no need to reload. The soldiers pass the used crossbows back to the slaves, who promptly reload and return them, ensuring a continuous barrage of arrows from the 30 or 40 soldiers in the rear. The arrows slice through the air, inciting a cacophony of wails and a rain of blood among the throng of corpses, as numerous undead collapse under the relentless onslaught, akin to wheat being harvested. The bolts, already formidable in their power, strike unprotected flesh with lethal efficiency. A single bolt can fell a common corpse, often piercing through to eliminate those behind it as well. Even the extraordinary corrupted corpses found no respite. Under the potent purifying elixirs, they could be easily vanquished, even if they did not perish. The intense burning sensation would inflict severe pain upon their already numb souls, thereby diminishing their combat capabilities. The expenditure of such a vast quantity of purifying potions is indeed extravagant. Beware of the enemy's ranged tactics. After Ashina spoke, she instinctively positioned herself in front of Field, having kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield. "Allow me to take the offensive," she suggested. "Do not rush. I have faith in the soldiers of the Nightfall Legion," Field replied, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the mini-map, where a red dot still lingered in the basement. As first-tier chosen ones, conserving their strength would enhance their chances of victory. "Indeed," Ashina remarked, her scarlet gaze sweeping over the battlefield as she cautioned, "Be wary. The enemy may also possess long-range strike capabilities." After the corrupted corpses endured 7 or 8 waves of arrows, the guards found themselves within the range of the undead. Behind them, grotesque creatures erupted from their bodies, launching numerous bone spikes toward the military formation. Thanks to Ashina's warning, Field swiftly responded, "Cease fire, raise shields. Prepare for engagement." The guards immediately lifted their iron shields to cover their heads. Almost simultaneously, the clanging of iron resounded as the bone spikes struck the formation, repelled by the shields. Iron armor and wooden walls. Nevertheless, many guards winced from the piercing sensations. Alas, the slaves at the rear were not so fortunate. 3 were impaled by the bone spikes on the spot, while the others, terrified and trembling, turned to flee. Yet upon seeing the cavalry positioned behind them, they feared being slaughtered as deserters, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. "Take cover behind the low wall and continue loading the crossbows," Field commanded with a wave of his hand. "Beware of the arrows," Ashina cautioned, twirling her spear with one hand, the rapidly spinning weapon resembling a rotor, knocking down all incoming bone spikes. Field's forehead beaded with sweat, though his expression remained resolute. He could not afford to appear flustered before his soldiers. The variety of corrupted beings was vast. Those previously encountered, mere howling corpses, were but the lowest tier of cannon fodder. Fortunately, when they first arrived at the Grand Estate, they did not act recklessly. Had they launched a direct assault on the main building, they would likely have been obliterated. Boom. Corrupted creatures charged forth like rabid dogs, heedless of the gleaming long spears awaiting them. One creature collided violently, its head pierced by the spear, its body crashing against the wooden wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Roar. More and more corrupted beings surged from various exits of the main building, their voices hoarse from relentless roars as they crashed against the defenses. The wooden fortress strategy proved highly effective. For the undead to breach or dismantle the sturdy wooden walls was essential to harm the guards. Yet the guards could easily shatter the skulls of the corpses using their spears and mace. In just a quarter of an hour, countless corpses lay at the foot of the wooden walls, the air thick with an oppressive, rancid stench. "They're coming." Just as Field contemplated ordering the cavalry to launch a flanking attack, he suddenly noticed a red dot mixed within the tide of corpses. A wave of dread washed over him. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Had he relaxed for even a second longer, the entire defense line might have crumbled. In a hushed tone, Field remarked, "She is concealed within the horde. Leave it to me." Asina evidently became serious, her demeanor gravely solemn, speaking far less than usual. Pretending to be unaware, she departed from the left flank, feigning an assault on the decaying corpses, urging the dragon-spawn wolves forward as they prepared to charge. Suddenly, a formidable surge of black-red energy erupted forth, accompanied by crackling sounds, causing the nearby corpses to explode, transforming into a mist of blood, with the echoes of the detonations resonating in the air for an extended duration. Humph, still so fond of employing underhanded tactics. Asina's expression turned icy, disdain evident in her cold scoff. Having been well prepared, she effortlessly evaded the explosive strike with a swift movement. Chapter 62. Astonishment. The Etiquette of Corrupted Beings. Supplement for the missed update yesterday. After a period of recuperation, Rosalia returned to her alluring self. How could it be possible? She evaded my divine technique. Rosalia's pupils trembled. Typically, a surprise attack from a chosen one is exceedingly difficult to anticipate, as divine power neither resembles martial energy nor magic, making it nearly imperceptible. Upon hearing this, Ashina merely shook her head with a cold smile, dismissing further conversation, and directly commanded the dragon-breed wolf to launch an assault. A luminous azure radiance flickered, manifesting beside Rosalia in an instant. With a fearsome yawn, the dragon-breed wolf opened its maw to an astonishing degree, its razor-sharp teeth propelled by a terrifying force, sinking directly into Rosalia's tender form. Due to the exertion from unleashing her divine technique, Rosalia found herself in a momentary state of exhaustion, rendered helpless as she watched the foul mouth descend upon her. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as Rosalia was devoured up to her waist. The black wolf swallowed. Although this move was grotesque, Ashina showed no mercy, coldly asserting, "I refuse to believe that consuming you will allow for recovery." In less than 3 seconds, this method proved futile. The dragon-breed wolf experienced intense discomfort, despite its habitual consumption of carrion. A torrent of blood surged within its mouth, violently attacking, even managing to shatter its lower jaw and crush numerous teeth, with blood seeping out profusely. With a retch, a mass of flesh and blood was expelled, the wolf appearing exceedingly distressed. "How dare you allow a lowly mutt to consume me? You ought to be hanged." The bloodlines writhed, restoring Rosalia to her human form. Yet the fleeting return to her elegant and noble demeanor was but a transient experience. Field barely had time to comprehend the scene before him, as an elegant and pure noble lady glared furiously at Ashina. "It is a giant wolf, not a mutt." Ashina waved her delicate white finger, playfully raising an eyebrow, clearly enjoying teasing Rosalia and relishing in correcting her misconceptions. Then, with a hand over her mouth, Ashina laughed. "Will you flee again this time, esteemed noble lady?" "Well, I have never fled," Rosalia stammered, her face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger, the long chain attached to her left hand trembling violently. Infuriated, Rosalia shot a glance at Field, lamenting that the Holy Griffin Empire must have suffered terribly at the hands of cowardly soldiers. Within a mere decade, they were eradicated by the demi-humans, and how could even the northern province have demi-human chosen ones? Field locked eyes with Rosalia's brilliant starry gaze, both momentarily taken aback. "Heavens, I must be dreaming. You are a human lord?" Rosalia's mind spun, her fair hand pressed against her forehead. A human lord, and an ancient noble at that. Who could contract with a demi-human? Why on earth would I dream such a thing? I must be delirious from hunger. "Ancient noble?" Ashina questioned, perplexed, casting a curious glance towards Field. "It sounds quite grand. This title may not hold significance, yet she truly had not left the Nightfall territory for a decade." Field found himself both amused and bewildered to hear the term ancient noble in the northern province. 10 years ago, or more precisely, 7 years ago, the embodiment of true nobility was represented by those with raven hair and obsidian eyes, alongside those with silver hair and gray eyes. A darker complexion and prominent facial features were deemed the hallmarks of aristocracy, while golden and crimson tresses, along with other chaotic hues, including Ashina's silver locks, were regarded as inferior, often labeled as barbaric or savage. However, the ancient realm of the Inner Sea, the Empire of the Phoenix, has long since fallen, and even its legitimate successor, the Empire of Purple Gold, was recently besieged and ravaged by heretics. Simultaneously, the nomadic incursions from the east have brought forth calamities and an influx of black-haired slaves. The so-called symbols of ancient nobility have thus shifted to an extreme. Unless one can substantiate their lineage through a family tree, they are deemed slaves or offspring of enemies, subjected to severe discrimination. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself plays a pivotal role in this, with its elite, including the Empress, being golden-haired barbarians who would hardly scorn their own kind. Good day to you. Although this is not a ball, it is a pleasure to see you. To his surprise, Rosalie's demeanor had softened considerably. Her fury had dissipated, replaced by a faint smile. With her long, graceful legs slightly bent at the knees, she gently lifted the sides of her gown, elegantly nodding in acknowledgement to Field. In a realm tainted by blood and decay, she appeared like a resplendent golden flower, a beauty akin to a work of art. Good day, beautiful lady, Field reciprocated with the courtesy befitting nobility. After enduring countless disdainful glances in the Rose territory, he was astonished to find a lovely noblewoman greeting him in the Nightshade territory. It seemed life was full of unexpected turns. Yet, if only she were truly alive. The small map's red dot transformed into a rudimentary panel. Name, Rosal Starry Night level. First tier, corrupted chosen. Type, Royal Guard Infantry corrupted, hybrid status, confused. Extreme Bloodlust Lord, none, defeated, contract unavailable. In other words, could a contract be established upon her defeat? Field rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing his own thoughts. He resolved to attempt a peaceful approach. Rosal, perhaps we can talk about. Not a chance, Rosal interjected, her voice sweet yet laced with a hint of longing. Enfolding herself in her arms, she trembled as she spoke. Although I have no desire to slay nobility, I can hardly contain myself. The mere thought of cleaving the body of an ancient aristocrat excites me to the core. That moment would illuminate my existence. How twisted. Indeed. The corrupted beings possessed an unadulterated thirst for slaughter, even if they retained some memories or intellect. Negotiations had failed. Ashina, eliminate her. Field commanded without hesitation. Whoosh, silver arrows shot through the air. Clang. Did you truly believe your little trick would work a second time? Rosal, ever vigilant against hidden arrows, deftly deflected the projectile with a flick of her chains. Her bloodlust surged as she swung her great sword, cleaving the surrounding corpses in half. A torrent of life energy flooding into her weapon. Divine technique, unending decimation. The magical eye at the center of the great sword blazed with a horrific crimson light. With a resounding hum, waves of overwhelming destructive sword energy erupted forth. The hue upon the surface of the sword's aura is a grim black, reminiscent of decayed beings. At a mere glance, it seems to draw one's very spirit into its depths, plunging them into madness and despair. This time, I shall see where you dare to flee. As if tearing through the fabric of space, the devastating sword aura swiftly sealed off all escape routes for Ashina. Hold your ground, Black Wolf. Ashina resolutely relinquished her mobility, finding no avenue for retreat, and could only take refuge behind the dragon-bred wolf. With scales raised in defiance, the wolf's ethereal blue flames surged forth, enveloping it as if clad in formidable armor. Chapter 63. Oh no, it seems I have brought the boss home. Part 1. A magnificent sword aura, stretching several meters, surged forth with a tangible force, crushing everything in its path. Decayed corpses, trees, and buildings alike were obliterated, reduced to mere dust, disappearing into the air. Under the terrifying ripples of energy, the guards defending the wooden fortress trembled in fear, their faces pale as death. What an awe-inspiring divine technique. Field felt a bead of sweat for Ashina. The dragon-breed wolf's defenses escalated rapidly, flames enveloping its scales as if they had been tempered in fire. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, the two forces collided. The nearby corrupted beings were swiftly silenced, unable to even emit a whimper before being mercilessly annihilated. A mournful wail echoed as the dragon-breed wolf was sent flying, its flesh torn asunder. Ashina stumbled a couple of steps, finding a gap to escape the range of attack. Several other waves of sword energy gradually faded from view, ultimately vanishing into the void. Dazed, Ashina shook her head, dislodging a cloud of dust from her beastly ears, and gazed in the direction of the dragon-breed wolf. Responding to her call, it shakily rose to its feet. Half of its once beautiful scales were gone. Shattered remnants of scales and bone shards embedded in its flesh, revealing gaping wounds that rendered it particularly fearsome. Haha, did you think this was the end? Rosalie's face was equally pale, yet she steeled herself, swiftly slaying her kin around her, continuously absorbing their life energy. Once I declare my intent to consume you, I shall not go back on my word. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck Rosalie's back, erupting into a blinding flash. Ouch, that hurts. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Rosalia leapt up in fright, quickly yanking out the bolt and shattering it into fragments, her anger directed at Field. Where has your noble spirit gone? How could you resort to a sneak attack? Spare me your noble spirit. Let us talk about that once we survive, Field replied pragmatically. Hurriedly reloading the empty crossbow while shouting at the dazed soldiers, "Stop dawdling, fire your arrows." The sharp twang of arrows was soon heard as small feathered projectiles rained down. The arrows soaked in purifying elixirs proving exceptionally effective against the corrupted beings. Rosalia, left with no choice, ceased her harvest of her kin's lives, swinging her chains to deflect the incoming arrows. Yet, many still found their mark, piercing through the gaps in her chains and striking her, emitting a hissing sound as they burned her flesh. Rosalia cried out in agony, "If this continues, I will surely be unable to endure." Field felt a wave of relief. Now he needed to manage the damage and avoid killing her outright. However, a horrifying turn of events unfolded. Rosalia ceased to deflect the arrows, allowing them to strike her unabated. The chosen of the holy light are truly insufferable. But do you really think these trivial projectiles can slay me? With a casual motion, she broke one of the arrows in half, sporting a mocking smile. Though it may sting a bit at first, one grows accustomed to it. In fact, it's rather pleasant. Good heavens! Must you be so monstrous? Are you truly M? Field exclaimed, a chill coursing through him, yet he soon wore a faint smile. Ashina, spare his life. He is still of use to me. Field's assault merely served to grant Ashina the time needed to concentrate her divine technique. The divine technique, the frigid piercing spear. Unlike Rosalia, Ashina seldom employed her divine abilities. For should they miss their mark, she would be unable to unleash another for a considerable duration. Nevertheless, their potency was indisputable. A slender yet swift spear of divine energy, swiftly magnified before Rosalia's eyes. Boom. Unlike her initial release at the Grand Winery, Ashina no longer needed to worry about collateral damage to the structures. This time, her divine technique unleashed her true power. The resounding blast echoed through the skies. As if the entire Starry Night estate trembled violently, the ground torn open by the ferocious force. Ordinary folk were left in disarray, their ears ringing painfully, nearly rendered deaf. The terrifying force erupted before Rosalia, her expression still in shock, the crimson hue of her complexion fading to a ghastly pallor. Before she violently coughed forth blood mixed with fragments of her insides. Before the blood could even touch the ground, it was obliterated by the chilling divine energy, vanishing along with Rosalia herself into the void. Was it over? Field, breathless from the shock, gasped for air, realizing that even her ashes might have been scattered. Well, it's a conclusion I can accept. Master, be cautious, she is not dead yet. Ashina interposed herself before Field, delivering the shocking tidings. Master, you and the soldiers should retreat. The ensuing devastation will be even greater. Indeed, there are few corpses remaining. Field cast a glance at the mini-map, noting that the surrounding undead had been nearly eradicated by the relentless bombardment of the two chosen ones and the guards' assault. With only a few survivors left in the main building, Lynx, we shall proceed to the second line of defense. Before Field could depart, the smoke was abruptly swept away by a fierce gust of wind, revealing a cracked and broken black greatsword, from which blood began to seep. Yet, the material seemed insufficient. Slowly weaving into a charming silhouette, delicate little feet touched the ground, and the younger version of Rosalia gradually emerged, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. She pouted slightly, her soft, pink lips parting as she huffed. That hurts. My head feels like it's going to be knocked askew. Though she appeared adorable, Field felt a sense of exasperation. From a mature woman to a young girl, and now to a little girl, logically, one would expect a person to grow larger with each encounter. How could she have shrunk instead? Ashina was taken aback. Can you even wield a weapon now? After all, that greatsword is far taller than you. How infuriating. I'll take you all down. The greatsword behind her glowed with a dark gray light as Rosalia extended her delicate hand, cutely declaring, Gluttony greatsword, dissolve. Like glass shattering. The greatsword instantly fragmented. Countless twisted strands of blood converged from all directions into Rosalia's form, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity. A dragon, towering 3 stories high, gradually materialized from the void, its fearsome skeletal wings unfurling, adorned with veins of blood and decaying flesh, devoid of any sense of majesty. Instead, it was steeped in an aura of death and decay. Ashina, let us proceed together. For the first time since arriving in the northern province, Field felt a sense of helplessness. Ashina had employed her divine powers and was now in a state of exhaustion, while the dragon-blooded wolf was in an even more pitiful condition. Asina waved her hand dismissively, speaking in a light-hearted tone. There is no need. She is merely flailing in desperation, having even shattered her artifact. Do you still have a trump card? Field exclaimed with joy. Of course, I unleashed my powers alongside her. Asina replied with a confident smile. Chapter 64. Oh no, it seems I have brought the boss home. Part 2. The corrupted dragon, transformed from Rosalia, was incapable of flight. Its draconic wings, situated at its waist, swept outward, sending the wooden fortress of the first line and the surrounding corpses flying, as if they were mere toys. Countless debris scattered in every direction, creating a tempest of chaos. Soldiers fled in panic, while others engaged in combat with the undead, their anguished screams mingling with the sounds of falling objects. The once clear and distinct situation had devolved into utter disarray. The enormous, cold-eyed gaze, exuding an aura of death, lifelessly surveyed everything below. Then, the dragon's massive body began to shift, resembling an ancient machine ensnared in cobwebs. Each movement caused a rain of blood and flesh to fall away. Just as Asina had stated, Rosalia was making a desperate last stand. At any moment, it appeared she could disintegrate into a heap of gore. With a ferocious roar, the dragon's gaping maw tore open, unleashing a deluge of white energy orbs. Imbued with a chilling corruptive power, akin to a meteor shower, raining down indiscriminately upon the ground. Despite the dragon wolf being severely injured, it continued to spew fireballs and intercept the glowing projectiles through sheer force. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. Many were struck by the energy orbs, meeting gruesome ends. Worse still, corrupted corpses began to converge in the vicinity, drawn by the earlier commotion. How infuriating! Even in death, she would not rest. It was imperative to halt her rampage. Ashina's earlier calmness had vanished, replaced by clenched teeth and frustration as she advanced towards the Grand Winery. Should she reach it, all of the master's efforts would be undone. Damn it, I must confront her. Field, taken aback, dodged a flying wooden crate and swiftly plunged his sword into the skull of a nearby corpse. My lord, please take cover. I will deal with that fool shortly. Ashina urged Field to a safe location, her anxiety palpable. Black Wolf, come here, prepare to charge. Startled by Ashina's command to the Dragon Wolf, Field quickly grasped her arm, imploring her, there is no need for mutual destruction. I sense she is on the brink of collapse. Let her disintegrate on her own. As long as you are here, we can rebuild 1,000 territories. I know, but I promise to protect the Nightfall territory and its people. Please trust me. I have declared that I am your sword. Ashina declared, then turned, charging alongside the blood-soaked Dragon Wolf towards the corrupted dragon. Black Wolf, charge. The Dragon Wolf, drenched in filth and blood, crouched as if ready to hunt. A torrent of eerie blue flames engulfed its body, evaporating the blood that flowed from its wounds. With a distorted, menacing visage, it appeared as a beast risen from the depths of hell. Boom! Like a cannonball, the Dragon Wolf launched itself into the air, resembling a comet of eerie blue light, trailing a sapphire tail, and collided directly with the corrupted dragon, with its defenses crumbling. The corrupted dragon was utterly unprepared for the impact as the Dragon Wolf barreled into its belly. Dragon Wolf, disassemble. A deep, resonant sound echoed, and in an instant, countless black scales, traversing the expanse, erupted from the body of the decaying dragon. Ethereal blue flames, almost tangible, radiated outward in waves from the dragon's belly. Even in death, the corrupted dragon emitted a wretched scream, for the explosion of the artifact wielded a power that scorched the very soul. Field, from a distance, could witness her agony. Suddenly, the dragon's pupils constricted, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Chunks of flesh and strands of blood rained down, while the immense skeletal remains were reduced to dust. Field raised his shield above his head, feeling the reverberations upon its surface, his mind preoccupied with concern for Ashina's situation. Scattered remains of the corrupted began to converge. Damn, the insatiable pests. Field unsheathed his long sword and struck down one, but before he could engage another, he watched as a corrupted corpse was trampled by a charging steed. The cavalry had arrived, a total of 8 riders. My lord, we have arrived late, Silverclaw remarked, scratching his head through his iron helm. Equally disheveled as they were all former slaves, lacking the decorum of nobility and speaking bluntly. Not too late, Field replied, noticing 2 streaks of light collide with the main building. Mount up, follow me to the main building. Leave it to us, Silverclaw urged, his concern evident. Please, be cautious. Let us go, Field said tersely, spurring his horse forward. Protect my lord. The cavalryman immediately fell in line behind him. Meanwhile, it hurt so much. Rosala lamented as she plummeted through the air, struggling to open her eyes. Just as she managed to crack them open slightly, she beheld a pair of crimson eyes filled with chilling malice. Behind Ashina loomed a spectral wolf spirit. Her face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet her fury was unmistakable. "Greetings, noble lady," Ashina taunted, experiencing her first self-detonation. Though the explosion had originated from the dragon breed wolf, she too suffered considerable backlash. "Tell me, does the sensation of an artifact exploding within your belly satiate your hunger?" With that, as she neared the ground, Ashina unleashed a simple yet forceful punch, sending Rosala crashing into the building. Rosala collided with a wall, her body rolling before finally halting against it. Her once pristine legs were now soiled, and her elegant black gown lay in tatters. "You detestable demi-human, do not expect humanity's nobility to yield." Rosala gritted her teeth, attempting to rise. In the blink of an eye, Ashina was upon her, her crimson eyes gleaming like gemstones in the darkness. Grasping a cavalry saber, the elongated blade scraped against the ground, sparking countless flames. To an unsuspecting observer, it might appear as though a deranged butcher hunted a pitiful little girl, akin to a twisted version of a chainsaw massacre in another realm. With a swift motion, Ashina thrust her blade, pinning Rosal against the wall. Her feral gaze swept over her prey, and Ashina playfully licked her long, sharp nails. "I am curious, do you possess an infant form?" With the disintegration of the dragon breed wolf, Ashina now stood in a frenzied state, empowered by the artifact. "You cannot extinguish my spirit. Corruption will ultimately permeate the entire world, and I shall be reborn amidst the shroud of death." Ashina cast a cold glance in her direction, dismissively waving her hand. "Do as you wish. Why would I be defeated?" Rosaria, in her youthful form, found her resolve wavering, succumbing to tears, and coughed up blood in despair. Despite possessing divine abilities and the capacity to sever divine artifacts, she faced a disheartening defeat. In the arena of the chosen, every ounce of power is of paramount importance. The moment my lord discovered your presence among the corpses, your chances of victory became null. Moreover, you cannot control the undead, can you? Ashina's inquiry pierced through her soul. "While I have allies to aid me, just as so." As she finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Chapter 65. "Oh no. It seems I have brought the boss home, Part 2. Are you all right, Ashina?" The soldiers cleared the debris, and Field squeezed through the hole in the wall, followed closely by other shield-bearing, knife-wielding soldiers, all of whom wore expressions of vigilance. Field's gaze immediately fell upon Rosalia, nailed to the wall, and Ashina, who smiled beside her, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. "Maintain your guard outside," Field commanded, and the soldiers complied, stepping back out. "Thanks to you, I'm fine." No longer the fierce and wild warrior from earlier, Ashina reverted to her previous, more docile demeanor. Field felt a pang of concern. Ashina's condition appeared poor, her wolf spirit flickering and distorting behind her, as if it might dissolve at any moment. The disconnection from the artifact, while endowing greater power, was merely a temporary measure, intended only as a last resort. "Your wolf." Field gestured toward the apparition, worry etched on his face. "I did not anticipate the artifact could self-destruct. Will it recover? Is it significantly affecting you?" "It does not impact me much. A brief rest will suffice, and the wolf can recover as well." Acknowledging Lord Field's concern, Ashina retracted the wolf spirit and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "The black wolf requires 7 days to regain its peak state, but it will be combat-ready in 3 days." "That is good to hear." Field let out a slow breath of relief. Once she withdrew the wolf spirit, Ashina visibly weakened, her form swaying unsteadily. Field hurried to support her. I actually do not need assistance. It's just, your sudden proximity caught me off guard." Ashina stammered, her eyes darting shyly, eventually glancing cautiously at Field. "Oh, is that so? Haha." Field's hand froze midair, embarrassment washing over him as he realized the implication of her swaying. In the past, characters on television would sway and collapse, rendering them unconscious and susceptible to all manner of mischief. Swaying does not equate to fainting. The laws of the universe are not that simplistic. Nonetheless, "I shall humor you." With a radiant smile, Ashina leaned into Field's embrace. Suddenly enveloped by a fragrant warmth, a uniquely feminine sweetness enveloped Field, leaving him unsure of where to place his hands, for every area felt inviting. Hey, please do not touch recklessly," Ashina exclaimed, covering her face before turning her head to make a face at the hanging Rosalia. Rosalia coughed up blood in exasperation, nearly collapsing from rage. "Is it really necessary to be so excessive? If I am to be defeated, it should be my duty to contribute to the defeat animation." Not for you all to prepare a performance for me. Show some respect for the little lady. Must you adopt such childish perspectives? You. Do not listen to that insufferable half-breed. When she struck me earlier, it was utterly terrifying. Rosalia protested hoarsely. Following Rosalia's outburst, the two regained their composure. After all, overly excessive antics were not what anyone wished to witness. My lord, how do you intend to deal with this monster? As if transformed into a medieval peasant, Ashina prepared to hunt witches, her eyes filled with terror. Perhaps it would be best to extract useful information through torture and then incinerate the remnants. Or even sell her directly to the Church of the Holy Light. Do not expect to extract any information from my lips. The nobility shall not yield. Woe is me. Rosalia, with tear-filled eyes and a face as delicate as porcelain, appeared utterly charming. Field cast a glance at Rosalia's status bar, which had shifted from never defeated, unable to contract to able to contract. Would it not be splendid to contract her? Field reasoned that killing her would be a waste, incurring great losses to their territory. She must be captured for labor reform. What? The two women exclaimed in shock simultaneously. My lord, has Ashina done something wrong? Why abandon me? Ashina immediately wilted, her ears drooping like those of a dejected puppy, her expression one of deep grievance. Roar, roar, roar. Truly, as expected of ancient nobility, your vision is commendable. Submitting beneath my feet is indeed a wise choice. However, a corrupted being cannot be contracted by a human. I can infect you, providing you with a precedent, allowing you to become my devoted male companion. Rosalia, filled with mischievous pride, struck a pose against the wall. Hearing their responses left Field momentarily speechless, and he hurriedly patted Ashina's head, exclaiming, How could I ever forsake you? Contracting both would suffice, he proposed. Rosalia could hardly contain her laughter, but in her mirth, she coughed up blood. Of course that is impossible. Your teacher is far too irresponsible. A chosen one can only contract one individual, even among those of the same divine system, let alone the fact that I belong to a different, even opposing, divine race. Furthermore, only beings of the same kind can contract with one another, such as humans with humans, or subhumans with, and so forth. Why would you contract a subhuman chosen one? Are you masquerading as a subhuman? What? Is it truly so? The three of them wore perplexed expressions. Well, let us give it a try. Knowledge is born of practice. Field would not abandon his objective due to a mere utterance, and besides, do you not wish to live? Those words struck a chord deep within Rosalia. Even a mad corrupted being possesses intelligence and does not wish for death or torment. She still recalled Ashina's earlier remark about breeding her with animals, and one could only wonder if the subhuman before her might take it seriously. You are quite bold. The Empire has conducted countless experiments. Otherwise, why would those high-ranking nobles offer precious chosen ones to their offspring or vassals? Alas, be mindful of the backlash of divine power. Do not blame me. Ashina, filled with worry, replied, Let us not do this. I will strive doubly hard. Let us try at once. Field gritted his teeth. I shall grant your wish. Rosalia tore open her tattered long skirt, revealing her snow-white thighs, upon which the chosen mark glimmered with an eerie radiance. Countless shades of grayish-black essence surged forth, coalescing into an indistinct, unfathomable silhouette of a goddess. Subsequently, a divine power linked itself to Field's body. Rosalia let out a mischievous chuckle, speaking in a soft, endearing tone. You are playing with fire. The power of the corrupted goddess will undoubtedly lead to your demise, shattering your very soul. Before her words had fully settled, the chosen contract was successfully established. Rosalia's radiant starry eyes glared at the leader. Did we succeed? Surely this must be a jest. Field, seemingly unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter, goddess of decay. We are quite familiar with one another. What goddess? I apologize, but I adhere to materialism and atheism. You are merely here to serve me. To labor diligently in the construction of the territory. It appears I no longer harbor such a desire to strike you down. Rosalia shook her head, her gaze becoming clearer, the previously menacing and lifeless look vanishing entirely. This is truly exhausting. Field casually found a piece of dilapidated furniture to sit on for a moment, pondering, wait, does this mean I have captured the villainous boss and brought her home? Chapter 66. The Pranks of Ashina. The Lord Panel of Field now bore the name of Rosal. Name, Rosal, a Starry Night level. First tier, Corrupted Chosen 1. Occupation, Royal Guard Infantry. Corrupted Hybrid Creature. Divine Skill, Endless Slash. Consumes vitality or divine power to unleash a massive sword energy strike. Artifact, Gluttony Greatsword absorbs life force. Condenses blood threads, capable of easily mending the host's body, with the side effect of inducing hunger. Special ability. Corrupted Immortality, a body composed of special divine power. Difficult to kill. Even if reduced to fragments, the spirit will return to the mists of death. Awaiting the next descent. Legion Skill. None Territory Bonus. None Field gazed at the panel, pondering. Corrupted beings are truly unique. They indeed possess an existence of immortality. It is reasonable that they cannot provide Legion and Territory bonuses, as corruption only brings devastation. However, it matters little. With Rosal A, the combat prowess of the Territory has at least doubled. Previously, whenever Ashina ventured outside, Field was always on edge, fearing his home would be pilfered. Now, with Rosal A, the Nightshade Territory finally possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was unexpected that corruption could yield a chosen one, and even more astonishing that a contract could be formed. This northern province is not a cursed land. It is clearly a treasure trove of fortune. Field was elated and resolved to capture all the miraculous treasures. To contract all the corrupted chosen ones. The existence of one corrupted chosen one indicates the presence of many more. Simultaneously, Field learned that uncontracted corrupted chosen ones were marked by red dots on the map. Field turned to the two individuals. Ashina and Rosala shared the same expression, winky face. Did you truly contract her? Ashina's pupils trembled. No wonder I was perplexed when you contracted me. There has never been a precedent for contracts between demi-humans and humans. Not only can you contract across races, but you can also contract multiple chosen ones. It is utterly astonishing. Field waved his hand dismissively. Let us keep it low-key. It's just a trivial matter. The more freedom one has, the more races one can contract. To the inhabitants of another world, it is merely a small shock from a citizen of Huagua. Indeed, I am also one you nurtured. You are truly deserving of the title of Lord. Ashina recalled Field's earlier words about making her a chosen one so she could possess her current strength. Let her down. The contract of a corrupted chosen one is highly binding, so there is no need to worry about betrayal. Pointing to Rosal A, who hung on the wall. A long knife still embedded in her chest, blood streaming down profusely. For an ordinary person, such blood loss would have already sent them to the afterlife. To compete in a resurrection match. Very well, but please exercise caution. Corruption embodies the essence of a demon. After a moment of contemplation, Ashina stepped forward to withdraw the long knife, returning it to its sheath. While not forgetting to bare her teeth in a warning to Rosal A, do not even think about harming anyone, especially Lord Field. Otherwise, I shall nail you to the wall a second time. The little girl's eyelids drooped, lacking the strength to speak. Without the Gluttony Greatsword to heal her, she could not recover. Such severe injuries. Field removed his robe and pressed it against Rosalia's wound, then retrieved a potion from his pocket to staunch her bleeding. Although ordinary potions had little effect on the chosen, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. I'm fine, just need to sleep, Rosalia murmured, her eyes fluttering as she spoke indistinctly. What? Field leaned closer to listen, only to realize that Rosalia had already succumbed to unconsciousness. She had expressed her profound gratitude to the Lord. Ashina's ears perked up, yet her gaze wandered as her hands were clasped behind her back, wearing an expression of innocence. Field smiled with satisfaction, thinking how perceptive the little one was. In truth, Ashina had heard clearly. The little girl had said, pregnant, not now. Previously, during their banter, he had teased Rosalia, threatening that should he capture her, she would bear his child. Who would have thought that he would actually capture her? Now, a pressing question loomed. Should he disclose the existence of the corrupted chosen to the Nightshade Territory? Field found himself in a quandary. This was no trivial matter, as it pertained to the future of Nightshade and his own path. Whether to reveal the ability to contract the corrupted chosen or to expose their existence was a decision steeped in both diplomatic and domestic implications. Across the continent, there were no tales of the corrupted chosen. Corrupted beings had always been regarded as demons, and indeed, they bore an uncanny resemblance to them. If it were to become known that Field could contract demons, the consequences would be dire. Countless righteous individuals would undoubtedly raze Nightshade to the ground. Moreover, even the gentle Ashina had instilled unease among the humans of the territory, and Rosalia's appearance would surely cause their mental state to erupt. Ashina, refraining from offering any opinions on domestic or foreign affairs, smiled and said, I trust your judgment. I will unconditionally support whatever decision you make. Then let us keep it secret for now, Field replied with a smirk. Precisely, we shall require clandestine strength. At your command, dear Lord. Ashina stretched, revealing her delicate curves. Having sweated during the battle, her skin glistened like fine porcelain, radiant and luminous. In the dimly lit room, she radiated an enchanting glow, playfully declaring, Lord Field. I want to eat meat when I return. 3 servings. Humph. When have I ever deprived you of meat? Field scooped Rosalia into his arms. Come. Let us return to the grand winery. On the 3rd morning, Rosalia lay peacefully on the grand bed, the covers rising and falling with her steady breaths. Her tender and delicate lips, paired with her snow-white skin, resembled a magnificent strawberry atop a milk-flavored cake. The window was open, allowing a gentle breeze to drift in. Field gazed out through the window. The sky remained hazy, yet it had cleared significantly. Perhaps soon, the sun would be visible. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he sipped his red tea, never having missed the sun so dearly. Although the plants continued to flourish, the absence of sunlight was undeniably peculiar. I have nothing I particularly miss, he mused, yet she has been asleep for 3 days and still shows no signs of waking. As Ashina playfully pinched Rosaria's cheek, she reflected on the past few days spent caring for the little girl, ensuring that the maid remained distanced from any corrupting entities. With a mischievous grin, Ashina leaned closer to the young girl's ear and whispered, if you fall asleep again, you might just end up pregnant. Rosaria furrowed her delicate brows, a look of discomfort crossing her features, yet she did not seem entirely averse to the notion. You would be carrying the offspring of a dragonborn black wolf, Ashina remarked with a teasing smirk. Rosaria's expression revealed her inner turmoil, her small hands clutching the blanket tightly, as if engaged in a desperate struggle. I'm just jesting. Dear noble lady, Ashina finally declared, putting an end to her playful torment. With that, Rosaria regained her composure. The memorial ceremony is about to commence. Let us proceed together. Chapter 67. Post-war remembrance. In the southeastern corner of the territory, a cleared expanse free from decay served as a burial ground. Situated at a distance from the grand winery where crops had yet to be sown, Field designated this area as a cemetery. In the recent military engagement at the main estate, 26 lives were lost, comprising 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman, and 3 half-elf cavalry, the majority of whom perished at the hands of Rosalia, the chosen one, whose unleashed power was devastatingly formidable. Yet, such is the nature of war. It spares no one. To claim that only enemies fall in battle is but a tale spun for children. As the Lord, Field's duty was to tend to the living. May the goddess of holy light receive the souls of your servants. May the goddess of holy light grant eternal rest to your children's souls. The eulogy was recited by the elderly freeman, old Turtledove. With age came wisdom, and though he stumbled through the words, his trembling hands conveyed the depth of his emotion, perhaps intensified by sheer nervousness. Slaves were cremated, while freemen were afforded the privilege of burial, a right reserved for those of higher status. The faithful believed in the holy light's judgment, that the deceased would lie in the river of light, awaiting the final decree from the goddess, be it ascension to paradise or descent into perdition. This belief system was nearly universal across the continent, as the official faith revered the goddess of holy light. In truth, there was little atmosphere of mourning among the crowd. Most appeared numb, merely attending out of obligation to Field's summons. Moreover, they were promised a black loaf of bread and exemption from labor. Death, particularly for the slaves, was an all too familiar specter. Hammer reached into his chest pocket, feeling the weight of a gold coin hidden within. A real gold coin. It felt like a dream. Before arriving here, Hammer had never laid hands on a gold coin. Neither his father nor grandfather had. If they were alive, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. The delightful heft of the coin was intoxicating. He had slain enough wretched corpses to earn this coin, and by presenting it to Field, he could shed the shackles of slavery and truly live as a human being. Hammer had little interest in old Turtledove's recitation. In his eyes, slaves were destined for the dark, oppressive mines, enduring days without sustenance, and succumbing to hunger, cold, illness, or the jaws of monsters. Such was the norm. Rather than lamenting for others, he thought it more prudent to seek additional bread. For the guards, the only utility of the goddess of holy light lay in the fog lamps and purifying potions. The Lord is about to speak. A comrade nudged Hammer, urging him not to flaunt his coin. Hammer immediately straightened. One must heed the Lord's words. Field's address was succinct, yet Hammer absorbed every word, particularly the part about their transformation into heroic spirits, eternally guarding the Nightshade territory, and that they would forever be remembered. This sentiment left Hammer restless. A feeling he could not articulate, but it stirred within him, prompting a surge of uncontainable excitement. Most astonishingly, Field decided to grant a sum of money, referred to as a compensation fund, to the deceased. The guards were entirely unaware of this fund, a rule that Field had only just established and announced today. Clearing his throat, Field proclaimed, "Compensation for free citizens amounts to 1 gold coin and 20 silver. For slaves, it is 20 silver. The compensation will be given to the relatives. If there are none, it will be confiscated and used to enhance the army's provisions." When the coins were handed to the wife of the deceased free citizen, nearly everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a fortunate occurrence? Many women whispered among themselves, exclaiming about the substantial sum. The guards felt the weight of numerous fervent gazes directed towards them. Those once overlooked became the objects of admiration for women. Even some attractive free citizens regarded the slave guards with curious eyes. "Damn, I'd better have a son soon. I cannot allow my wealth to benefit another." This was the collective thought of almost all the guards. Everyone dispersed. After accomplishing this, the aftermath of the war could be deemed resolved. As he walked along the path, Field sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow for the many who had perished in battle, recalling numerous names from memory. "You have done exceedingly well," Athena remarked, gently taking Field's arm with a warm smile. Field nodded, invigorated. "It can be even better. In truth, ordinary people, or slaves, do not require a funeral. Serving you is their duty." Athena pondered for a moment before expressing, "You are too kind. Slaves are like wild grass on the prairie, abundant and ubiquitous. I have been a slave myself and understand my lack of worth. I cannot read or manage." "Oh, do not think so. All of this can be learned," Field replied, giving Athena a playful pat on the head. "It is the people who create history. Much like wild grass constitutes the prairie, the nobility and elites are merely..." Cough. Where was I going with this? Field intended to say that nobility and elites are simply beautifully crafted flowers or trees, reliant on the prairie for sustenance. However, such a philosophy is futile in the present context, as the means of production do not match, and articulating it would only lead to frustration. It is akin to discussing AI with primitive people. It would be far more beneficial to simply offer them a peach. As long as I can ensure my subjects live well, that is what matters. This is the Nightshade domain, a realm of new beginnings. Field snapped his fingers. Indeed, the compensation fund brings nothing but advantages. Most straightforwardly, it boosts morale, alleviating their concerns. "Good day, my Lord Baron." Tate approached, accompanied by over 30 slaves and 3 carts laden with chopped wood and 2 crates of black bread. "Good day, Tate. How is the clearing of the debris around the main villa progressing?" "It is nearly complete. We still need to transport it about 7 more times. We have recovered a significant amount of supplies, so we want to be returning to the Grand Winery for lunch today," Tate responded efficiently. "Moreover, on our way there, we will also transport the timber to construct walls and wooden fortifications." "Excellent, but keep your distance from the buildings. There are still scattered monsters inside." The reclamation of the main villa has become an established fact. Given that his chosen one is in a state of weakness, there is no need to take unnecessary risks at this moment. Field surveyed his surroundings. He planned to relocate to the main villa and vacate the Grand Winery to serve as accommodations for the slaves. The Grand Winery is situated at the heart of vast farmlands, effectively radiating influence over all the surrounding fields. "Thank you for your concern. I shall exercise caution." Tate was quite busy, offering a brief report before taking his leave. "By the way, Ashina, accompany me to inspect the young greens." Chapter 68, Little Green Vegetable. Northern Divine Oil, indigo, the so-called little green vegetable mentioned by Field, is not the mundane variety one might typically consume, but rather a magical plant sourced from Rum Village, renowned for instilling a fervent desire for procreation. Field has aptly named it Sungrass, a moniker that, while not particularly melodious, is easily memorable. Asherina's tail has perked up, her delicate face flushed, and her toes, wrapped in white silk, are fidgeting restlessly upon the ground. Is it truly necessary to engage in such audacity so early in the morning? Field, unfazed, responds, "Indeed, with the Nightshade realm yielding no results. I am at my wit's end. It is a rare opportunity to study a magical plant, and I must devote considerable effort to it." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Asherina sighs, "Very well, but I must insist you maintain your distance for your own safety." The room designated for cultivating the sungrass is located in a corner of the 2nd floor of the Grand Winery, secured by iron chains and marked with a "Do Not Enter" sign. Without a key, access is impossible. However, one could potentially enter through the window. Yet, should some foolhardy individual attempt such a feat, they would likely succumb to the madness induced by the magical plant, either smashing against the winery's stone walls or leaping outside, where they might contemplate assaulting a nearby cow, provided they are not deterred by the prospect of being gored by the irate bull. The sun grass in the regular soil is nearly withered, Asherina remarks from within the room, interestingly. The sungrass thriving in the corrupted soil appears to be in good condition. Fortunately, a control group was established initially, as this particular plant is exclusive to corrupted environments. Field ponders this notion. Life will invariably seek its path, even amidst desolation. However, it contains no toxins. Asherina bites into it without a change in her expression, remarking on its surprisingly sweet flavor. You're impressive. The divine immunity of the Chosen One is indeed formidable, having merely inhaled the scent previously. He was overwhelmed with the urge to indulge, although only Asherina had been present at that time. Perhaps next, he would test it on Rosalia. They proceed to uproot the withering sungrass and crush it into a juice. Field, maintaining a safe distance, observes as Asherina methodically completes the task, then directs. Now add well water and be generous. Before long, a bottle of blue potion, exuding a subtle fragrance, is concocted. Let us administer it to the sheep. There are 11 sheep in the pen, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. Initially, they had planned to slaughter the old sheep for meat. But following the battle at the main building, 2 warhorses perished, allowing their remaining provisions to sustain the other animals. Thus, the plan to kill the sheep was postponed. With a thud, the potion is poured into the old ram's mouth, and before Field can assess its effects, the old ram erupts into a frenzy, bleeding maniacally. Its once elderly gait vanishes in an instant as it salivates and charges into the flock of ewes, wreaking havoc. The scene is nothing short of terrifying, as the ewes have never witnessed such madness. Before they can react, the crazed ram mounts them one after another in a wild frenzy. If only they had music to accompany the chaos. Grandfather is called Grandpa, and Grandma is called. How brutal. Field licks his lips, already contemplating who might be next to test the potion. I must document the duration of the potion's effects. We cannot afford to endanger any lives in the future. Hasten to give birth and produce more meat. Asherina murmured to herself, delighted at the prospect of Nightshade Vale yielding more sheep. By 4 in the afternoon, the ram lay nearly lifeless on the ground, gasping and frothing at the mouth. The ewes fared slightly better, huddled together in fear, struggling to keep their eyes open. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzying head, having watched nearly 7 hours of sheep footage solely to record the most precise data. It needed to be diluted, at least 1,000-fold. If a normal man were to endure 6 hours without rest, he would surely perish. If the sheep could not withstand it, one could only imagine the fate of a human. My lord, please enjoy some tea. I have prepared it according to your guidance. It's called egg tart, correct? Asherina approached with a tray of pastries and red tea, placing it on the low table beside Field's chair, thoughtfully brewing the tea, which happened to be apple-flavored. The egg tart resembled a pancake, but was aromatic. It should not be made too often, as cream, milk, and sugar were scarce resources. They would indulge once Nightshade Vale prospered. Field took a bite, savoring the apple bits. The taste was pleasing, yet the presentation required improvement. He decided to reward the chef with this month's silver coins. I concur. Asherina winked. By the way, that sheep must have perished, right? Well, it still clings to life. But there is no need for rescue, nor any possibility of saving it. He glanced at the pitiful old sheep, now returned to the embrace of the goddess. Should she be willing to accept it? Then Asherina playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing a mischievous smile. Let us slaughter it for meat. Field, well aware of Asherina's ulterior motives, knowing she eagerly awaited roasted lamb chops, smiled indulgently. Indeed, instruct the chef to clean the entrails. Yea, long live Lord Field. Let us dilute the potion another 1,000-fold, or perhaps even 1,500. We must ensure it does not drive anyone mad upon scent. We only need to guarantee its efficacy for 10 to 20 minutes. I intend to sell them all in Maple Leaf City. That debauched place will surely relish it. Field mused. At the very least, Baron Simon would undoubtedly appreciate it. After all, he had lain amidst a pile of women, and nothing had stirred him. He must be impotent. As you wish, my lord. However, I prefer combat. Will I be destined to concoct potions forever? Asherina pouted. We need only establish a ratio. As long as the potion's odor does not affect people adversely, it can be entrusted to the vassals. Moreover, a single herb can yield a substantial quantity of potion. Thus it will not be overly cumbersome. Very well. Asherina agreed readily, but then pondered. What do you intend to name it? How shall we price it? Having spent much time with Field, Asharina's thoughts began to expand and become more comprehensive. A common saying, she had become smarter. That's a good question. I must contemplate the pricing, but I have already settled on a name, Field declared proudly. One portion will be coated in flour and made into pills, to be called Dago. Another portion will remain bottled, dubbed Northern Divine Oil. Certainly, bottled beverages are exclusively reserved for the nobility, as commoners cannot afford glass containers. The glass bottles of the Nightshade region are primarily derived from potions and purification elixirs. Dago. Ashina was evidently taken aback by this perplexing term. She shook her head, her beastly ears swaying in tandem, and joyfully remarked that she found the name Northern Divine Oil quite appealing, especially since it is a product in which I, Ashina, the chosen of winter, played a part. Any product that involves a chosen one is inherently more valuable. Let us then name it Joyful Beans. Field pondered for a moment, finding it amusing. Was it not? Chapter 69 Awakening Field made a decisive proclamation. Let it be called Joy Beans. After reaching an agreement regarding Joy Beans, Ashina finally indulged in lamb chops. Oh, such a satisfying dinner. Perhaps I should bring a portion for the little girl, though I wonder if she can stomach human food. She filled a bowl with porridge and sliced 2 pieces of white bread before lifting the tray. In order to conceal Rosalia's presence, Ashina had been taking care of her these past few days. Rosalia was recovering well. She should be able to eat and digest. Field yawned, expressing concern. I wonder when she will awaken. You've worked hard these days. If only I had known not to strike her so fiercely. Ashina felt a twinge of regret as she ascended the stairs with the tray in hand. Field followed her, his gaze drawn to her long, graceful legs that straightened and bent as she climbed the steps, their allure accentuated by her white stockings. The soft thud of her slippers against the floor echoed in the air. Ahem, it's not your fault. It seems she might awaken like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina inquired, having never read fairy tales. Field chuckled. It's a story where a kiss awakens her. I shall tell you this tale next time, and you will understand. Her ears perked up, and Ashina, startled as if electrified, murmured, What a peculiar story. It's not impossible, but please refrain from discussing it during the day. As they bantered, they arrived at Field's door. Upon opening it, both were taken aback. Where is she? The blanket was thrown aside, and Rosalia's figure was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, she hasn't escaped, has she? Ashina quickly positioned herself in front of Field, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger materialized in her hand. Sir, be cautious. She might launch a surprise attack. The terrifying frequency of Rosalia's ambushes lingered vividly in Ashina's memory. Do not panic. The contract shows no abnormalities. Let me sense her location. Field frowned, maintaining his composure. As a lord and a chosen one, he possessed an intangible divine connection, although the map revealed no signs of the chosen one. As long as she did not actively block it, the lord could discern her general whereabouts. In the cemetery? Ashina's thoughts turned grim. She wouldn't be digging up graves for food, would she? Or perhaps attempting to infect corpses, corrupting living beings is perilous. Should we gather a troop? We must prevent greater losses. That seems unlikely. If she harbored malicious intent, corruption of the contract would lead to her demise. Let us investigate first. The constraints of the corruption contract were exceedingly strict. Violators faced annihilation of both body and soul. The winter contract, however, was somewhat gentler, regardless of which party breached it. Only severe injury would ensue, not death. Of course, the contract was mutual. The Lord could not bring harm to the chosen one. With Field in tow, Ashina swiftly made her way to the outskirts of the cemetery. A gentle breeze stirred, shadows of trees danced, and the tranquil night enveloped them in serenity. The surrounding corruption had been thoroughly cleared. As long as they remained far from the gray mist, the grand winery appeared almost ethereal, like a solitary retreat shrouded by woods. Rosalia remained in her youthful form, her black dress fluttering softly in the wind, revealing delicate skin that glistened like the moon in the night. With an appearance akin to an innocent and adorable little girl, Rosalia's radiant starry eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. After a lengthy silence, she folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and gently placed it before the gravestone. I am so sorry. Rosalia sighed deeply. After her moment of mourning, she turned to return to her room, only to find Field and Ashina gazing at her with rapt attention. I merely stepped out for some fresh air. How has the grand estate changed so much? Flustered, Rosalia feigned innocence, wrapping her arms around herself. The night is truly splendid. Would you not agree, Field? Please refrain from addressing the Lord so familiarly. Ashina's tone softened. Even if you are a chosen one, it is still inappropriate. Rosalia puffed out her slender chest, placing her hands on her hips with a haughty demeanor. Humph, I am a noble as well, and moreover, Field's sister, so I can certainly call him by name. Very well, Miss Rosalia, Field chuckled inwardly, delighted to see her awake. Come inside and have something to eat. Field, as a noble with the spirit of a knight, you should not be so presumptuous as to tease a noble lady. I am still unmarried and cannot simply enter a gentleman's chamber, Rosalia responded proudly. Although you, like everyone else, are captivated by me at first sight, I shall maintain the dignity of a noble woman. However, as you are now my lord, I shall bestow upon you a modicum of favor. In her past life, Rosalia was renowned as a mesmerizing beauty, pursued by countless admirers, and having become a chosen one, her allure had only intensified. Yet Ashina was no less striking, and Field surely would not be swayed by mere appearances. Moreover, she now resembled a petite doll, exquisitely crafted and quite endearing. Bam! Field playfully patted Rosalia's head, causing her to exclaim, "Ouch! Field, that's too much. You villain!" Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she cradled her head. "I shall ignore you for 30 seconds. You little actress, are you hungry now?" Field replied, both amused and exasperated, having barely touched her. Rosalia, with a look of feigned grievance, murmured, "Yes. By the way, you must refrain from wandering about the territory like this," Ashina cautioned, glancing around. "You might frighten the townsfolk. Such is the charm of my presence. Encountering me is a blessing they can boast about for a lifetime," Rosalia declared. "Boast? Are you referring to the demon tail behind you or the little wings at your waist?" Ashina laughed. "From now on, you must not show your face in public and should wear a cloak. If your existence is discovered by the church or other nobles, it could lead to significant trouble. I hope you understand. That is a trifling matter. I rarely showed my face before. What noble lady would expose herself like a monkey for all to see?" Rosalia replied with grace, no longer indulging in childish antics. Her gaze turned mature as she solemnly addressed Field. "Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Though we may have had our disagreements in the past, I ask for your forgiveness. We are now in the same boat, sharing both honor and disgrace." "That is for the best," Field responded with a sense of relief. "Indeed, as your chosen one, I must clarify that I am a corrupted elect, of no assistance to the production of the territory." Rosalia placed her hands on her hips, wearing a look of self-assurance. "However, I am of noble birth, well-educated, and proficient in internal affairs. Furthermore, I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Field inquired with curiosity. "You shall know shortly." Rosalia smiled mysteriously, urging not to be afraid and to relax. "Additionally, Miss Ashina, I kindly ask you not to feel anxious." Chapter 70. Rosalia's Gift. How has the Gluttony Greatsword transformed so dramatically? As Rosalia's divine artifact was summoned, Field could hardly contain his amusement. The once fearsome and imposing sword was now more aptly dubbed the gluttonous dagger, reduced to the size of a palm. The terrifying, abyssal magical eye that once adorned the hilt now emanated an aura of wisdom, resembling the playful blinking of a Na'vi puppy's eyes, utterly endearing. Enough distractions. Rosalia wished to laugh, yet she bit her lip, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. She stamped her foot in impatience, aware that the artifact would require time to recover after its disjunction. "Just look at Ashina. I doubt her dog retains any of its former grandeur. It's a wolf." Ashina interjected emphatically. Field, entertained by the antics of these two lively characters, struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips. "All right, no more interruptions. From now on. Make sure to utilize this well. Do not squander my first, indeed, my only, gift," Rosalia proclaimed with audacious fervor. Before Field could retort, she transformed into a thread of blood and dove into the Gluttony Greatsword, a pure crimson line gracefully piercing the nape of Field's neck. "Whoa!" Field exclaimed, startled, as he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. However, he quickly composed himself and reassured Ashina beside him, "Don't be alarmed. Rosalia harbors no ill intentions." A warm surge flooded through him, an unprecedented energy coursing through his meridians, inundating every cell in his body. In an instant, Field felt his pores expand, while his mind soared as if on a roller coaster, tightening abruptly before entering a void where thought transcended to higher dimensions, merging his soul with his body. Soon, pure fighting spirit began to manifest, flowing through every corner of his being. This as Field felt an overwhelming power surging within him, as if he could obliterate a bull with a mere strike. "Of course it's fighting spirit. I am quite impressive, aren't I?" A soft, mischievous voice chimed in his ear. "This is permanent fighting spirit, albeit only at the first tier. However, Should I advance, you will ascend alongside me. Field was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say. He had missed the age for cultivating fighting spirit, yet here he was, attaining it anew and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. Fighting spirit is not something to be taken lightly. Countless ordinary nobles dedicate their lives to its pursuit. Yet, he attained it with ease, and were they to discover this, they would surely be infuriated. Especially his brother, who, despite consuming fighting spirit potions and suffering through madness, never reached the status of a first-tier knight. Remarkable indeed, Field mused. No wonder countless individuals seek chosen ones. Each chosen one possesses bizarre abilities. It is truly terrifying. Rosala may be of no assistance to the territory, yet her impact on my personal growth is tremendous. This is a singular rebirth of fighting spirit. Do not squander it in the future. Naturally, you are the Lord. Do not rely solely on fighting spirit to flaunt your prowess. Leave the battles to us. And do ensure your own safety. As the voice faded, the bloodline withdrew, coalescing once more into the form of a little girl. Once again, take care of yourself. Do not act recklessly. Rosaria stood with one hand on her hip, her delicate finger extended, embodying the demeanor of a teacher. No worries, she proclaimed. Having progressed to the rank of a first-tier knight of combat, she now possessed the ability to safeguard herself against ordinary individuals. However, in the presence of a chosen one, she would still be effortlessly dispatched. Field was acutely aware of this reality. Do not act pretentiously. Such arrogance invites misfortune. He added, thank you for your generosity. If she refused to speak, he would remain in ignorance. The interface had its flaws, and there were numerous pieces of information he was unaware of, such as the possibility of artifact disassembly, or that his lordly abilities might not have upgraded. Just do not bully me in the future. The maturity in Rosaria's eyes vanished, replaced by a playful innocence. So, Field, your bed will belong to me from now on. Huh, you just said not to bully you, and now you're claiming my bed? This sudden leap in logic was rather jarring. We should share a cozy nap together. Have I captivated you with my fragrance? But I am still unmarried. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Alliances are no trifling matter. Rosaria fidgeted. Perhaps you should prepare another bed. I permit you to remain a meter away from me. Unbeknownst to them, Ashina had positioned herself behind the little girl and, akin to a child's doll, scooped her up, pinching her cheek. Noble lady, of course. You shall share a room with me. Do not disturb the adult's rest. Well, feel free to interrupt. It would be even better if both of you joined me. I can handle it. Half-breeds are so bothersome. Release your sharp claws, Baronfield. Come save me. Rosaria's pupils widened in alarm as she waved frantically at Field. My knight, will you merely stand by while the wicked dragon wreaks havoc? Ashina was not amused. You are the wicked dragon. If you misbehave, I shall unleash the black wolf upon you. Bite me? That's impossible. It must be in a weakened state. Rosaria wriggled free, triumphantly declaring, behold your little pup. Field, intrigued, turned his gaze to the disassembled dragon wolf, curious about its appearance. Let me satisfy your curiosity. A flash of blue light revealed a black puppy, as adorably clumsy as a creature could be. Wait, let us speak peacefully. Do not unleash the dog upon me. Before Rosaria could finish her taunt, the dragon wolf began to chase her, causing the little girl to flee in panic, ultimately seeking refuge on Field's back. Field buried his face in his hands. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. No wonder Ashina took such delight in teasing Rosaria. She had clearly recognized the little girl as playful nature. The following morning, a melodious sound echoed as Rosaria snapped her fingers against the gluttony greatsword, producing a sonorous chime. The 3-day duration had elapsed, and the sword was ready to return to her possession. Although not yet in peak condition, it was serviceable. After disassembly, it required a day for reconstruction, 3 days for usability, and 7 days to return to its full state. Having rested for 3 days, today was fortuitously the day she could wield it once more. Field. Next, I must engage in battle to restore my prowess. Let us venture forth and strike down any creature that obstructs your path. The little girl, striking a bold pose with her greatsword, radiated an air of confidence befitting a leader ready to take flight. Calmly stuffing bread into his mouth, Field nodded. Just as well. I wish to engage in a battle of wits as well. I shall rely on you today. Must I truly be on duty today? Ashina lamented, her ears drooping in dismay as she glanced at the duty roster, which filled her with sorrow. The schedule was marked with dog heads and bone wings, signifying the responsibilities of guarding the grand winery. Field quickly reached out to pat her head reassuringly. Tomorrow we shall unite. The territory requires your protection. Very well, Rosalia. You must safeguard our lord diligently. If even a single hair is lost, I shall unleash the Black Wolf upon you. Chapter 71. Dowry. In the shadowy realm of Nightfall territory, within a concealed iron mine, a grotesque figure, a corpse shackled in chains, shrieked as it lunged towards Field. With a swift motion, Field unsheathed his iridescent longsword and approached the decaying body. Utilizing the strength of his shoulder and elbow, the blade sang through the air. There was no resistance, as if he were slicing through tender tofu. The sword's glimmer struck the corpse's cheek, severing its jaw, sending shattered teeth scattering across the ground. While the foul blood gushed forth like a torrent, the creature collapsed, emitting a chilling wail. Field stepped forward, pinning the corpse down with his foot, and delivered a final strike to ensure its demise. With a sigh of relief, he noted that nearly all the corpses in the mine had been vanquished. These wretches must have been criminals in their former lives. The proximity to the Grand Winery hinted that their territory would soon expand, allowing for mining operations to commence. Shaking his slightly trembling hand from exertion, he glanced back at the 12 uniformly adorned corpses, feeling a swell of accomplishment. Indeed, most of the criminals in Nightfall territory had been conscripted to the front lines as cannon fodder against the orcs, leaving few behind. By the way, have you adapted to the power of the fighting spirit? Rosalia rummaged through a nearby crate, lamenting, if only soldiers could assist. Why must I search for things myself? The chilling, tainted blood dripped along the blade, leaving Field's right hand sticky and uncomfortable. I've nearly adjusted. The fighting spirit has significantly enhanced my strength and speed. If only there were a tome for faster cultivation, he replied. Brushing dust off her hands, Rosalia shook her head thoughtfully. There's no rush concerning the tomes. Your talent should not be squandered on mere fighting spirit. We must focus on developing our territory. Its prosperity will encourage the chosen ones to ascend. Furthermore, most tomes originate from the chosen, so they are not particularly extraordinary. Your ability to forge contracts with diverse talents of the chosen is unprecedented. Contracting more would greatly benefit you. You speak wisely. Combat is not suited for a lord. Self-preservation is paramount, Field concurred. Unwilling to abandon his responsibilities as a lord for the reckless pursuits of a berserker. What would become of the ladies if he faltered? Clang, clang, clang. I found it, Rosalia exclaimed, proudly displaying a modest little key that she waved around excitedly. What is this? Field's eyes lit up. With Rosalia, a native noble, Nightfall territory harbored few secrets. This hidden mine was not marked on any maps available in the market, nor could it be discerned from his own. Yet, Rosalia was well acquainted with the mine. Follow me. There's something delightful in store. Rosalia giggled mischievously. You are sure to be pleased. Delightful? Is it a new game? He queried. Come. Let us see if it's even more thrilling. The two wound their way through the mist, ultimately halting at a hunter's cabin. Once inside, Rosalia took a hefty sword and smashed through the floorboards, revealing a metal cellar door beneath. Within lies the dowry I have secretly amassed. Rosalia was quite pleased with herself. After much anticipation, her miserly mother, in an effort to safeguard her treasures, forbade her from associating with men, prohibited marriage, and even contemplated sending her to a convent. Field stared in disbelief at the young girl before him. Is this something I ought to know? Much like in the East, women in this world required a dowry for marriage, which could extend beyond mere riches or servants. Some generous nobles even offered entire cities or territories as part of the marriage settlement. However, encountering a stingy family could lead to complications, as illustrated by the king of Franvia, who, despite possessing vast fertile lands and abundant gold, opted to send his daughters to a convent in order to save on dowry expenses. Of course you can know, Rosalia chirped like a jubilant magpie as she swiftly descended. My dowry is a first-tier divine artifact. The basement was damp, with unpleasant murky water occasionally dripping down, landing on a slightly decayed golden chest. In the center of the basement stood a display rack showcasing exquisite crystal goblets, yet devoid of the luster of divine artifacts. They instead bore cracks. It's ruined. Rosalia, after a moment of hesitation, picked up a goblet with trembling hands, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. In just 11 years, its power had completely faded. Divine power, as a form of energy, is inevitably subject to depletion. Without a chosen one to nurture it, a divine artifact gradually degrades, ultimately turning to dust. Such a flawless creation, truly befitting of a lady from the Starry Night family. Your discerning eye is commendable, Field said, gently patting the little girl's head in an attempt to console her. Noticing Rosalia's continued silence, Field's heart ached. But you still have a chest full of treasures, don't you? If you desire a divine artifact, I can purchase one for you in the future, and you can start saving again. Foolish, foolish. Who am I saving a dowry for? It's all your property anyway. Rosalia playfully punched him, and after calming down, she wiped her tears. Don't touch that chest. It's a treasure chest monster that captures people and makes them bear offspring. I wonder if it's still alive after all these years. Damn that treasure chest monster. Field burst out, unable to contain his amusement. Why would you keep such a bizarre thing in the house? To deter thieves. After putting away the damaged crystal goblet, Rosalia dug a small hole in the corner and retrieved a key, though she was evidently less excited than before. There's a bit of pocket money left, not much. But let us take a look. Field inquired with curiosity. How much are we talking about? Probably over 1,000 gold coins, along with some jewelry. If it hasn't been discovered by anyone. Impressive. Field felt embarrassed. This young girl had managed to accumulate such wealth even after 10 years of hardship. When he had first arrived in this world, he had been utterly destitute. Sadly, the fortune amassed by the Starry Night family over generations has been entirely seized. Rosalia said solemnly. What happened? Field asked, genuinely perplexed. Why didn't you leave the northern province when the Empire released news of the deadly miasma? As nobles. You were unaware? Indeed, it is a most peculiar matter, she replied. Before the outbreak of the Grey Mist, my mother, Lady Sophia, clandestinely took all the wealth, divine artifacts, and potion formulas from the family treasury, packing them away without my knowledge of their destination. The war raged fiercely. Within 3 days, the orcs breached 17 fortresses, and even the central stronghold of the north, Lionheart City, was subjected to a bloodbath, resulting in the fall of 20 divine chosen ones. Yet, the prominent families displayed an astonishing lack of response. Unable to reach my mother and with no fortresses in Nightshade, I was left with no choice but to retreat our defenses and dispatch scouts, hoping to escort the populace to Starry Night City for refuge. Chapter 72. Pregnant, but not increasing the population, yet the scouts had not returned, and the guards were the first to report the presence of putrid corpses in the lumberyard. The sudden emergence of these decaying bodies caught the Nightshade realm off guard, and soon the corruption flowed along the river into Starry Night City, infecting the entire metropolis in an instant. The Nightshade realm made no move and succumbed to corruption. I had originally intended to consolidate my forces and fortify the main building for defense. As you are aware, I was subsequently slain by the unexpectedly manifested corrupted dragon and awakened as a chosen of corruption. Field pondered the eerie runic formation at the lumberyard. Stroking his chin, the rumors suggest that the former empress had communed with the powers of demons, sacrificing all the inhabitants of the Nightshade realm to annihilate the orcs and their minions. That remains uncertain. Rosaria shook her head. The past no longer holds significance for me. Look, we have arrived. That cave is where I kept my savings, and those funds will now belong to both of us. Under Rosaria's guidance, the two discovered a hidden cave, surrounded by numerous shattered corpses, all still fresh. This is troubling. Field, take care of yourself. Living beings have recently visited this place. Rosaria frowned, summoning her gluttony greatsword. There are currently individuals stirring within the cave. I hope they are merely foolish thieves, allowing me the delightful taste of human blood. Are you certain they are not goblins? Field retrieved his iron shield and drew his iris longsword, assuming a defensive stance. Indeed, I am quite certain. The uniquely sweet and metallic scent of human blood, and the scent of amniotic fluid? How astonishing, someone is pregnant in this mist. The mention of pregnancy caused Rosaria to pause, casting a furtive glance at Field's expression before licking her lips. However, my senses are not as keen as Ashina's, so do exercise caution. Unimpeded, the two ventured deeper into the cave. A fog dispeller? Field immediately spotted the luminous, small fog dispeller, radiating a gentle light that cleared the mist within the cave. Indeed, it is amniotic fluid. Field then beheld a shocking sight. Women lay sprawled upon the ground, their bellies grotesquely swollen, rendering them a sight unfit for direct gaze. So this is the realm of H-games, Field thought in astonishment, bending down instinctively to aid the women. However, he halted, realizing the bizarre nature of the northern province. One could not recklessly meddle with the unknown. Field remained vigilant. Is this the work of goblins? No. Rosaria replied with a smile, casting a glance at the large stone within the cave, then casually continued. These women are beyond saving. Their minds have been shattered, rendering them vessels for the monsters. The babies within them could emerge at any moment. Field observed as Rosaria winked at him, instantly grasping the little girl's implication. He feigned nonchalance while slowly approaching a corner, his right hand tightening around the longsword, nerves taut. How tragic. I wonder who the perpetrator is. Then we must inquire of the master of this place. Before the echoes of her voice faded, a shadow descended from above, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, crashing down upon Field. Die! How dare you ambush me? Fortunately, Field had anticipated this, slightly arching her body and raising her shield. Yet, before the impact could register, a menacing great sword, tethered by iron chains and radiating an intense aura of malice, struck the assailant midair, cleaving them in two. Blood gushed forth like a burst watermelon, splattering everywhere, while several pure essences of life energy were voraciously siphoned away by the gluttonous sword. Those who dare to ambush this lady's lord are courting death. Rosalia scoffed, her expression transforming into one of delight. The essence of a knight brimming with fighting spirit was indeed delectable. Now that the battle had commenced, Rosalia saw no need for pretense. Turning to the massive stone, she grinned mischievously and unleashed the gluttonous greatsword. A swirling aura of crimson and black flared around it as it sliced through the boulder. Come forth and kneel before my lord. As the sword struck, the stone shattered. Two figures emerged simultaneously, both women. Damn it, we've been discovered. Truly, the chosen one is perceptive. There was no escape now, they would perish together. The two exchanged a glance. Field, arms crossed with an air of authority, inquired, "Who are you? And what are you doing here? Be honest, and I may consider sparing you." "I am not a villain. I am Baron Field, known as the Northern Lion." This was, of course, a fabrication. From the moment they laid eyes on the chosen one, their origins mattered little. They would either join the ranks of the Nightfall domain or be buried in the earth. The northern province was far from simple, and Field sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy. "Huh, spare us? You ought to be wary of yourself," the red-haired woman cackled. "Regrettably, even the chosen one has limits to their divine power. For breaching our affairs, you must pay with your life." Life's price? If you were truly formidable, there would be no need for an ambush. Despite this analysis, Field remained vigilant. "Stay alert, Rosalia. Retreat if danger arises." "No problem," Rosalia smiled. "Everything is under control." "Oh," both women tore apart the scrolls in their hands. The bound women emitted a collective cry of agony, and in the next moment, grotesque creatures with spider-like legs erupted from within, blood splattering in a ghastly display. As the spiders emerged, they crawled up the cave's ceiling in bizarre formations. The red-haired woman, resembling a devout acolyte, proclaimed in a lofty tone, "Let me introduce you to the taste of the vengeful spider." Rosalia's lips curled into an adorable grin. "I shall savor it well. My stomach is quite empty." Suddenly, 13 shrieking spiders unleashed a cacophony of eerie cries, and in an instant, Field's mini-map erupted with countless red skull icons, nearly saturating the map in crimson. It was even more spectacular than the previous monkey corpse tide, as innumerable corrupted spiders surged toward the cave. Corrupted spiders, common among corrupted creatures, were the size of hunting dogs and adept at pouncing upon and tearing apart their prey. One or two may pose no threat. Even a mere slave could crush them, yet the multitude of spiders, akin to a surging tide, presents a different story. The air resonates with the unsettling sound of their scuttling, sending chills down one's spine. "Ah, do you hear that enchanting melody? Countless spiders shall engulf this place, and you shall join us in our burial." Two women laughed maniacally, resembling the deranged, causing Field to take a step back in fright, fearing contagion. Subsequently, they astonishingly stripped themselves bare, lying in a cross shape, exposing their bodies. "We willingly offer our flesh and blood to commemorate the descent of the divine. May glory shine upon us." Chapter 73. Unmatched harvest. Ah, such a poor physique, all clumsy muscle. They must be soldiers of the Empire. Casting a calm glance, Rosalia neither dispatched the vengeful spider nor struck down the two individuals. "Field, please refrain from staring so intently. Trust me, my figure surpasses theirs by a significant margin." The little girl stood proudly, hands on her hips, wearing an expression that radiated confidence. After Rosalia's observation, Field maintained his gentlemanly composure, openly appreciating their performance art. "What are you planning to do? By the way, could you perhaps take a bath?" The overwhelming stench of decay is detectable from 20 meters away. The two women remained silent, eyes closed, murmuring incomprehensible prayers. They seemed to await their demise at the hands of the insects, appearing to be cultists hidden among the military ranks. Rosalia grasped the gluttonous greatsword, casually swinging it a few times. However, their hopes appeared to be in vain. "Be cautious," Field warned, holding his shield defensively against a potential attack from the vengeful spider. Within half a minute, a multitude of corrupted spiders surged from the cave's entrance, resembling a black tide advancing slowly. Before the smaller spiders could reach Rosalia, a spider the size of a motorcycle could no longer contain itself. In a grotesque and twisted manner, it spun in the air before launching its sharp legs towards Rosalia with fierce intent. How dare this newly spawned first-tier creature act out in my presence? As the two forces collided, Rosalia effortlessly seized the spider's leg with her delicate hand, then violently flung it aside, sending the spider crashing against the stone wall. Before the spider could emit a sound of anguish, the gluttonous greatsword was already hurled back, cleaving the creature in two and splattering viscera everywhere. Squeak. The remaining corrupted spiders had arrived. Just food, Rosalia thought as she grasped the chain, maximizing her striking range. Abruptly, she executed a sweeping arc with the greatsword. In that moment, her palm waved through the air with such terrifying force that it created a piercing sonic boom. Boom. The gluttonous greatsword, along with the trailing chain, swept through the area, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, accompanied by the screams of countless spiders and the sound of severed flesh. The cavern floor was soon littered with tainted blood and dismembered limbs. Hiss. What a terrifying area of effect, akin to the dragon flames of a dragonkin wolf. It seems Rosalia can effortlessly inflict damage on all. Field felt an immense relief as he observed the cleared space, but a sense of dread lingered. Had Rosalia chosen to ignore Ashina and charged into the fray, countless essences of life surged into the great sword, transforming into threads of blood that returned to Rosalia's body. If only I could have more. The thrill of the hunt invigorates me. Rosalia's pupils quivered with excitement as she unleashed several terrifying slashes, invoking her extraordinary technique, Endless Cleave. 3 arcs of greatsword energy, imbued with the essence of corruption and death, swept through the air, cleaving even the cave's rocky walls asunder. Subsequently, the sword energy forcefully collided with the oncoming tide of spiders, plowing through several miles. Everything it struck, be it spiders, trees, or stones, crumbled into fragments. To employ divine skills so recklessly? That is truly seeking death. The two mad women ceased their prayers, their faces adorned with cold smirks. Field raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, calmly suggesting, "Why can't we engage in a discussion? Perhaps our territories could forge a mutually beneficial alliance. Arms, artifacts, or even slaves could be negotiated. I've recently acquired something quite remarkable, called joy beans. They claim to help temper your temper and restore your femininity. With you? Do you think you are worthy?" laughed the red-haired woman. But alas, due to her rigorous training, her physique resembled that of a muscular rabbit, rendering even her laughter devoid of charm. "You short-sighted nobles will never comprehend the grand world we aim to establish." Was it a society? Field's eyes widened. But recalling how these individuals mistreated women and resembled frenzied fanatics, he quickly extinguished that thought. He displayed a look of disdain, asserting, "Do not speak in half measures. Riddle wielders should vacate Gotham." "Huh. In any case, nobles like you must perish," the red-haired woman coldly declared. "Do not presume that the Chosen can safeguard you. Divine skills are not to be unleashed carelessly. Divine skill, infinite slash." As soon as the red-haired woman finished her declaration, Rosalia delivered a resounding slap to reality. Having accumulated enough life energy, she unleashed her divine skill for the second time. This time, the sword light's range and power were even more terrifying, manifesting as 7 waves of sword energy that slowly sliced through the red-haired woman's bewildered gaze. Wherever the sword energy passed, spiders were obliterated, their severed limbs and tainted blood carpeting the ground in a grotesque tapestry of flesh. "Barbaric woman, make your spider delicacies a bit more potent. Bring forth more." More. Countless pure life energies surged into Rosalia's form, gradually transforming her petite frame into that of a young maiden, her voice maturing alongside her physicality. What is that monster?" The two mad women recoiled in unison. This spectacle was beyond their expectations. Shun-Ti, the divine power rapidly deplete, leading to a hasty retreat, ultimately being engulfed and devoured by spiders. Field's patience was wearing thin. Emulating their tone, he coldly declared with arrogance, "Do you even deserve to know? Crawl away." Unlike ordinary Chosen, Rosalia's divine skill, which consumed her life force, was particularly suited to her, possessing the ability to absorb life, growing stronger with each battle. Therefore, it would be unwise to confront Rosalia head-on. Instead, they ought to adopt guerrilla tactics or simply overwhelm her with firepower. For instance, Ashina's divine skill could obliterate one of her forms and damage her artifact. In less than a minute, Rosalia unleashed the infinite slash for the 3rd time. Countless erratic sword energies nearly leveled the surrounding cavern. The corrupted spiders were exterminated completely. Inside the cave, the remaining vengeful spiders, their voices hoarse from screaming, could summon no more corrupted spiders, left merely to glare at one another. Field could even discern the fear reflected in the multifaceted eyes of the vengeful spiders. Is the ball already over? I am but half sated and have yet to indulge fully. Rosalia gracefully turned, and then, with a fierce aura enveloping her blood-red greatsword, it shot forth with astonishing speed, reducing the vengeful widow spiders to mere pulp against the stone wall. As Rosalia's unfriendly gaze swept over, the usually reticent madwoman's pupils trembled, and yellow liquid trickled down her thigh, her eyes regaining their clarity. Oomph. Now you comprehend my prowess, do you? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant. Field was nearly in stitches from laughter. Wait. Stop. As you mentioned earlier, we can discuss this. I will reveal everything. We come from. Chapter 74. The Imperial Investigation Corps. Perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of terror, the woman's previously frantic demeanor suddenly transformed, her eyes becoming clear as she clutched her hair in anguish. Please, stop. We are the Imperial Investigation Corps. Hurry, rescue Miss Sherry Gassina. She is on Claudia Road, retreating towards the Nightshade territory with crucial intelligence regarding the corruption. Her words seemed genuine. Until now, they had been in a state of utter collapse. Rosala nodded solemnly and addressed the two women. For the future of the Empire, you must divulge the vital information. I sense a force within your minds, rapidly expanding. We were attacked by terrifying corrupted monsters. Miss Sherry instructed us to retreat with the injured, but at Nightshade, we were. Just as she mentioned a critical term, both women's heads exploded simultaneously, yellowish filth splattering everywhere. Rosala swiftly moved before Filda, gesturing to shield herself from the foulness. They had triggered a prohibition, the spellcaster forbidding them from thinking about or mentioning a certain matter. No wonder they appeared deranged. They had been mentally parasitized. Filda furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After a moment's contemplation with fingers interlaced, he recognized that the Imperial Investigation Corps primarily dealt with assessing the levels of corruption. Logically, no human should have attacked them. The spread of corruption was a matter concerning the safety of all humanity. Filda began to pace. It could be a personal vendetta against the Investigation Corps, or perhaps a conspiracy. She had almost articulated a particular word, but alas, she had failed. It was profoundly vexing. Corruption, heretics, apostates, and cults, all swirling together in chaos. Filda felt muddled, aware that various factions were stirring restlessly. The impact of the heretics' western expedition was evidently immense. After a moment's reflection, Rosala shrugged her snow-white shoulders, yawning slightly and raising a hand to shield her face. I am utterly ignorant of the current state of the Empire. However, this matter bears no consequence to us. No matter how dire, can it be worse than remaining amidst a horde of corrupted beings? As Filda's chosen one, Rosala possessed no awareness of the corrupted creatures. Having fully embraced her role as a thorough eradicator, showing no mercy in her pursuit of the corrupted. Indeed, upon Rosala's reminder, Filda nodded. As a mere baron, I cannot concern myself with the Empire's grand affairs. With no personal gain to be had, all major factions present only trouble. As long as they do not provoke me, they hold no relevance to my existence. Filda felt a sense of relief, sheathing his iridescent longsword and transforming it into a brooch to pin at his heart, flicking his wrist with nonchalance. The matters of the Investigation Corps require careful consideration. I shall return to the Grand Winery first. I am pleased to see you at ease, Rosala remarked, lifting her skirt and smiling at Filda. I trust that my hidden savings remain intact. In her youthful form, Rosala appeared somewhat aloof. She rose to her toes, traversing the carcasses of spiders, and unearthed an iron chest from the cave's corner. This is it. Wow, a golden legend. Upon opening the chest, Filda felt dazzled, as if blinded by a spotlight. His eyes met with a dazzling array of gemstones and coins. Various exquisite pieces of jewelry, crafted from gold and silver, are adorned with gemstones that shimmer brilliantly in dim lighting. In addition, there lies a chest filled with gold, silver, and copper coins, indicating her habit of discreetly stashing even the smallest of coins. This is for you, Rosala murmured softly, lowering her gaze. Her alabaster feet seemed restless, her knees brushing against each other, even reddening from her evident unease. Are you truly giving this to me? Field found himself momentarily lost, as this marked the first occasion in his life where he received a gift from a lady, especially one as enchanting as Rosala. Moreover, she had mentioned that this was her personal savings, intended as a dowry. Could it be? Rosala's gown transformed with her movements, the upper portion secured by a circular clasp around her neck, revealing her creamy skin and curvaceous figure boldly displayed before Field. She was indeed correct. Her physique was remarkable, and the allure of her mature form was undeniable. Of course, Sir Field, all of this is your wealth to command as you please. Rosala smiled. From now on, you shall be my foot servant. Panic surged within Field. How does one react to a noble lady's confession? The pace of this narrative was astonishing, as they had only known each other for a few days, and now marriage seemed to loom on the horizon. His face flushed crimson, his mind swirling as he instinctively reached out to embrace her. What am I to do with you? To be your husband. Wait, what did you just say? As my foot servant, of course. Although this is my first experience, I trust you will excel. Rosala elegantly covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Foot servant? What does that entail? Field smacked his forehead, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Well, it involves caring for my needs, making me happy, massaging my delicate feet to relieve my fatigue, and, of course, greeting me each morning by kissing the tops of my feet. For other areas, your willingness to kiss will depend on your performance. A question mark slowly materialized in Field's mind. Return to me the charming little lowly version. This audacious lady is truly terrifying. I had thought Rosala was submissive, yet now it appears she is quite the dominatrix. This cannot be happening. Field firmly refused, then lightly tapped her head with his knuckles, offering her a sweet chestnut as he scolded. Do not be absurd, young lady. If I do not chastise you today, I fear you will not comprehend your place. Massaging feet is acceptable, but it should not become a ritual. I may indulge in it, yet that does not imply obligation. Liking delicate feet does not equate to being a sycophant. This is a non-negotiable matter. Rosala, rubbing her head, chuckled softly. I was merely teasing you, dear Field. How could I bear to have you as a slave? I don't think you are jesting. Field sighed deeply before smiling. Thank you for your generosity. Keep the jewelry, and I shall use the coins to develop the territory, compensating you 100-fold in the future. Just treat me well. I appreciate your gentleness and sense of responsibility. Rosalia was filled with joy, for the jest made moments ago was not worth taking to heart. In truth, I yearn to be your foot servant. I implore you, do not utter such words. Field nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. At least refrain from speaking of it now. You truly are an M. I have not misjudged you. If this continues, one might be struck down by the great laws of fate. By the way, let us conduct a nearby inspection. Since they are the Survey Corps, they must have their equipment concealed in the vicinity. Field, recalling the pressing matter, felt a growing desperation. After the battle at the main building, a significant loss of arms had occurred, and he now found himself yearning for weaponry and gear. Chapter 75. Who spreads the rumors? The two individuals searched diligently near the cave and indeed discovered 5 carts belonging to the Survey Corps. The horses that had pulled them were deceased, their bodies grotesquely covered in tentacles and tumors, doomed to transform into corrupted steeds shortly. Field had no choice but to deliver the final blow to end their suffering. In the first 2 carts, numerous male corpses lay beneath white shrouds, their bodies marred with bite marks and lacerations, likely the fallen soldiers of the Survey Corps, all lifeless, their eyes wide open in a silent testament to their unfulfilled rage. There were no survivors. Rosala shook her head, brandishing her blade to sever the heads of the corpses, preventing any possibility of them rising again. Field remarked with certainty. The one who orchestrated the widow spiders would not make such a blunder. The remaining 3 carts were filled with valuable goods. Field uncovered superior armor compared to that of the border fortress, 10 sets of heavy chainmail. In an era devoid of gunpowder weaponry, the defensive prowess of chainmail was formidable, rendering most weapons ineffective, while bludgeoning attacks would lose much of their force. The worth of these 10 sets of chainmail could easily purchase a farm. In addition, there were 17 pieces of heavy horse armor, an assortment of exquisite weapons, 2 crates of combat potions, and a box containing bloodstained personal effects such as jewelry, coins, letters of farewell, and family banners. Undoubtedly, they had exhausted their supplies. Aside from the sturdy weapons and armor, they possessed neither potions nor food. Field quickly discerned the crux of the situation. He had only found half a piece of gnawed jerky, hidden away in a secret pocket. He shook his head, contemplating the dire plight of the retreating wounded, pondering Miss Sherry's circumstances, which he could scarcely bear to imagine. They had likely been defeated and were now enacting a grim display of their downfall alongside the corrupted creatures. After all, there were no supply depots along their route, nor villages to plunder, leaving the Empire's knights bereft of sustenance. Rosala, with one hand on her hip, swung her meteor hammer like a propeller, jesting. Even the chosen ones require nourishment, save for the invincible me. For Rosale, slaying was akin to feasting. You shall receive my title, the first model worker of Nightfall. Field was delighted, bestowing upon her the title. Henceforth, the dragon breed wolf that thrived on carrion and Rosale, who survived by slaying the undead, would be jointly referred to as the first model workers of Nightfall. Absolutely not. Rosale protested loudly, declaring, for 30 seconds, you shall be punished with the prohibition of kissing my feet. Compared to grandiose titles like the Beautiful Dancer or the Crimson Rose, the title of First Model Worker of Nightfall seemed utterly ludicrous. Thus, it became evident that our army must establish a comprehensive logistics system. Field mentally dismissed Rosale's outrageous remarks. In stark contrast to the Eastern philosophy of moving troops only after ensuring supplies, the Empire's nobility failed to prioritize logistics, often resorting to pillaging to replenish their provisions. Only the Kingdom of Franvia, influenced by mercantilist ideologies, began to refine military support systems. However, the prevailing sentiment across the continent remained one of taking from the enemy. Rosalia secured several carts with chains and, upon bringing them back to her territory, carefully wrapped her jewelry to conceal it in a location known only to her. She must be a hoarder, so fond of hiding things. Field quipped as he returned to the Grand Winery ahead of others, just as he directed the slaves to store the spoils. He had scarcely settled into his chair when a voice interrupted him. My lord, Tate requests an audience. The potter, holding a cloth, was busy cleaning the entire estate. Let him in. As Tate entered, he wasted no time and delved directly into business. My lord, I have discovered a serious issue of internal conflict among the slave population. How can they engage in infighting when they are already at the bottom? Field straightened in his seat and gestured for him to continue. It appears that the more robust slaves, relying on their physical strength and combat prowess, have taken to dividing territories and populations among themselves, forming gangs that engage in mutual strife, such as secretly uprooting the crops of their rivals. Where there are people, there exists a society, and even slaves are not exempt. Within these gangs, hierarchies emerge, with the stronger slaves shirking labor and offloading tasks onto the weaker ones, seizing their food and money by force. Field exhaled sharply, his tone growing stern. Thus, an abundance of resources gathers around those who contribute the least, while those who labor find themselves with ever less. My provisions are being squandered on idlers, while the diligent struggle against hunger. Indeed, your analysis is astute, Tate replied, indignant. I despise such parasites. We must root them out and execute them. You seem a bit extreme, Field cautioned. After the recent conflict, our population stands at 427, a number we cannot afford to lose. Slaughter will not resolve the issue and will only diminish both the populace and their happiness. No one wishes to live in a place where death hangs over them like a guillotine. Even if we execute one group, another will surely emerge. It is in the nature of beings to accumulate resources. We cannot place the blame solely on individuals. Do not expect everyone to be virtuous, Tate. Or what purpose does governance serve? Field remained remarkably rational, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Tate, I selected 30 individuals yesterday for training as new recruits. Have them assist in suppressing and punishing gang members, temporarily serving as a security force. Turning to the eager Ko, Field added, furthermore, Ko, devote an hour each night to instructing the soldiers and security team, teaching them a few essential words and numbers. Why teach them to write? They could perish on the battlefield at any moment, Ko replied, visibly reluctant. They're all wooden-headed. They won't learn. Just do as I ask. Field replied with a dismissive wave. Ko, still hesitant, protested, I've heard rumors circulating, accusing me of spying on the female slaves while they use the restroom. Field calmly sipped his tea. I wonder which wretched scoundrel has the audacity to spread such absurd tales. Surely, the goddess will cause his mouth to rot. Kao was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling like strands of noodles. I shall certainly instruct the soldiers in the art of writing, without fail. The esteemed lord has bestowed upon me not a burden, but a privilege, which I shall cherish deeply. Very well, off you go. Field set down his teacup. Kao scurried away in haste. Tate, with a puzzled expression, rose and said, My lord, I shall also attend to my duties. Do not be hasty. I intend to devise a new approach to labor, segmenting tasks to individuals. For instance, a laborer who cultivates an acre of land shall receive 5 copper coins, and upon completing the processing of a plot of decayed land, he shall be rewarded with 3 copper coins, rather than the previous chaotic method of collective work and shared wages. Chapter 76, Mastering Accelerated Magic. Certainly. I intend to abstract the copper coins and refer to them as labor points. You merely need to perform simple arithmetic with their designation, without the necessity of actual currency exchange. After all, money can be seized, whereas labor points cannot. Field spread his hands, stating that once the value reached that of a gold coin, his slave status would be absolved, transforming him into a free citizen. Furthermore, as the resources within the territory increased, labor points could be exchanged for additional bread, living essentials, or other commodities, motivating them to strive for a better life. Tate's pupils dilated in astonishment. Indeed, as long as labor points were recorded, robust slaves could not pilfer them. Moreover, only those who toiled personally would earn labor points on the spot, rendering it impossible for the strong to embezzle. Just as Field was about to conclude the discussion, he suddenly recalled the previous decree prohibiting indiscriminate defecation had lapsed. No, I have once again succumbed to my overly civilized and compassionate tendencies. This step is too ambitious. Field tapped his head, deciding that the matter of labor points should be approached as a long-term objective, advancing gradually, one step at a time. First, let the security team rigorously address the gang issue, encouraging reports of wrongdoers, seizing their assets, and subjecting them to public flogging, before dispatching them to the most arduous tasks for relentless labor. Field's fist struck the table with determination. Those who harm the populace shall face severe punishment and hard labor. Your sense of justice is astounding. Tate trembled in awe, secretly reflecting that arriving at Nightfall territory might have been the wisest decision he ever made. Proceed with the execution. I shall monitor the process in real time. After bidding farewell to Tate, Field sought out Ashina, intending to discuss the matter of the investigation corps with the two chosen ones. Rosalia has yet to return. It is fortuitous that you are here, for I have matters to discuss with you. Field ushered Ashina into the room. In broad daylight, we are to. Ashina's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately covering her face in embarrassment. Indeed, waiting idly would be a waste of time. It is the perfect opportunity to study magic. Field retrieved the book on accelerated magic from the shelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master this? Or perhaps replicate a copy? After perusing the pages, Ashina replied, I cannot replicate or utilize it. This is a creation of the Chosen Ones, akin to a sacred artifact. However, you or others may learn from it. Would you care to attempt? Similar to the church's fog-dispelling lamps and purification potions, it was indeed another product of the Chosen Ones, explaining its exorbitant cost. Field felt disheartened. It appeared no one within the territory possessed magical abilities, and it seemed he would have to let it gather dust for now. A charming smile graced Ashina's lips as she spoke in an affectionate tone. However, precisely because it is a creation of the Chosen Ones, there exists the potential for divine energy to facilitate its use. If you wish to experiment, I can lend you a bit of divine energy, and you should be able to cast it yourself without issue. You can lend? Field was astounded. Did this mean he could become a grand sorcerer? Not quite. It is not that I am being secretive, but divine energy can only be transmitted to a contractee, and its effect is particularly feeble, rendering it difficult to be of practical use. It is not like Rosalia sharing her fighting spirit. You will understand upon trying, as it amounts to less than 1% of a first-tier magician's power. Ashina stood on tiptoe before settling herself on Field's desk, crossing her legs and playfully hooking her toes around her slippers. Even the delicate fabric of her stockings could not conceal her fair, rosy soles, while her perfect arches sculpted a slender curve. If you are disappointed, do not blame me. It is best to seek a spellbook with minimal magical consumption. Field found himself entranced by the subtle glimpse of her form. This bold young lady had grown increasingly daring when he first acquired her. She only dared to sit on the floor to eat, yet now she perched on his desk with such audacity. At this rate, it would not be long before she sat upon his very face, though perhaps that would not be entirely unwelcome. Clearing his throat, Field remarked, I will not hold it against you. Very well, Ashina replied, her wolf ears twitching playfully, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. With a sigh, she spoke in a tone laced with both allure and exasperation. To gain divine power, one must share a kiss to facilitate the transfer. As soon as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly stuck out her tiny tongue, waving her hand to dispel the heat. Oh my! What did I just say? Ashina felt a wave of regret wash over her. Not a problem. I have been waiting for this moment. Field sprang to his feet, striding decisively toward Ashina. Hey, I was just joking. Ashina's fur bristled in alarm. She was naturally reserved. daring to tease Field solely because of the affection he lavished upon her. Field, however, paid no heed, seizing her wrist firmly with one hand while the other roamed freely, exploring the warmth of her skin. Then came the soft touch of lips, sweet and tender. This was no exaggerated tale from a nightly romance. It indeed possessed a delightful flavor. The warm breath enveloped her face, creating a remarkably comfortable sensation. Ashina, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, either stunned or fearful of causing Field harm, shut her eyes tightly, trembling slightly. "Knock, knock, knock. My lord, I have come to repair the floor, as you instructed this morning." The voice of the greyhound echoed from outside. Ever since being brought to the Nightshade territory by Field, he had been tasked with all the carpentry work in the camp. "Not now. Come back tomorrow," Field replied tersely, irritated at having forgotten about this interruption. The greyhound, startled by Field's menacing tone, scrambled away, making a hasty retreat. Ashina, equally startled, seized the opportunity to free herself from Field's embrace, rubbing her head as she stammered, "Later. Let us return to discussing divine power." "Absolutely not," Field retorted, clearly agitated. "Please, spare me. I was merely jesting." "Transferring divine power does not require a kiss in that manner," Ashina protested, clicking her tongue. Just moments ago, she felt as though she were suffocating, though the experience had left her in a delightful daze. Field was taken aback. "Then where does one kiss?" "Anywhere but there." "My lord, how peculiar," Ashina exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she covered it in embarrassment. "Very well, I shall let you off this time. The contract of a chosen one is far more binding than a marriage certificate. There is no need to rush." Ashina reached out, tapping Field's forehead gently. A surge of pure energy, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, flooded in, causing Field to envision a towering snow-capped mountain, leaving him momentarily breathless. Fortunately, the pressure was but a fleeting moment. As Field's reason returned to reality, he found himself drenched in perspiration. This was all he could manage. Observing the weariness etched upon Field's face, Ashina felt a twinge of concern. Her knowledge was inherited, and practical application often yielded deviations. Thus, she dared not act recklessly. "Are you all right?" There was but a trace of divine power, yet it sufficed to activate the hastily learned magic. Of course, this fragment of divine energy held no utility in other respects, akin to borrowing 2 batteries from an AI to power a flashlight, without possessing the computational prowess of the AI itself. Drawing forth the symbiosis with feathered beasts, Field allowed his blood to drip into it, and the spellbook immediately began to flutter, with strange runes radiating a brilliant glow. Field effortlessly grasped the magical skills of the symbiosis, as if it were second nature. Though he did not comprehend the specific meanings of the runes, he instinctively knew how to invoke them. "I shall give it a try now." Chapter 77, Divine Perspective. The state of the territory with a white homing pigeon extracted from its cage, Field cast the spell of beast empathy. A silver beam of energy shot from his fingertips, penetrating the bird's mind. In an instant, Field's perception expanded, akin to watching a split-screen video, leaving him momentarily uncertain of where to focus his attention. Intrigued, he devised a clever plan. He reclined back onto his bed and closed his eyes. Instantly, one side of the screen darkened, revealing only the pigeon's view. "Ashina, release the pigeon." "Understood." Opening the ancient wooden window of the Grand Winery, the pigeon took to the skies. Field immediately acquired a godlike vision, beholding the entirety of the Nightshade territory. Its overall hue was a murky brown-black, tinged with a faint gray. The earth, saturated with the miasma of decay, had been somewhat purified, yet remnants of its former color lingered. From above, it resembled an aged black-and-white television screen. The slaves resided in dilapidated tents constructed from broken wood, tattered cloth, and dried grass. The salvaged wood was a scarce resource, and the rotting vegetation was barely sufficient for survival, let alone for building homes. Those in the direst conditions lacked even shanties, merely wrapping themselves in ragged burlap and huddling together for warmth. Life for the free folk was slightly better. As they were not subjected to forced labor, they had begun excavating earth to erect dwellings. Field observed the quintessential fire pit, an essential fixture situated in the center of the home, serving the dual purpose of a cooking stove and a warm hearth, where women wove fabrics beside the pit, occasionally glancing at the pot of porridge simmering above the flames. Gugu the pigeon caught the scent of the savory dish and fluttered down to perch upon the earthen wall constructed by the free folk. "Oh, how I long for the days in the bull territory. Though food was scarce, at least we had roofs over our heads." Silence. Have you forgotten the 5 lashes you received last time? The woman weaving fabric shot her husband a fierce glare. Don't expect me to tend to your bruised backside. I'd sooner marry a slave soldier from the guard than endure life with you. Oh, damn this short-sighted harpy. You would rather consort with a slave? The man seethed with anger, for slaves were doomed to a lifetime of servitude, and their sons and grandsons would share the same fate. The woman spat disdainfully. Bah! The Lord has declared that as soon as a gold coin is earned, slaves will be freed. Do you have any idea how much the guard can earn? They say the blacksmith already has a gold coin saved. I've never seen such wealth in my life. If this money reaches the bull territory, I could become the richest in the village. The humiliated man nearly fainted with rage. But can you even leave? The Nightshade territory lacks merchants, taverns, and markets. Having wealth is meaningless. That will come in time. The woman retorted defiantly. Stop using that excuse to shirk work. I am already weaving. I can directly trade at the winery for oats. Nobles are not to be trusted. The Bull Baron takes so many young girls each year, claiming they are to become maids or choir members, yet none ever return. Our little Finny is missing too, with no word. A heavy silence fell over the room as Field listened intently. It is time to establish a market or an exchange system to facilitate the circulation of goods and commodities. Otherwise, the production enthusiasm of the free citizens will be severely dampened. As for the young girl, it is likely she has encountered misfortune at the hands of the Bull Baron, though he is beyond her reach for now. The homing pigeon, enticed by the fragrant porridge simmering in the pot, could no longer resist and descended. The porridge had yet to reach a boil, but small bubbles were already forming, with bran floating on the surface. In modern times, this dish might be deemed inferior even to rice washing water, yet under the cloak of night, it was considered a delicacy. Heavens, where did that bird come from? Shoo! That S for the children. The couple, united in their views regarding food, immediately waved their hands to drive the pigeon away. It was not Field's cruel humor to torment the villagers. Rather, he simply lacked control over the bird, as his minor magic could only endow him with sensory abilities. The pigeon fled in disarray, circling near the grand vineyard. Field worried several times that the foolish bird might collide with the deathly fog and transform into a monstrous pigeon. Fortunately, animals are remarkably sensitive to the miasma of death, and the pigeon eventually landed in the fields tended by slaves. Field could see the crooked furrows where the slaves were planting broad beans. One male slave, lost in thought, absently dug a shallow hole with his hands, tossed in a seed, and carelessly stomped it down, sending seeds flying from the pit. He was too apathetic to even glance back, moving on to the next hole. This was still better than another slave who had already fallen asleep amidst the furrows. Field even noticed some individuals eating the seeds raw. Goodness, it would be a miracle if there were any yield at all. Field nearly leapt from his bed, ready to dash into the fields and deliver a thorough beating to them. No wonder slavery was destined to be abolished. This level of productivity would make even a dog shake its head. At that moment, a voice rang out, cursing the laziness, urging them to rise and work. Tate, accompanied by 2 members of the security team, new recruits enlisted by Field, approached with clubs and whips in hand. They kicked and struck several slaves soundly. You fools stealing seeds. Your food rations will be halved in 3 days. Those of you who take your work lightly, supervise him. Let him redo the task without pay for this plot. As for the one sleeping in, he shall carry wood. Running back and forth will surely chase away his drowsiness. Do not waste the bread of the adults. Tate swiftly rendered a series of judgments, and the 2 new recruits executed them with glee. A fair punishment, neither brutal nor overly compassionate. Field observed the proceedings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The orders were executed effectively, and Tate's promptness in carrying out Field's commands pleased him greatly. A person capable of properly executing orders is a treasure for the Nightshade domain. Sister, look at those pigeons, hushed a girl's voice, interrupting Field's contemplation. The pigeons turned their gaze towards the sound, only to find 2 filthy little mud monkeys, blinking their large eyes in curiosity. Quite a rarity, and twins at that. Field compared them closely, confirming their identical appearance, though their temperaments were markedly different. The little girl crouching down, clutching a stone, exuded an air of strength and determination. Yet her face betrayed a profound sense of timidity and melancholy. Wait, a stone? Field was taken aback. Bayou grasped the stone tightly, her mind racing with the bird-hunting techniques her father had imparted to her during his lifetime. She bent slightly, her right hand firmly gripping the sharp rock. Sister, please don't do this. Hey, you exclaimed in a panic, attempting to scare the pigeons away. However, Upon feeling her sister's gaze, she hesitated, retreating slightly. Too fearful to act. Licking her lips, Bayu recalled the tantalizing aroma of meat, causing her stomach to involuntarily clench, saliva trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sister, don't make a fuss. Soon we shall feast on some bird meat. Chapter 78. The bird was struck. The pigeon was remarkably oblivious, entirely unaware of the impending danger, stubbornly refusing to move and merely cooing. Field could not exert control over the pigeon and could only silently pray for it to escape unscathed. Sister, please don't. As the sister prepared to hurl a stone, Black Feather flailed her arms in panic. Stop. That is the Lord's property. Fool, it's just a bird. White Feather retorted, disregarding her sister's pleas, and swiftly threw the stone, striking the flapping pigeon with precision. Field felt the world tilt before him. And once the pigeon's vision cleared, he was met with a pair of clear, large eyes gazing at him. Eyes that were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of pure, azure gemstones. Yet, within those eyes, he perceived an unmistakable glimmer of raw hunger. According to the laws of the Empire, all that resides upon the land belongs to the local lord. A core tenet of the Griffin Empire, wherein land is the domain of the nobility. However, this law harbored loopholes, as it did not explicitly cover the ocean and the sky. Thus, hunting birds was not, in fact, illegal, whereas hunting on land, be it for squirrels, rabbits, or even gathering firewood, was strictly prohibited without permission. Nevertheless, lords could issue regional decrees to modify imperial laws, designating specific areas for firewood collection and granting hunting permits. Field's expression darkened as he contemplated instructing his servant to retrieve the pigeon. Sister, let us return the pigeon to the Lord's castle. Black Feather, trembling with fear, reminded him that in the night domain, no ordinary birds existed, only monstrous flyers, which meant the pigeon must surely belong to the Lord. What? Oh, how could I have been so blind? White Feather exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization, though she stammered, what if? What if it is truly wild or a gift from the gods? Besides, I have already been seen. Other slaves had witnessed them striking the pigeon. Their greedy gazes fixated upon the scene from various angles, each desiring a share of the spoils. White Feather understood that claiming they had merely found an injured pigeon would no longer suffice. They have struck the Lord's pigeon. Quick, report it. Lord Tate has promised rewards for informants. ISNT at Wildden. One remarked, I've seen the caravan carrying bird cages. It must be the Baroness' pet. Pets and wild animals were entirely different matters. The noble lord would undoubtedly unleash torturous retribution upon discovering that his pet had been harmed. Black Feather had already sunk to the ground, tears streaming down her face, washing away the dust and leaving streaks of sorrow. I don't want my sister to die. Their father had been executed for merely taking the Lord's branches. White Feather, in despair, collapsed beside her, clutching the injured pigeon, unsure whether to let it go or hold on, as if it were a burning brand. The thought of her own demise and the potential torment that could befall her sister at the hands of scoundrels was unbearable. With a stubborn resolve, she declared, We will heal the pigeon. Poor child, Field sighed, rubbing his temples. He attempted to sever the divine connection to the feathered beast's senses and, after several attempts, finally succeeded. Field sat up, only to find Ashina curled up beside him in slumber. Her delicate brows were faintly furrowed, and her elongated yet rounded toes, adorned with a subtle pink hue reminiscent of a refined nail polish, complemented her smooth skin and exquisite arch, evoking a sense of tender admiration. Without hesitation, Field began to massage her delicate feet. How pitiful it was for the Lord to be reduced to such servitude for his subordinate. A soft, drowsy murmur escaped Ashina's lips. You lecherous lord. She shot him a reproachful, yet charming glance. It was best not to employ harsh measures on the young girl. Though pigeons were not inexpensive, Field, with his modern sensibilities, would not truly condemn the errant girl to death. A mere lash could indeed send her back to her mother's womb. Direct absolution or overly lenient punishment was equally unfeasible, as it might portray the Lord as excessively merciful, even cowardly, a sentiment that could inspire insubordination among other slaves. In the predatory realm of the sacred Griffin Empire, Field needed to uphold an air of absolute authority. My lord, a slave has come to report that a foolish wretch has harmed your pigeon. The male servant, Vakin, rushed into the room, knocking on Field's bedroom door. Stretching lazily, Field replied, I understand. Fetch 3 loaves of black bread as a reward for the informer. Justice must be meted out fairly. Those loyal to him must receive their due recompense. Your generosity is truly commendable, Vaken praised, promptly departing to retrieve the bread. This fellow had been rather obsequious of late, and he had also reported on cows gossiping. Field stroked his chin, recognizing Vaken's loyalty and considering how to teach him the art of management. The castle would soon recruit more servants, necessitating a reliable individual to coordinate their efforts. Field rose and opened the door, descending the stairs alongside Ashina. The two sisters huddled in fear at the bottom of the stairs. Baiyu had often envisioned how she would greet the Lord, how she would kneel and pay her respects. Yet this occasion was different. Having erred, her mind was consumed by dread. Perhaps Baron Field was a demon with a brutish visage, lurking to devour children, now presented with the opportunity to feast upon them. The sisters recalled their father, who had once knelt before the castle, awaiting the Lord's judgment. They had prayed for a miracle, but in the end, their father was executed in despair, displayed for all to see. Creaking open, the grand wine cellar door revealed a young man striding towards Baiyu, donned in a fitted black robe. A striking silver brooch adorning his chest, with a finely crafted steel sword at his waist. He moved with an assertive confidence, a stark contrast to the cowering servants. Surely, he was one of the Baron's knights. Baiyu mused, recalling the minstrel's tales of knights, their handsomeness and valor, now coming to life before her. The only disparity between her imagination and reality lay in her own circumstances. How splendid it would be to be a princess or a noblewoman, rather than a slave awaiting her fate. Kneel, and do not meet the Lord's gaze. Upon witnessing the two individuals' foolish demeanor, the potter was immediately filled with indignation. For they had dared to infringe upon the property of the Lord, which comprised a mere 3 pigeons. The two young girls, trembling with fear, knelt down, while Field rubbed his temples. As a well-educated youth raised under the red banner, he could hardly bear to see the common folk suffer. In truth, it was not a grave matter. A mere apology would suffice, and perhaps a compensation of $100 at most. How did you manage to bring down the pigeons? Field, feigning ignorance, observed the girl shudder at his inquiry. Softening his tone, he reassured them, "Do not be frightened. Speak candidly." "We threw stones," they replied, huddling together like frightened kittens, with the pale-feathered girl stammering, "I swear, I truly did not know that the pigeons belonged to the Lord." Chapter 79. The chosen counsel. Field chuckled, uncertain whether it was luck or skill that led to his successful shot. The pigeon was in decent condition, albeit with an injured right wing, rendering it a clumsy creature, aimlessly gazing about. "I shall heal it," Blackfeather declared, mustering his courage, his fists clenched, eyes brimming with tears as he implored, "Please do not harm my sister. I will do anything." "Ah, poor little girl. I have no intention of taking a life. After all, the Nightfall territory has yet to impose a ban on bird hunting," Field replied, offering himself a graceful exit. The imperial decree only stipulated that land belonged to the nobility, and only the territorial laws enacted by the nobility would dictate the riches of rivers and skies. However, the pigeon indeed constituted my personal property. I hereby sentence you both to labor reform. Each evening, for a month, you shall clean the chicken coop of droppings without remuneration. Any objections? The two sisters were left dumbfounded. Field inquired, "Any objections?" "And no. Thank you for your grace," they exclaimed excitedly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They could hardly fathom that the punishment was so lenient. Cleaning up after chickens was hardly a punishment for two sisters accustomed to farm work. It was merely a part of their daily routine. Go to the yard behind the Grand Winery and find the steward, Cow. He will instruct you on what to do. Starting today. After concluding his business, Field observed the running figures of the two with a perplexed expression. Why were they so delighted despite being punished? Ashina playfully winked. "Perhaps they feel honored to serve you?" Upon returning to their room, they discovered that Rosalia had returned ahead of them, seated at the writing desk. Elegantly lounging with her long legs crossed, sipping Field's red tea, yet perplexed while holding Field's development plan. "Why can't I comprehend a single word of what you've written?" she exclaimed, flipping the paper back and forth in confusion. "Understanding it would indeed be miraculous, as it is penned in modern Chinese. I desire this effect, so that should a few spies slip in one day, they one tea uncover my little secrets." Field shrugged. "Now that Rosalia is here, let us discuss the matters concerning the investigation corps." Field recounted the detailed events of the recent outing to Ashina. As for whether to rescue Shelley Garcia, that remained uncertain. It was possible their efforts might be in vain, though that possibility could be set aside for the moment. Pointing to a paper map of the northern province, he noted that the 3 outer territories, Cloudshade, Nightfall, and Dawnvale, led to the High Castle province in the Rick province. Notably, Cloudshade could also connect to the homelands of elves and dwarves, historically a battleground for elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs, where the corrupted monsters were far more formidable than those in Nightfall. In contrast, due to the Imperial defense lines and the cleansing forces of the royal and ecclesiastical troops, the Nightfall and Dawnvale territories were less plagued by powerful corrupted beings. The deeper one ventured into the northern province, the more terrifying the enemies became. The road to Claudia was the only route from the Griffin Viscountcy leading to Nightfall. If they had mounts, they could likely reach Nightfall in a single day. Field found himself in a moral quandary regarding the act of saving lives. It was not merely a matter of benevolence or the allure of a woman that stirred him. Was it Gasina? If memory serves, that family boasts a lineage of 6 centuries devoted to the goddess of war, revered for their bravery and loyalty, and thus held in great esteem by the royal court, possessing one of the few substantial titles of duke. The empire is governed by 7 electors, though these positions may also be held by counts or viscounts, with rank and power being loosely correlated. In theory, the throne is to be contested through votes. Yet in practice, it is perpetually occupied by the Griffin family. Even though the former empress transformed the northern province into a den of corruption, the current empress remains a scion of the Griffin lineage, and the nobles of the north did not oppose her, as they had all met their demise. Beyond this, the empire is home to 13 dukes and 67 marquises, yet even less than a third of these wield true power. Most dukes govern only nominal territories, with actual land management in the hands of the imperial officials. The influence of the Gasina family has dwindled to less than 1,000th of what it once was barely a decade ago. Field chuckled, acknowledging the truth that the Empress's loyal hound was indeed accurate. Yet it was the Gasina family that stood as the vanguard against the beasts, shrouded in fog. And it was they who comprised the bulk of the expeditionary forces in the investigative corps, their ranks nearly depleted. In short, the situation was excessively competitive, to the point that all responsibilities within the company had fallen to him. Rosala nearly spat out her tea, quickly dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. Miss Sherry's value would undoubtedly diminish significantly. As a noble, Rosala understood Field's intentions. Profit. Nobility could secure benefits through sworn promises or legally binding agreements. If Field could rescue Sherry and negotiate a favorable deal, he would stand to gain considerably, though the question of survival remained uncertain. Field settled into a chair, glancing at Ashina, who appeared utterly bewildered, and then at Rosala, who sipped her tea. Aside from himself, the discussion was surprisingly attended by the Chosen Ones. Field's thoughts wandered. Would more Chosen Ones emerge in the future, necessitating a vote? Regardless, the overarching direction must align with his vision. It would be preferable if they perished, allowing them to claim their equipment and treasures without the burden of complications. When viewed from a perspective of self-interest, the words of all present turned icy, Rosala included. However, the likelihood of total annihilation was low, as the investigative corps would certainly be escorted by Chosen Ones, albeit in a diminished state. Should their condition be dire, they would either seize the Chosen Ones or eliminate them entirely. Field remarked coldly. Yet, if their condition were acceptable, extending timely assistance could garner goodwill and benefits. Or he might opt to negotiate directly with Sherry. Engaging other nobles in negotiation was vastly different from the previous owner's naive benevolence in indiscriminately bestowing gifts. This time, there were tangible profits to be gained. Would that expose their territory? Ashina inquired. Field responded methodically. This is inconsequential. First, they would be inclined to eliminate the corrupt entities along the way, alleviating our burden. Second, the laws of the Nightshade territory are proclaimed in my name, preventing any arbitrary encroachment by the Empire. Third, the Nightshade territory holds no value whatsoever. The Nightfall territory, which they cherish, holds no value in the eyes of the typical aristocrat. Otherwise, the northern province would have long been claimed by the nobility, as no one is inclined to invest their precious resources in a land steeped in decay. The only concern lies in the malice that may arise from one's own family. However, Feld's previous visit to the Maple territory has already unveiled the fact of his survival. The Nightfall territory cannot remain forever shrouded in the mists of obscurity. Eventually, it will be brought to light. Of course, the most critical elements, such as the existence of the Chosen One, must remain concealed. This is something I must carefully orchestrate. Chapter 80. The Tide of Corpses, Sherry's Chosen One in the dead of night, amidst the oppressive, murky gray fog. The sound of pounding hooves echoed ominously as 6 knights galloped southward with fervent urgency. A piercing shriek erupted, and a horde of decayed corpses surged forth, their putrid forms sprawling across the landscape, resembling a river that had burst its banks. The rotting beings crowded along the narrow pathways, flowing like dark torrents. Inching into this shattered world, at the forefront of the procession, one knight wielded a fog-clearing lantern, her raspy, frantic voice cutting through the air as she shouted, "Charge forward. We must reach the cover of night. Do not let them encircle us." With that, she plunged a finely crafted dagger, tied to her leg, into her steed's flank. The horse neighed in agony, bolting forward with renewed vigor. Sherry's heart bled at this act. This was a rare magical beast that had grown alongside her, now forced to unleash its full potential at the cost of its own well-being. "Keep up, milady," urged the surrounding knights, mimicking her desperate measures, unhesitatingly squeezing every last ounce of life from their mounts. The cavalry surged forth like a spirited fish, teetering on the brink of countless rotting foes. "Watch out." Just a few strides later, a blood-soaked knight tightened his grip on his horse's belly, howling as he surged forward with his lance. "Watch out for what?" Sherry's brow was slick with sweat, dizziness clouding her senses, rendering her oblivious to her comrade's warnings. As she regained her focus, a grotesque corpse leaped towards her, threatening to topple her. With a resounding crash, the knight's lance collided with the corpse's chest at a critical moment, splintering wood and sending a spray of foul blood as the creature was hurled backward. "Thank you, Sir Cabra," Sherry gasped, suddenly aware of the cold sweat cascading down her back, but her voice was swept away by the stench of blood and death. Removing his helmet, a youthful, handsome knight revealed a radiant smile. "It is my honor to become Miss Sherry's chief knight." Just as Sherry's weary face began to form a smile, it froze in horror. A massive wheel of purple light descended without warning, cleaving Sir Cabra and his steed in twain, leaving them to crumble like decayed flesh upon the ground. Warm blood splattered onto Sherry, saturating her armor and instilling a chilling warmth that was more frigid than ice. Once again, that wheel of light appeared. "I shall see what this is. Come forth and fight," roared an elder knight, laughter echoing madly as he charged toward the corpses. His sanity shattered. Yet, his bravado yielded no splash. He was swiftly torn apart by the decayed beings. Sherry's pupils quivered as she contemplated a desperate charge of her own. But from the hills behind, a dense swarm of dark purple light flickered ominously beyond the horde of corpses. In a daze, Sherry shouted, "The corpses are preparing for a ranged assault." Indeed, in the next instant, a deluge of black and purple javelins descended like rain. Combat, the energy slash. Sherry, the true chief knight, acted decisively. Her formidable energy slash made the rain of javelins collide with an invisible wall, causing them to ricochet and fall. Well done. Sherry mustered another surge of courage, vocally encouraging her comrades, striving to maintain their morale and prevent anyone from succumbing to despair. Each knight represented a rare legacy of their family, and further sacrifices could not be afforded. Before her words could fully resonate, 300 decayed cavalry surged forth from the flank of the undead. Among them were even some of Sherry's former knight companions. How infuriating. I must engage them for a while longer. The last female knight of the squad could no longer bear it. "Valtieri, do not go. Your divine power is nearly depleted. I have rested long enough. The war goddess shall protect me." With that, the knight known as Valtieri bellowed, invoking her divine technique, the armored breakthrough. Streams of radiant light swiftly converged upon her, transforming Valtieri into a veritable steel tank as she charged fiercely into the throng of the undead. In an instant, the onslaught of the corpse tide faltered. Another knight rushed forward, proclaiming, "I too shall embrace battle and aid Lord Valtieri." All of this was keenly observed by Field and his companions. They adhered to the philosophy of casting their lines whether fish were present or not. Wandering this path for 2 days, Field, Ashina, and 15 demi-human knights concealed themselves on a small hill, while Rosal operated solo, hidden in another location. "Ashina, do you believe the Chosen One can survive? Or will Sherry endure?" Through Ashina's explanations, Field, referencing the map, grasped the unfolding events. Ashina asserted confidently, "They will both survive." There remains a third-tier energy knight within the ranks. Although Rosal and I could slay Sherry, the Chosen One on the opposing side would likely go berserk, presenting a formidable challenge. Sherry's Chosen One has not yet disengaged from her artifact, indicating she likely retains hidden cards. An artifact that remains engaged cannot be deemed a crisis. Moreover, the undead side also possesses a Chosen One. The recent radiance was hers, yet she appears reluctant to leave the Viscount's territory. To be precise, there are two. Field gazed at the two marked red dots on the map, longing to capture and thoroughly train them. However, with so many corrupted beings assisting, the notion of seizing two chosen ones amidst the throng was pure fantasy. Thus, it would be prudent to save more lives, exchange for benefits, and signal Rosale. Field mounted his horse, proceeding with caution. Boom, boom, boom. Valtieri plunged into the horde of corpses, her fists, clad in heavy armor, swung with devastating might, obliterating any creature that dared to approach. In that moment, one man stood as an insurmountable barrier against a multitude. The war horses neighed, and the corrupted cavalry raised their lances, commencing their assault upon Valtieri. Come forth. Witness the weight of the armored breakthrough. This armor, capable of mitigating 80% of physical damage, rendered the undead's attacks mere tickles, not to mention she was already donning 3 layers of exquisitely crafted masterwork armor. After obliterating a third-tier corpse with a single blow, Valtieri faced the cavalry charge head-on. Valtieri. Shirley let out a piercing scream as she witnessed her chosen champion being engulfed by the corrupted cavalry, her heart racing with despair. Do not worry about her, the chief knight shouted. In that moment of stunned disbelief, Shirley's steed was seized from below by a rising corpse, meeting a tragic end. No, damn it, Shirley cried out, tumbling from her mount. Tears welled in her eyes as she beheld her beloved warhorse, a creature that had become akin to family, now lifeless before her. She staggered to her feet, furiously brandishing her long sword to cleave the corpse into pieces. The chief knight, taken aback, quickly dismounted, urging, "My lady, swiftly take my horse." Clop, clop, clop. Chapter 81. Partners of Justice Enemies? No, certainly not. Just as despair began to take root in Sherry's heart, she was suddenly overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing the dissipating mist. As the fog lifted, a cavalry clad in black robes emerged from the haze. Before engaging in battle, the knights raised their crossbows, and with the deafening sound of mechanisms, they felled a multitude of the approaching undead. Field lowered his empty crossbow, then swiftly brandished his lance, dispatching 2 of the rotting corpses with dexterous thrusts. The demi-human cavalry surged forward, swiftly eliminating the surrounding abominations. Please help us. Upon realizing that their saviors were nobly attired, Sherry's elation could no longer be contained. She waved her arms toward Field in desperation. I am Sherry Gassina of the Imperial Investigation Corps. Our mounts are exhausted. Before Field could utter a word, Sherry hurled an object toward him. Take this. We require steeds. I will offer greater remuneration. Field opened his palm, nearly blinded by the dazzling light. It was not merely a flash grenade, but rather an artifact, a cone-shaped framework intricately woven with golden threads. Reminiscent of the Millennium Puzzle from a certain game, though distinguished by a beautiful ruby at its core. Good heavens! How generous! Field gasped, realizing the unexpected fortune he had stumbled upon. Without even stating any conditions, this woman had directly thrown an artifact his way. The sheer wealth she possessed was staggering. True nobility was indeed formidable. Resolutely, Field accepted the object, pricking his finger to let his blood drip onto it. As his blood was absorbed by the ruby, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if boundless wisdom surged into his mind. Soon after, a profound and awe-inspiring presence enveloped him, as if the newly claimed artifact had granted him an additional pair of hands. In the Divine Gifts section of his Lord's panel, a new item appeared. Divine Gift, Eye of the Fogbreaker, Tier 1 Artifact, Source, Goddess of Wisdom Effect. The wearer can pierce illusions caused by divine power of Tier 1 or lower. Active, activate the artifact to gain a farther and clearer vision. Special Effect, exclusively for the chosen of the Wisdom Goddess. A telescope? Field's lips twitched at the prospect. Once he imparted the knowledge of glass crafting to the artisans, wouldn't telescopes become a commodity? However, he quickly dismissed his dissatisfaction. This artifact would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the present, and if it became redundant in the future, selling it could yield a fortune of at least several $100,000. Gazing into Sherry's hopeful eyes, Field beamed with a radiant smile and casually declared, Esteemed Miss Sherry, I am Baron Field of the Twilight Domain. You may refer to me as your title, Partner of Justice. Partner of Justice? You tossed your artifact without a moment's hesitation. Sherry felt an urge to spit blood in frustration. Had she not been cornered, she would never have exchanged such a precious artifact for mere steeds. Yet, after enduring relentless assaults from the tide of corpses, and now bereft of her horse, she found herself devoid of the courage to continue on her journey. An endless tide of corpses, with companions falling one by one in a grim demise. Ashina proclaimed that the three of them would not meet such a fate. It was her judgment, yet Sherry held a starkly different opinion, her reason teetering on the brink of collapse. "Greetings, Baron Field, we beseech your aid." Beside them, the chief knight knelt on one knee, imploring, "Baron, for the sake of our imperial brethren, please extend your assistance. May the goddess of war illuminate your path." Field had anticipated that the hot-headed knight would, emboldened by his third-tier strength, charge forth to seize a steed. He had even arranged for Rosalia to feign wild corruption, prepared to support at any moment, only to realize that he had underestimated the darkness within himself. Naturally, they had spare horses, not one to neglect his duties for monetary gain. Field promptly relinquished 3 spare war horses, courteously asserting that nobles ought to aid one another. "Thank you for your generosity." The 2 weary souls managed to muster faint smiles, their month-and-a-half reconnaissance mission having taken a severe toll on them. Observing Sherry sway unsteadily, Field contemplated stepping forward to offer support, but as he drew near, a ghastly stench of menstruation mingled with the foul odor of putrid entrails, further tainted by the horrid sin of salted fish left to marinate for 49 days, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Heavens! This is more unbearable than the unwashed garments of an elderly widow left uncleaned for 3 years. Let us depart and distance ourselves from the corpses. Though his expression was grim, he refrained from retching, merely turning his head to gently rein in the horse, which immediately changed direction. Casting a glance at the small map, Field urged, "Follow me. I shall lead you to safety." "What of all 3? Sherry, mounting her horse, cast a worried glance at the distant chaos of battle before shouting, "Do not linger in combat. We must flee. We have secured the assistance of other nobles." "Understood. You go ahead. I will follow." The voice from afar grew more spirited. Wall 3, invigorated, continued to dispatch the surrounding cadavers while striding forward. Indeed, her chosen one still possessed combat prowess. Field cast a deep gaze toward the horizon, where 2 wild corrupted chosen were marked on the map, silently vowing, "Just wait. Once I gather my strength, I shall capture you all for training and incorporate you into the Maid Brigade." Meanwhile, Rosalia and Ashina fought valiantly amidst the gray mist. Although Field intended to keep them concealed, he did not wish for them to remain idle. He was not so reckless as to confront danger with merely 15 knights in tow. With great swords cleaving the air, the dragonkind wolf unleashed torrents of dragon flames. As the 2 fought frantically against the oncoming horde of corpses, a sudden hum filled the air, a flash of purple light darted past, accompanied by a chilling sound of tearing. Swiftly heading towards Rosalia, Ashina's wolf ears perked up, and she immediately nocked an arrow, releasing a silver streak akin to a shooting star. Like a blade shattering glass, Ashina's arrow obliterated the violet light. "Beware of ambushes. I did not expect you to assist. My gratitude is yours." Rosalia, belatedly aware, wielded her great sword and scanned her surroundings. "Now, who dares to ambush this lady? You, corrupted, with a human scent. How peculiar." A woman with brown hair, her body rigid and intermittently twitching, emerged slowly from the mass of corpses, reminiscent of the nurses from Silent Hill, yet resembling an oversized, exquisite porcelain doll. Her posture was contorted and peculiar, yet imbued with a distinct allure. A large expanse of alabaster graced her chest, where a solitary beauty mark on the left side did not appear out of place, but rather enhanced her enchantment. A red ribbon encircled her slender waist, while the flowing white skirt, short and slit, revealed her flawless figure. Ever since Rosalia forged a pact with Field, the decaying corpses ceased to regard her as one of their own, launching relentless attacks without hesitation. Rosalia had grown accustomed to this, greeting them with poise. "Hello there. I am a noble. And from where do you hail, my sweet treat?" "Violet, decay, vampire, hybrid creature, chosen of the divine. Greetings, I wish to end your existence." Chapter 82. Pure White and Violet. The conspiracy of corruption. How peculiar the words sound, a bit foolish. Rosalia stifled a giggle, her right hand flicking the chain as the gluttony greatsword seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling gleam of death, akin to the Grim Reaper. "Killing you would be quite amusing." Violet licked her lips, revealing a maniacal grin, utterly devoid of fear or hesitation as she darted forward. Suddenly, a massive scythe materialized in her hand, its sharp blade radiating a purple light, accompanied by a humming sound and eerie blood, colliding fiercely with the greatsword. Yet, in a mere instant, Rosalia, with her terrifying strength, subdued Violet. "How adorable that you dare to confront me head-on. You deserve to be devoured." Rosalia elegantly lifted her chin, and then, with a surge of mighty force, the greatsword came crashing down. The anticipated sensation of impact, or the smoothness of slicing through flesh, never came to pass. The greatsword swept downward, embedding itself into the earth. Huh? Struck by loneliness, Rosalia raised her head in confusion, only to find Violet transforming into a liquid state, rippling through light and shadow before returning to her original form. Before Rosalia could react, the scythe in Violet's grasp morphed into twin daggers that viciously plunged into Rosalia's back. And then, the daggers transformed into a pool of blood, seeping into Rosalia's body. Divine technique, blood explosion. Huh. Rosalia's pupils constricted as she felt a torrent of ferocious blood surging within her, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Strands of blood, condensed by divine power, exploded violently in an instant, accompanied by a dull roar, rupturing all her meridians. Countless purplish-red streams of light erupted from Rosalia's body, only to be collected by Violet. Is the divine artifact merely a pool of purplish-red blood? Ashina inhaled sharply, patting her chest. Fortunately, I refrained from recklessly attacking. Has the noble lady learned her lesson? Do not always act like a brute. Ouch. How can such cold words emerge from your breath that is warm? Rosalia propped herself up with the greatsword, standing on her battered body, performing acrobatics as if to mock her. Good thing I have been dead for 10 years. I hardly care about these minor wounds. The vitality stored within the gluttony greatsword swiftly transformed into blood threads, healing its master. If used against a normal chosen one, perhaps it would have worked. But I am not concerned. In just a few breaths, Rosalia surged forward as if unscathed. The gluttony greatsword almost transformed into a streak of black shadow, flashing across the ground with a chilling gleam, and suddenly swung towards the dazed Violet, aiming for her neck. The air erupted with a tremendous blast, clearly indicating that Rosalia held nothing back. Futile, the same trick. Violet remained unfazed as the purplish blood raced into her body, her form rippling once more, allowing the greatsword to pass through without inflicting a scratch. How infuriating. This move again. Rosalia swung her sword in vain, nearly stumbling over herself, just as Violet was about to strike again. Not a chance. In a critical moment, Ashina commanded the giant wolf to unleash a breath of flame, forcing Violet to retreat. Leave the rest to me. Neither of you can kill the other. Violet, undeterred, even by the threat posed by the dragon flames moments ago, gazed blankly at Ashina with her emotionless eyes. A gust of foul wind swept through, causing her brown hair to brush against the vampire's pointed ears, making the earrings sway gently. Such a stark demeanor, so unlike Rosaria. In Violet's crimson gaze, Ashina discerned despair and sorrow. For reasons unknown, she felt that before her corruption, Violet must have laughed often. Ashina, do not waste your thoughts analyzing a deranged vampire. Our task is to eliminate the corrupted beings or defeat her and bring her to field. Then, she can conceive, and afterward, you might gain several godchildren, Rosaria declared, her words taking an audacious turn. Ashina's lips twitched, corrupted beings seemed to lack sound reasoning. Yet, Ashina had forgotten that the idea of bringing her back to conceive originated with her. Very well, let us take her back, the Lord will be pleased. Ashina steeled herself as her spears swiftly unleashed 17 beautiful blossoms of steel, while dragon flames surged from the jaws of the dragon-breed wolf. Just as they prepared to engage, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal corrupted worm burst forth, sending debris flying. Ashina instinctively recoiled, watching helplessly as the worm swallowed Violet whole before vanishing into the earth. Wait, what just happened? She was devoured. I wonder what she tasted like. I want to try it, Rosaria exclaimed in shock. After inhaling the lingering scent in the air, Ashina shook her head. She is not dead, merely departed from the Nightshade territory. We must continue to intercept the other corpses and lead them away. With that, the two parted ways. The Griffin Viscount's territory is a place of legend. In fact, it is an extraordinary existence. This title does not derive from an earl's grant, as a viscount's rank is beneath that of an earl, yet there exists no hierarchical relationship, akin to an emperor's special bestowal, occasionally allowing a viscount to wield considerable power. Of course, such matters are trivial now, as all within the viscount's domain are dead. On a peak overlooking the Nightshade territory, countless corpses surrounded the area, the air thick with the stench of blood and dark, decaying matter, save for a singular white figure embraced by the dead. The corrupted worm emerged, its head writhing momentarily before expelling a person. Violet was no obedient child. She should not have ventured beyond the Viscount's domain, for the plan was to let the reconnaissance team escape. Disgusting worm, pure white, You deserve to perish. Violet looked up at the girl before her, radiant in her pristine appearance, wrapped in white bandages, entirely unlike a corpse. Her snow-white hair flowed gracefully, and her clear blue eyes sparkled with a pitiful glimmer, while her delicate features were adorned with a subtle, yet serene divine glow. Do not reproach me, Violet. We are companions. The girl, known as the pure white corrupted maiden, smiled gently. Companion, you smell delightful. Perhaps we can become one. As the words fell, the exquisitely crafted music box in pure white's hand sprang open, releasing a writhing mass of indescribable entities that ensnared Violet with countless tendrils. With a sickening pop, Violet's hands were wrenched away, blood gushing forth. A pained gasp escaped her lips as she realized her divine power was firmly restrained, leaving her utterly defenseless. Crunch, crunch, the abominable creature devoured her arms in mere moments. Craving more. There, Violet dear, I shall not truly end your life, pure white reassured, closing the music box with a seemingly benign smile. It is merely a punishment for the naughty child. You are a delightful vampire, and your hands shall heal swiftly. No need for tears. Chapter 83. The first guest of the Nightfall territory. Here lies my castle. It resembles a grand winery. I mean no offense. Sherry gazed at the square stone structure before her, suppressing her urge to scoff, and forced a compliment, declaring it quite unique, indeed. An edifice of artistic taste that she found rather appealing. Indeed, it has been transformed from a large winery, Field remarked dismissively. The two proceeded side by side, their horses' hooves splattering mud upon the unkempt dirt path. Although they walked alongside each other, Field maintained a considerable distance from Sherry, not out of chivalry, but simply because she emitted an unpleasant odor. Behind them, the demi-human cavalry cloaked in black robes formed two silent lines. Upon entering the territory, the leading figure, Silverclaw, gestured, and the cavalry veered off in another direction. Wow, look at those cavalrymen. They are no less impressive than the knights of the Cassina family. Sherry's chosen one, Valtieri, exclaimed with wide eyes and exaggerated enthusiasm. The chief knight, William, bore a massive sword upon his shoulder and a lance in his right hand, while a triangular banner emblazoned with the family crest fluttered in the breeze. With a steady voice, William proclaimed, "Indeed, Lord Field is a noble of great esteem, daring to root himself in Nightfall territory for the future of humanity, truly awe-inspiring." "Ha, modesty, modesty," Field replied bashfully, scratching his head. It was no wonder he had become the chief knight. Who does not appreciate a good flattery? He had been compelled into Nightfall territory out of sheer necessity, for otherwise he would have met his demise by assassination or the loss of his noble title. This place is quite desolate, Sherry mused inwardly. The distant slave camp was littered with rotting timber, while the winery appeared slightly better, though its stone structures were choked with dirt and moss. These were intended for wind protection, yet they lacked aesthetic appeal. The sole advantage was the air here, which, in contrast to the mists of gray, was refreshingly pure, albeit tinged with the scent of decaying wood. "I have sent the slaves to work in the lumberyard," Field remarked with a shrug. "The crops here are nearly at saturation point, and new fields cannot be cultivated. The purification potions have run out." He did not wish to have a multitude of slaves mingling about, as they were aware of Ashina's existence. Despite the strict prohibitions issued beforehand, one could never be certain they would remain silent. Thus, most of the inhabitants of the territory were engaged in clearing the main building and the lumberyard. Well, I merely mentioned it casually. In truth, being able to lead people into the gray fog to cultivate is quite remarkable. Noticing Field's deliberate distance, Sherry's eyelids fluttered, her anger simmering within. Whether in her family's domain or at royal balls, she was always a focal point, a dazzling golden tulip, as she was often referred to. This was the first time she had been so disregarded by a man, although at present, she certainly looked disheveled. "Humph, once I have refreshed myself, you shall see what a proud noble lady truly looks like." Field smiled. "Thank you for your kind words. Receiving praise from the daughter of the most loyal and valiant family in the Empire is indeed a delightful honor. Do not stand on ceremony, Field, simply call me Sherry. I believe our meeting has been quite enjoyable, and we are already friends, are we not?" Although Sherry felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Field's acquisition of the artifact, gratitude still lingered in her heart. With one hand grasping the reins, she turned slightly and smiled. "I am familiar with your father, Count Kurt, a valiant and fearless knight. You resemble him greatly." Field glanced at Sherry with a peculiar expression, ensuring that her words were not laced with sarcasm. Another round of tiresome pleasantries, Field sighed inwardly. Nobles certainly thrived on such formalities. Indeed, his rather unremarkable father was a valiant knight, who rode upon the coattails of a beautiful stepmother, to the point of resembling a gaunt mummy. Next time, allow me to take a ride as well. I wish to be a valiant knight too. Yes. For the future of the Holy Griffin Empire, the Ross family harbors no weaklings. Field responded with equal courtesy, and as he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ashina and Rosalia, who were stealthily waving at him, having completed their task, thus relieving him of tension. Brave knights, I have prepared guest quarters for you. Please do not mind the simplicity of the estate, as I have extended my utmost sincerity. Having preemptively fortified himself against the nobles, Field held considerable distrust towards them. After all, he had yet to encounter a single noble who was remotely normal. The debauched Simon, the enigmatic Bull Baron, and a host of family rascals. In comparison, Rosalia, who occasionally spoke with unrestrained audacity, seemed the epitome of purity among noble maidens. Field regarded them with a vigilance akin to that of guarding against thieves. You are far too gracious. This is a perfect refuge. Our cavalry has traversed the cursed lands for a month and a half, devoid of baths, clean clothing, or even the ability to sleep peacefully, akin to owls. It has nearly driven me to madness. The dilapidated manor resembled a slum, and while Sherry expressed her disdain, her joy was genuine. Rest assured, ample food and clean water will be provided. Field silently added that the quantity of food would depend on their serving sizes. The chef of Nightshade Manor, Mr. Platter, was about to embark on the busiest day. Hurry up. Do you intend to embarrass the master in front of the guests? Cal urged incessantly, casting an unfriendly glare at Jar, who was chopping meat. Sparrow, Scissors, are you just going to stand by and watch me toil alone? Bring me some flour. Mr. Platter grumbled, wiping his brow as he rotated the large cuts of meat on the spit. Goodness, what sort of guests require such a feast? I have not been idle. But you can fetch the flour yourself. My shoulder is on the verge of dislocating from boiling water, Sparrow replied while washing vegetables. Why are you all here? Who will tend to the master and the guests today? Scissors was momentarily bewildered. She could hardly fathom a noble without servants. I shall attend to Lord Field. And as for the guests, well, they will manage themselves, Ashina interjected, having appeared in her maid uniform, lifting a platter from the table. You require a bag of flour, correct? I shall bring it to you shortly. As soon as Ashina stepped outside, everyone exchanged glances. Was it truly expected for the guests to fend for themselves? This seemed utterly absurd. The master was concerned that we might reveal the existence of the chosen one. Cal, being an educated individual, naturally understood the implications. Safeguarding the master's secrets was an obligation inherent to our servitude. Our loyalty is unwavering. The maid pouted, indeed, but we must exercise caution. It is inevitable that some chosen ones possess the ability to read memories. Thus, prudence is advisable. Suddenly, a thought struck Cal, causing him to shiver. After glancing around furtively, he whispered, you cannot comprehend the peculiarities of certain chosen ones. Some are even capable of turning individuals into puppets. Chapter 84. The Tendency of Corruption. Cal, with an air of ostentation, spoke in an excited yet trembling voice. Do you know who the greatest enemy of the illustrious Rose family is? It is the elves. After the demise of the family's most powerful chosen, the Blood Rose, subsequent chosen ones have also perished in the wars against the elves. Now, the family's chosen are dwindling, with the strongest among them in the hands of the second young lady. However, I have heard tales of a chosen one who possesses the ability to create puppets, residing in seclusion within the ancient castle of the Rose family. Surely, you are aware of this, are you not, Mr. Cal? The maid, Scissors, rolled her eyes and immediately questioned him. She was among the few unafraid of the butler. After all, serving the Baron closely granted her an invisible authority. Of course, this is something I overheard while the eldest son of the Earl was carrying on with his wife as sister. And I happened to be on the balcony of the castle's top floor that day, even amidst a strong wind. Cal's delight was palpable as he beamed with a lean face. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Noticing the servants had fallen into a hush, Cal gradually became aware that he was treading on perilous ground. He glanced at everyone, particularly at the seemingly harmless expression of the earthen jar. Suddenly breaking into a cold sweat, you won't speak of this, will you? Now I understand why the master has forbidden us from receiving guests. Sparrow wore an expression of disbelief. Scissors nodded. It's likely that even the color of the master's undergarments would be leaked by the traitor. Meanwhile, on the other side, a sigh of relief escaped as the bothersome slime and bloodstains were finally cleansed. Having completed her ablutions, Sherry donned a loose shirt and coat, her damp hair elegantly framing her shoulders. Her captivating visage radiated confidence as she cast a glance at Field, only to find him rather unresponsive. How frustrating. If only she had an appropriate long dress instead of the unattractive attire provided by Field, she could surely dazzle him. You look much better, resplendent, and beautiful, my lady, Field remarked in a nonchalant manner. Sherry huffed, then smiled. I appreciate your honesty. The chief knight, William, and Valtui entered as well, their soiled blood and stains eradicated, appearing as though they had stepped out from a television drama. William, with a square jaw and a stern demeanor, exuded an air of resilience. He could easily embody the might of Demacia. Conversely, Valtteri resembled a female bodybuilding champion, possessing muscles brimming with explosive power, yet with a lovely face. For chosen ones are not lacking in beauty. A loud rumble emanated from the trio's stomachs, causing their cheeks to flush. Apologies, my Lord Baron, we are terribly hungry. We have not had a morsel of bread for 6 whole days. Valtteri laughed heartily, scratching his head and dismissing the awkwardness for Sherry. Please, take a seat. The food has been prepared long ago. I was worried you might find it unworthy. Field quickly gestured, smiling gently. I believe we understand one another. Here in the realm of corruption, the opulence of nobility is hard to achieve, and I can only offer this much assistance. As long as there is food. That is sufficient. Valtteri could no longer contain himself. He sat down and seized a piece of meat, devouring it ravenously. Sherry also struggled to maintain her composure, wielding her knife and fork with the utmost restraint. Field had initially prepared an explanation for why no maid was in attendance, but Sherry and the others were utterly unconcerned, sparing him the need for elaborate explanations. It seemed that nobles could be quite amiable, Field mused, realizing he had been overly sensitive, treating them as if they were thieves. Ah, what satisfaction! The trio rubbed their distended bellies, having consumed the equivalent of 15 servings. Field briefly worried they might burst. When the guests finally ceased their dining, Field set down his teacup, dried his hands with a damp cloth from the wash basin, and then rang the bell on the table. Ashina quickly emerged to silently clear the dining table. I didn't expect you to employ an abyssal maid, Sherry remarked, wiping her mouth with a napkin. A look of surprise crossing her face, followed by an expression that conveyed a teasing disdain. Amused by Sherry's comical grimace, Field recognized that she meant no mockery and retorted. Quite adorable, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, everyone has their own preferences, and I respect that. Sherry tilted her head, but suddenly her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Respected Baron Field, I bear some unfortunate news. Though it may distress you, I feel compelled to issue a warning. Oh? Field straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward. Please. Speak candidly. It is corruption. An overwhelming tide of corruption is gathering. Sherry's previous smile vanished, replaced by a voice filled with deep sorrow and fear. It is everywhere. Spreading from Lionheart City all the way to the Viscount's domain, continuously accumulating. It is a terrifying calamity, unprecedented in our history. Valtteri nodded. My lord, I am Valtteri. A second-tier chosen one. I can swear by my faith. Among the 200 members of the Investigation Night Corps, only the 3 of us remain. With that, silence enveloped the trio, tears streaming from the corners of Sherry's eyes. Field sighed, joining in a moment of silent mourning. After about a minute, Sherry wiped her tears away. Corrupted beings are inherently aimless and illogical. To be precise, their sole purpose is to kill and to corrupt others. In the past, when our investigation corps entered the northern provinces, although there were waves of corpses, we never encountered the current sensation. Field furrowed his brow. What sensation? Please elaborate. The corrupted beings have begun to cooperate with one another, strategizing and forming hierarchies. I sense that corruption has given rise to an entity capable of controlling all corrupted beings, an emperor. Sherry's expression darkened, and against the backdrop of the incessant gray mist outside, it sent a chill down one's spine. This is dreadful, Field exclaimed, smacking his forehead. After a decade of corruption, it seems that just as I arrived, the very essence of corruption has gained sentience. Thus, Field, you must leave the northern provinces and return to the imperial defenses. The Nightshade territory has no fortifications to guard. Should an attack occur, downfall would be instantaneous. Are you aware of when they will launch their offensive? Field suppressed the turmoil within and took a few deep breaths. It could be as swift as a year or as prolonged as 3. An assault on the defenses is inevitable. Shirley stated with unwavering conviction since I was 8. I have accompanied my father in numerous campaigns and have become quite familiar with the nature of various monsters. Time is indeed short. A year. Field paused for a moment and candidly remarked, to abandon the fief without authorization is a transgression against imperial law, and besides, I have nowhere else to turn but to the Nightshade territory. Chapter 85. Declining an invitation. The nobility do not merely languish in idleness. They bear responsibilities, such as paying taxes to the royal family, engaging in warfare, and safeguarding their territories. Although the existence of the Nightshade domain may hold little significance for the crown, should Field choose to abscond, he would bid farewell to his noble status. You possess extraordinary courage, and if I am not mistaken, you are a first-tier knight of Aura. Are you not? Shirley coaxingly suggested. Why not become my knight? I could bestow upon you a knightly fief, and you would have opportunities for military advancement. The esteemed emperor greatly values the Cassina family. Field immediately recalled the countless relics amassed by the Survey Corps and the unfortunate women sacrificed to become spider monstrosities, involuntarily shuddering. Did the Empress truly regard the Cassina family as highly as Shirley envisioned? Thank you, but I have my own plans. Field sincerely expressed his gratitude, subsequently declining Shirley's generous offer. The knights of the Cassina family were akin to expendable resources, destined for the battlefields with little hope for promotion. Following a master who frequently faced annihilation seemed less favorable than fighting for oneself in the Nightshade domain. Shirley shook her head, her fury and confusion compelling her to rise. Your obstinacy may lead to the demise of both you and your subjects. Remaining here is merely awaiting death. You must broaden your perspective. Not necessarily. There is still a year left, is there not? Field leaned back in his chair, asserting with unwavering conviction, avoidance is not my style. Let corruption come. I shall vanquish it. He added, and I will obliterate the agents of corruption as well. Many have attempted to expand into the Northern Territory, only to meet their end here. With corruption now gathering, the Northern Province will only grow more perilous. A year's time, It is exceedingly difficult to even maintain this modest plot of land. Seeing Field unmoved, Shirley scoffed, though inwardly she lamented, vanquish corruption? More like being vanquished by it. Such a handsome young man, yet his intellect seems lacking. Associating with the Cassina family would surely illuminate his future. We shall rest for the night and depart early tomorrow. Should you reconsider, you may join us. We can provide each other with support along the way. With that, Shirley and her companions retreated to their chambers. Left alone, Field propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Before he could rise, a pair of delicate hands rested on his shoulders. My lord, Ashina said calmly, whatever you wish to pursue, do so freely. I will protect you until my last breath. Field was taken aback, turning to embrace Ashina at the waist instinctively. You said it. I shall not hold back. Hey. Depraved lord, that is not what I meant. Like a startled rabbit, Ashina leaped back, both amused and exasperated. I was worried about you. Do not fret. The situation is not so simple. Moreover, our Nightshade domain is not a lamb destined for slaughter. We have only just begun. Field snapped his fingers, summoning the servants to clear the table. By the way, where has Rosala gone? She ventured to the main villa to eradicate the remaining corrupted beings. Rosala, as one of the corrupted, was remarkably enthusiastic about eliminating her kind. So, Ashina, how are the joy beans and the northern divine oil coming along? Ashina, with her ears perked and a proud expression, replied, they are ready for the subjects to produce. As for the effects, we have yet to test them. Excellent. I shall soon make another trip to Maple Leaf territory. These new products will become the cornerstone of our economy. Field cheerfully ruffled Ashina's hair. The following morning, Sherry and her companions exchanged brief farewells, bringing along provisions of food and water, and departed from the Grand Winery towards Maple Leaf territory. Their departure was so swift that it rendered Field's arrangements seemingly futile. They harbored no interest in Nightfall territory, engaging with no one, and scarcely glanced at their surroundings. Ashina reported that Miss Sherry had left behind a voucher for 1,000 gold coins, stating it could be redeemed in Maple Leaf territory. Furthermore, she mentioned that should one encounter a corruption invasion, they could seek refuge with her. What a temperamental yet generous individual, offering both artifacts and gold. I cannot fathom what she sees in me that prompts such recruitment. Perhaps she has heard of my prowess as the Iron Rod. How discerning she is. Field chuckled, considering that if she were so kind, he might as well send the remnants of the Survey Corps to her next time. Merely stating that this was all they could find. In the battle between Rosala and the Spider, Field had consumed a significant amount of Survey Corps material. While armor and weapons could not be returned, items such as family crests and letters should rightfully be restored. Field yawned, gazing at the surrounding fields. The current territory was inferior to a village in the normal world. Naturally, she found it unworthy and uninteresting. Wait, why do I feel as if someone is sobbing? No, please come back. Cao stood on the second floor of the Grand Winery. Sorrow etched on his face as he shed tears for the distance. "Mr. Cao, do you know Miss Sherry? Why do you weep so mournfully?" inquired the maid Sparrow, who was tidying up with a broom, her expression one of confusion, yet her movements efficient as she swept away the dust. "I do not know her personally, but I have heard of the Gaxina family," lamented the butler Cao, deeply saddened. "What troubles me more is that the Baron rejected Miss Sherry's invitation." "Rejection is just that, rejection," Sparrow replied, perplexed. "Adults are always right." "Foolishness. Accompanying Miss Sherry would allow one to escape the northern province." Unable to tolerate this, Sparrow grew indignant and struck the broom against the ground with force, saying, "Stop evading. We are loyal only to Lord Field. This is not a matter of evasion. Alas, you would not comprehend. With the recommendation of a great noble, one can preserve their reputation while leaving a perilous area. I am considering what is best for my lord. Fleeing due to unfavorable circumstances in battle is cowardice, but departing at the invitation of a great noble is a matter of honor. Do you understand?" "I do not care. My lord is undoubtedly correct," Sparrow insisted, resolutely ignoring the argument. Field, of course, was oblivious to the discord among his servants, as he received some good news. "The decaying corpses remaining in the main villa have been thoroughly dealt with by me, ensuring that not a single one has been overlooked." Cloaked in her black robe, Rosala returned to the Grand Winery, wielding the gluttonous greatsword, her face smeared with the tainted blood of decay. "Well done. From now on, we shall reside in the magnificent villa, and you may choose any room you desire." Field was overjoyed. Although the Grand Winery was quite splendid, it lacked comfort and convenience, as there were only a limited number of rooms. "Hooray! I have longed to avoid living with the demi-humans. I shall reside beneath your bed," Rosala exclaimed with delight. Chapter 86. The Rising Winds of Jin and the Starry Night Fortress. The sunset over Fulan City. The scene beneath the bed was utterly outrageous. Field was on the verge of losing his composure. It was simply terrifying. Rosala stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Then you shall reside above me." At last, a semblance of reliability emerged, and Field nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. When the time comes, I shall carve a small opening beneath the bed. If you find it difficult to sleep at night, you may climb up, and I shall not mind the fright." Rosala began to speak in a teasing manner once more. "This will also facilitate your morning and evening salutations to me." "Are you implying I am a thief in the night?" Field felt a flush of embarrassment. "Regardless, I have no desire to share a room with the beastfolk." Rosala wore a mischievous grin, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, "Field, you are unaware that Ashina, while asleep, often giggles foolishly and licks people. It makes my nights rather restless." "Nonsense," Ashina interjected, bewildered, then clenched her fists in indignation. "You are the one who is bothersome. Every morning, I wake to find you clutching my head, akin to a child with a doll. It's suffocating." All right. So you're having fun without me, are you?" Upon arriving at the main villa, Field was guided by Rosala, spending 3 hours exploring every room and secret passage within the estate. The Grand Manor was exceedingly magnificent. Despite having suffered from corruption, the main structure remained intact. With some repairs to the collapsed areas and the elimination of corrupted traces, it would be fit for habitation. The main building sprawled over approximately 6,000 square meters, predominantly adorned with decorative sculptures, gardens, and corridors. After excluding the areas rendered into ruins, the effective living space was not extensive. Nonetheless, this indicated a significant potential for transformation. The ornate artistic embellishments were of little use to Field. Converting them into bastions and walls would serve him better. There were 120 rooms of various functions, including 36 spacious bedrooms. Furthermore, there existed an expansive basement, accurately described as an underground refuge, complete with a study, bedrooms, and a sitting room, an all-encompassing sanctuary. Prior to her incorporation, Rosala would rest in the basement. As the flames crackled to life, Rosala ignited a candelabrum exuding an air of nobility, casting a soft glow throughout the basement. Field sat at a long table, unfurling a grand map before him. This was a detailed map of the Nightfall domain, marking all industries, fortifications, defensive outposts, and most importantly, the Starry Night City. Rosala elaborated, "This map is a treasured heirloom of our family, long concealed within the study of the basement. Excellent. With this map, our operations in the Nightfall domain will be significantly more convenient, especially regarding our future assault on Starry Night City," Field stated, nodding in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, adding, "In addition, I intend to renovate the Starry Night Manor. The villa and gardens are excessive. We require stone walls and towers. Field traced a few lines on the map. Ideally, we should construct it as a bastion, establishing large towers to accommodate siege crossbows and cannons. Cannons? Both chosen ones exhibited expressions of confusion. Haha, that is not an immediate concern. We cannot rush this. The primary focus for now is the restoration of Starry Night Fortress. Any expansion will necessitate the expertise of a professional castle planner. Field pondered for a moment, deciding not to squander the Grand Winery, which would henceforth serve as a regional bastion and refuge. Moreover, the surrounding slaves and freemen had already begun to establish a burgeoning village. Athena nodded in agreement, acknowledging that relocating the villagers would indeed be a monumental undertaking. Thus, the area surrounding the Grand Winery would henceforth be known as Windrise Town, and the main manor would be renamed Starry Night Fortress. After christening the names, Field pointed to the quarry's location on the map, declaring, "Next, we shall commence infrastructure development. Rosalia, you will eradicate the carrion at the quarry." Athena was tasked with security, ensuring the protection of every inch of inhabited land. "Indeed, my lord," she replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Ah, you must rely on my prowess," she added, as they both accepted their orders. Furthermore, to amass wealth, one must first construct roads. Field gestured to connect the Grand Winery and Starry Night Fortress. "We shall link these two locations." The damaged Starry Night Fortress has produced a substantial amount of stone debris, which we will crush and utilize for paving the road. Although cement would be superior to a gravel path, the Nightshade realm did not permit Field to employ such exquisite materials at this time, and the abundance of stone waste could not be wasted. "Now, let us all spring into action," Field proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. As the sun set, its fading rays filtered through the stained glass, casting a patchwork of peculiar light across the room. Fulon City, a border town in the Rick province, boasted not only fertile plains but also rugged mountains lying at the confluence of both terrains. Renowned for its beer, goats, and horses, the city's lord, Adrian Ross, sat at a long table beneath the mottled sunlight, grasping a delightful plush doll with a furrowed brow. The green-stained glass transformed the incoming light into a verdant hue, rendering the once gallant noble youth somewhat ominous. "My dear brother, why do you persist in sending me these tedious toys? I am no longer a child. Damn it. He is insulting me." Growing increasingly agitated, Adrian abruptly rose and hurled the doll to the ground, his jaw clenched and expression fierce. "I shall slay him. And my sister, along with that cowardly third brother. Oh, and that accursed sister too." Standing nearby was the chosen one, Allison Marius, casually toying with the rose ribbon at her waist. Her delicate form was accentuated by her elegant attire, and her charming hair accessory added a playful touch. Yet, her expression bore a melancholic air, devoid of any vivacity. She had long grown accustomed to her lord's temper. Though he was volatile and prone to cursing, he would not harm her excessively. Adrian's outbursts, however, seemed entirely irrational. "Shall I burn them?" she inquired, and with that, her once gray hair ignited into a molten wine red, as if ablaze. Red-lace butterflies fluttered about, and a flame in Allison's palm radiated like a sun, illuminating the entire hall. The servants bowed their heads, unable to meet his gaze. The flame seemed to dispel the darkness, as Adrian sank heavily into his chair, painfully rubbing his brow. "No need, just put it in the storeroom. If you have nothing else, you may leave." "My lord, I have a request," Allison said, her cold demeanor revealing a flicker of sorrow. "I hope you will take in the refugees from the Purple Gold Empire and provide them with food and water. They are my fellow countrymen, and I cannot stand idly by while they suffer." Chapter 87. The situation with her silver hair and the surname Marius. Allison was indeed a descendant of the Golden Empire. However, prior to the empire's downfall, she had relocated with her family to the Holy Griffin Empire. A week ago, news of the fall of the besieged capital of the Golden Empire reached them. The City of Desire, the Golden Royal City, had utterly succumbed to the hands of the heathens, and both the emperor and the chosen ones had been slain or humiliated. Following this, a massacre of the residents ensued. But fortunately, the heathen emperor, possessing a modicum of virtue, spared half of the inhabitants. Thus, the refugees from the Golden Empire were able to flood into the Griffin Empire. Adrian fell silent for a moment. "I will accept wealthy merchants. Should there be chosen ones, mages, or knights, I can extend my assistance. However, those who truly need help are..." Before Allison could continue, Adrian raised his hand to halt her. "Surely you do not believe my current situation is favorable? The city of Fulon is not solely under my dominion. Most of the power lies with my father, who has appointed officials to oversee matters. How wretched. Of course, even if there were resources, I would not distribute them to the refugees. They are utterly useless apart from their excrement. Very well, I understand. Allison bowed her head in resignation, accepting his response with a heavy heart. Adrian, unwilling to elaborate further, turned his gaze elsewhere. Have we identified the murderer of Kutch? Is it that scoundrel Gareth? He seems to have vanished without a trace. We have no leads. We have not located any survivors or witnesses. Baron Simon has also sent his condolences, replied Adrian's advisor, who hesitated before continuing. There is one more matter. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baron Field. He is not only alive, but has also amassed a considerable fortune from Simon. Do you think I am unaware? Adrian felt a surge of anger, his body trembling slightly. How could he still be alive? He must not have ventured to the northern province. Indeed, he surely did not. That coward has already violated the laws of the Empire, bringing disgrace upon our family. Yet, he returned with the head of a monster from the deathly mists, along with fine wine. Moreover, the garrison of Maple Leaf Fortress has confirmed his entry into the northern province. Adrian was nearly driven to overturn the table in his fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory and eliminate Field. I shall not allow the family assets to be squandered by a worthless fool. Adrian slammed his hand upon the table, seething with rage. And make sure to kill Simon as well. All my goods are gone on his land. It must be his doing. It cannot possibly be my useless brother. Sending chosen ones to the lands of other nobles to murder them is tantamount to declaring war. We are no match for Maple Leaf territory. The advisor spoke calmly. Deploying the army would likewise be an act of war. Furthermore, you would not wish to bear the title of Brother Slayer, would you? The reputation of the nobility eclipses all. They can oppress the lower classes, be trampled by steeds, or drown in latrines. But to harm one's kin would lead to being branded on the pillar of shame, leaving one friendless. Thus it was. Before Adrian could utter a word, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, the rabble of the Aton province, incited by cultists, have revolted. The messenger tumbled in, breathless, presenting a letter, and his announcement sent a chill through all present. The Shadow Sect had instigated a rebellion in the prosperous city of Nogaisk within Aton province. The border viscount, Lucius, along with his family, had been slain and sacrificed by the cultists. Several surrounding barons were caught off guard, with 3 perishing and 1 managing to escape with the aid of a chosen one. A steward's eyes widened in disbelief. This is no mere uprising by the rabble. Common folk cannot best fully armed soldiers, nor can they rival the chosen ones. Even a weaker baron, rallying 5 knights and 100 fully equipped soldiers, could easily handle several times that number of peasants or slaves, let alone a viscount with chosen ones and a fortress. Indeed, this has drawn the attention of the royal family. It is a conspiracy, and the fall of the Golden Empire has emboldened dark forces. The governor of Aton province was enraged and demanded that the nobles within the province quell the insurrection immediately, while the imperial royalty called upon the surrounding provinces for assistance. As a neighboring region, Falon City would inevitably be affected. The assembly fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in the northern province, Field was exceedingly busy. Clatter and clang echoed as a large gray stone, intricately carved with exquisite patterns depicting philosophical musings on the cosmos and humanity, lay carelessly on the ground. A drake wolf struck it with a paw, shattering it into fragments. Slaves then took the smaller pieces, breaking them further into tiny bits and laying them upon the compacted roadbed to construct a gravel pathway. After a week's labor, the road began to take shape. Without the use of a theodolite for precise measurements, the road inevitably suffered from unevenness and uneven material distribution, which would affect its longevity. Yet Field was quite content. This road was temporary, destined to be replaced by superior materials in the future, such as cement or magical substances. Raw materials from the quarry and lumberyard continuously flowed into the territory, while inferior scraps were purchased by slaves for constructing shelters. Indeed, they were bought back. Field erected a makeshift market near the Grand Winery, selling some discarded items, such as wooden scraps, which could be acquired for a copper coin in large bundles, useful for fires or shelter construction. The market's profits were virtually negligible, and Field did not expect significant purchases. It merely served as a demonstration of his domestic policy, informing the populace that their currency would eventually find utility. This initiative stirred the enthusiasm of the free citizens, who became willing to work for Field, transporting stone from the quarry or engaging in other labor. Once the first harvest of grain was reaped, the provision of food could be ceased. Field. Observing the dwindling food supplies felt his heartache. In the future, free citizens would have to bear their own burdens or purchase sustenance. The entirety of the territory's sustenance is provided by Field, including that for the free citizens. After all, they cannot be allowed to starve. Sir, the first batch of joy beans has just come out. Asina exclaimed joyfully, bounding over with excitement. I made an enormous quantity, and they taste delightfully sweet. Do not mistake those for candy. Field replied, rendered speechless by Asina's insatiable appetite. How did the experiment fare? Asina blushed. That is under Cow's responsibility. I am not privy to the details. Chapter 88. The unfortunate pigeon. When Field discovered Cow, he was concealed behind a mud wall, peering into the scene within the room alongside two freemen. Indeed, it was just as I thought. I swear to the goddess, you are remarkably strong. The interior was a whirlwind of chaos, as two individuals engaged in a ferocious battle, the details of which are far too extensive to recount. O divine goddess, do not let me descend into the abyss of turmoil. Cow's eyes widened in astonishment, making a gesture of prayer across his chest. The freemen were equally flustered, unsure where to place their hands. Good heavens, could it truly be that Tom, the sprightly lad, was capable of such deeds? The freemen exchanged bewildered glances, for Tom was notoriously timid. How could he possibly torment a widow in such a manner? Just look at her. It is a sight too ghastly to behold. Of course he could. He had consumed the elixir crafted by Lord Field, known as the Joy Bean. Cow, unable to bear the sight, silently noted the time, recognizing that the potion's effects lasted an hour, proving to be both effective and stable, albeit with the side effect of weakness. He had already recorded 5 entries in his notebook. Truly astounding. The freemen were visibly envious. No one would refuse the allure of becoming an invincible man. The Baron is a genius, a man who commands miracles. Indeed, the Baroness' research in that domain is unparalleled. I heard from the maid that the Baroness' chamber is perpetually infused with the fragrance of women, and not that of Miss Ashina. I suspect he must have lovers. The freemen, eager to gossip, were soon distracted as their eyes darted to Cow behind them, causing them to gasp in horror. They exchanged glances, their expressions warning him silently. While one remarked, the Baron is not married. How could there be other women? You must be mistaken. Good heavens. If he indulges in such frivolities while unwed, what might transpire once he is married? I must tell you, the Baron previously spent an entire day observing the mating rituals of goats. He is truly the king among nobles, with an abundance of variety in his pursuits. Cow became increasingly animated, entirely oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of the two freemen. I know, the joy beans are a gift from the goddess of love to the Baron. He is, in truth, a devotee of the goddess of love. Cow. Field smiled as he placed a hand upon Cow's shoulder. His cow gasped in shock, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. In the afternoon, after having been publicly whipped, Cow dutifully handed over the documents to Field with a look of sincerity. 1 sungrass can yield approximately 1,600 joy beans, while the production of Northern Divine Oil is determined by the quantity of glass bottles, thus it is not included in the statistics. This is the experimental data. As per your instructions, we tested 5 men and have continuously observed them until now, with no side effects reported. Excellent, Field remarked, after scrutinizing the data and taking a sip of red tea. The preparations for the journey to Maple Leaf territory must commence swiftly. Provide supplies for 30 individuals. I will lead the expedition myself. What are your thoughts on pricing? Field inquired. 5 silver coins for the joy beans and 3 gold coins for the Northern Divine Oil. Cow replied cautiously. Do you understand why I do not strike you dead? Field's terrifying grin revealed an inspiration for storytelling that he had received today. These potions were no longer mere elixirs of magic. They had transformed into divine remedies, bestowed upon him by the god of love. Let us not mention the sun grass any longer. This was a gift from the heavens. Could it be? Indeed. 25 silver coins for joy beans and 50 gold coins for the Northern Divine Oil. The glimmer in Field's eyes betrayed his longing for gold as he licked his lips, envisioning the blessings bestowed upon the user, cleansing their essence and renewing their very being, cackling with glee. Cow, drenched in cold sweat, had witnessed the production of such potions firsthand. It involved crushing a humble magical plant, then adding water, and still more water before mixing in some flour to form pellets. Sugar was unnecessary, as the sun grass possessed its own inherent sweetness. That magical plant, Asina would effortlessly bring back in droves. all cultivated in the rooms of the Grand Winery's second floor. What if they did not achieve the anticipated effects? For instance, the promised transformation. Field mimicked the tone of a priest from the Church of the Holy Light, expressing exasperation as he declared that the fault lay with their lack of piety. They ought to procure more to produce additional pills, which he would gladly take. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing that no rumors about him should circulate, especially the peculiar ones. Matters within the castle must remain concealed from the outside world. Yes, my lord, Cal limped out. Wait, Field called after him, instructing him to retrieve a vial of potion from the warehouse. Furthermore, if the pills sold well, he would consider a raise. Thank you for your grace, Cal exclaimed, his joy evident as he nearly burst into tears. This old fellow was remarkably well informed. Perhaps he was too capable for the role of steward. Field stroked his chin contemplatively. It was challenging to find the right position for someone. A competent lord should make the best use of their resources. Perhaps he ought to establish an intelligence department. He had indeed suspected that someone was hidden away, but it was not a lover. It was Rosal, who consistently retreated to her room to sleep, claiming that Field's bed was the softest in the entire Nightshade domain. It was a dilemma he could not resolve. Once the clutter and debris in Starry Night Castle were cleared away and the room was adequate, he would address this issue. Ah, my lord's pigeon. We're doomed. Asina's startled exclamation echoed from upstairs. What? Field, puzzled, set down his teacup and rushed upstairs, only to find the room where magical plants were cultivated ajar. A dreadful thought struck him. While humans would not enter this room, it would not prevent a pigeon from flying inside. Alas, the pigeons he had purchased for a hefty price had little practical use and were prone to rapid depletion. Field sighed in exasperation, pinching his nose as he stepped inside, only to see Asina emerging with a pitch-black bird in her hands. Your pigeon has mistakenly consumed a magical plant and has transformed into this, she lamented, her expression one of regret. It's all my fault. I forgot that the pigeon, once beaten by a slave, had regained the ability to fly. This is not your fault. I did not foresee this either. However, I am curious about something. Is this truly a pigeon? In Asina's hands rested a raven, entirely black with feathers that gleamed like steel. More bizarrely, a crimson eye glimmered on its forehead, exuding an aura of malevolence. Alas, even the species has transformed. This is clearly a crow, yet it has metamorphosed into a pigeon. Could it be that the sun grass possesses adverse effects, capable of altering one's race? Field furrowed his brow, contemplating the dire implications should such side effects exist. It cannot be the sungrass. I have tested it and found it harmless. Asina shook her head, gesturing emphatically. Do you recall the corrupted crocodile we vanquished? It was during the logging camp battle that I procured a purple elixir from the creature's head. The pigeon must have inadvertently ingested that potion, resulting in its current lifeless state. Chapter 89. The Black Crow and the Gathering. Is it lifeless? Field prodded the dove with his hand, a look of perplexity on his face, wondering why he felt that the feathered beast empathy spell had not vanished. Previously, on a whim, he had experimented with a hastily learned magic, establishing a mental link with the dove through the feathered beast empathy, akin to forming a spiritual connection. Let me try this spell again. Closing his eyes, Field's consciousness seemed to plunge into the depths of the ocean, only to resurface suddenly, unhindered. In the next moment, the three-eyed dove slowly lifted its head, opening its crimson eyes, and spoke in a raspy, profound voice. Isn't this a visible perception? The dove was not dead. Huh? Lord Field, how are you conversing through the dove? Asina cradled the dove before her, and Field stood bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances with her. Do not panic. I believe I can control this dove. Field commanded the dove to turn its head, and indeed, he saw his own closed eyes reflected back at him. He exclaimed with delight, it seems we have inadvertently improved this hastily learned spell. The original feathered beast empathy was rather ineffectual, unable to direct the actions of birds, relying solely on the dove's instincts, which could easily be thwarted by a thrown stone. Now, however, it was entirely different. Spread your wings. The dove unfurled its wings, the black feathers glinting like blades, fierce and imposing, while its previously feeble feet transformed into talons reminiscent of an eagle. Field marveled. It appears that peculiar magical plant has altered the dove's physique, albeit at the cost of its consciousness. Fortunately, my magic retained the imprint of its awareness. As consciousness returned to the dove, it seemed to lose its power and fell stiffly to the ground, where Field caught it. Hee, I now possess a drone. Field was overjoyed. Given the species transformation, it would no longer be fitting to call it a dove. From this point forward, it would be named the Black Crow. Field casually bestowed a name upon it. Stroking the iron-like feathers of the black crow, it resembles a Prussian eagle. Utilizing its likeness for a banner would be splendid. Now, let us assess its attributes. Subsequently, Field, like a child who had discovered a new toy, released the black crow, allowing it to soar throughout his territory. Astonishingly, the black crow's speed was remarkable, akin to a falcon in full sprint. The slaves could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a black shadow. Furthermore, it could enter the gray fog without succumbing to corruption. Perhaps it had already become a corrupted being. Fortune may arise from misfortune. Field was thoroughly engrossed in his amusement when a knock resonated at the door. He adjusted his collar. "Come in. My lord, the assembly is about to commence. In accordance with your orders, I have summoned all the subjects to the open ground." Tate was as efficient as ever, never indulging in idle chatter. Yet, he was a workaholic. For days, he had tirelessly overseen the construction, even personally transporting rubble, seemingly oblivious to his wife and children, and his mother had long been forgotten. His wife, meanwhile, remained at the Grand Winery, aiding in the production of Joy beans, an endeavor devoid of technical complexity. The workers Field employed were all free women, meticulous in their efforts, and thus far, there had been no incidents of poisoning. Even if such an event occurred, the female laborers would not cause a catastrophic accident. Elixia, the daughter of Tate, spends her days playing in the gathering place of the free folk, often accompanied by the girl named Artemisia. The only notable role she holds during the night is that of a carefree child. As for Artemisia, a rather foolish name for a free woman. She hails from the bull's territory and was initially offered as a tribute to the bull baron, only to be intercepted by Field. She is cared for by both the free folk and the servants, living a life devoid of worries, her primary task being to prepare porridge for the slaves. Field, multitasking with ease, stationed the black crow atop the Grand Winery, while he himself rose to fasten his long sword at his waist. "Excellent. Has the bread been distributed?" he inquired. "Indeed, all of it has been given out," came the reply. Tate smiled and nodded. "You are truly generous." "Ha ha ha. It has nothing to do with generosity. I merely wish for them to realize that listening to me equates to having bread to eat." Field did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Since the arrival of the two chosen ones, he felt much more confident in his endeavors. Even if the worst were to happen, and everyone in the territory turned against him, he could still rely on the two chosen ones to turn the tide, as he himself remained a first-tier battle knight. The top three combatants of the territory were firmly within his grasp. Power, strength, and wealth are the foundations of a man's confidence. Field muttered to himself. "It has been a while since I checked the happiness level of the territory. Name, field occupation, Lord Territory, Starry Night Fortress, Windrise Village. And surrounding lands contracted chosen ones. Ashina, Winter, Rosalia, Corruption, Population, 427 development level. 2, barely existing, happiness level. -3, slightly oppressed, environmental value. -25, in ruins. Surrounded by corruption, probability of chosen ones appearing, 0.000000000009. Well, it's certainly improved." Field chuckled, though the development level increased slowly. Both happiness and environmental values had seen significant boosts. The probability of chosen ones emerging had surged ninefold, and although it still approached 0, it offered Field a glimmer of hope. "Let us go and see the populace," he declared with renewed vigor. Outside the Grand Winery, a call rang out, "Run. Whoever lags behind shall be tasked with stealing Mr. Cow's boots." Elixia, like a joyful lark, dashed ahead of Artemisia, eagerly racing towards the crowd. The little girl was at an age filled with playfulness, her curiosity about the territory insatiable. In truth, when she first arrived at the Nightfall territory, she was consumed by fear, believing she had entered the lair of a witch or the abode of swamp monsters, places only deceitful children would dare to venture. The territory had once been a scene of devastation, littered with remnants of corruption, writhing masses of flesh and tentacles, and the faces of enslaved individuals filled with despair. The little girl quaked in terror, hiding beneath her blankets all day, refusing to peek out even when drenched in sweat. There were no flowers, no companions, and no bustling markets. However, as of today, or rather several days prior, Elixia had gradually acclimated to her surroundings, witnessing firsthand the transformation of the territory. Corruption had been eradicated, and the mists of death receded further from her sight. Cloaked riders frequently roamed, and the armored guards stationed at the Grand Winery remained diligent in their duties. as Alexia took her first step out of the grand winery. She followed the maid Sparrow to the commoners, where they prepared the sustenance for the slaves. It was during this time that she met the young girl Artemisia, who had narrowly escaped being sent to the Bull Fortress. "Oh, Artemisia, look. Uncle Hammer is standing on the stage. Are they going to dance? Let us join them," Alexia exclaimed. Artemisia hesitated, retracting her neck. "I don't know. I only know how to make porridge." Alexia tugged at her companion's arm. "Stop thinking about cooking all the time. Come on, dancing is so much fun." No, the adults are about to speak," Artemisia quickly interjected. Chapter 90. Ashina versus Field. A stern crackdown on land grabbing. Second harmonization. Greetings, my esteemed subjects. I am your lord, Baron Field. Standing tall upon the platform, Field waved to the crowd. "Good day. Greetings, my lord." A number of voices responded from the throng, with some slaves fervently waving their hands, their faces radiant with joy. Field quickly recognized that most of these enthusiastic individuals were former slaves who had joined the guard. At last, there were warm responses, Field mused. Recalling how lifeless the previous assembly had felt, as if he were addressing a gathering of corpses. His gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes resolute and bright. "I shall not dally with idle talk. I previously promised that any individual who earns 1 gold coin shall be freed from the shackles of slavery and restored to the status of a free citizen. As of today, 6 individuals have achieved this, all hailing from my guard." With that, Field pointed towards Hammer and the others. "By the heavens! How did they earn it so swiftly? They have been tirelessly slaying the undead, with each corpse yielding a silver coin. How enviable! I too wish to stand proudly before everyone." Field made a gesture with his hands, urging silence. "United in purpose and diligent in following my commands, you shall earn gold, sustenance, and freedom. We shall not merely survive within the Nightfall territory, we shall thrive." Hammer, Lynx, and others listened with heightened excitement, their fists clenched tightly, their bodies ablaze with fervor. Since their enslavement, their spirits had languished, for slaves had little hope of redemption. The only chance lay in relentless toil, striving for the hope of paradise after death. Yet, the prospect of regaining their freedom seemed almost surreal. Hammer felt triumphant, lifting his head with pride. "I shall no longer be a slave. I will marry, have children, and build my own humble abode." "What are your plans henceforth?" Lynx queried, producing a gold coin from his pocket, with 3 silver coins still remaining, though there were no places to spend them in the current territory. "Naturally, I shall continue serving in the guard. There is no meat to be found elsewhere," Hammer replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, such a straightforward rationale." Lynx's lips curled in a faint grimace. "Why does it feel as though becoming a free citizen changes little about our previous lives?" "That is because the Lord is exceedingly benevolent. You have not experienced the suffocating darkness of the mines or been compelled, like pets, to engage in brutal combat with one another. The lives of our fellow guards, even as slaves, are not dissimilar to those of the free citizens outside. In fact, they are often more comfortable. Who among the free citizens enjoys the luxury of daily meat?" Hammer clearly had his own tales to share. Policies may shift, but regardless, following the Lord's guidance is assuredly the right path. "I never expected you to possess such insight," Lynx remarked, astonished. "You speak the truth. I hereby absolve you of your status as slaves. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as legitimate residents of the Nightfall territory." With a smile, Field proceeded to destroy the slave contracts and accepted the 6 gold coins. Indeed, money begets money. The initial 40 silver coins had burgeoned into 1 gold coin, all the while resolving numerous challenges for Field. "We also wish to continue our service in the guard," Lynx and the others declared in unison. "Certainly. It is merely the army, the regular soldiers." Field proceeded to name them and offered encouragement, setting their monthly salary at 3 silver coins, with an additional silver coin for each undead foe slain. Compared to before, they now had a fixed monthly income. "Indeed, my lord." The crowd was overwhelmed with joy. They truly had been granted amnesty. The people could hardly believe it, engaging in animated discussions. No officials emerged to present laws, engage in tedious interpretations, confiscate gold coins, and then relegate them back to servitude. Instead, the amnesty was granted with remarkable swiftness. The slaves beheld hope, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to rush into the fields and toil. "Very well, everyone may return to work, anticipating the day when you shall be wealthier." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastened back to their posts. Let us create value with fervor." Field's lips curled into a smile as he toyed with the gold coins in his hand. "My lord, are you truly freeing them just like that?" Cao felt a deep frustration, wishing he could blind himself to Field's extravagant actions. Their previous treatment had already been generous, and this would undoubtedly burden our finances. Money is only truly money when it circulates. Hoarded in my warehouse, it is but a collection of cold, unyielding precious metals. Field shook the gold coins in his hand, exclaiming, "See, this is proof. Silver coins transformed into gold. We can use these gold coins to acquire more slaves, which will yield even greater gold." But, the steward felt a persistent itch in his mind, unable to articulate what was amiss. Field offered no further explanation, instead employing the feathered beast empathy magic to summon his drone, the Black Crow. However, as the Black Crow flew past the threshold of his room, Field furrowed his brow. Who is in my room? Is it the maid? He commanded the Black Crow to hover, peering in quietly. To his surprise, he found a wolf-eared girl sitting on his pillow with a mischievous grin, her soft wolf tail swaying with delight. "Sniff, sniff, my lord's bed exudes a faint, pleasant fragrance. You are quite tidy, my lord. How lovely." She licked her beautiful long nails, smirking. That wretched Rosalia dares to mark her territory with her scent. I cannot allow that woman to outdo me. I must leave my scent here. What on earth? It turned out Rosalia frequently invaded his room, using the excuse of the softest bed. Was her true intent a nefarious scheme to claim ownership of his bed? "You mustn't keep tormenting me." "No, I must retaliate." These two little harpies have truly gone too far. Field hurried up the stairs and flung open the door to his room. As he did, Ashina's perceptive nature was evident. Upon his entrance, she was earnestly tidying her desk, and the bed was neat and warm. "My lord, what is it?" Ashina inquired, her expression adorably clueless. "Ah, so you have been scheming behind my back with land-grabbing tactics, have you? The audacity of capital to impose such burdens on agriculture for primitive accumulation shall not be tolerated." Ashina looked utterly perplexed. "What are you saying?" I do not understand. It is indeed perplexing. I find myself at a loss for words. Now, we must confront the impending punishment. Field has not shown any mercy, firmly closing the door. "Oh dear, this cannot be." The maiden stumbles backward. "Just moments ago, did you not declare your intent to mark your territory with your fragrance?" A terrifying smile spreads across Field's face. "Let the battle commence. Should you lose, you shall provide the animation of defeat." How could you possibly hear that? Ashina's pupils tremble. Her perception is extraordinarily acute. Back when Rosala was also chosen by the divine, she could sense her presence merely by her circling the perimeter of the night. And now a thought strikes her. Could it be that the Black Raven has utilized my divine power's mark? Chapter 91. The defeat of Ashina. Field, with an imposing presence, unleashed a fierce gust of wind from his palms, approaching from both sides. I surrender. I surrender," Ashina exclaimed, caught between laughter and despair. "How could I truly strike at you? However, I implore you to behave normally and refrain from bullying me." "Surrender? How feeble," Field retorted. "To surrender is to concede defeat. And conceding defeat means yielding the defeat animation." The force of Field's palm strike remained relentless, landing squarely on Ashina, but the attack bore no actual power. "Please, stop. I beg you. I do not wish to harm you in retaliation." Ashina blushed, a soft moan escaping her lips, feeling a wave of tingling numbness that made her unsteady. The sweet, cloying scent of femininity flooded her senses, utterly dismantling the prideful rationality Field once held. With an imaginary advantage in strength, Field easily overpowered the chosen one, seizing her trembling foot with one hand while pinning her down with the other. The prowess of the chosen one is laughable. You can barely withstand a single blow from me, yet you appear so fatigued. Pathetic. The first chosen one shall be crushed under my might. Field's blood surged with excitement. No one in this world could achieve such a feat, defeating a combat-oriented chosen one of equal rank. "Please, no. My divine power is about to surge uncontrollably." "It's difficult to restrain such turmoil," Ashina exclaimed, losing her composure. Her sharp nails gently pierced Field's skin, sending a delightful sting and a cascade of sensations that left his mind in disarray. Little she-wolf, do not underestimate humanity. Allow me to show you the true strength of mankind." In a fit of madness, the narrative unfolded as Field and Ashina delved into the societal background, historical significance, and evaluations of the enclosure movement, embarking on a profound discussion regarding the topic. The specifics stretched into a lengthy discourse of 10,000 words. All right. "My lord, I am utterly fatigued," Ashina yawned, her dark circles evident. "The enclosure movement is too profound. Your vast knowledge has filled my mind to capacity, leaving no room for further learning. Indeed, I am the proud lion of the North, Field proclaimed, brimming with vitality as he rose. Nearly stumbling but still maintaining a cold demeanor. Do you dare engage in the enclosure movement again? Shall we not address the primitive accumulation of capital? I do not dare. The girl replied, her words mumbled and unclear as she succumbed to slumber, murmuring about possessing all the knowledge. Very well. Next we shall set our sights on becoming the king of chosen ones. But before that, let us trade in Maple Leaf City. No, first, we must eat and drink. I am utterly famished. Field felt an unprecedented wave of weakness. This battle had indeed resulted in mutual exhaustion. As he prepared to depart the Nightshade territory for a while, Field busied himself with the affairs of the land. 3 days later, "My lord, the goods have been loaded onto the cart," Ashina announced. Entering while donning her maid attire without any alteration, she gently reminded him, "The army has also assembled." "Very well, let us summon Rosalia from the quarry," Field said, setting down his quill and stretching. Rosalia had been tirelessly clearing the corpses lately, and during her idle moments, she had been slicing stone at the quarry. The hard stone she could cleave with her great sword. Ashina inquired, "Is Rosalia also going? What of the territory without protection?" "The territory would be entrusted to the garrison this time. I shall only take 5 infantry and 5 cavalry, responsible for managing the slaves, while the battles on the road will be left to you. Rosalia will not intervene unless in dire circumstances. Is there a special operation afoot?" Ashina perceptively sensed a concern. Under normal circumstances, Field would undoubtedly leave a chosen one at home. Field nodded. "Indeed, this is also the reason I brought potions." As they conversed, Rosalia entered through the window, casually discarding her black cloak. With a sour expression, she shot a glance at Ashina and huffed, "From today forth, aside from being by Field's side, I shall go nowhere, lest I be harassed by some beast that dares to steal my foot slave. You appear to be the one intent on persecuting me. And by the way, the foot slave is truly outrageous." Field rubbed his temples in exasperation. Rosalia bared her teeth at Ashina, who, in turn, made a triumphant face. "Enough of the nonsense. We must focus on the matter at hand," Field interjected. "Rosalia, I regret that you must remain in the carriage." "No need. I can easily conceal myself." With that, Rosalia transformed into countless threads of blood, surging into the gluttony great sword. Only a single thread penetrated Field's neck, binding the sword to him. "How about that? Disguised as a divine artifact?" Rosalia's triumphant voice echoed in his ears. "Indeed," Field responded as he grasped the gluttony greatsword, swinging it lightly, so featherweight. "In truth, I am controlling it. Otherwise, it would be quite heavy." "Very well, let us depart." Field secured the gluttony greatsword, fastening it to his back. Downstairs, Iron Hammer and his companions were fully armed, shouldering square shields and long spears, standing erect, awaiting Field's command. "My lord, are we not taking wine for sale?" Cal queried, puzzled. "Not for now. Frequently taking out wine would significantly diminish its value. We shall sell it later." After personally inspecting the goods, Field mounted his warhorse, setting out with the destination of Maple Leaf territory in mind. In Maple Leaf territory, the sky was dim, and over 50 robust figures gathered. Amidst the rising flames, torches were lit, allowing them to see one another clearly. "I truly enjoyed that kill. Did you witness that scene? The spear pierced the belly of that female officer, and she even urinated." A man with naturally curly hair, clad in leather armor, boasted, a piece of chest armor hanging from his neck. "The defenses of Maple Leaf territory are quite lacking. One can easily masquerade as a refugee to infiltrate." Another man, sporting a thick beard, incessantly wiped the blood from his long knife. "Hey, mage, killing and retrieving lost goods are 2 different prices. Rest assured, blood, and I shall not shortchange you." A man cloaked entirely in red chuckled. "Who are we to kill?" Bloodhand cracked his knuckles ominously. The mage produced an image. "Eliminate this baron." With a clang, Bloodhand unsheathed his knife. "Are you jesting with me?" No wonder he appears so enigmatic. It turns out he is courting death. The mercenaries' expressions instantly shifted. As they pointed their weapons at the sorcerer, their eyes brimming with unmasked murderous intent. Many spat thick phlegm, uttering curses of ill fortune. Why kill the baron? For a woman, power, or land? Such matters are trivial to the Bloodhand mercenary corps. What truly matters is that the baron is accompanied by a fully armed guard, a cavalry capable of crushing all in their path, and if luck runs low, they may even encounter a knight of fury, who would dispatch them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Chapter 92. The Bloodhand Mercenary Corps. Haha. Do not be so anxious. If he truly possessed any strength, I would not have come myself, the red-robed mage chuckled. Moreover, do not feign the demeanor of law-abiding citizens. You have precedent in the assassination of nobles, such as at Wolfhowl Fortress. Heh. I merely wished to test your true intentions. For the right price, we brothers would gladly take turns in the Empress's bed. Hearing the red-robed mage expose their past deeds, the Bloodhand mercenaries responded not with anger, but with laughter, sheathing their blades and approaching with eager camaraderie. All you need to do is your job, the red-robed mage remarked, brushing away an outstretched hand with a cold smile. Mercenaries are devoid of morals and discipline. They are among the few who dare to assassinate nobles, even seize thrones. History bears witness to this, as Sforza usurped Milan. And in 1066, the mercenary leader Robert took Sicily. The target is Baron Field. You may inquire further. He is a cowardly and inept fool, with hardly a soldier to his name, if any at all. Locate him first, then eliminate him. The bounty is 500 gold coins, and all of his wealth will be yours. Oh, a noble without soldiers? Bloodhand tilted his head in confusion. What a farce. The mercenaries erupted in laughter. I can hardly wait to undress the Baroness or his daughter, cradling her in my arms. Come now, do you think those who come to Maple Leaf territory have wives? They are here to chase after beauties. Haha. Enough, the mage interrupted, adding, I will assist you throughout. I am a second-tier fire mage. A second-tier fire mage is akin to a cannon in this era, possessing formidable destructive power. It is indeed a boon to have a mage's assistance, however. We shall not charge recklessly into battle. Grant us some time to ascertain the truth of your claims. Bloodhand's lips curled into a greedy smile. If what you say differs, then the price will change. The Bloodhand Mercenary Corps extinguished their torches and vanished into the shadows. As Field stepped into Maple Leaf Fortress, he was met with cheers. See, I told you he would emerge alive. The soldiers at the gate laughed heartily, turning the winch with vigor. Please enter the fortress, esteemed Baron. We have hot soup and olive wine. Do come in for a drink. Many soldiers on the walls cheered loudly. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Some soldiers hung their heads in dismay, lamenting their empty wallets. Incredible! Someone truly came out a second time. Alas, I have lost all my money. The victorious soldiers beckoned. You are our hero. Come in for a drink. We have beds ready for you. You really emerged from the Northern Territory a second time. Blessings from the goddess. Damn it. How dare they wager on me? Yet the warmth of their welcome was undeniably comforting. I shall pass on the drink, but thank you for your kindness. Field raised his eyelids. Indeed, upon entering Maple Leaf territory, the atmosphere shifted entirely, with soldiers frolicking and indulging in gambling and revelry. However, he was in good spirits and would not hold any grudges against the soldiers. The journey was remarkably effortless, perhaps due to the small number of companions, 5 on horseback and 5 on foot, along with 15 slaves and a maid named Chinzi. With the assistance of the small map and the Chosen One, they easily reached the border fortress. It is worth mentioning that the Maple Leaf border fortress is not considered the private property of the Maple Leaf Baron, but rather a joint asset shared between the Empire and the Baron, with the Empire holding the majority stake. After all, maintaining a colossal fortress in the extensive city walls is beyond even the means of the affluent Simon Baron. Ah, it has been ages since I last visited the realm of the living. How dazzling it is, how I long to wreak havoc, how I yearn to slay them all. Unlike the slumbering Ashina, Rosalia, concealed within the great sword, incessantly chattered in Field's ear. Do not let yourself be discovered, Field whispered. I shall be cautious, my lord. She replied. Be careful. I sense an air of hostility wafting from that mountain over there, Ashina remarked, lifting the curtain and yawning as she pointed in the direction. Hostility? Very well, I understand, Field acknowledged, casting a glance towards the distant mountain shrouded in dense forest, obscuring visibility. Amidst the farewells from the fortress soldiers, Field led the way towards Maple Leaf City, arriving there the following day. Maple Leaf City appeared much the same as before, with 3-meter-high walls that seemed almost comical, adorned with exquisite silks and flowers. However, the number of vagrants had multiplied exponentially. Disheveled and expressionless, they huddled together, numbering at least 1,000, a sea of heads. Even the typically unguarded Maple Leaf City had no choice but to dispatch troops and officials to maintain order. So many vagrants? Field exclaimed in astonishment. A melodious giggle accompanied his surprise. You must be from the moon, came the teasing voice. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a remarkably beautiful older sister. Clad in the simple garb of a merchant, her head wrapped in a scarf that gave her the air of a married woman. Yet her lively demeanor resembled that of a youthful maiden. Close enough, Field winked at her. Would you enlighten me? They are refugees, some from the Purple Gold Empire, others from the Yitan province. And indeed, there are genuine vagrants. The woman shrugged, a look of disdain crossing her features. War is always like this. Despicable individuals harm ordinary people who cherish life for their fleeting gain. You speak the truth, Field smiled. What exactly transpired? The Purple Gold Empire has fallen, and the heathens continue their westward campaign. The Kingdom of Valaya, the trade alliance of the Inner Sea, the Papal States, and the empire referred to as the Shield of Holy Light have organized a punitive army, which should be capable of defeating the heathens. As for the Yitan province, it has erupted into internal strife. The cultists have seized a missing fifth-tier artifact, the Eye of Longing, and overnight raised an army of tens of thousands. The governor has already begun to unite the major nobles to prepare for suppression of the rebellion. Undoubtedly, the Yitan province is in dire straits. The rapid changes in the situation brought Field unexpected joy, though a contemplative expression graced his face. Such is the cycle of prosperity and suffering among the common folk. Oh, you possess such insight, the woman remarked, her surprise evident. Field chuckled lazily, sensing the tantalizing aroma of opportunity. It is only amidst monumental upheaval that one can see substantial gains. I trust you are not one who revels in war and bloodshed. The woman raised an eyebrow and departed with the caravan. Field waved his hand, saying, Certainly not. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. No sooner had the woman left than Field clenched his fist, his face alight with exhilaration. The Viscount of Yitan has revolted. How splendid. A cold smile crept across Field's lips, for the city of Fulian lay just next door. Chapter 93. Simon's Chosen. Filoni. He still recalls his younger brother's mocking visage. Fulian City is renowned for its goats and beer. Ha, goats indeed. Ha, beer is it. Field licked his lips, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. When I arrive, you better still be able to laugh. I shall slap you across the face and rip your hood from your head. The earlier sentiments he expressed, the suffering of the common folk, the demise of the people, were indeed Field's heartfelt lamentation. He was keen to treat his subjects with benevolence. As for his adversaries, I shall be a merchant of war. The hammer and others were drenched in cold sweat. The Lord's expression was terrifying. Ahem, Ashina, please lead everyone to rest. By the way, gather some more intelligence. Field handed Ashina a pouch of gold coins. Get some treats for the lads and my maid. They've truly endured much on this journey, and you should indulge a bit more as well. I do not require indulgence. Do not underestimate me. Ashina chuckled softly, then nodded, saying, Very well, I shall obey your command. Thank you, my lord the Baron. The crowd nearly rushed forward to express their gratitude. Hammer, I have not forgotten the promise I made last time. You are all free men now. Go and enjoy yourselves. Field took out 5 gold coins for the guards, then produced some cheerful beans. Do not forget to showcase the true strength of the men of Nightfall. These coins are your advance wages. As long as you do not perish, give it your all. If anyone inquires, simply state that it is a divine remedy bestowed by the Baron. A gift from the god of love. You may share some with them. Do you understand? Hammer and the others received the items, excitement radiating from them. Understood. Field required their assistance in spreading the word. That very night, Field did not visit Baron Simon. Just as Hammer and the others returned, an invitation from Simon promptly followed. The door of the station was knocked upon, and the maid informed Field that Simon's Chosen had come personally, eagerly inviting him to reside at the estate. Such grandeur? It must be past midnight. Evidently, someone could not wait. Field yawned. Events were unfolding even more swiftly than he had anticipated, and with the Chosen One arriving, he certainly had to show his face. I shall accompany you as well. Originally lost in thought in the shadows, Rosalia turned around, hands on her hips, protesting. Now no one shall sever our connection. Field was at a loss. What did she mean by connection? It sounded peculiar. I shall arrange that for you next, to keep you in check. However, there was no rush. Rosalia was a master of idle chatter, spouting audacious words, yet she herself maintained the decorum of a noble lady, often preferring to read or sip tea in her leisure, occasionally playing chess alone. Field patted Rosalia on the head, reassuring her, You may remain in the shadows. I shall go to the grand estate alone. But Rosalia's eyes brimmed with worry, yet recalling Field's unwavering resolve, she nodded, stating, If danger arises, just call for me. I will lurk outside the estate. I am well aware. After adjusting his attire, Field stepped out of the station to behold the waiting carriage. Dear Field, upon your arrival in Maple City, why did you not come to see me at the earliest opportunity? I have long felt a connection with you. A sweet, almost syrupy laugh floated down from the carriage, followed by the appearance of a figure of enchanting grace who lifted the curtain. Field instinctively looked over, and his mind immediately became hazy. Sensual, utterly sensual. He struggled to find the appropriate words to describe the woman before him, whose allure seemed to penetrate to the very core of her being. Standing at a height of 175 meters, her figure was voluptuous, boasting at least an E-cup size. With every step she took, her long, shapely legs swayed enticingly, sending waves of breathlessness through the air. She was undeniably captivating. It seemed not to be mere magical charm, but rather a combination of physique and beauty that momentarily clouded his thoughts. Field pinched his thigh, the pain restoring a semblance of rationality. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such an alluring woman. Greetings, I am Field, Baron of Nightshade. He introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Florine, a third-tier chosen of the God of Love. Welcome to Maple City, she replied languidly, her voice steeped in an air of flirtation that made Field blush. I hope we can share countless beautiful nights together. Third tier. Upon hearing her rank, Field felt a jolt, his thoughts momentarily scattered. According to historical records, the power of the Chosen was directly linked to the prosperity of their domains, and it seemed the accounts were accurate. Maintaining his decorum, he replied, Countless nights shall not be necessary. I am here for a visit and trade. I trust you have heard about the joy beans? Upon acquiring such a splendid item, my first thought was of my dear friend Simon. Did I not cross your mind, Florine? She feigned disappointment, eagerly linking her arm through his, her alabaster skin brushing against him. She nudged him playfully. Do not heed the idle chatter of others. My divine skills cannot lead one to lose their senses. Noticing Field's wariness, Florine chuckled lightly. My divine talent lies in potion crafting and healing. And a little secret. If you share joyous moments with me, you shall discover more. But I swear, it is not about ensnaring hearts. I swear it upon the God of Love. I certainly believe your words. Initially skeptical, Field found himself swayed by her earnest oath, allowing himself to appear more at ease. Thank you for your trust. I much prefer to captivate men with my own allure rather than rely on divine powers. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Field instructed his men to unload the goods as they made their way to Maple Manor. Unlike the calm outside the city, Maple Manor was heavily guarded this time, with soldiers patrolling diligently. Field even caught sight of several grotesque magical beasts tethered to the ground, baring their teeth menacingly at his presence. Foolish creatures, he is our guest. No rudeness is permitted, Florine scolded lightly. The beasts immediately fell silent, lowering their heads in a pitiful display. Lord Field, you should exercise caution as well. Recent times have seen a surge in murder incidents. Not only have civilians and merchants been slain, but even nobles have fallen victim to such heinous acts. Flonnie pouted in indignation, expressing her disdain for the detestable cultists, utterly bewildered by the thoughts that occupied their minds. Is it not preferable to indulge in pleasure? I too find it incomprehensible. Field shrugged, remarking that such is the essence of cultists. They are invariably inclined to wreak havoc. Greetings, dear brother. I apologize for not coming to fetch you. Times have been rather tumultuous lately. I trust your journey was free of trouble? Just as they reached the doorway, Simon, clad in flip-flops and moving with heavy steps, rushed over as if he were greeting a long-lost brother, grasping Field's hand with fervor. Chapter 94, The Banquet. An odd dining table gripped tightly by Simon's hand and gazed at with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Field struggled to suppress the urge to deliver a forceful slap to this insufferable pervert. With a feigned smile, he remarked, Baron Simon, it must be fate that has allowed me to escape peril from the northern provinces once more and be welcomed by your graciousness. Please, do let me in. Simon, feigning a semblance of emotion, ushered Field inside. Upon encountering Simon, Field's lingering tension evaporated. After all, the gold he traded amounted to merely a few thousand coins, insignificant in the grand scheme of a thriving metropolis, hardly warranting an execution. If there were to be a killing, it would be through assassination, shrouded in secrecy, for any hint of noble harm would swiftly invite retribution from other aristocrats seeking to maintain their own safety. Yet, Field was acutely aware that Simon's display of emotion was nothing short of a fade, laced with ulterior motives. A shared understanding among the nobility allowed him to perceive Simon's duplicitous intentions with ease. I have just acquired 20 exotic dancers. I trust you will find them to your liking. Simon winked at Field, embodying a knowing camaraderie. He laughed heartily. Last time you were unsatisfied. It was my oversight. Upon learning of your interest in exotic servants, I immediately understood your preferences. Your sincerity could move a goddess to tears, Field mused. If only you could present me with 20 uncontracted divine selections, rather than merely exotic ones. Indeed, I have always prided myself on my sincerity. Simon replied with a naive grin, clapping his hands to summon 2 maidens adorned solely in jewel-encrusted lingerie. Such attire, a whimsical indulgence, served to conceal only the essential areas with gems and eccentricity Simon relished. Field, however, found such displays distasteful, for the invisible hand of fate would render them unseemly. What of the exquisite delicacies I requested? The finest batch? My lord, the chef is still preparing them. They shall be ready shortly. Field replied politely, Baron Simon. There is no need for such formality. Your intentions are duly noted. You understand me well. I have always pursued only battle and glory. My visit is merely to bring you gifts and engage in trade. Upon hearing gifts and trade, Simon's face radiated with joy, and he whispered eagerly, Is it the joy pills? Please say it is. My heavens, do you know how elated I was when Florine informed me of this news? Beside him, Florine smiled gently, tilting her head in delight, a picture of an amiable wife. It appeared Simon was indeed grappling with a conundrum that had long plagued him. Setting aside physical reasons, being perpetually surrounded by beautiful women would surely raise one's expectations. The presence of a stunning divine being nearby, visible yet unattainable, would be a source of discomfort for anyone. Moreover, Field observed something unusual. Simon's grip on Maple Leaf City was disturbingly strong. Despite his apparent indulgence within the confines of his estate, Field's maid, an exotic girl, or the matter of the joy pills, was something Simon had discovered within mere hours. Perhaps Simon possessed formidable administrative skills, or perhaps he commanded a powerful intelligence network. One must never underestimate anyone, Phil pondered inwardly. The thought was fleeting, and Phil spoke earnestly. Of course, it's not just the joy beans, but also the Northern Divine Oil, along with your special gift. Although they belong to the same category, your gift is of the highest caliber. In simpler terms, it was the exclusive portion reserved for Simon, albeit slightly diluted. You are my most esteemed guest, Simon, he continued, as Simon beamed, his face and the excess flesh around his belly jiggling with excitement. Let me see the gift. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Patience, Simon. The dishes are arriving. We must not neglect our guest. Let us dine and converse, Phil replied. The trio took their seats according to noble etiquette, with Simon sprawling in the main seat, announcing, Although we are not hosting a ball, I assure you, these culinary delights are the finest in the entire High Castle province. Indeed, as Simon had proclaimed, before the main course, a sculpture was presented. A lifelike mermaid reclined upon a rock, her movements so fluid that it appeared she was singing. Sculpted food? Phil mused. Having heard of such pre-dinner sweets crafted from almond paste, pastries, and dairy, intricately shaped into auspicious animals or mythical scenes. Yes, and here is something warm for you, Florina said, accepting a jar from the maid and pouring a glass of milk for Phil. It's been ages since I last had milk, Phil admitted, feeling a craving. The sheep's milk from Nightshade had been nutritious but overly gamey. He took a generous sip, savoring the delightful taste of this milk, which suited his palate perfectly. Florina furrowed her elegant brows, puzzled. Milk doesn't tea taste like this? This was squeezed from my own. It has a hint of a human flavor, doesn't tea it? Phil couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha, I'm just teasing you. This is indeed milk, and you could even visit the farm right now, Florina chuckled, covering her mouth with a playful grin. All right, is that how it is? I know a friend named Rosalia. Perhaps you two will hit it off splendidly. Phil, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, joined in the jest. Oh, what a pity. Hey, I'm still here. Simon gently tapped the table, feigning annoyance. Yet his face bore a broad smile. He then instructed the maid to pour them some wine, specifically the Starry Night vintage. Florina narrowed her eyes, playfully admonishing, Oh dear. Must you always drink? You get tipsy after just a little. Phil was familiar with the ensuing scene, his imagination filled in the details. The husband gets drunk, while the guest and the wife engage in natural acts of procreation before the inebriated husband, leading to pregnancy and ultimately their son inheriting the Maple domain. Absurd. Simon would never be so foolish. Perhaps it's best if I abstain from drinking. As Phil contemplated this, he suddenly felt a slight movement on the table. Something resting upon his leg. Is this the temptation? Phil smirked playfully, deciding to let it slide for now. After taking a bite of pastry, just as he was about to indulge in another, he was lightly kicked. Wow, going all out, are we? I'm not afraid of you, Phil thought, resolutely extending his leg in response. Floney trembled slightly, instinctively tightening her grip, and then cast a glance at Field that was 3 parts bewilderment and 7 parts tenderness, her eyes reflecting a teasing understanding of his thoughts. She then shot a sidelong glance at Simon, a silent challenge evident in her demeanor. How audacious to provoke me. Field began to fidget, while Floney lowered her head, a smile playing at her lips. However, to Field's astonishment, he felt a gentle kick from a leg unexpectedly. Then, once more, another tap. How could this be? Even if you are a chosen one, you shouldn't possess 4 legs. Are you a crab? Chapter 95. The sudden assassination. Field, the feline humanoid, found himself engulfed in confusion. It was unmistakably 3 legs striking against him, a sensation far too real to be mere illusion. Was this an endless torment? Did they not recognize him as a gentleman? Could it be that the perverse Simon was behind this? Field's pupils dilated in shock. He yearned to lift the tablecloth and glance beneath. Yet such an action would defy the decorum expected of nobility. The texture against his legs surely did not belong to a man. Moreover, Simon's legs were not so lengthy. If he could kick over a table, he would have been more than capable of guarding against Kobe. Before Field could fathom the situation, another leg struck him. Could it be that Florine was a spider spirit? Field furrowed his brow, suppressing the curiosity that surged within him, and attempted to kick the 2 legs directed toward Florine. She emitted a soft hum, casting a gaze of confusion and intrigue upon him. This expression left Field utterly bewildered. He pondered, so it truly wasn't her doing. How embarrassing it was to realize that the pervert was none other than himself. Unbeknownst to Simon, who remained preoccupied with thoughts of the joy beans, he inquired, Field, could you elaborate on the joy pills? My curiosity is piqued. Yet the sample I procured from the tavern was seized by Florine. Florine must have taken it to test its efficacy or assess its toxicity, Field mused silently. It would be rather peculiar if she were to administer it to the Lord without question. In simple terms, it could render one invincible, powerful, and valiant. Field raised an eyebrow. Oh, I have heard from those Kuan women that the men of the Nightfall territory can defeat 10 opponents without pause for an hour. They are the strongest men they have ever encountered. Simon's face was alight with envy. As the seller, Field elevated Simon's expectations. This is nothing. Should you acquire these divine elixirs, you shall become even mightier. Please, indulge yourself. Simon could hardly contain his eagerness to try 2 pills at once. Oh, the dancers I purchased have arrived. Upon witnessing a procession of elegantly adorned women entering the hall, Simon's excitement bubbled over as he called to Field. Look, these are the feline dancers I just acquired. Quite the eye-catching lot, wouldn't you agree? They shall serve as a perfect test for the joy beans. Field observed, indeed. They were all beauties. Though they could not compare to the divine chosen ones, they were undoubtedly exquisite enough to shine as internet celebrities. However, their expressions seemed excessively tense, or perhaps burdened with an air of hostility. The feline dancers clutched their hands tightly, some concealing them behind their backs, their sharp gazes fixated intently on Field. An alarm rang in his mind. Field instinctively reached for the Iris's brooch, only to relax his grip, silently savoring a morsel of rare magical beast meat. Relishing the elusive delicacy, they could not possibly be sent by Simon to assassinate him, thus he had little to fear. Dance for us. The way you did before. Strip and sway your bellies. Simon laughed heartily, mimicking the dance, clearly reveling in the moment as he waved his arms in excitement, urging them to dance. Calm down, Simon. It appears you have acquired rather unruly kittens. Florine rose, her body slightly leaning forward, clearly sensing an issue. Her eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. What has transpired? Simon rose in confusion. Wait, why is someone kicking my leg? Field was speechless. Everyone was already standing. How could there still be legs? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he bent down and lifted the tablecloth, instantly locking eyes with a pair of peach-pink irises. Oh no. Be careful. At the moment their gazes met, Field's hand trembled, causing a dagger to slip from his left sleeve. His first-tier fighting spirit erupted in full force, and he swiftly retreated, while his right hand grasped the iris brooch, ready for combat. A sharp flash sliced through the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of tearing. As the high-end wooden table was effortlessly split in 2, sending the sumptuous dishes flying. "What is happening?" Simon exclaimed in shock, but before he could voice his alarm, a dagger, gleaming with a ghostly white hue, was already pressed against his throat. Simultaneously, the cat-like dancers drew hidden daggers, dining knives, or stiletto blades. A few maids, screaming as they attempted to flee, were swiftly pursued and slain by the cat-like beings. "Don't move, filthy human." The cat-like creature that had sprung from beneath the table held Simon hostage with a dagger, its light pink hair fluttering gracefully, exuding both beauty and fierceness. "Don't act rashly." Field sheathed his dagger and raised his hands in a placating gesture, urging the cat-like beings to converse calmly and avoid harm, asserting that everything could be discussed. The feline-eared individual cast a disdainful glance at Field, sneering, "Hypocritical human, speak. Where have you taken our kidnapped cat children?" "Ah, this." Without thought. It was undoubtedly Simon's own misdeeds. Field shrugged, recognizing the futility of dragging himself into the mire, and glanced at Florine, who appeared utterly indifferent. He then scrutinized the cat-eared girl before him. With long, waist-length peach-pink hair and a splendid white gauze dress adorned with beautiful lace, her exquisite appearance was undeniable. Her flawless white feet, reminiscent of a rabbitess, made it clear that the small feet that had previously landed on him belonged to this very cat girl. The dress concealed a slightly swelling cotton ball beneath, and her neck and collarbone were strikingly delicate, embodying the essence of ethereal beauty. Florine scoffed. "They have all been purchased by the wealthy for amusement, some even sent to the arena to battle against ravenous werewolves. Even if I told you now, it would be of no use. The weak cat people can only be torn to shreds and devoured by the werewolves, ultimately becoming excrement." "You." The surrounding cat-like beings erupted in fury, their resolve to fight ignited. "Dancing butterfly, we shall confront her. Friends, do not act recklessly. First, let us take this scoundrel Simon away." The cat girl, Dancing Butterfly, who was holding Simon hostage, clearly assumed the role of leader. Florine remained unfazed, lazily leaning against a nearby pillar, turning to Field with an apologetic smile. "I apologize for frightening you. It was our security that faltered. I'm not very skilled in reconnaissance, allowing this little bug to slip through. It goes without saying that this cat girl must be a chosen one. Chosen ones possess a barrier between them, making it impossible to discern one another unless divine power is employed. Only Ashina, with her remarkable perception, could detect hostile chosen ones through the slightest clues." Field examined the small map several times, confirming the absence of any marked green dots, and let out a sigh of regret, realizing he had already been contracted. Otherwise, he would have simply abducted the target. Wait, who said that being contracted precluded abduction? Field stroked his chin thoughtfully, but he was currently in no position to act recklessly. He then nodded discreetly to Florini, indicating, "I am not concerned. As for your Baron." "Haha, I am not worried at all." Simon, resembling a fool, displayed no fear whatsoever. In fact, he tilted his head, bizarrely inclined to lick the cat girl, only to be met with a sharp slap from her, which promptly subdued him. Chapter 96. The Assassin Who Cannot Harm the Warrior. A first-tier chosen one daring to intrude here truly demonstrates a lack of understanding of mortality. I can hardly be bothered to intervene. Florine chuckled lightly, then alluringly clapped her hands. "Chosen guard, heed my command." Field instinctively stepped back, slowly retreating from the combat zone. His eyes fixated on the movements of the cat-eared maiden. The Chosen Guard, how intriguing. The so-called Chosen Guard is a unique unit summoned by the Lord following a pact with the Chosen One. A special force that the Chosen One provides to the Lord in return, just as Ashina had granted herself a quota of 50 first-tier wolf cavalry, yet was unable to summon them due to the absence of direwolves. Naturally, the well-established Simon would not face such an awkward predicament. "Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall slit his throat." The butterfly dancer threatened loudly, yet Florine remained unfazed, not even batting an eyelash. Field shook his head at the absurdity of the threat. Such playful intimidation could hardly instill fear. In truth, he regarded the assassination attempt by the cat-eared folk as a farcical comedy. They seemed utterly oblivious to the circumstances within the manor, unaware that they faced a third-tier chosen one, ignorant of whether Simon possessed means for survival. And yet they boldly rushed forth to assassinate him. The only surprising element was the butterfly dancer's audacity in hiding beneath the table rather than directly attacking Simon. It appeared she intended to abduct him rather than kill him on the spot. However, regardless of her intentions, it was a foolhardy endeavor. Field rubbed his temples. Underestimating one of the world's hegemons, humanity, would only lead to slaughter and oppression. Indeed, The demi-humans lacked a formidable empire, and many tribes had faced massacre or enslavement. In the next moment, a brown lizard man clad in mage robes seemed to materialize from thin air, emerging from behind Florine, accompanied by an exceedingly swift incantation. The lizard man mage pointed his staff. Phantom. Simon's round, pudgy form immediately became blurred, transforming into an elusive specter that effortlessly passed through the butterfly dancer's arm and nonchalantly stepped away. Oh no! The butterfly dancer's pupils widened, nearly tearing her eye sockets as she swiftly thrust her dagger, only to find it striking nothing. She could not touch the phantasmal Simon. A sense of dread rapidly spread within her, panic visibly etched on her face. The pounding of her heart, born of extreme tension, could even be heard by Field from a distance. Ha ha! Simon laughed heartily, slowly returning to Florine's side. Well done, Florine, splendidly executed. Now, eliminate them all. Ah yes. Leave the demi-human chosen one alive. Her vibrant flesh will be quite valuable and delectable. Indeed, my dear Simon, Florine replied, licking her lips. Come forth, children, and crush my enemies. Boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous footsteps, a multitude of bizarre creatures surged forth from the corridors of the hall. There were two-headed ogres, swamp lizardmen, gnomish pikemen, and even green-skinned savage orcs. However, unlike their usual state, they all bore simplified marks of the god of love, likely the distinctive insignia of the chosen guard. These monsters are utterly unlike those described in the compendium. Field scrutinized each creature, noting, for instance, the marsh lizardmen, which possessed 4 hands, each wielding a kite-shaped shield, a longsword, a chain mace, and a spear. The green-skinned, frenzied orc bore grotesque spider-like appendages protruding from its back, exuding an aura of terror. Could it be that the chosen guardians of the gods alter the forms of living beings? Field pondered. With a fierce determination, the beastfolk charged forth, vowing to avenge their kin. The gnomes at the forefront suddenly hurled their spears, accompanied by a powerful whoosh, instantly skewering 3 catfolk, who were hurled backward, impaled against the wall. They were encircled. The monsters, seemingly dull-witted, moved with remarkable coordination. The gnomes, after casting their spears, promptly raised their shields and formed a hollow circular formation, enclosing the catfolk. Then, the heavily armored lizardmen, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, leapt into the fray from behind the gnomes. A dark wave of marsh lizardmen surged forward like an armored tank. Clang! The catfolk, undeterred by the imminent peril, gritted their teeth and raised their delicate, pale arms, attempting to break free with their short weapons. They valiantly thrust their daggers or stiletto blades. But this was no farcical scene from a drama. The light armor was as fragile as paper, and the notion of heavy armor bending was inconceivable. With a sharp crack, the heavily armored lizardmen remained unfazed, their armor unmarred. They raised their massive cleavers with a simple grace, sweeping through the air with a frenzy that rent flesh and elicited screams, leaving the assassins in disarray. Again and again, the blades swung. The filthy blood flowed with each strike, staining the elegant floor beneath. Within a mere minute, the once menacing catfolk had been reduced to mere fragments. Only the chosen of the catfolk, Dance Butterfly, remained, panting heavily as she desperately defended herself with her dagger, drawing upon divine power. Ah, a chosen of the assassin type. Her combat prowess in direct confrontation appeared feeble. She might hold out for another quarter of an hour before succumbing to defeat. Field discerned the unfolding situation. This catgirl stood no chance of assassinating Simon, let alone himself, as either Rosalia or Ashina could easily dispatch her if she failed to strike decisively. Flonnie and Simon approached with raised goblets, both wearing smiles, entirely unfazed by the gruesome spectacle. Do not let a minor incident dampen your spirits. Of course, Field accepted the offered goblet, raising it politely while contemplating the necessity of swiftly augmenting his own strength, for the power of the veteran baron was indeed formidable. Those entrusted with guarding the borders of the empire were no ordinary foes. Dance Butterfly, under the relentless assault of 3 lizardmen, began to falter. In a critical moment, facing the onslaught of razor-sharp blades from various directions, she unleashed her divine skill, Shadow Strike. At that pivotal juncture, as the lethal sword strikes descended, her divine energy rippled, as if melting away, transforming her into a pool of shadows that swiftly traversed the floor, evading the monster's onslaught. As the shadow approached Simon, Dance Butterfly sprang forth from the darkness, her dagger enveloped in a profound aura of black energy, coiling around it, gradually honing into a terrifying edge. If one were to be pierced by such a dagger, it would undoubtedly be an excruciating experience. Oh, quite impressive, indeed. Florine marveled softly, then casually sipped her wine. Though it proved futile. Third-tier magic, Aurora Barrier. The lizard-man sorcerer swiftly invoked the barrier spell upon the ground. Bang! A pained groan escaped from Butterfly's throat as her head collided forcefully with the suddenly materialized magical shield. Before Butterfly could even descend, the green-skinned berserker swung his spiked club with ferocity, and with a sound that made one's teeth ache, Butterfly was sent flying through the air like a beautiful rag. Chapter 97. The friend of the subhumans, the Chosen One, possessing an indomitable vitality, spewed forth a copious amount of blood before rolling several times upon the ground. Her exquisite garments now marred with crimson stains, rendering her a pitiful sight. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the last vestiges of her divine power to transform herself into a shadowy wisp, vanishing into thin air. Field, taken aback yet somewhat pleased, mused that although this affair bore no direct relation to him, witnessing Simon mercilessly slay and even devour life forms was undeniably unsettling. Of course, subhumans were not of his kin, and having been bound by a contract, he felt no obligation to protect her. Now that the Catgirl had fled, it was a cause for collective relief. He need not witness Simon's gruesome acts, as it was akin to enjoying a captivating performance for free. Sensing Florine's gaze upon him, Field feigned shock and astonishment. Has she escaped? Will she continue her assassination spree? He pondered. Raise the alarm. Guards, search thoroughly and ensure the assassin is apprehended, commanded Florine, her demeanor shifting to one of delicate charm as she gently invited Field. Dear Baron, there is no need to be anxious. Let us relocate and continue our banquet elsewhere. Field, utterly disinterested in dining, cleared his throat and replied, I appreciate your kind intentions, but let us address the matter at hand. He elaborated on the wares he had brought. The Joy Bean, or what you refer to as the Joy Pill, has relatively modest effects. However, the Northern Divine Oil, specifically reserved for your esteemed self, boasts superior efficacy, exclusively for the nobility. With a smile, he added, This is a divinely inspired remedy bestowed upon me by the god of love, and I trust you shall not let my good intentions go to waste. Certainly not. The motto of the Maple family is, Lower your guard. We are all brothers, Simon proudly declared. Despite the multitude of corpses still littering the hall, he spoke this with utmost sincerity. Once I have tested its effects, we shall discuss the price, he continued with a grin. But until then, do please, take a moment to rest. There won't be any more assassins, will there? Field jested, I lack the protection of a formidable Chosen One. Rest assured. That subhuman has lost her capacity to attack. I guarantee we shall locate her shortly, Florine vowed with fervor, raising 2 fingers in a solemn gesture. Of course. Should you fear the absence of protection, I could accompany you. I think not. Spending a night with Florine might mean not seeing the dawn of the next day. The thought of a mere human commanding a battalion of monstrous guards left no doubt in his mind that she possessed some form of mind control. As for her earlier vows, they were likely nothing more than the fables used to placate children. Field had a vague inkling of how she manipulated the creatures under her command. The chamber arranged for Field was located on the 2nd floor. A lavish Gothic room adorned with flowing drapes, where the mere presence of rare plants, insect specimens, and oil paintings could rival the worth of several stone houses belonging to common folk. My lord, please indulge in a celestial bath. The recent assassination attempt must have left you perspiring profusely. We sincerely apologize. 2 maids entered, revealing that even in the medieval era, bathing was not an exclusive privilege of the commoners, but rather a practice befitting the nobility. For instance, the Empress of the Griffin Empire has gained notoriety for her penchant for bathing, indulging in this daily ritual even on the sacred Sabbath as designated by the Church. Consequently, she has received numerous letters of protest from His Holiness the Pope. A public bath, you say? Field scratched his head awkwardly. This so-called public bathing involves a large, open-air bathhouse where both men and women bathe together. Generally speaking, after bathing, the men emerge clean while the women remain less so. This public bathing is a favored pastime among the nobility. However, Field, being a man of propriety, could not bear such sights. Not that he feared the wrath of the public, of course. No need for all that. Just procure me a large bathtub, he said, stretching languidly. Soon, a silver tray filled with rose petals and herbs was brought forth, accompanied by a gilded cup brimming with wine and an assortment of fruits. Simultaneously, an enormous bathtub was delivered. As the fragrant rose petals and herbs were poured into the tub, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The maids, having gracefully shed their remaining garments, revealed themselves entirely. "My lord, please," they said. "Oh dear, this is quite overwhelming," Field murmured, rubbing his temples. What ordinary man could withstand such imperial treatment? No wonder the leaf maple territory flourished. Countless nobles drained their fortunes just to experience this life, which was simply intolerable. Yet, he resolved not to indulge. "I shall endure. In the future, I will assemble a chosen maidservant squad that will rival them." After repeating this thought several times, Field waved his hand and, with a sound rationale, said, "You may leave. I only require my personal maid and do not need your services." The maids exited obediently, closing the door behind them. "Yes, my lord. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call us." Field reclined comfortably in the bathtub. The water temperature was just right, allowing every inch of his skin to relax. In this moment of bliss, he was lost in thoughts of how to develop his territory, aspiring to surpass the splendor of the leaf maple domain. After approximately 10 minutes, just as Field was about to rise, a shadow descended from above. Plop! It landed directly in his bathtub. Why here of all places? Field exclaimed in shock, but quickly composed himself, activating the iridescent longsword already at hand, pressing it against the intruder's neck. "Ah, little kitty, I knew you would seek me out." The cat girl, who was notoriously averse to water, struggled to escape the confines of the bathtub. Yet, the cold steel of the silver sword pressed against her neck left her bewildered. "This is a divine artifact? Why are you not the least bit surprised? How did you know I would come?" Field scoffed, "With your reckless and irrational approach, I could deduce your next move even using the bow of my maid's foot as a guide." "Ah?" The waterlogged cat girl remained perplexed, her peach-colored eyes fixed on Field with a look of utter confusion. "Surely, in this entire estate, I am the only one without guards or spies," Field remarked with a confident smile. "Thus, I surmised you would come here. I just didn't expect you to make such a grand entrance. It seems we cannot escape this shared bathing experience today." Field had indeed considered this when he dismissed the maids. "The dance of the butterfly has descended into chaos. How do you know there are no guards? If there were, you would not have come. Which indicates that I am being watched by Simon. If there are none, your arrival suggests that Simon holds me in some regard and trusts me. Do you understand?" The pink feline head. Field patiently awaited the butterfly's reasoning to unfold. Once Field beheld the clarity in the butterfly's eyes, he sheathed his iridescent longsword and introduced himself. "I am Field, the Baron of Nightfall, colloquially known as the friend of the female Aryan." "Humph, despicable human. Do you think I would believe you?" Chapter 98. 3,000,000 gold coins in an instant. Dance Butterfly was reminded of her tragically fallen comrades, her eyes misting with tears as she drew her dagger menacingly at Field. "Do not be so foolish. Your true enemy is Simon, and I, Field, have no connection to this conflict. Should you kill me, your demise is assured. Moreover, in your current weakened state, do you truly believe you can vanquish me?" Regaining her composure, Dance Butterfly coldly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "I want you," Field replied without hesitation. Despite the assassin's limited utility to the Nightshade domain, Field was a man who valued talent. A gasp escaped Dance Butterfly, the shock causing internal injuries as she nearly spat blood, her delicate visage flushed with indignation. She raised her hand as if to strike, exclaiming, "How despicable! You humans are all the same." "I seek your allegiance," Field said, interlocking his fingers and speaking leisurely. "That is out of the question. I am already sworn to another lord, and humans cannot contract with beast folk, you fool." Field was well aware of Dance Butterfly's binding contract. Yet he wished to test her resolve. "How amusing. Who says one cannot switch masters?" "Absolutely not. I would rather perish before yielding to you." The feline beast folk grew increasingly agitated, as if ready to pounce. "Come then, let us perish together. I still have my trump card." The trump card was undoubtedly the artifact of separation. Yet her resolute refusal to submit indicated the stringent nature of the Chosen One's contract, far more binding than any marital agreement, making it exceedingly difficult to seduce her away. "Do not be anxious," Field gently reassured her, raising his hand to pat the plush ears of the feline beast folk, and then stroking her head. "Dance Butterfly. I feel a bit better, but wait, do not touch me. Why are you so skilled at this?" Field had cultivated a habit of teasing Ashina at home, and if he went a day without doing so, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. As her cat ears twitched, Dance Butterfly exclaimed in alarm, Someone is coming. Field furrowed his brow and pushed her head under the water. Hide, hold your breath, and do not move. He then poured red wine and rose petals into the bath, covering it with a towel until the bottom was obscured before stopping. The sensation of flawless touch and the oppressive pressure were unbearable for any normal person. Bloop, a bubble surfaced in the water. Seemingly overwhelmed or in shock, Dance Butterfly nearly leaped out, but she stilled herself at the sound of a knock, calming her nerves beneath the water. Lord Field, we just heard a disturbance and suspect it may be an assassin. For your safety, may we come into search? Of course, feel free, Field replied, completely unperturbed. Even if the feline beastfolk were discovered, he could easily feign coercion. The estate soldiers dared not overstep their bounds. After a brief inspection of the hidden corners, they muttered an apology for the interruption and departed. Dance Butterfly emerged from the water, her face flushed as if boiling, staring wide-eyed with tears brimming in the corners, whispering, "It is tainted, it is tainted. Who disturbed you, troubling little Field? Never mind, let us speak of matters of consequence. You wish to survive, do you not? To avenge your fallen comrades, or to seek the missing children of the catfolk?" Field inquired earnestly. The butterfly seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, recalling her deceased allies, and expressed her desire. Yes. Could you assist me in eliminating Simon? Absolutely not. Why would I aid another's chosen one against my own trading partner? Furthermore, Simon is not easily dealt with. Without hesitation, Field rejected her request. He was not one to be manipulated by whims. First and foremost, they were both nobles of humanity, and secondly, his interests were intertwined with Simon's. The butterfly's lips quivered, and tears began to flow once more. Do not display such weakness. My dealings with Simon can extend to you as well. Field consoled her with a gentle pat. The butterfly mused, among nobles, eternal friendship is rare, yet eternal interests prevail. My rapport with Simon flourishes solely because our interests align without conflict, and I can provide him with advantages. Once nightfall arrives, disputes over trade, population, and territory will inevitably arise. Simon will eventually become an adversary, especially given his ruthless nature. A fact Field was keenly aware of. Thus, prioritizing his own interests was paramount. However, there was no need to divulge such thoughts to the catfolk. Do not touch my head. You human nobles are truly despicable, swiftly turning against allies. Though she spoke thus, the butterfly was no longer agitated. Instead, she curled up in a corner of the bathtub, patiently awaiting Field to continue. If you were to change allegiances and pledge loyalty to me, I would assist you in your quest for vengeance. The butterfly replied without hesitation, that is out of the question. Other than that, I am open to negotiation. Then let us consider another arrangement. You may restore your divine power in my chamber. I will shield you, and could even facilitate your escape from the estate. If you are unable to transform into a shadow to flee, it must be due to insufficient divine power or the presence of surveillance methods outside, correct? Well, you may propose your terms, the butterfly replied, after a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement. Merely jesting. First, allow me to examine your artifact. I am quite curious about its capabilities. The Lady of Shadows revealed her makeup box, which could transform into a shadow dagger. The dagger in the butterfly's hand was enveloped in darkness, morphing into an exquisite black makeup case. It can alter one's appearance to evade detection. Upon saying this, the butterfly applied one of the small tools from within to her face for a brief moment, astonishingly transforming into the older sister who had previously conversed with Field. So, do you recognize me now? The Baroness who descended from the moon. It was you who recounted the state of the Empire to me during the day, Field exclaimed, slapping his forehead, realizing that the woman who had appeared as a wife possessed the vivaciousness of youth. Impressive, is it not? The butterfly beamed with delight, thoroughly satisfied with Field's reaction, her cat ears twitching with excitement. You must be envious, being a pitiful lord without a chosen one. Envious of what? The iridescent longsword shared the same type as her artifact. Not only can she transform her entire body, but the iris longsword surpasses the length of her dagger, while also possessing remarkable concealment capabilities. Unfortunately, the transformation ability of the iris brooch is limited to those she has encountered, whereas the cosmetic box allows for limitless adornment. Very well, if you can procure 3 million gold coins and profit for me, I shall assist you in your escape. Otherwise, I shall summon the guards this instant and compel you to perform a humiliating defeat animation right here. And I would take great pleasure in being the first to witness it. Despicable human. The butterfly dancer rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly fainting from anger. 3 million gold coins. Do you truly understand the gravity of your words? That is hardly excessive. A first-tier artifact can fetch a price of 100,000 gold coins. Is it not reasonable to value a chosen one at 3 million? Chapter 99. Reaching an agreement, I do not expect you to repay the entire sum at once. I trust in both you and your Lord's ability to meet this demand. Of course, you may also settle your debt with vital intelligence or supplies, or even by offering your services, provided the total value amounts to 3 million. That is far too much. We demi-humans possess little wealth. We are among the most impoverished races, save for a few noble demi-humans, such as the Dragonkin or the Foxfolk adept at amassing riches. The majority of us struggle in small tribes, enduring hardship and hunger. With a sorrowful expression, Muidai produced an exquisite handkerchief, within which lay a modest sum, 1 gold coin, 6 silver coins, and 3 copper coins. This is all I have. I have a penchant for fine garments, making it difficult to save. You are a thief, or was it an assassin? In any case, you must have the means to uncover treasures or artifacts. Clothing is hardly of great value. After cruelly seizing her gold coin, Field toyed with it in his fingers and coldly declared, "Repay 1 gold coin and swear an oath using your divine contract. Should you fail to repay, you shall forfeit yourself as collateral. But you wish to live and exact your revenge, do you not? Do not forget the tragic fates of your comrades and kin. It is only by surviving that you can seek retribution against Simon. We are partners in this venture. Do not perceive me as your adversary. Should you require assistance, you may always seek me out." Having reached this juncture, there were no alternatives. With her injuries and the estate's prohibition on leaving, the makeup kit could only disguise her to a limited extent. She could not masquerade as a maid to escape. Under a flurry of persuasion, Muidai, in a daze, swore her oath and signed the repayment contract. "Very well, from now on, you shall heed my commands. I shall aid you in surviving and escaping." After discussing the precautions, the two remained silent throughout the night. In the darkness, Field listened to the girl's soft sobs. Uncertain whether her sorrow was for her kin or her uncertain future, he merely closed his eyes and slept. With Field present, no guards entered to conduct searches, granting Muidai ample time to recuperate her divine powers. The following day was pivotal as Field and Simon convened in the hall to deliberate the pricing of the joy beans. Simon appeared utterly fatigued, yet the pride and brilliance on his face were unmistakable. He excitedly exclaimed, "I was quite valiant last night, playing for 3 rounds without a pause. Just as one would expect from you," Field acknowledged with an approving glance. "Now, let us discuss the formula for the joy pills. I am willing to purchase it at a generous price." Simon shifted his tone, speaking earnestly. "I shall offer 50,000 gold coins. If one were to regard the joy beans as a magical potion, the formula's worth would be at least 300,000. 50,000 is merely a fanciful dream." Field had anticipated this and smiled. "This is a divine formula. The goddess of love forbids me from disclosing it. Apologies, but let us return to discussing the offers." A flicker of anger and resentment flashed in Simon's eyes, though it was well concealed, yet Field keenly detected it. "Due to its intricate creation and the rarity of its raw materials, I trust you do not wish to disappoint the goddess of love." Field remained composed in his chair. "Joy beans are priced at 50 copper coins, while the Northern Divine Oil is 10 gold coins." From his tone, it seemed Simon would not entertain negotiations. "I am afraid that will not suffice." Field's fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a rhythmic, crisp sound, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Despite the multitude of pills I brought, you are well aware that this is the sole supply in the entire empire, perhaps even the world. I provide you with this exclusive offering. The profitability of such a monopoly is evident." Field displayed his pearly whites, 40 silver coins for the joy beans, 80 gold coins for the northern essence. "Are you jesting? 80 gold coins? That's worth a potion," Simon exclaimed, urgency coloring his voice. This was the first time Field had seen Simon so agitated. Moreover, no commoner would spend 40 silver coins for merely an hour of pleasure. "Don't be so rigid. You could divide the joy beans into 40 portions, each costing 3 silver coins, thereby doubling your profit. Furthermore, you need not limit sales to the lower class. You could follow the trade routes and sell in major cities where demand is plentiful." Field had him cornered with his monopolistic product. Simon fell into silence. These pills were of paramount importance to him, not solely to remedy his own issues, but, more critically, for Flonne. Administering the Berserk potion to orcs would utterly drain their vitality, while the joy beans would not. "Your prices are excessively steep. I can offer some conveniences. But you must lower your price." "Conveniences? Do elaborate." Field's interest was piqued. After a detailed discussion, the final agreement was reached. The Joy Beans would be sold at 30 silver coins each, and the Northern Essence at 50 gold coins, even exceeding Field's initial expectations. A total of 30,500 pills and 200 bottles of essence were transacted for a sum of 19,150 gold coins, with Simon actually paying 19,000. In addition, Simon provided Field with what he had long desired: artisans. 2 apprentices each for masonry and carpentry, and 1 for blacksmithing. Artisans, being the foundation of a lord's domain, are rarely available. Thus, parting with 5 apprentices was quite a boon for Field. Splendid. Now, the construction of Nightfall Keep can accelerate. Of course, Field had to acquiesce to Simon's demands. The Joy Beans and other products would be supplied exclusively to him, and the next pricing would indeed be reduced. Field had no intention of relying on the Joy Beans for a lifetime. A few quick profits would suffice, as the development of Nightfall Keep would hinge on industrial growth. Farewell, Baron Simon, and the enchanting Miss Flonay. Do not lament the gold. It will eventually find its way back to your coffers through Maple Leaf Keep. Flonay cast a flirtatious glance at Field, sweetly saying, "Goodbye, do think of me." Simon, on the other hand, wore a look of helplessness, lamenting his gold. With a hearty laugh, Field nodded at the slaves pulling the cart and commanded, "Load the empty barrels, we shall depart." Just then, a concealed shadow slipped from the room, resembling liquid as it swiftly entered one of the empty barrels. "Ah, this one feels heavy," a slave remarked, noticing the anomaly. "Cough, cough. Quit dawdling and slacking off." Field reprimanded sternly. "Haven't you eaten? Move faster." "Why, yes, my lord." The slave jumped in fright and hastily resumed loading. This scene was witnessed by the manor guards. Yet it was commonplace for nobles to reprimand their slaves, so they paid it little heed. It was not until the carriage crossed the forbidden checkpoint that Field let out a sigh of relief. First, he would return to the inn. Drawing back the curtain of the carriage, he noticed Rosal waving at him from a distance and nodded back with a smile. Upon arriving at the inn, Field found a crowd gathered at the entrance, some clad in noble attire, while others donned the garments of clergy. The debt collectors had arrived. Chapter 100. Nibelungen, an aged priest, clad in the robes of the Holy See, ambled forth before Field, flanked by the knights of the church. He casually dipped his fingers into the golden chalice of holy water and flicked it upon Field, uttering, "Wayward lamb, may the sacred light shield you." "Thank you very much." Field replied with a smile, nodding thoughtfully as he surmised the purpose of their visit. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" "The heathens are wantonly ravaging the sanctified lands of the goddess of holy light. The church is in dire need of assembling a punitive army to safeguard the populace and their liberties. We require your strength. Please provide gold, provisions, soldiers, or champions to join the battle against the infidels." "Ah, indeed. Just as my funds have barely warmed in my possession, they are already coveted by others. I'm afraid I require the Empress's command before I can supply military resources," Field replied, shrugging with a feigned sorrow. The old priest proclaimed with righteous fervor, "We fight for all humanity. The Empress will acquiesce. It is merely that the edict has yet to be issued." Had Field not studied the historical narratives of the continent, he might have been deceived by the priest's moralistic facade. The church had organized punitive armies 7 times before, yet they merely provided a title without mobilizing genuine military might, particularly not of the elite caliber. Each time, they sent forth a meager contingent of 3,000 to 4,000, comprised mainly of seasoned ruffians and brigands, who would pillage their way to the front lines only to flee at the sight of the enemy. Their actions were nothing short of marauding, with the donations from the people transforming into lavish abodes, golden bricks, and youthful companions for the clergy of the Holy Light. The struggle against the heathens was primarily borne by various dukes, earls, and knightly orders, alongside regular armies from numerous nations. Though they too indulged in pillaging, they genuinely exerted themselves in battle. In the last punitive army, known as the Silver Wings of the Holy Spear, the newly appointed emperor even perished, leaving the imperial family in a state of embarrassment as they faced a parliamentary interim. Field chuckled heartily. "Very well, I shall pray daily, hoping that the goddess of holy light bestows miracles upon our warriors. As for financial contributions, let us refrain." The old priest nearly choked on those words. Was this not the very rhetoric they often employed to deceive others? Do not engage in myopic measures. Once the heathens encroach upon the Griffin Empire, you may find yourself regretting your inaction. The priest spoke with a threatening tone, his gaze sharp. Field remained undeterred, stating bluntly, Then I shall personally lead the forces and confront the invaders in a direct clash, rather than relinquishing funds to those unassociated, allowing them to maintain their decadent lifestyles. He chose to spare the priest further embarrassment by withholding the latter part of his thought. A few chuckles escaped the crowd. After all, this was a provincial baron, oblivious to the true terror posed by the heathens. Arrogance and hubris would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Field glared at those who mocked him, ready to retort. Baron Field speaks rightly. Knights ought to engage the invaders, not cower behind, spending money to avert disaster. Of course, the utmost priority is loyalty. Until the Empress has rendered her decision, we must refrain from impulsive actions. The Griffin Empire is on the verge of a serious rift with the Papal States, a matter well understood among the nobility. Of course, it is not due to the Empress bathing on the day of the Holy Lord. H.M. Field turned his head to find a rugged-looking gentleman clad in noble robes. However, the attire was not the focal point, but rather the emblem emblazoned on his chest, a majestic blue dragon clutching a sword in its maw. The Nibelungen family? A formidable force from the Morning Breeze province. One of the Empress's true swords, wielding both a blue dragon and the authority of a sixth-class chosen one. Reinhard Nibelungen. The gentleman smiled. I have heard of you. The most benevolent noble, Field, always willing to assist the impoverished. Field, taking the initiative, performed a noble bow. Greetings, esteemed sir. I indeed pride myself on my kindness. It is quite a coincidence to encounter you. We are on our way to visit Baron Mapleleaf. His economic and food support is crucial for our pacification efforts. Reinhard did not hesitate to divulge information. There are more cultists than we imagined. They have completely brainwashed the entire populace of the Viscount's territory. You old rogue. You've come to take advantage of the situation too? Field's expression was one of hesitation. Our house Ross should contribute to the Empire's cause. Reinhard, puzzled, replied. Of course, the governor's personal letter was sent at the earliest opportunity. Did you not know? Fulon City is right next to the Viscount's territory, and your brother has already been preparing the military forces. It is not too late to learn now. Field contained his excitement. I have been in the dark, sunless northern province, and have only just emerged a couple of days ago. Oh, your appointment to the Nightfall territory is indeed true. Poor child. How could your father bear to send a mere youth to such a cursed place? I shall mention this to Her Majesty the Empress. Surely, she will offer assistance. For you are a hero in the service of the nation. This revelation took Field by surprise. Rather than requesting donations or support, Reinhard sought to provide him with benefits. Regardless of whether it was mere politeness, Field's regard for the gentleman before him soared. Thank you very much. But I hope to participate in the pacification not by monetary means, but with troops. A familiar, mocking laughter erupted once more. This is no picnic, declared a flamboyantly dressed young man, hands on his hips and chest puffed out. Do you have soldiers? You appear utterly alone, without even a retinue. You hardly seem capable of achieving military merit. Who the hell are you? Field retorted, recalling the earlier mockery. Reinhard frowned sternly. Farid, please temper your extravagant demeanor. Everyone serving the Empire deserves respect. The man known as Farid scoffed, arms crossed with a derisive expression. Field dismissed him with a glance and turned earnestly to Reinhard. I will bring troops to support the pacification. Excellent. Now, that is the spirit of an imperial knight. The gentleman nodded in approval, retrieving a letter from his cloak. Upon returning, he would discreetly open it. It contained details of the assembly's specific location and time. Every contribution was indispensable. Quite shrouded in mystery, Field curiously stroked his chin, eager to uncover its contents at once. Do not pay heed to that dandy. This battle may very well lead us to obtain our fiefdoms. Let us rally together, for we might charge against the enemy side by side. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Field. A few young nobles accompanying Rang approached, offering courteous nods to Field while introducing themselves. Many of these nobles possessed no lands, and some merely held empty titles. They yearned for military accolades to secure a genuine noble existence. Thus, they felt a kinship with the equally unfortunate Field. After exchanging a few words of encouragement, Rang departed with the assembly of nobles.